Table of Contents. Book I. 1. Our Earth is a star among stars. 2. Our Earth is one of the middle planets. 3. Our Earth has undergone many revolutions ere it became what it now is. 4. Our Earth is an orb, which revolves around its own axis in an oblique direction towards the Sun. 5. Our Earth is enveloped with an atmosphere, and is in conflict with several of the celestial bodies. 6. The planet we inhabit is an earth of mountains, rising above the surface of the waters. 7. The direction of the mountain renders our two hemispheres a theater of the most singular variety and change. Book 2. 1. Our Earth is a grand laboratory for the organization of very different beings. 2. The vegetable kingdom of our Earth considered with respect to the history of man. 3. The animal kingdom in relation to the history of man. 4. Man is a creature of a middle kind among terrestrial animals. Book 3. 1. The structure of plants and animals compared with regard to the organization of man. 2. A comparison of the various organic powers that operate in animals. 3. Examples of the physiological structure of some animals. 4. On the instincts of animals. 5. Advancement of the creature to a combination of several ideas, and to a particular freer use of the senses and limbs. 6. Organic difference between man and beasts. Book 4. 1. Man is organized to a capacity of reasoning. 2. Retrospect from the organization of the human head to inferior creature to inferior creatures, the heads of which approach it in form. 3. Man is organized for more perfect senses, for the exercise of art and the use of language. 4. Man is organized to finer instincts and in consequence to freedom of action. 5. Man is organized to the most delicate state of health, yet at the same time to the longest durability, and to spread over the earth. 6. Man is formed for humanity and religion. 7. Man is formed for the hope of immortality. Book B. 1. A series of ascending forms and powers prevails in our earthly creation. 2. No power in nature is without an organ, but the organ is in no instance the power itself that operates by its means. 3. The general composition of powers and forms is neither retrograde nor stationary but progressive. 4. The sphere of human organization is a system of spiritual powers. 5. Our humanity is only preparation, the bud of a future flower. 6. The present state of man is probably the connecting link of two worlds. Book 6. 1. Organization of the people that dwell near the North Pole. 2. Organization of the nations on the Asiatic ridge of the earth. 3. Organization of the region of well-formed nations. 4. Organization of the people of Africa. 5. Organization of man in the islands of the torrid zone. 6. Organization of the Americans. 7. Conclusion. Book 7. 1. Notwithstanding the varieties of the human form, there is but one and the same species of man throughout the whole of our earth. 2. The one species of man has naturalized itself in every climate upon earth. 3. What is climate, and what effect has it in forming the body and mind of man? 4. The genetic power is the mother of all the forms upon earth, climate acting merely as an auxiliary or antagonist. 5. Concluding remarks on the opposition between Genesis and climate. Book 8. 1. The appetites of the human species vary with their form and climate, but a less brutal use of the senses universally leads to humanity. 2. The human fancy is everywhere organic and climatic, but it is everywhere led by tradition. 3. The practical understanding of the human species has everywhere grown up under the wants of life, but everywhere it is a blossom of the genius of the people, a son of tradition and custom. 4. The feelings and inclinations of men are everywhere conformable to their organization, and the circumstances in which they live, but they are everywhere swayed by custom and opinion. 5. The happiness of man is in all places an individual good, consequently it is everywhere climatic and organic, the offspring of practice, tradition, and custom. Book 9. 1. Ready as man is to imagine he produces everything from himself, he is nevertheless dependent on others for the development of his faculties. 2. Language is the special mean of improving man. 3. All the arts and sciences of mankind have been invented through imitation, reason, and language. 4. Governments are established regulations among men, chiefly founded on hereditary tradition. 5. Religion is the most ancient and sacred tradition upon the earth. Book X. 1. Our earth is an earth peculiarly formed for its animate creation. 2. Where was the place of the formation and most ancient abode of man? 3. History and the progress of civilization afford historical proofs that the human species originated in Africa. 4. Asiatic traditions on the creation of the earth and the origin of the human species. 5. The most ancient written tradition concerning the origin of the history of man. 6. Continuation of the most ancient written tradition concerning the commencement of the history of man. 7. Conclusion of the most ancient written tradition concerning the commencement of the history of man. Book 11. 1. China. 2. Cochin China, Tonquin, Laos, Korea, Eastern Tartary, Japan. 3. Tibet. 4. Hindustan. 5. General reflections on the history of these states. Book 12. 1. Babylon, Assyria, Chaldea. 2. Medes and Persians. 3. The Hebrews. 4. Phoenicia and Carthage. 5. The Egyptians. 6. Further hints toward a philosophy of the history of man. Book 13. 1. The situation and peopling of Greece. 2. The language, mythology, and poetry of Greece. 3. The arts of the Greeks. 4. The moral and political wisdom of the Greeks. 5. Scientific acquirements of the Greeks. 6. History of the revolutions of Greece. 7. General reflections on the history of Greece. Book 14. 1. Etruscans and Latins. 2. The dispositions of Rome for a sovereign political and military state. 3. Conquests of the Romans. 4. The decline of Rome. 5. Character, sciences, and arts of the Romans. 6. General reflections on the history and fate of Rome. Book 15. 1. Humanity is the end of human nature, and with this end God has put their own fate into the hands of mankind. 2. All the destructive powers in nature must not only yield in the course of time to the maintaining powers, but must ultimately be subservient to the consummation of the whole. 3. The human race is destined to proceed through various degrees of civilization, in various mutations, but the permanency of its welfare is founded solely and essentially on reason and justice. 4. From the laws of their internal nature, reason and justice must gain more footing among men in the course of time, and promote a more durable humanity. 5. A wise goodness disposes the fate of mankind, therefore there is no nobler merit, no purer and more durable happiness, than to cooperate in its designs. Book 16. 1. Basques, Gael, and Cimbri. 2. Finns, Letonians, and Prussians. 3. German nations. 4. Slavic nations. 5. Foreign nations in Europe. 6. General reflections and deductions. Book 17. 1. Origin of Christianity, with the fundamental principles it included. 2. Propagation of Christianity in the East. 3. Progress of Christianity in the Grecian countries. 4. Progress of Christianity in the Latin provinces. Book 18. 1. Kingdoms of the Visigoths, Sueves, Alans, and Vandals. 2. Kingdoms of the Ostrogoths and Lombards. 3. Kingdoms of the Alamans, Burgundians, and Franks. 4. Kingdoms of the Saxons, Normans, and Danes. 5. The Northern Kingdoms, and Germany. 6. General view of the institutions of the German kingdoms in Europe. Book 19. 1. Romish hierarchy. 2. Effects of the hierarchy on Europe. 3. Temporal protesters of the Church. 4. Kingdoms of the Arabs. 5. Effects of the Arabian kingdoms. 6. General reflections. Book XX. 1. The spirit of commerce in Europe. 2. Spirit of chivalry in Europe. 3. The Crusades and their consequences. 4. Cultivation of reason in Europe. 5. Institutions and discoveries in Europe. 6. Conclusions. Endnotes. Outlines of a Philosophy of the History of Man. By Johann Gottfried von Herder. A well-formatted version of T. Churchill's translation of Ideen zur Philosophie der Geschichte der Menschheit. By Johann V. Herder. Scanned and newly formatted from the original, published in London in 1800, and in New York by Bergman Publishers. For other well-formatted titles please visit randomshackpublishing.com. 2016. Random Shack. Editor's Preface. I have modernized spelling, punctuation, typography, and syntax, while trying to remain faithful to both the text and the writer's style. No doubt errors remain despite several proofs, but hopefully none that will detract from the material. David G. Payne. Petoskey, 2016. Translator's Preface. Everyone who is acquainted with Herder must be aware of the difficulty, if not impossibility, of translating his spirit, his words that burn, into another language. To have undertaken a task so arduous may be deemed presumption in me, and no one can be more sensible than myself that, in the execution of it, I am far, very far, from having done what I wished, and what it would have been the height of my ambition to have accomplished. Yet I did not engage in it without the encouragement of one who can appreciate the merits of Herder, who happily unites a critical knowledge of the English language with that of the German, and to whose kindness I am indebted for the explanation of many passages and the improvement of many expressions, as well as some notes distinguished by the signature F. I trust, therefore, I shall have afforded some gratification to the English reader, and added to our stock a valuable book, for surely all the merit of Herder, all the beauty and sublimity of his ideas, cannot be obscured by any translation. For myself, at least, though laborious, it has been a pleasing toil, many moments of bodily pain and mental anxiety has it sweetly beguiled, and while it has made my breast glow with the fervor of virtuous sentiment, I have almost felt myself the inhabitant of another world. May others feel from the perusal what I have done from the performance, and then no one, I hope, will lay down the book without being able to say that he is a happier and a better man. London, November 15, 1799. Preface. When I published 10 years ago the little tract entitled Another Philosophy of History for the Improvement of Mankind, this title was by no means intended to proclaim Ancio sunt puteri. It was meant rather as a supplement to many supplements of the present century, and the subjoined motto, as an expression of humility, implying that the author, far from exhibiting it as a complete philosophy of the history of our species, merely pointed out, amid the numerous beaten roads that men are perpetually treading, one little footpath, which had been neglected, and yet was probably worth exploring. The works quoted occasionally in the book were sufficient to show the well-worn paths from which the author wished to turn his steps, and thus his essay was intended for nothing more than a loose leaf, a supplement to supplements, as its form likewise evinced. The whole of the impression was soon sold, and I was encouraged to prepare a new edition, but it was impossible that this should appear before the public in its former state. I had observed that some of the ideas contained in my tract had been introduced into other works, and applied in an extent of which I had never thought. It had never entered into my mind, by employing the few figurative expressions, the childhood, infancy, manhood, and old age of our species, the chain of which was applied, as it was applicable, only to a few nations, to point out a highway on which the history of cultivation, to say nothing of the philosophy of history, at large, could be traced with certainty. Is there a people upon earth totally uncultivated? And how contracted must the scheme of Providence be, if every individual of the human species were to be formed to what we call cultivation, for which refined weakness would often be a more appropriate term. Nothing can be more vague than the term itself, nothing more apt to lead us astray, than the application of it to whole nations and ages. Among a cultivated people, what is the number of those who deserve this name? In what is their preeminence to be placed? And how far does it contribute to their happiness? I speak of the happiness of individuals, for that the abstract being, the state, can be happy, when all the members that compose it suffer, is a contradiction, or rather a verbal illusion, evident to the slightest view. If the book, therefore, would in any degree answer its title, it must begin much deeper, and embrace a much wider compass of ideas. What is human happiness? How far does it exist in this world? Considering the great difference of all the beings upon earth, and especially of man, how far is it to be found in every form of government, in every climate, in every change of circumstances, of age, and of the times? Is there any standard of these various states? And has Providence reckoned on the well-being of her creatures, in all these situations, as upon her ultimate and grand object? All these questions must be investigated, they must be unraveled through the wild whirl of ages and governments, before a general result for mankind at large can be produced. Thus we have here a wide field to traverse, and profound depths to explore. I had read almost everything that was written upon the subject, and from my youth every new book that appeared, relative to the history of man, and in which I hoped to find materials for my grand work, was to me a treasure discovered. I congratulated myself that this philosophy became more in vogue of late years, and neglected no collateral assistance that fortune threw into my way. An author who produces a book, be it good or bad, in some measure exhibits his own heart to the world, provided this book contain thoughts which, if he has not invented, and in our days there is little that is new left for invention, he has at least found and made his own, nay, which he has enjoyed for years as the property of his own heart and mind. He not only reveals the subjects that have employed his thoughts or certain periods, the doubts that have occurred to perplex him in his journey through life, and the solutions with which he has removed them, but he reckons upon some minds in unison with his own, be they ever so few, to which these or similar ideas will prove of importance in the labyrinth of life, for what else could excite him to turn author, and disclose what occurs within his own breast to the eyes of a rude multitude? With those he converses unseen, and to those he imparts his sentiments, expecting from them in return their more valuable thoughts and instructions when they have advanced beyond him. This invisible commerce of hearts and minds is the one great benefit of printing, without which it would be of as much injury as advantage to a literary nation. The author considered himself as in a circle of those who actually felt themselves interested in the subject on which he wrote, and on which he was desirous of calling forth and participating in their better thoughts. This is the most estimable merit of authorship, and a man of a good heart will feel much less pleasure from what he says than from what he excites. He who reflects how opportunely this or that book, or merely this or that hint in a book, has sometimes fallen in his way, what pleasure it has afforded him to perceive a distant mind, yet actively near to him, in his own or in a better track, and how such a hint has often occupied him for years and led him on still further, will consider an author who converses with him and imparts to him his inmost thoughts not as one who labors for hire, but as a friend who confidentially discloses his yet imperfect ideas that the more experienced reader may think in concert with him, and carry his crudities nearer to perfection. On a subject like mine, the history of mankind, the philosophy of their history, such a disposition in the reader appears to me a prime and pleasing duty. He who wrote it was a man, and you who read it are a man also. He was liable to error, and has probably erred. You have acquired knowledge which he did not and could not possess. Use, therefore, what you can, accept his good will, and throw it not aside with reproach, but improve it, and carry it higher. With feeble hand he has laid a few foundation stones of a building which will require ages to finish. Happy if, when these stones may be covered with earth and he who laid them forgotten, the more beautiful edifice be but erected over them, or on some other spot. But I have imperceptibly wandered too far from the design with which I set out, and which was to give an account of the manner of my falling upon this subsect, and returning to it again among other occupations and duties of a very different nature. At an early age, when the dawn of science appeared to my sight in all that beauty which is greatly diminished at the noon of life, the thought frequently occurred to me whether, as everything in the world has its philosophy and science, there must not also be a philosophy and science of what concerns us most nearly, of the history of mankind at large. Everything enforced this upon my mind, metaphysics and morals, physics and natural history, and lastly religion above all the rest. Shall he who has ordered everything in nature, said I to myself, by number, weight, and measure, who has so regulated according to these the essence of things, their forms and relations, their course and subsistence, that only one wisdom, goodness, and power prevail from the system of the universe to the grain of sand, from the power that supports worlds and suns to the texture of a spider's web, who has so wonderfully and divinely weighed everything in our body, and in the faculties of our mind, that, when we attempt to reflect on the only wise, ever so remotely we lose ourselves in an abyss of his purposes. Shall that God depart from his wisdom and goodness in the general destination and disposition of our species and act in these without a plan? Or can he have intended to keep us in ignorance of this while he has displayed to us so much of his eternal purposes in the inferior part of the creation in which we are much less concerned? What are the human race upon the whole but a flock without a shepherd? In the words of the complaining prophet, are they not left to their own ways? As the fishes of the sea, as the creeping things that have no ruler over them? Or is it unnecessary to them to know this plan? This I am not inclined to believe, for where is the man who discerns only the little purpose of his own life? Though he sees as far as he is to see, and knows sufficiently how to direct his own steps. In the meantime perhaps this very ignorance serves as a pretext for great abuses. How many are there who, because they perceive no plan, peremptorily deny the existence of one, or at least think of it with trembling dread, and doubting believe, believing doubt. They constrain themselves not to consider the human race as a nest of emmets, where the foot of a stranger, himself but a large emmet, crushes thousands, annihilates thousands in the midst of their little great undertakings, where lastly the two grand tyrants of the earth, time and chance, sweep away the whole nest, destroying every trace of its existence, and leaving the empty place for some other industrious community, to be obliterated hereafter in its turn. Proud man refuses to contemplate his species as such vermin of the earth, as a prey of all-destroying corruption, yet do not history and experience force this image upon his mind. What whole upon earth is completed? What is a whole upon it? Is not time ordained as well as space? Are they not the twin offspring of one ruling power? That is full of wisdom, this of apparent disorder, yet man is evidently formed to seek after order, to look beyond a point of time, and to build upon the past, for to this end is he furnished with memory and reflection. And does not this building of one age upon another render the whole of our species a deformed gigantic edifice, where one pulls down what another builds up, where what never should have been erected is left standing, and where in the course of time all becomes one heap of ruins, under which timid mortals dwell with a confidence proportionate to its fragility? I will pursue no further this chain of doubts, and the contradiction of man with himself, with his fellows, and with all the rest of the creation. Suffice it that I have sought for a philosophy of history, wherever I could seek it. Whether I have found it, let this work, but not its first volume, one decide. This contains only the basis, partly in a general view of the place of our abode, partly in an examination of the different organized beings that enjoy with us the light of our sun. No one, I hope, will think this course too long, or beginning at too remote a distance, for, as there can be no other, to read the fate of man in the book of the creation, it cannot be too carefully or too extensively considered. He who requires mere metaphysical speculations may have them in a shorter way, but these, unconnected with experience and the analogy of nature, appear to me aerial flights that seldom lead to any end. The ways of God in nature, the intentions which the Eternal has actually displayed to us in the chain of his works, form the sacred book, the letters of which I have endeavored to spell, and shall still continue to do so with skill inferior to that of a child, it is true, but at least with honesty and zeal. Were I so happy as to impart only to one of my readers somewhat of that sweet impression of the eternal wisdom and goodness of the inscrutable Creator in his operations which I have felt with a confidence, for which I know not a name, this feeling of assurance would be a safe clue with which in the subsequent part of the work we might venture into the labyrinth of human history. Everywhere the great analogies of nature have led me to religious truths which, though I find it difficult, I must suppress, since I would not prematurely anticipate, but faithfully follow step by step that light which everywhere beams upon me from the hidden presence of the Creator in His works. It will be so much the greater satisfaction both to my reader and to myself if, as we proceed on our way, this obscurely dawning light rise upon us at length with the splendor of an unclouded sun. Let no one be misled, therefore, by my occasionally employing the term nature, personified. Nature is no real entity. But God is all in His works. This sacred name, however, which no creature that comes under the cognizance of our senses ought to pronounce without the profoundest reverence, I was desirous at least not to abuse by employing it too frequently, since I could not introduce it with sufficient solemnity on all occasions. Let him, to whose mind the term nature has been degraded, and rendered unmeaning by many writers of the present day, conceive instead of it that Almighty power, goodness, and wisdom, and mentally name that invisible being for whom no language upon earth can find an expression. It is the same when I speak of the organic powers of the creation. I do not imagine that they will be considered as occult qualities, since their operations are apparent to us, and I know not how to give them a more precise and determinate name. At some future period I intend to enter more fully into these and other subjects, which I must here give no more than a cursory glance. In the meantime I rejoice, that this infantile attempt has been made in an age when the hands of masters have collected materials, and labored in so many particular sciences and branches of knowledge, to which it was necessary for me to have recourse. These, I am assured, will not despise the exoteric attempts of one uninitiated in their arts, but improve them, for I have constantly observed that the more real and firmly grounded a science is, so much the less empty altercation occurs among them who are attached to it and cultivate it. Verbal disputes are left to those who are learned only in words. Most parts of my book show that a philosophy of the history of man cannot yet be written, though it will probably before the end of this Chiliad, if not in the present century. Thus, great being, invisible supreme disposer of our race, I lay at your feet the most imperfect work that mortal ever wrote, in which he has ventured to trace and follow your steps. Its leaves may decay, and its characters vanish, forms after forms, too, in which I have discerned traces of you, and endeavored to exhibit them to my brethren, may moulder into dust, but your purposes will remain, and you will gradually unfold them to your creatures, and exhibit them in nobler forms. Happy, if then these leaves shall be swallowed up in the stream of oblivion, and in their stead clearer ideas rise in the mind of man. Herder. Weimar. April 23, 1784. Book I. Chapter 1. Our earth is a star among stars. If our philosophy of the history of man would in any measure deserve that name, it must begin from heaven. For as our place of abode, the earth, is of itself nothing, but derives its figure and constitution, its faculty of forming organized beings and preserving them when formed, from those heavenly powers that pervade the whole universe, we must first consider it not singly by itself, but as a member of that system of worlds in which it is placed. It is bound by eternal invisible bonds to its center, the sun, from which it derives light, heat, life, and vigor. Without this sun we can no more conceive our planetary system than a circle without a center. With it, and that beneficial power of attraction with which the eternal being has imbued it and all matter, we perceive the planets formed in its domain according to simple, beautiful, and masterly laws, jocundly and incessantly revolving on their axes around one common center, in spaces proportionate to their magnitudes and densities, nay, by the same laws around some of them moons are formed to revolve. Nothing so much exalts the mind as this contemplation of the grand structure of the universe, and human thought has perhaps never attempted so bold a flight, and with such success, as when, in Copernicus, Kepler, Newton, Huygens, and Kant too, it conceived and confirmed the simple, eternal, and perfect laws of the formation and motion of the planets. It is Hemsterhuis, if I remember right, who laments that this sublime system has by no means had such an effect on the circle of our ideas as it would have had on the minds of mankind in general had it been established with mathematical accuracy in the times of the Greeks. We, for the most part, content ourselves with viewing the earth as a grain of sand moving in that great abyss where the earth fulfills her course around the sun, this sun with thousands more around their common center and probably yet many other such systems of suns in separate spaces of the heavens, until at length both the understanding and the imagination are lost in the sea of immensity and eternal magnitude, and find neither exit nor end. But this barren astonishment in which we are absorbed is surely not to be reckoned the noblest or most durable effect. To nature, in herself all-sufficient, the grain of sand is not of less value than an immeasurable whole. She determines the points of space and of existence where worlds shall be formed, and in each of these points she as wholly is, with the indivisible fullness of her power, wisdom, and goodness, as though no other point of creation, no other earthly atom existed. When I open the great book of the universe and see before me that immense palace which the deity alone can fill in every part, I reason as closely as I can from the whole to its parts, and from its parts to the whole. It was one and the same power that created the resplendent sun and preserves this grain of sand in its orbit, the same power, that caused a galaxy of suns to revolve probably around the dog star and that acts on this earthly ball in the laws of gravitation. When I perceive that the place occupied by our earth in this temple of suns, the path described by it in its course, its magnitude, its mass, and everything thereon depending, are determined by laws that act throughout infinity, I must not only be satisfied with the place allotted me, and rejoice that I am so enabled to perform my part in the harmonious choir of innumerable beings, unless I would madly revolt against omnipotence. But it will be my noblest occupation to inquire what in this allotted place I ought to be and what in all probability I can be in it alone. If, in what seems to me the most limited and inconsistent, I find not only traces of the great creative power, but an evident connection of the minutest things with the plan of the Creator in immensity, the best quality of my reason, striving to imitate God, will be to pursue this plan and adapt itself to the divine mind. On the earth therefore I would not seek an angel of heaven, a creature my eye has never seen, but rather I would find on it inhabitants of the earth, human beings, and would with all satisfaction receive what our great mother produces, supports, nourishes, endures, and finally receives into her bosom with affection. Other earths, her sisters, may probably boast and enjoy superior creatures, suffice it there lives on them what on them can live. My eye is framed to support the beams of the sun at this distance and no other, my ear for this atmosphere, my body for a globe of this density. All my senses are from and for the organization of this earth, to which also the actions of my mental faculties are adapted. Thus the whole space and sphere of action of my species is as precisely determined and prescribed, as the mass and course of the earth on which my life is to be spent, and thence too in many languages man derives his name from his parent earth. The greater the sphere of harmony, goodness, and wisdom to which my parent belongs, the more sublime and fixed the laws on which her being and that of all other worlds depend, the more I perceive that in them all proceeds from one and one subserves all. Also, the more firmly I find my fate enchained, not to the dust of this earth, but to the invisible laws by which this earth is governed. The power, which thinks and acts in me, is, from its nature, as eternal as that which holds together the sun and the stars. Its organs may wear out and the sphere of its action may change as earths wear away and stars change their places, but the laws through which it is where it is, and will again come in other forms, never alter. Its nature is as eternal as the mind of God, and the foundations of my being, not of my corporeal frame, are as fixed as the pillars of the universe. For all being is alike an indivisible idea, in the greatest as well as in the least, founded on the same laws. Thus the structure of the universe confirms the eternity of the core of my being, of my intrinsic life. Wherever or whatever I may be, I shall be, as I now am, a power in the universal system of powers, a being in the inconceivable harmony of some world of God. Chapter 2. Our Earth is one of the middle planets. The Earth has two planets. Mercury and Venus, below it, while above it are Mars, perhaps another concealed from us beyond it, Jupiter, Saturn, and Uranus, and whatever others there may be, before the regular sphere of action of the Sun is lost and the eccentric orbit of the last approaches the wild ellipses of the comets. As in place, so in magnitude, and in the proportion and duration of its revolution on its own axis and around the Sun, it is a being of a middle kind. Each extreme, the greatest and the least, the swiftest and the slowest, are remote from it on either side. Convenient as the situation of our Earth is before that of other planets for an astronomical view of the whole three, yet it would be highly gratifying if we could have a nearer inspection of but a few of the members of this magnificent family of stars. A journey through Jupiter, Venus, or merely our own moon, would give us such an insight into the formation of our Earth, which sprung from the same laws, into the relation the people of our Earth bear to the organized beings of other worlds, and perhaps into our future destination, that from the construction of 2 or 3 links we might more boldly infer the progress of the whole chain. But nature, by whom our fixed limits we are not to pass, has denied us this near inspection. We see the moon and contemplate its vast mountains and caverns, we behold Jupiter, his eccentric revolutions, and his belts, we observe the rings of Saturn, the ruddy light of Mars, the softer beams of Venus, and thence we boldly conjecture what right or wrong we fancy we perceive. In the distances of the planets we observe proportion, and we have formed probable conclusions of the densities of their masses with which we have sought to make their movements and their revolutions accord. All this, however, we have done as mathematicians merely, not as natural philosophers, for we have no middle term of comparison between them and our Earth. The proportion of their magnitudes, rotations, orbits, etc., to their solar distance has not yet pointed out any formula capable of explaining their natures from one and the same law of cosmogony, still less do we know how far each planet is advanced in its formation, and least of all have we any conception of the organization and circumstances of its inhabitants. The dreams of Kircher and Swedenborg, the pleasantries of Fontenelle, the conjectures of Huygens, Lambert, and Kant, each marked with its peculiar features, prove that of these we can know nothing, we must know nothing. Whether we make our scale ascending or descending, whether we place the more perfect beings near the Sun or remote from it, all is but a dream which our inability to enter into the varieties of the planets will step by step destroy, and ultimately reduce us to the conclusion that everywhere, as here, simplicity and variety prevail, but that the limits of our understanding and our point of view afford us no measure by which to estimate their advancement or retrogression. We are not in the center, but in the throng, like other worlds we float with the stream, and have no standard of comparison. If, however, we venture from our station to form a scale ascending to the Sun, the source of light and life in our creation, and descending from it, to our Earth will belong the ambiguous golden lot of mediocrity, which for our consolation at least we may consider as a happy mean. While Mercury revolves around his axis and experiences the vicissitude of day and night in about 6 hours, completes his year in 88 days, and is 6 times as strongly enlightened by the Sun as our Earth, while Jupiter, on the other hand, takes 11 years and 313 days to accomplish his extensive course around the Sun, though his day and night take up less than 10 hours, while old Saturn, to whom the solar light is 100 times weaker, scarcely performs his journey around the Sun in 30 years, yet revolves on his axis in about 7 hours. We middle planets, Mars, Venus, and the Earth, are of a middle nature. Our days vary little from each other, though they are as different from those of the rest as our years are in an opposite proportion. The day of Venus is about 24 hours long, that of Mars not 25. The year of the former consists of 224 days, that of the latter, of 687, though he be 3.5 times less than the Earth, and more than half as far again from the Sun. When we proceed to the rest, the proportions of their magnitudes, revolutions, and distances differ widely from each other. Thus nature has placed us on one of the 3 middle planets, in which, as a mean degree and more moderate proportion with respect to time and space apparently prevail, a middle order of beings may be supposed to dwell. In us the relation of matter to mind is probably proportionate to the length of our days and nights. The celerity of our thoughts is probably as the revolutions of our planet around itself and around the sun to those of other stars, as our senses are evidently adapted to the organization of our Earth. On each side, we may presume, there are the greatest divergences. So long then as we live on this earth, let us reckon only on the mean earthly understanding and still more equivocal human virtues. Could we behold the sun with the eyes of Mercury and fly on his wings, were the slow pace and ample orbit of Saturn or Jupiter given us with the same revolutionary swiftness, or, capable of enduring the utmost extremes of heat and cold, could we ride on the hair of a comet through the wide regions of heaven, we might speak of other minds and powers than those proportioned to the middle course of humankind. But now, being where and what we are, let us remain true to this middle course. It is probably adapted with precision to the term of our existence. It must fire the soul of the most indolent mortal to conceive himself in any way enjoying the riches of creative nature now denied us, to imagine that, probably, after we have attained the summit of the organization of our planet, it may be our lot, it may be the progress of our fate, to traverse others of the stars, or that it may be our ultimate destination to associate with all the perfected creatures of so many and so various kindred worlds. As our thoughts and faculties evidently spring only from our earthly organization, and strive to change and improve themselves until they have attained all the purity and perfection that our creation can impart, if we may presume to reason from analogy, the same must take place in other stars. And who can conceive the glorious harmony, when beings so variously formed all tend to 1.4 and impart to each other their experiences and perceptions? Our understanding is a terrestrial understanding, gradually fashioned by the things around us that make themselves perceptible to our senses. So is it also with the impulses and propensities of our hearts. To another world their external helps and obstacles are in all likelihood unknown. But will their results also be unknown? Certainly not. All the radii tend to the center. The pure understanding must be everywhere understanding, from whatever sensible objects it has been deduced. The energies of the heart will everywhere have the same capacity or virtue on whatever objects they may have been exercised. Thus here, too, probably the greatest variety tends to uniformity, and all-comprehensive nature will have one point in which the noblest exertions of so many beauteous creatures unite and the flowers of all worlds are collected into one garden. Why should not that which is physically united be spiritually and morally united too? Since spirit and morals are also physical and obey, only in a superior sphere, the same laws, all of which ultimately depend on the solar system. If I might be permitted to compare the general constitutions of the several planets in respect to their organization and the lives of their inhabitants with the various colors of a ray of light or the various notes of the gamut, I would say that probably the light of the one sun of truth and goodness strikes differently on each planet. But while one sun illumines them all and they all revolve in one plane of creation, it is to be hoped they will all approach nearer and nearer to perfection, each in his own way, until at length, after various changes, they all unite in one school of the good and beautiful. At present let us be only men, that is, one color, one note, in the harmony of our stars. If the light we enjoy may be compared to a mild green color, let us not consider ourselves as the pure light of the sun and take our understandings and wills for the supports of the universe, for we, with this our earth and everything upon it, evidently form but a small fragment of the great whole. Chapter 3. Our earth has undergone many revolutions before it became what it now is. The truth of this proposition is evident from what appears on the surface of the globe and just beneath it, farther than man has yet penetrated. Water has overflowed it and formed fossil strata, mountains, and valleys. Fire has raged, burnt the shell of the globe, raised up mountains, and thrown out the melted entrails of the earth. Air, enclosed in the earth, has excavated it and assisted the eruption of the powerful element of fire. Winds have exercised their fury on its surface, and a still more powerful cause has changed its zones. Much of this has happened in times when organized and living beings already existed, and indeed in many places more than once, at longer or shorter intervals, as petrified animals and plants almost everywhere, at the greatest heights and at extreme depths, sufficiently prove. Many of these revolutions presume an earth already formed, and may be deemed therefore, with probability, accidental. Others appear essential to the earth and were the original causes of its form. Of neither class of them, between which it is not easy to draw a line, have we yet a complete theory. We have little reason indeed to expect a theory of those which I have termed accidental, for they are as it were of a historical nature and may depend on too many trifling local causes, but of the essential and primitive revolutions of our earth, I could wish the theory might be discovered before I die. I even hope it will, for though the observations made in different parts of the globe are far from being sufficiently accurate and comprehensive, still the principles established and the remarks made by natural philosophers, and the experiments of chemists and mineralogists, seem to me to approach the point where some fortunate vision may unite different sciences, and elucidate one by another. Buffon, with his bold hypotheses, is certainly but the Descartes of this branch of knowledge, whom soon a Kepler or a Newton will outstrip and confute by unsophisticated concordant facts. The new discoveries that have been made respecting heat, light, fire, and their various effects on the composition, resolution, and constituent parts of terrestrial substances, the simple principles to which the electric matter, and in some measure the magnetic, are reduced, appear to me if not near approximations, at least considerable advances which will in time enable some happy genius, by the aid of some connecting idea, to explain our geogony on principles as simple as those to which Kepler and Newton have reduced the solar system. How great a step it would be if many powers of nature, hitherto deemed occult qualities, could thus be referred to physical properties, the subjects of demonstration. Be this as it may, it is still undeniable that here, too, nature pursues her grand course and produces the greatest variety from an infinitely progressive simplicity. Before our air, our water, our earth, could be produced, various reciprocally dissolving and precipitating stamina were necessary. How many solutions and conversions of one into another do the multifarious species of earths, stones, and crystallizations, and of organization in shells, plants, animals, and, lastly, in man, presuppose. As nature still everywhere produces all things from the finest and most minute, and while she reckons not by our estimation of time, imparts the most copious abundance with the strictest regard to economy, this seems, even according to the Mosaic tradition, to have been her course when she laid the first foundations of the creation, or rather of the formation and evolution of creatures. The mass of active powers and elements from which the earth was formed contained, probably, as a chaos, all that was to be and could be on it. At stated periods air, fire, water, the earth, arose from these spiritual and material stamina. Various combinations of water, air, and light, must have taken place before the seeds of the first vegetable organization, of moss perhaps, could have appeared. Many plants must have sprung up and died before organized animals were produced, and among these, insects and birds, aquatic and nocturnal animals, must have preceded the more perfect animals of the land and the day until finally, to crown the organization of our earth, man, the microcosm, arose. He, the son of all the elements and beings, their choicest summary and the flower of the creation, could not but be the last darling child of nature, whose formation and reception various evolutions and changes must have preceded. Still it was natural that he should see many, for as nature never rests from her work, and even less neglects or postpones it in favor of a fondling, the drying up and fashioning of the earth, internal flame, external floods, and all their consequences, must have occurred often, and for a long time after man dwelt on its surface. Even our ancient written traditions speak of such revolutions, and we shall hereafter see the powerful effects these fearful phenomena of old times have had on almost the whole of the human race. Such stupendous commotions are now more rare, as the earth is perfected, or rather grown old, but never can we, or our habitation, be totally exempt from them. Very unlike the conduct of a philosopher was the complaint made by Voltaire at the catastrophe of Lisbon, on account of which he almost blasphemously arraigned the deity himself. Are not we ourselves and all that belong to us, including even our habitation the earth, indebted to the elements? And when these, agreeably to the ever-acting laws of nature, periodically rouse and claim their own, when fire and water, air and wind, which have rendered our earth habitable and fruitful, proceed on their course and destroy it, when the sun, after having long warmed us with paternal care, fostered all living beings and linked them to his cheering visage with golden bands, ultimately attracts into his fiery bosom the superannuated powers of the earth which she can no longer renovate and uphold. What more happens than the eternal laws of wisdom and order require? In a system of changeable things, if there is progress there must be destruction, apparent destruction, that is, or a change of figures and forms. But this never affects the interior of nature, which, exalted above all destruction, continually rises as a phoenix from its ashes, and blooms with youthful vigor. The formation of this our abode, and all the substances it can produce, must have already prepared us for the frailty and mutability of the history of man, and the more closely we inspect it the more clearly do these unfold themselves to our perception. Chapter 4. Our earth is an orb that revolves around its own axis in an oblique direction towards the sun. As a sphere is the most perfect figure, containing the greatest surface with the least mass and including the greatest variety in the most beautiful simplicity, our earth, and all the planets and suns have been projected by the hand of nature as orbicular bodies, simple, yet full, abundant, without waste. The multifarious variety that actually exists on our earth is astonishing, but still more astonishing is the unity that pervades this inconceivable variety. It is a mark of the profound northern barbarity in which we educate our children that we do not from their infancy give them a deep impression of this beauty, this uniformity and variety, of our earth. May my book go a little way toward the display of this grand prospect, which struck me forcibly the moment I began to think for myself, and first launched me on the wide ocean of free inquiry. It will be sacred to me as long as I behold the circumambient heaven above me and this all-including self-encircling earth beneath my feet. It is inconceivable how men could so long see the shadow of their earth in the moon without being deeply sensible that everything on its circumference is will, is change. Who, that had ever seriously considered this figure, would have gone about to have converted a whole world to a verbal faith in philosophy or religion, or to murder men for it with blind but holy zeal? Everything on our earth is the variation of a sphere, no point resembles another, neither hemisphere is like the other, east and west are as opposite as north and south. It shows a narrowness of mind to consider this variation merely with respect to latitude, because perhaps with regard to longitude it is less evident, and to divide the history of man into climates according to an old Ptolemaic system. To the ancients the earth was less known. At present we are better acquainted with it than to take a general view and estimation of it merely by north and south parallels. On the earth all is change, it admits no sections, none of the necessitous divisions of a globe or a chart. While the ball revolves, heads revolve on it as climates, manners, and religions as dispositions and garments. In it there is unspeakable wisdom, not that everything is so multifarious, but that everything on this round ball is so in unison. In this law, to effect many things in one, and to combine the greatest variety with an unconstrained uniformity, consists the height of beauty. Nature has fastened a gentle weight to our feet to give us this uniformity and stability. In the material world it is called gravity, in the immaterial indolence. As everything presses toward a center and nothing can leave this world, for it depends not on our will, even whether we shall live and die on it or not, so nature draws our minds from infancy with strong chains, each to its own, that is, to its earth, for what have we at bottom that is properly our own but this? Everyone loves his country, his manners, his language, his wife, his children, not because they are the best in the world, but because they are absolutely his own, and he loves himself and his own labors in them. Thus men accustom themselves to the most indifferent food, the hardest way of life, the rudest manners of the rudest climate, and find in them pleasure and contentment. Even the birds of passage build their nests in the places where they were born, and the wildest country has often the most attractive ties for the race of men by which it is inhabited. Ask we then, where is the country of man? Where is the central point of the earth? Everywhere, the answer may be, here, where thou standest, be it near the icy pole or directly under the burning sun of the line. Wherever men can live, and they can live almost everywhere, there live men. As the great parent of all could not produce an eternal uniformity on our earth, nothing remained but to create the utmost variety, and form man of proper materials to endure it. Hereafter we shall perceive a beautiful scale according to which, as the organization of a creature is more elaborate, its capacity for supporting various states and adapting itself to each, is increased. Of all these changeable, modifiable, adaptable creatures, man is the most adaptable. The whole earth is made for him, and he for the whole earth. If, then, we would philosophize on the history of our species, let us reject, as far as possible, all narrow modes of thinking, taken from the constitution of one region of the earth, the doctrines of a single school. Let us consider as the purpose of nature, not what man is with us, or what, according to the notions of some dreamer, he ought to be, but what he is on the earth in general, and at the same time in every region in particular, or to what the copious variety of circumstances in the hand of nature can anywhere fashion him. We will not seek for him any favorite form, any favorite region, for wherever he is the Lord and servant of nature, her most beloved child, and at the same time perhaps her most rigidly subjugated slave. Advantages and disadvantages, evils and diseases, as well as new kinds of enjoyment and the fullness of bliss, everywhere await him, and as the die turns up these circumstances and conditions, so is he. By an easy mean, though to us inexplicable, nature has not only promoted this variety of creatures upon the earth, but has fixed and limited its extent. This mean is the obliquity of the earth's axis to the sun's equator, which arises not from the laws of rotatory motion, for Jupiter has it not, his axis standing perpendicular to his orbit, Mars has it but in a small degree, while Venus again has it very acute, and Saturn, with his ring and his moons, lies sidelong to the sun. What an infinite variety of seasons and solar influences is thus occasioned in our system? Here, too, our Earth is a favored child, a middle associate, for the angle in which she is inclined is not yet 24 degrees. Whether this was always so is not for us at present to inquire, suffice it that so it now is. This unnatural, or at least to us inexplicable angle, has become proper to it and has not changed for some thousands of years. 5 Thus it seems necessary for what the earth, and the human species upon it, must now be. For this obliquity of the ecliptic constitutes changeable zones which render the whole earth habitable from the pole to the equator, and from the equator to the pole. The earth must have a regular inclination, so that regions which would otherwise lie in Cimmerian cold and darkness may behold the beams of the sun and be fitted for organization. As the history of the earth from the remotest times informs us that the difference of the zones has had considerable influence on all the revolutions of the human mind and its operations, for neither from the torrid nor the frigid zones have those effects ever been produced to which the temperate zones have given birth, we see with what fine traits the finger of omnipotence has described and encircled all the changes and shades on the globe. Had the earth's inclination to the sun differed but a little from what it is, everything on it would have been different. Thus here, too, suitable variety is the law of the plastic art of the Creator of the world. It was not sufficient for him that the earth was divided into light and shade, and human life into day and night, the year of our existence also was to vary, and only a few days were left for us in its autumn and winter. Hence were determined the length or shortness of human life, the measure of our faculties, the revolutions of our different ages, the changes of our occupations, phenomena, and thoughts, the nullity or duration of our resolves and acts, for all these, we shall find, are ultimately connected with the simple law of the vicissitude of days and seasons. If man lived longer, if the powers, the end, the enjoyment of his life were less changeable and diffused, if nature didn't urge him so periodically with all the phenomena of the seasons, then man's empire on the earth would not be so extensive, and still less would the complicated scenes that history now displays be produced, but in a more circumscribed habitation our vital powers would probably operate more intimately, energetically, and firmly. At present the words of the preacher are the symbol of our earth. There is a time for all things, winter and summer, spring and fall, youth and age, labor and rest. Under our oblique sun every action of man resembles the revolutions of the seasons. Chapter 5. Our earth is enveloped with an atmosphere and is in conflict with several of the celestial bodies. We are of such a complicated structure. A summary of almost every species of organization on the earth, the primitive constituent parts of which were all probably precipitated from the ether and passed from the invisible to the visible world, that we are incapable of breathing pure air. When our earth first began, the air, in all likelihood, was the magazine that contained the powers and materials which formed it. And is it not so still? How many things heretofore unknown have been discovered of late years, all of which act through the medium of the air. The electric matter and the magnetic fluid, phlogiston, and the acidifying principle, cold engendering salts and, perhaps, the particles of light which the sun may serve only to set in motion, all these are powerful instruments of nature's operations on the earth, and how many more yet remain to be discovered. The air fecundates and dissolves, it absorbs, ferments, and precipitates. Thus it seems to be the mother of terrestrial creatures as well as of the earth itself, the general vehicle of things, which it receives into its bosom, and again looses from its embrace. It need not be demonstrated that the influence of the atmosphere cooperates in the most spiritual determinations of all the creatures upon earth. With the sun it shares the government of this globe, which it formerly created. What a universal difference would have taken place had our air possessed a different degree of elasticity and gravity, of purity and density, had it precipitated another water, another earth, and had it otherwise influenced the organization of bodies. Undoubtedly this is the case with other planets, formed in other regions of the air, and thence all the notions we can form of their substances and phenomena from those of our earth must be altogether uncertain. Prometheus was creator here. He formed bodies from soft precipitated clay and drew from above as many sparks of light and intellectual powers as were attainable at this distance from the sun, and in a mass of this particular specific gravity. The difference between men, too, as well as between all the other productions of the terrestrial globe, must be regulated by the specific difference of the medium in which, as in the organ of the deity, we live. This respects not merely the division of the zones according to heat and cold, or merely the lightness or weight of the atmosphere that presses on us, but infinitely more the various active immaterial powers that operate in it, nay, probably constitute all its qualities and phenomena. How the electric and magnetic streams flow around our earth, what vapors and exhalations ascend in this place or in that, whither they tend, into what they are converted, what organizations they produce, how long they sustain them, and how they dissolve them, all evidently affect the constitution and history of every race of men, for man, like everything else, is a nursling of the air, and in the whole circle of his existence is the brother of all the organized beings upon earth. It seems to me we should approach a new world of knowledge, if the observations which Boyle, Boerhaave, Hales, Gravesanda, Franklin, Priestley, Black, Crawford, Wilson, Accard, and others, have made on heat and cold, on electricity, and on the different species of air, with other chemical principles, and if their influence in the mineral and vegetable kingdoms and on men and animals were collected into one natural system. If in time these observations should become as multifarious and general as the increasing knowledge of various regions and productions of the earth would allow, until the growing study of nature should establish as it were a universally diffused free academy which should observe with divided attention, but with one regard to truth, certainty, utility, and beauty, the influence of these principles in this place and that, on one subject and another, we should ultimately obtain a geographical aerology and see this great hothouse of nature operating 1,000 changes by the same fundamental laws. Thence would the formation of man, in body and in mind, be explained to us, and we should be enabled to finish the picture of which we have at present but a few, though clear, outlines. But the earth is not alone in the universe, other celestial beings, therefore, operate on its atmosphere, on this great repository of active powers. That globe of eternal fire, the sun, governs it with his beams. The moon, that ponderous gravitative body that probably hangs even within its atmosphere, presses on it at one time with her cold and dark surface, at another with her face warmed by the sun. Now she is before, then behind it, at one time she is nearer the sun, at another farther off. Other celestial bodies approach the earth, press on its orbit, and modify its powers. The whole system of the heavens is a strife of similar or dissimilar orbs, propelled with great force toward each other, and nothing but the one great idea of omnipotence alone could balance these propelling powers and uphold them in the conflict. Here, too, in the wide labyrinth of contending powers, has the human understanding found a clue, and almost performed miracles, guided principally by the irregular moon, propelled by two opposite forces and fortunately placed so near us. Were all these observations and their results once to be applied to our aerial orb, as they have already been to the ebb and flow of our ocean, were the industry of many years to proceed in various places of the earth assisted by delicate instruments, part of which are already invented, to reduce to order and connect in one whole the revolutions of this celestial sea according to time and place, I am of opinion that astrology would appear anew among our sciences in the most respectable and useful form, and what Toldo began, what de Luc, Lambert, Meyer, Beckmann, and others, have promoted by the establishment of principles or collateral helps, probably Agaterer would complete and assuredly with a comprehensive view of geography and the history of man. Be this as it may, we are and we grow, we wander and toil, under or in a sea of celestial powers, part of which we have observed and of part of which we have formed conjectures. Since air and weather have so much power over us, and the whole earth, in all likelihood it was here an electrical spark that shot more pure into this human being, there a portion of inflammable matter, more forcibly compressed into that, here a mass of mere coldness and serenity, there a soft, mollifying, diffusive essence that determined and produced the greatest epochs and revolutions of humankind. The omnipresent eye under which this clay also is fashioned, according to eternal laws, can alone point out to every elementary atom, every emitted spark, every ethereal ray, in this world of physical powers, its place, its time, and its sphere of action, to mix and qualify it with opposite powers. Chapter 6. The planet we inhabit is an earth of mountains rising above the surface of the waters. This is confirmed by a simple inspection of a map of the world, which exhibits chains of mountains not merely traversing the dry land, but evidently appearing to constitute the skeleton on which the land was formed. In America the mountains run along the western coast through the isthmus. They proceed obliquely, as does the land, and where they penetrate more interiorly the land grows wider, until they are lost in the unknown regions of New Mexico. It is likely that here they not only proceed higher up to Mount Elias, but are also laterally connected with others, particularly the Blue Mountains, as in South America, where the land is broader and the mountains run northward and eastward. Thus America, even according to its figure, is a strip of earth appended to its mountains and is formed more level or more deep according to their declivity. The other 3/4 of the globe present a more complicated aspect as their great outline forms in fact but one whole, yet it requires no great exertion to perceive that the protuberant spine of Asia is the stem of the mountains that spread over that quarter of the globe, over Europe, and probably over Africa, or at least its superior part. Atlas is but a continuation of the Asiatic mountains, acquiring a greater height in the middle of the country, and in all likelihood connecting itself with the mountains of the moon by means of the chains of mountains near the Nile. Whether these mountains of the moon are sufficiently high and broad to be deemed actually one of the spines of the earth the future must determine. The extent of the country, and some imperfect accounts, give room for such a conjecture, but the proportionate paucity and smallness of those rivers of this quarter of the globe with which we are acquainted prevent us from determining them to be a true girdle of the earth, as are the Urals of Asia, or the Cordilleras of America. but it is enough for our purpose that in these regions also the land is evidently fashioned by the mountains. It is everywhere extended parallel to these, and wherever the mountains spread and branch out there also spreads the land. This remark is equally valid in the promontory, the island, and the peninsula. The land stretches out its arms and limbs, wherever the skeleton of mountains is stretched out, and is therefore only a diversified mass, formed on this skeleton in various ranges and layers, that ultimately became habitable. Thus the production of the first mountains determined how the earth should exist as dry land. They seem as it were the ancient nuclei or buttresses of the earth, on which the air and water only deposited their burdens, until at length a place for vegetable organization was laid down and spread out. These most ancient chains of mountains are not capable of being explained by the rotation of the globe. They are not in the region of the equator where the orbicular motion is most powerful, or even parallel to it. Indeed, the American chain passes directly across the equator. From these mathematical circles, therefore, we can seek no light, particularly since the loftiest mountains and chains of mountains, compared with the moving mass of the globe, are reduced to an insignificant nothing. I deem it, therefore, not fit to substitute an analogy with the equator and meridians in the names of chains of mountains, since there is no true connection between them, and it may tend to introduce erroneous ideas. It is from their original form, generation, and extension, from their height and breadth, in short from a physical law of nature, that their formation, and with it the formation of the firm land, is to be explained. But whether such a physical law of nature is discoverable, whether they are as rays from one center, as branches from one stem, or as angular horseshoes, and what rule of formation they had when they protuberated as bare mountains as the skeleton of the earth, are important questions that remain to be solved, and of which I much wish to see a satisfactory solution. I speak not here of hills formed by alluvion, but of the first fundamental and primitive mountains of the earth. Suffice it that the land stretched itself out, just as the mountains arose. Asia was first habitable as it possessed the highest and broadest chains of mountains, and on the ridge a plain which the sea never reached. Here too, in all likelihood, was, in some happy valley at the foot of the embosoming mountains, the first select habitation of man. Thence his progeny extended southwards in the pleasant and fertile plains that bordered the streams, while northwards harder races were formed who roved between the rivers and mountains, and in course of time spread themselves westward even as far as Europe. Troop followed troop, one people pressed forward another, until at length they arrived at a sea, our Baltic, over which part crossed, while another part turned off and occupied the south of Europe. But other colonies, other troops of people, proceeding from Asia southwards, had already settled themselves here, and hence, by different and sometimes opposite streams of men, this corner of the earth was peopled as thickly as we now see it. At length more than one people, being hardly pressed, retired into the mountains, and relinquished the plains and open country to their conquerors. Hence, almost throughout the whole world we meet with the most ancient remains of nations and languages, either on mountains or in the nooks and corners of the land. There is scarce an island, scarce a country, where the plains are not occupied by a foreign people of more recent date, while the more ancient and uncultivated nation has concealed itself among the hills. From these hills, on which they have retained their ruder way of life, they have often, in later times, effected revolutions involving the inhabitants of the plains to a greater or lesser extent. India, Persia, China, and even the western countries of Asia, nay, Europe itself, protected as it has been by its arts and the division of its lands, have more than once felt the scourge of overwhelming armies descending from the mountains, and what has happened on the great stage of the world has been no less frequent in smaller circles. The Marathas in the south of Asia, the wild mountaineers in many different islands, and here and there in Europe the remains of the ancient brave inhabitants of the hilly countries, have made various incursions on the plains, and when they could not be conquerors, have become robbers. In short, the great mountainous ridges of the earth seem, as they were the first habitation of the human race, to be the grand repositories of the instruments of its revolutions and conservation. As they distribute water to the earth, so also they distribute people, as from them fountains arise, so springs from them the spirit of bravery and freedom when the gentler plains are sunk beneath the yoke of laws, arts, and vices. The heights of Asia are even now the rendezvous of people for the most part uncultivated, and who can tell what parts they are placed there to overwhelm and renovate in future ages. Of Africa we know too little to form a judgment of the pressure and propulsion of its people. The higher countries, as appears from the races that inhabit them, were certainly peopled from Asia, and Egypt probably obtained its cultivation from the same quarter, not from the higher ridges of its own firm land. It has been overrun, however, by the Ethiopians, and on many of its coasts, beyond which we know nothing of the country, we hear of eruptions of the savage people of the mountainous parts. The Gagos or Jags are famous as cannibals in the strictest sense of the word, and the Kafirs and the people beyond Monomotapa, are said not to be inferior to them in barbarity. Indeed, here, similarly to what we observe everywhere else, the primitive savage races appear to inhabit the mountains of the moon, which occupy the widest space of the interior country. However old or recent the population of America may be, Peru, the most cultivated state of this quarter of the globe, is seated directly at the feet of the highest of the Cordilleras, but only at their feet, in the pleasant and temperate vale of Quito. The wild nations stretch along the mountains of Chile to Patagonia. The other chains of mountains and the interior part of the country in general are little known to us, yet enough to confirm the position that upon and amidst the mountains ancient manners, original barbarism and freedom dwell. Most of these people are yet unconquered by the Spaniards, who are themselves forced to give them the appellation of Los Bravos. The cold regions of North America as well as of Asia are to be considered as a wide range of mountains, both with respect to climate and the manners of their inhabitants. Thus nature stretched the rough but firm outline of the history of man and its revolutions with the lines of mountains she drew and the streams she let flow from them. How people here and there broke out and discovered farther land, how they stretched along the streams and erected huts, villages, and towns, in fruitful places, how they entrenched themselves as it were between mountains and deserts, a river, perhaps, in the midst, and called the spot, separated by nature and their occupancy, now their own. How hence, according to the circumstances of the place, various modes of life and ultimately kingdoms rose until at length men reached the coast, and from the generally unfruitful shore invaded the sea and learned to procure from it their food, belongs as properly to the natural progress of the history of man as to the physical history of the earth. One height produced nations of hunters, thus cherishing and rendering necessary a savage state; another, more extended and mild, afforded a field to the shepherd and associated with him inoffensive animals; a third made agriculture easy and necessary, while a fourth led to fishing, to navigation, and at length to trade. The structure of our earth, in its natural variety and diversity, rendered all these distinguishing periods and states of man unavoidable. Thus in many parts of the earth manners and customs have remained unchanged some thousands of years, while in others they have altered, commonly from external causes, yet always according to the land from which the alteration came, and to that in which it happened, and on which it operated. Seas, mountains, and rivers, are the most natural boundaries of nations, manners, languages, and kingdoms, as well as of the land, and even in the greatest revolutions of human affairs they have been the directing lines or limits of the history of the world. Had the mountains risen, had the rivers flowed, or had the coast trended otherwise, how very differently would mankind have been scattered over this tilting place of nature. I shall say but few words respecting the shores of the sea. They form a stage as ample as the aspect of the firm land is great and diversified. What rendered Asia so uniform in manners and prejudices and peculiarly the first school of nations and the place where they were formed? First, and chiefly, its being such a great extent of firm land in which people not only spread themselves with ease, but remain long, and still connected with each other, whether they will or not. North and South Asia are separated by great mountains, but no sea divides their ample space. The Caspian alone remains at the foot of Caucasus, a remnant of the primitive ocean. Here tradition easily found its way, and might be strengthened by new traditions from the same or other regions. Here everything struck a deep root: religion, filial reverence, despotism. The nearer we are to Asia, the more are these, as ancient, eternal habits, at home, and notwithstanding the variations between different countries, they are spread over the whole of the south of Asia. The north, which is separated from this by lofty mountains as by a wall, has formed its many nations differently, yet in spite of all the varieties between the several people, a like degree of uniformity pervades the whole. Tartary, the most immense region of the earth, swarms with nations of different pedigree, all of whom are nearly at the same degree of cultivation, for no sea separates them, they all wallow on one great north inclining plain. On the other hand, what a difference is produced by the Red Sea, small as it is. The Abyssinians are an Arabian race, the Egyptians an Asiatic people, yet quite another world of manners and customs appears among them. The like is displayed in the lowermost corner of Asia. What a difference does the narrow Gulf of Basra make between the Persians and Arabs! How distinct are the Malays from the people of Cambodia, from whom they are separated by the little Gulf of Siam! The manners of the inhabitants of Africa evidently differ little, for they are separated by no sea or gulf, and probably by deserts alone. Hence, too, foreign nations have been able to make less impression on it, and to us, who have wormed ourselves into almost every hole, this vast quarter of the globe is little better than unknown, merely because it is nowhere deeply indented by the sea, and spreads itself as an inaccessible gold country in one broad patch. America is probably so full of little nations because it is so broken and intersected north and south with rivers, lakes, and mountains. From its situation, also, it is externally of all lands the most accessible, since it consists of two peninsulas, connected only by a narrow isthmus, where a deep bay forms an archipelago of islands. Thus it is all coast as it were, and hence the possession of almost all the maritime powers of Europe, and in war the apple of contention. This situation was favorable for us European plunderers, for its internal divisions were unfavorable for the improvement of its ancient inhabitants. They dwelt too much separated from one another by lakes and rivers, abrupt heights and precipices, for the culture of one region, or the old word of the tradition of their fathers, to establish and extend itself as in the widespread Asia. Why is Europe distinguished by the variety of its nations, its multifarious manners and arts, but still more by the influence it has had on all parts of the world? I know well there is a combination of causes that we cannot here trace separately, but physically it is incontestable that its intersected, multiform land has been one occasional and contributive cause. As the people of Asia migrated hither by various ways and at various times, what bays and gulfs, what numerous rivers flowing in different courses, and what alterations of little rows of mountains, found they not here? They might be together yet separate, act upon one another and again live in peace. Thus this small multifarious part of the world was in miniature the marketplace, the throng, of all the people upon earth. The Mediterranean alone has so much influenced the character of all Europe that we may almost call it the medium and propagator of all the cultivation of antiquity and the Middle Age. The Baltic comes greatly behind it, as it lies far more to the north, between ruder nations and less fruitful lands, as a bylane of the market of the earth, yet it is the eye of all the north of Europe. But for it, most of the adjacent lands would be barbarous, cold, and uninhabitable. The like effect has the gap between Spain and France, the channel between France and England, the figures of Britain, Italy, and ancient Greece. Change the outlines of these countries, here take away a strait, there block up a channel, the formation and devastation of the world, the fate of whole regions and people, would proceed for centuries in a different course. Secondly, if it be asked why, beside our 4 quarters of the globe, there is not a fifth in that vast ocean in which one had long been confidently presumed to exist, the answer is pretty well determined by this: in that deep sea there is no primitive mountain high enough to create an extensive firm land. The Asiatic mountains terminate in Ceylon with Adam's Peak, and in Sumatra and Borneo with the ridges from Malacca and Siam, as do the African at the Cape of Good Hope, and the American in Tierra del Fuego. Thence the granite, the fundamental pillar of the firm land, declines into the deep and never more appears above the surface of the sea in high ridges. Throughout the great extent of New Holland there is not a single chain of mountains of the first order. The Philippines, the Moluccas, and the rest of the scattered islands, are all of the volcanic kind only, and many of them still have volcanoes. The sulfurous parietes may here have performed their part and contributed to the formation of the spice gardens of the world, which its subterranean heat probably continues to render nature's hothouse. The coral insects also do what they can six and produce, perhaps in some thousands of years, the little isles that appear as points in the ocean, but the powers of this southern region extend no farther. Nature has designed this vast space for a great abyss of water, which was essentially requisite to the habitable land. If once the physical law of the formation of the primitive mountains of our earth were discovered, and with it that of the form of our land, we should perceive the reason why the South Pole could have no such mountains, and consequently no fifth quarter of the globe. Even were there one, must it not, from the present constitution of our atmosphere, remain uninhabitable, and be, like the Sandwich Islands and shoals of ice, the hereditary domain of seals and penguins? Thirdly, since we are here contemplating the earth as a theater of the history of man, it is evidently far better, from what has been said, that the Creator should have established some yet undiscovered law for the formation of mountains than to have made it dependent on the rotatory motion of the earth. Had the equator and the greater velocity of the earth underneath it, given occasion to the origin of mountains, the firm land would have stretched along it in its extremest breadth, and occupied the torrid zone, which the sea now in great measure cools. This too would have been the central point of the human species, directly in the region most debilitating both to the mental and corporeal faculties, if indeed the present constitution of things in general on the earth could have found place. Beneath the intense heat of the sun, the most violent explosions of electric matter, the winds, and all the jarring vicissitudes of weather, would have driven men from the place of their birth and education and compelled them to retire towards the cold southern zone, close bordering on the fervid region of the earth, or towards the gelid north. But the Father of the world chose a more favorable spot for our origin. He placed the chief trunk of the mountains of the Old World in the temperate zone, and the most cultivated nations dwell at its foot. Here he gave mankind a milder climate, and with it a gentler nature and a more variegated place of education. Thence he let them wander by degrees, strengthened and well instructed, into hotter and colder regions. There the primitive races could at first live in peace, then gradually draw off along the mountains and rivers and become inured to ruder climates. Each cultivated its little circle, and enjoyed it, as if it had been the universe. Neither fortune nor misfortune spread itself so irresistibly wide, as if a probably higher chain of mountains under the equator had commanded the whole northern and southern world. Thus the Creator of the world has ever ordained things better than we could have directed, and the irregular form of our earth has effected an end that greater regularity could never have accomplished. Chapter 7. The direction of the mountains renders our two hemispheres a theater of the most singular variety and change. Here also I continue to pursue the aspect of the general map of the world. In Asia the mountains stretch along the greatest breadth of the land, and their route is nearly in its middle. Who would suppose that in the opposite hemisphere they would stretch just in a contrary direction through the greatest length? Yet so it is. This alone renders the two divisions of the world totally different. The high land of Siberia, not only exposed to the cold north and northeast winds, but also cut off from the warming south by the primitive mountains covered with eternal snow, must be as piercingly cold, even in many of its southern parts, particularly when the saline nature of its soil in several places is considered, as we know it is from description, except where other rows of these mountains could shelter it from the sharper winds and form more temperate vales. But what beautiful regions extend themselves immediately beneath these mountains in the midst of Asia! These walls protect them from the benumbing winds of the north, and leave them only the cooling breeze. On this account nature changed the course of the mountains to the south, and let them run longitudinally through both the peninsulas of Hindustan, Malacca, Ceylon, etc. By giving the two sides of this country opposite season and regular alternations, she rendered them the finest districts on the earth. With the chains of mountains in the interior part of Africa we are little acquainted, yet we know that they intersect this quarter of the globe also both in its length and in its breadth, and probably contribute much to cool its middle. In America again, what difference? Northward the cold north and northwest winds blow a long way down the land, their course unbroken by a single mountain. They come from the wide regions of ice which have hitherto opposed every attempt to traverse them, and which may with propriety be termed the still unknown ice nook of the world. Thence they stretch over extensive tracts of frozen land, until the climate begins to grow temperate under the blue mountains, still however with such sudden transitions from cold to heat, and from heat to cold, as in no other country, probably because throughout the whole of this northern peninsula there is no firm connected wall of mountains to fend off winds and storms, and limit their dominion. In South America, on the other hand, the winds blow from the ice of the South Pole and find, instead of a screen to break their force, a chain of mountains to guide them from south to north. The inhabitants of the middle regions, pleasant as they naturally are, must often sink into lassitude from the heat and wet produced by the two opposing powers, if the gentle breeze from the mountains or the sea did not cool and refresh the land. If now we contemplate the steep elevation of the land and its uniform mountainous ridge, the difference between the two hemispheres will be still more striking and perspicuous. The Cordilleras are the loftiest mountains in the world, the Alps of Switzerland are little more than half their height. At their feet the Sierras, themselves high mountains compared with the surface of the sea or the deep abyss of the Vale 7, extend in long rows. Merely to traverse them occasions symptoms of nausea and sudden prostration of strength in men and beasts, unknown in the highest mountains of the Old World. At the feet of these the country properly begins, and this in most places how level, how abruptly parting from the mountains. At the eastern foot of the Cordilleras extends the great plain of the river of Amazons, single in its kind, as the Peruvian chains of mountains, which likewise remain unfollowed. That river, which at length increases to a sea, has not an inclination of 2/5 of an inch in the course of 1,000 feet, and a man may travel over a space equal to the greatest breadth of Germany without being advanced a single foot above the level of the sea. 8 The mountains of Maldonado, on the River of Plate, are of no importance compared with the Cordilleras, so that the whole eastern part of South America is to be considered as a vast plain which for thousands of years must have been exposed to inundations, morasses, and all the inconveniencies of the lowest lands, and is still in some measure liable to them. Here, too, the giant and the dwarf stand side by side, the wildest heights with the profoundest depths of which any country on earth is capable. In the southern part of North America it is precisely the same. Louisiana is as low as the sea that leads to it, and this low flat extends far into the country. The Great Lakes, the stupendous cataracts, the piercing cold of Canada and other places, evince that the northern regions must be high, and that here also extremes meet, though in an inferior degree. What effects all these circumstances have on plants, animals, and men, the sequel will show. On our hemisphere, where she intended to prepare the first abode of men and animals, nature went otherwise to work. She extended the mountains one after another in length and breadth, and spread them out into various branches so that all the 3/4 of the globe might be connected, and, notwithstanding the difference between regions and countries, the transition from one to another might be gentle. No region here could remain inundated for ages. Here those swarms of insects, amphibia, reptiles, and the rest of the spawn of the waters that peopled America were incapable of being formed. The waste of Gobi alone excepted, for of the mountains of the moon we yet know nothing. No such wide expanded desert heights penetrate the clouds to produce and nourish monsters in their caverns. Here, from a drier, milder compounded region, the electric sun could elicit finer aromatics, more lenient food, and a more perfect organization both in man and in all other animals. It would be highly gratifying if we had a map of mountains or a mountain atlas in which these pillars of the earth were laid down and depicted with every circumstance that the history of man requires. The direction and altitude of the mountains of many regions are pretty accurately determined, the elevation of the land above the level of the sea, the state of the ground on the surface, the flow of the rivers, the directions of the winds, the variation of the compass, and the degrees of heat and cold, have been observed in others, and some of these have already been noted on particular charts. If several of these remarks, now lying dispersed in books of travels and other publications, were carefully collected and transferred to a map, what a beautiful and instructive physical geography of the earth would the inquirer into the history and natural philosophy of man have before him at one view, the most precious supplement to the valuable works of Vernius, Loloff, and Bergman. But here we are yet only at the threshold. The rich harvest of information gathered in particular places by Ferber, Pallas, Saussure, Solavy, and others, will at some future period probably be reduced to certainty and form through the means of the Peruvian mountains, perhaps the most interesting tract in the world in regard to the higher branches of natural history. Book 2. Chapter 1. Our Earth is a grand manufactory for the organization of very different beings, however chaotic and fragmentary. Everything within the bowels of the earth appears to us from our inability to contemplate the original construction of the whole, yet we perceive, even in what we suppose the smallest and most unfinished things, a truly fixed being, a form, and fashion, dependent on eternal laws which no will of man can alter. These laws and forms we observe, but their intrinsic powers we know not, and what we express by certain general terms like cohesion, extension, affinity, and gravitation, for instance, convey to us ideas of extrinsic relations only, without carrying us one step nearer the internal essence of things. But what every kind of earth and stone possesses is certainly a general law of all the creatures of our earth. Conformation, determinate, figure, distinct, existence. From no being can these be taken, since on these all its properties and operations depend. The immeasurable chain descends from the Creator down to the germ of a grain of sand, for even this has its determinate figure, in which it often approaches the most beautiful crystallizations. The most complicated beings also follow the same law in their parts, but while so many different powers operate in them, ultimately to compose a whole so that with the most various component parts a general unity may prevail, transitions, intermixtures, and numerous diverging forms must occur. As soon as granite, the nucleus of our earth, existed, there was also light, which in the thick vapors of our chaos acted perhaps as fire. There was a more dense and powerful air than that we now enjoy, a more compound and ponderous water to operate upon it. Penetrating acid dissolved it and transformed it into stones of other kinds. Perhaps the immense sands of our earth are but the ashes of this molded substance. The inflammable matter of the air probably converted silica into calcareous earth, and in this the first living creatures of the sea, shellfish, were formed, for throughout all nature the materials appear before the organized animated structure. A still more powerful and pure action of fire and of cold was requisite to crystallization, which inclines not to the shelly form, exhibited by silica in its fractures, but to geometrical angles. These, too, vary according to the component parts of each individual, until they approach the semi-metals, metals, and ultimately the germs of plants. Chemistry, so zealously pursued of late years, opens to the philosopher a second abundant creation in the subterraneous realms of nature, and these perhaps contain not merely the materials, but the fundamental principles, and the key of everything formed above the earth. Everywhere we perceive that nature must destroy since she reconstructs, that she must separate since she recombines. From simple laws, as from ruder forms, she proceeds to the more complex, artful, and delicate, and had we a sense enabling us to perceive the primitive forms and first germs of things, perhaps we could discover in the smallest point the progress of all creation. Considerations of this kind, however, are not to our present purpose. Let us contemplate therefore singly the combination which adapted our earth to the organization of our plants, and also of animals and man. Had other metals been distributed over it, as iron now is, which we meet with everywhere, even in water, earths, plants, animals, and men, and had petroleum or sulfur been spread over the surface of the globe in such quantity as we now perceive sand, clay, and fertile mold, how different must have been the creatures that dwelt on it. Creatures in which a more acrimonious temperament would have prevailed. Instead of this, the Father of the world has made the constituent parts of the vegetables, that afford us nutriment, of milder salts and oils. From the loose sand, tenacious clay, and mostly peat, these are gradually prepared, nay, the rugged iron ore and hard rock must gradually adapt themselves to these, mouldering in length of time, and making room for unsucculent trees, or at least for sapless moss, iron being not only the wholesomest of metals, but the most easily convertible to the purposes of vegetation and nutriment. Air and dew, rain and snow, water and wind, naturally manure the earth, the alkaline calx mixed with it artificially promote its fertility, and to these the death of plants and animals chiefly contributes. Salutary parent! How economical and restorative thy round! All death is new life, putrescent corruption itself prepares health and fresh powers. It is an old complaint that man, instead of cultivating the surface of the earth, has dived into its bowels and, to the destruction of his health and peace, has sought there, amid pestiferous vapors, the metals that subserve his pride and vanity, his avarice and ambition. That much of this is true, the effects these have produced on the face of the earth sufficiently prove, as do still more the pallid apparitions that, like incarcerated mummies, dig in these realms of Pluto. Why is the air in these so different that, while it nourishes metals, it is deadly to animals and man? Why did not the Creator pave the earth with gold and jewels, instead of making it a law to all its creatures, dead or living, to enrich themselves from fertile mold? Undoubtedly because we cannot eat gold, and because the smallest edible plant is not only more useful to us, but more perfectly organized and nobler in its kind than the most costly gem, whether we call it amethyst or sapphire, emerald or diamond. Yet let us not carry this point too far. Among the various periods of human nature, which its Creator foresaw, and which, from the structure of our earth, He appears to have promoted, are included those states in which man should learn to dig into its bowels, and fly over its surface. Thus the Creator placed various metals in their pure state almost before man's eyes. Thus the rivers were destined to wash the soil from the earth and show him its treasures. Even the most savage nations have discovered the utility of copper and the use of iron which, with its magnetic power, seems to govern the whole globe, and has almost alone exalted our species from one step of cultivation to another. If man is to make the best use of his habitation he must learn to know it, and his governor has appointed him sufficiently narrow limits in which to investigate, dispose, fashion, and alter it. Still, it is true that we are principally destined to creep as worms on the surface of our earth, on it to improve ourselves, and spend our short lives. However great man may be deemed, we perceive his littleness in the domains of nature from the thin stratum of fruitful mold, which alone is properly his territory. A few feet deeper he digs up things on which nothing grows, and that require years and age to produce only meager grass. Still deeper, he often finds, again where he did not seek it, his fruitful soil, once the surface of the earth, but which changing nature spared not in her progressive periods. Mussels and snails lie on mountains, aquatic and land animals are found petrified in stones and fossil wood, and impressions of flowers are often discovered near 1500 feet deep. Poor mortal! Thou wanderest not on the surface of thy earth, but on a covering of thy house which must have experienced many deluges ere it could become what it is. There grow for thee a little grass, a few trees, the parent of which has surrounded thee likewise with casualties, and on which thou livest the worm of a day. Chapter 2. The vegetable kingdom of our earth considered with respect to the history of man. The vegetable kingdom has a higher species of organization than any mineral production, and so ample an extent that while on the one hand it loses itself in this, on the other it approaches the animal kingdom. Plants have a sort of life and succession of ages, they have sexes and generative powers, they are born and die. The surface of the earth was adapted to them before it was fit for man or animals. Everywhere they pressed before these, and in the shape of grass, of moss, or of mucor, covered the bare rock, yet untrodden by the foot of any living creature. Wherever a single grain of light could receive a seed and a ray of the sun warm it, a plant sprung up to die a prolific death, as its dust would constitute a better matrix for other plants. Thus were the rocks covered with herbs and flowers, and thus in time morasses became wilds of plants and shrubs. The putrefaction of the native vegetable creation is nature's incessantly operating hotbed of organization, and the further culture of the earth. It is obvious that human life, as far as it is vegetation, has the fate of plants. As these, so man and animals are produced from seed which, too, like the germ of a future tree, requires a matrix. Plant-like, its first form is developed in the womb, and out of it, does not the structure of our fibers, in their first buds and powers, nearly resemble that of the fibers of the sensitive plant? Our ages, too, are the ages of a plant. We spring up, grow, bloom, wither, and die. We are called forth without our consent. No one is asked of what sex he will be, from what parents he will descend, on what spot he will be born, to poverty or wealth, or by what internal or external cause he will at last be brought to his end. In all these man must obey superior laws over which he has as little power as a plant, nay, which his strongest propensities follow almost against his will. As long as man is growing and the sap rises in him, how spacious and pleasant the world seems to him. He stretches out his branches and fancies his head will reach the heavens. Thus nature entices him forward in life until with eager powers and unwearied exertion he has acquired all the capacity she wished to call forth in him on that field, or in that garden in which he had been planted by her hand. After he has accomplished her purpose she gradually abandons him. In the bloom of spring and of our youth, with what riches does nature everywhere abound! Man believes this world of flowers will produce the seeds of a new creation, yet a few months and how changed the scene! Almost all the flowers are gone and a few unripe fruits succeed. The tree labors to bring these to maturity, and immediately the leaves fade. He sheds his withered locks on the beloved children that have left him, leafless he stands, the storm robs him of his dried branches until at length he falls to the ground and resigns the little phlogiston he contains to the soul of nature. Is it otherwise with man considered as a plant? What vast hopes, prospects, and motives of action vividly or obscurely fill his youthful mind! In everything he confides, and while he confides he succeeds, for success is the spouse of youth. In a few years all around him is changed, merely because he is no longer the same. Least of all has he performed what he willed, and happy is it for him if he is not now desirous to perform what it is no longer time to execute, but suffers himself to grow old in peace. In the eye of a superior being, man's actions upon earth may appear just as important, certainly at least as determinate and circumscribed, as the actions and enterprises of a tree. He develops all he can develop, and makes himself master of all that it is in his power to possess. He puts forth buds and germs, produces fruits, and sows young trees, but never quits he the place which nature has appointed him to occupy, never can he acquire a single power which nature has not planted in him. It is particularly humiliating in my opinion, to man, that in the sweet impulse he terms love, in which he places so much spontaneity, he obeys the laws of nature almost as blindly as a plant. Even the thistle, man observes, is beautiful when in flower, and we know that in plants the time of flowering is the season of love. The calyx is the bed, the corolla the curtain, while the other parts of the flower are the organs of generation, which in these innocent beings nature has exposed to view and adorned with all splendor. The flower cup of love she has made like the bridal bed of Solomon, and a cup of pleasure even for other creatures. Why did she do all this? And why did she interweave also in the band of human love the most pleasing charms that graced her own girdle? That her great end might be accomplished, not the little purpose of the sensual creature alone, which she so elegantly adorned, this end is the propagation, the continuance of the species. Nature employs germs, She employs an infinite number of germs, because in her grand progress she promotes 1,000 ends at once. She must also calculate upon some loss, as everything is crowded and nothing finds room completely to develop itself. But that, amid this apparent prodigality, the essential and the first fresh powers of life, with which she must necessarily prevent all accidents in the course of being so thronged, might never fail. She made the season of youth the season of love and kindled her torch with the most subtle and active fire between earth and heaven. Unknown inclinations awake, of which childhood was wholly insensible. The eye of the youth becomes animated, his voice changes, the cheek of the maiden glows, two creatures sigh for each other, and know not for what they sigh, they languish to become one, which dividing nature has denied, and swim on a sea of deception. Sweetly deceived creatures, enjoy your moments, yet know you accomplish not your own little dreams, but, pleasingly compelled, the grand purpose of nature. In the first pair of a species she would plant all, generation upon generation, she chose therefore the sprouting germs from the most spirited moments of life, those of mutual delight, and while stealing from a living being something of his existence, she would at least steal it from him in the gentlest manner. As soon as she has secured the species she allows the individual to gradually decay. Scarcely is the season of love over when the stag loses his proud antlers, the bird its song and much of its beauty, the fish its delicate flavor, and the plant its most beautiful colors. The butterfly loses its wings and its breath departs, while alone and undebilitated it might live half the year. So long as the young plant produces no flower it can resist the winter's cold, but that which bears too soon, soonest decays. The American aloe frequently lives 100 years, but once it has blossomed no process, no art, can prevent the superb stalk from decaying the next year. In 35 years the great fan palm grows to the height of 70 feet, it then grows 30 feet higher in the space of 4 months, when it blossoms, produces fruit, and the same year it dies. This is the course of nature in the evolution of beings one out of another, the stream flows on, though one wave is lost in the wave that succeeds. In the dissemination and degeneration of plants there is a similitude observable that will apply to beings of a superior order and prepares us for the views and laws of nature. Each plant requires its proper climate, to which appertains not merely the constitution of the land and soil, but also the elevation of the country, the quality of the air and water, and the degree of temperature. Under the earth all things lie mingled together, and though every species of stone, crystal, or metal, derives its qualities from the land in which it grows, and hence the most striking varieties occur, we have by no means attained that general geographical view of these realms of Pluto, and acquired that knowledge of their principles of arrangement at which we have arrived in the beautiful domains of flora. The philosophy of botany. 9. Which arranges plants according to the elevation and quality of the land, air, water, and temperature, is an obvious guide to a similar philosophy in the arrangement of animals and men. All plants grow wild in some part or other of the world. Those which we cultivate with art spring from the free lap of nature and arrive at much greater perfection in their proper climes. With animals and with man it is the same, for every race of men, in its proper region, is organized in the manner most natural to it. Every soil, every sort of mountains, every similar region of the atmosphere, as well as a like degree of heat and cold, nourishes its own plants. On the Alps, the Pyrenees, and the rocks of Lapland, notwithstanding their distance, the same, or similar, vegetables grow. North America and the expanded heights of Tartary produce the same offspring. On those elevated places where plants are rudely agitated by the winds and the summer is of short duration, they remain small in stature indeed, but then they abound with seeds innumerable. When transplanted into gardens they grow higher and put forth larger leaves, while they bear less fruit. Everyone must perceive the visible similarity to animals and men. All plants love the open air, in hot houses they seek the region of light even if they are obliged to creep through a hole to it. In a confined heat they run up more tall and slender, but paler, less fruitful, and if they are too suddenly exposed to the sun their leaves droop. A forced and tender education has the same effects on man and animals. Diversity of region and air produces varieties in plants, as in animals and man, and the more they gain in respect to beauty, form of the leaf, or number of flowers, the more they lose in point of fertility. Is it otherwise with man or animals, if we consider the greater strength of their multifarious nature? Plants that in warm countries attain the height of trees, in cold ones become crippled dwarfs. One plant is calculated for the sea, another for morasses, a third for rivers or lakes, one loves snow, another the deluging rains of the torrid zone, and all these their form and figure indicate. Does not this prepare us to expect similar varieties in the organic structure of man, so far as he is a plant? It is particularly pleasing to observe the singular manner in which plants adjust themselves to the season of the year, nay, to the hour of the day, and become inured only by degrees to a foreign climate. Near the pole they are later in growth, and ripen so much the quicker as the summer arrives more late and operates more forcibly. Plants that grow in southern countries, when brought to Europe, ripen later the first year as they wait for the sun of their own clime. The following summers they arrive earlier and earlier at maturity as they become habituated to their situation. In the artificial warmth of a hothouse, each follows its native seasons, even if it has been 50 years in Europe. The plants of the Cape blossom in winter, as then arrives the summer of their native country. The marvel of Peru blossoms at night, probably, observes Lin, because it is then day in America, whence it originally came. Thus everyone adheres to the time, even to the hour of the day, at which it has been wont to open and shut. These circumstances, says the philosophic botanist Tan, seem to indicate that something more than heat and water is requisite to their growth. And assuredly in the organic varieties of man and his naturalizing himself to a foreign climate, something more, something different from heat and cold, is to be considered, particularly when we speak of another hemisphere. Finally, what a field of observation is open to us in the association of plants with man, if we could pursue it? Already has the pleasing experiment been made 11 that plants can no more live in pure air than we, but what they imbibe from the atmosphere is precisely that phlogistic part which destroys animal life and promotes putrefaction in all animal substances. It has been observed that they perform this useful office of purifying the air, not by the aid of heat, but by that of light, for the chill beams of the moon are sufficient to effect the purpose. Salutary children of the earth! What destroys us, what we expire contaminated, you inhale, the most delicate medium must combine it with you, and you render it to us again, pure. You maintain the health of those creatures that destroy you, and even in your deaths you are beneficent, for you improve the earth, and fertilize it for new beings of your own species. If plants served for this alone, their silent existence would constitute a beautiful intermixture among men and animals, but since they are at the same time the most abundant nutriment of the animal creation, and it is of particular importance in the history of the modes of life of man to observe what plants and animals that might serve them for food, every people found in their native country, they present themselves to us under various aspects in considering the kingdoms of nature. Of beasts, the most quiet and most humane, if we may use the expression, feed on vegetables. Nations that live, principally at least, on the same food have been remarked for the same salutary peacefulness and careless serenity. All carnivorous beasts are naturally more savage. Man, who ranks between the two, cannot be a carnivorous animal to judge from the structure of his teeth. There are yet nations whose diet consists chiefly of milk and vegetables. In earlier times there were more, and what abundance has nature bestowed on them in the pulps, juices, fruits, barks, and twigs, of her vegetable creation, where one tree frequently affords nourishment for a whole family. Wonderfully is every region appointed its own, not merely in what it yields, but in what it attracts and removes. Thus while plants live on the phlogistic part of the atmosphere and in some measure on vapors most pernicious to us, their antidotal qualities are organized according to the peculiarities of each region, and they everywhere prepare such medicaments for animal bodies, always prone to corruption, as are adapted to the diseases of the country. Man, too, has little reason to complain that nature produces noxious vegetables, for these are in fact the excretory ducts of poisons, so that they contribute greatly to the general salubrity of the region, at the same time that they are in his hands, as well as in those of nature, the most efficacious medicines. Seldom has man exterminated any species of plant or animal from a country without soon perceiving the most palpable detriment to its habitableness, and has not nature bestowed on every animal, and also on man, senses and organs sufficient to discover such plants as are useful to them, and reject such as are noxious? What a pleasing ramble among trees and plants would it afford, to pursue these great natural laws of their utility and effect in the animal and human kingdoms through the various regions of the earth. We must content ourselves as we go along to pluck occasionally a few flowers in this immense field, and recommend to someone, particularly skilled in the science, our wish for a universal botanical geography for the history of man. Chapter 3. The Animal Kingdom in relation to the history of man. Beasts are the elder brethren of man. Before he was, they were. Every country the alien man found at his arrival already occupied, at least in some of the elements, otherwise on what but vegetables could the stranger have fed? Thus every history of man which considers him without this relation must be partial and defective. The world, it is true, was given to man, but not to him alone, and not to him first. Animals in every element render his monarchy questionable. One species he must tame, with another he must long contend. Some escape his dominion, others wage with him eternal war. In short, every species extends its possession of the earth in proportion to its capacity, cunning, strength, or courage. It is not the question here whether man has reason and beasts have none. If they have not, they have some other advantages, for assuredly nature has left none of her offspring unprotected. Were a creature neglected by her, from whom could it obtain succor, since the whole creation is at war, and the most opposite powers are found so close to each other? Here godlike man is annoyed by snakes, there by vermin, here a shark devours him, there a tiger. Each strives with each, as each is pressed upon, and each must provide for his own subsistence and defend his own life. Why does nature act thus? And why does she thus crowd her creatures one upon another? Because she would produce the greatest number and variety of living beings in the least space, so that one crushes another, and an equilibrium of powers can alone produce peace in the creation. Every species cares for itself as if it were the only one in existence, but by its side stands another which confines it within due bounds, and in this adjustment of opposing species creative nature found the only mean of maintaining the whole. She weighed the powers, she numbered the limbs, she determined the instincts of the species toward each other, and left the earth to produce what it was capable of producing. I concern myself not, therefore, with whether whole species of animals have perished from the face of the earth. Has the mammoth disappeared? So have giants. When these existed, the relations between the several creatures were different. As things at present are, we perceive an evident equilibrium, not only over the whole earth, but in particular regions and countries. Agriculture may restrict beasts to narrower limits, but it cannot easily exterminate them. At least it has not accomplished this in any extensive region, and it has fostered a greater number of tame animals in lieu of the wild ones it has diminished. Thus in the present constitution of our earth no species of animals has been lost, though I question not but others may have existed when its constitution was different, and if at any future period art or nature should completely change it, a different relation between living creatures would take place. Man, in short, entered an inhabited world. All the elements, rivers and morasses, earth and air, were filled or filling, with living creatures, and he had to make room for his dominion by his godlike qualities, skill, and power. How he effected this constitutes the history of his cultivation, the most interesting part of the history of man, which embraces even the rudest nations. I must here observe once for all that man acquired chiefly from beasts themselves the information which enabled him gradually to obtain his dominion over them. These were the living sparks of the divine understanding, the rays of which, as they related to food, habits of life, clothing, address, arts, or instincts, he condensed within himself, from a greater or smaller circle. The more, the clearer, he did this, the more artful the beasts around him were, the more he familiarized himself with them, and the more securely he dwelt with them in friendship or hostility, the more did he gain in point of improvement, so that the history of his cultivation is in great measure zoological and geographical. Secondly, as the varieties of soil and climate, of stones and plants, on our earth, are so great, how much greater are the varieties of its properly living inhabitants. Let us not, however, confine these to the earth, for the air, the water, nay the internal parts of plants and animals, all swarm with life. Innumerable multitudes, for whom, as well as for man, the world was created. Moving surface of the earth, on which all, as wide and as deep as the sunbeams extend, is enjoyment, life, and action. I mean here not to enter into the general proposition that every animal has its element, its climate, its proper place of abode, that some species are little diffused, others more, and a few almost as widely as man himself, for on this point we have a profound work, compiled with scientific industry, Zimmermann's Geographical History of Man, and Universal Distribution of Quadrupeds. 12. What I shall here point out will be a few particular remarks, which we shall find confirmed by the history of man. 1. Those species that inhabit nearly all parts of the globe are differently formed in almost every climate. In Lapland the dog is small and ugly, in Siberia he is better shaped, but still has pricked ears and no considerable magnitude. In those countries, says Buffon, where we meet with the handsomest races of men, we observe the handsomest and largest dogs. Within the Arctic and Antarctic circles the dog loses his voice, and in the wild state he resembles the jackal. In Madagascar the ox has a hump on his back weighing 50 pounds, which gradually disappears in distant countries, and this animal varies greatly in color, size, strength, and courage, in almost every region of the earth. A European sheep acquires at the Cape of Good Hope a tail 19 pounds in weight, in Iceland he puts out as many as 5 horns, in the county of Oxford, in England, he grows to the size of an ass, and in Turkey his skin is variegated like a tiger's. Thus do all animals vary, and shall not man, who is also in the structure of his nerves and muscles an animal, change with the climate? According to the analogy of nature it would be a miracle if he remain unchanged. 2. All the tame animals we have were formerly wild, and most of the wild races from which they are descended are still to be found, particularly in the Asiatic mountains, the very place which was probably the native country of man, at least in our hemisphere, and the source of his cultivation. The greater the distance from this region, particularly where the intercourse with it is difficult, the fewer the species of tame animals, until at length, the swine, the dog, and the cat, are the sole animal wealth of New Guinea, New Zealand, and the islands of the Pacific Ocean. 3. America has chiefly animals peculiar to it, perfectly adapted to its climate, and such as must naturally be produced from its immense heights and long inundated valleys. It had few large animals, and still fewer tame or tameable ones, but then it had proportionally more species of bats, armadillos, rats and mice, the gnau, the AI, swarms of insects, amphibia, toads, lizards, and the like. Anyone may conceive what influence this must have on the history of man. For in regions where the powers of nature are most active, where the heat of the sun is combined with regular winds, great inundations, violent explosions of the electric fluid, and in short with everything in nature that produces life and is called vivifying, we find the strongest, largest, boldest, and most perfect animals, as well as the most aromatic plants. Africa has its herds of elephants, zebras, deer, apes, and buffaloes. In it the lion, the tiger, the crocodile, the hippopotamus, appear in full force, the loftiest trees shoot up into the air, adorned with the richest, juiciest, and most useful fruits. Every man knows how Asia abounds in plants and animals, and they are most abundant where the electric power of the sun, the air, the earth, is most copious. On the contrary, where this operates more feebly and irregularly, as in cold countries, or where it is repelled or confined in water, lixivious salts, or damp woods, those creatures to the formation of which the free play of electricity is requisite, seem never to be developed. Sluggish heat, combined with moisture, produces swarms of insects and amphibia, not those wondrous forms of the old world that glow with vivid fire. The muscular force of the lion, the spring and eye of the tiger, the acute sagacity of the elephant, the delicacy of the antelope, and the malicious cunning of the African or Asiatic ape, are unknown to every beast of the New World. Among these one seems to have disengaged himself with difficulty from the warm slime, while another wants teeth. Of one the feet and claws are defective, of another the tail, and most are deficient in size, courage, and swiftness. Those that inhabit the mountains are more animated, but they equal not the beasts of the old world, and in the coriaceous or scaly frames of most the electric stream is evidently wanting. 5. Finally, it is probable that there are still greater singularities to be observed in animals than those we have already remarked in plants, their oft unnatural qualities, for instance, and slow familiarization to a foreign and antipodal climate. The American bear, described by Lin 13, observed the day and night of America even in Sweden. From midnight until noon he slept, and from noon until midnight he rambled, as if it were his American day, thus with his other instincts retaining his native division of time. Is not this remark applicable to others from different regions of the earth, from the eastern or southern hemispheres? And if this change holds good with respect to beasts, shall man, notwithstanding his peculiar character, be exempt from it? Chapter 4. Man is a creature of a middle kind among terrestrial animals. 1. When Lin reckoned 230 species of viviparous animals, among which he included such as are aquatic, he enumerated 946 of birds, 292 of amphibia, 404 of fishes, 3060 of insects, and 1205 of worms. 14 The beasts then were fewest in number, and the amphibia, which most resemble them, came next. In the air, in the water, in morasses, and in the sandy deserts, the genera and species increase, and I am persuaded that the farther we extend our discoveries we shall still find them increase in nearly the same proportion. When, after the death of Lin, the viviparous animals were carried to the number of 450, Buffon reckoned up to 2,000 birds, and Forster alone discovered, during a short residence among some of the South Sea Islands, 109 new species, though not a single new quadruped was to be found. If the same proportion holds, and in future times more new insects, birds, and reptiles, then perfectly new species of quadrupeds become known, however many there are in the yet unexplored regions of Africa, we may in all probability lay it down as a fact that the more the classes of creatures extend, the farther they differ from man, and the nearer they are to him, the fewer are the species of the more perfect animals, as they are called. 2. Now it is incontestable that amid all the differences of earthly creatures a certain uniformity of structure and, as it were, a standard form appear to prevail, convertible into the most abundant variety. The similitude of the bony frame of land animals is obvious. Head, body, hands, and feet, are the chief parts in all, and even their principal limbs are fashioned after one prototype, but infinitely diversified. The internal structure of beasts renders the proposition still more evident, and many rude external figures strongly resemble man in the principal internal parts. Amphibia deviate more from this standard, birds, fishes, insects, and aquatic animals, the last of which are lost in the vegetable or fossil world, still more. Farther our eyes cannot penetrate, but these transitions render it not improbable that in marine productions, plants, and even inanimate things as they are called, one and the same groundwork of organization may prevail, though infinitely more rude and confused. In the eye of the eternal being, who views all things in one connected whole, perhaps the form of the icy particle as it is generated and the flake of snow that grows from it, may have an analogous resemblance to the formation of the embryo in the female womb. Accordingly we may admit the second grand position, that the nearer they approach man, all creatures bear more or less resemblance to him in their grand outline, and that nature, amid the infinite variety she loves, seems to have fashioned all the living creatures on our earth after one grand model of organization. 3. Thus it is self-evident that as this standard form must be continually varying according to the race, species, destination, and elements. One copy illustrates another. What nature has given to one animal as accessory she has made fundamental in another, bringing it forward to the view, amplifying it, and making the other parts, though still in perfect harmony, subservient to this. Elsewhere again these subservient parts predominate, so that all the beings of the organic creation appear as disjecta membra poeti. He who would study them must study one in another, where a part appears neglected or concealed, he recurs to another creature, in which nature has finished and displayed it. This position, too, is confirmed in all the phenomena of diverging beings. For to conclude, man seems to be, among animals, that excellent middle creature in whom the most numerous and subtle rays of similar forms are collected, as far as consists with the peculiarity of his destination. He could not comprise in himself all in like degree, so that to one animal he is inferior in the acuteness of a particular sense, to another in strength of muscles, to a third in elasticity of fiber, but as much as could be united was united in him. He has the limbs, instincts, senses, faculties, and arts, common to all quadrupeds, if not hereditary, at least acquired, if not perfect, at least in their rudiments. Were we to compare with him those animals that approach him nearest, we might almost venture to say they are divergent rays from his image, refracted through catoptric glasses. And thus we may admit the fourth position, that man is a middle creature among animals, that is, the most perfect form in which the features of all are collected in the most exquisite summary. I hope the similitude between man and beasts of which I speak will not be confounded with that sport of the imagination which has discovered resemblances of the limbs of man in plants, and even stones, and on these built systems. Every rational man laughs at these fancies, for creative nature covers and conceals internal similarity of structure under dissimilitude of external form. How many beasts, altogether unlike man in outward appearance, are internally, in the structure of the skeleton, the principal parts of sensation and vitality, nay, in the vital functions, strikingly similar to him. This will be evident to anyone who peruses the dissections of Daubenton, Perot, Pallas, and other academicians. For children and youth natural history must content itself with some distinctions of outward form to assist the eye and memory. The man and the philosopher investigate both the external and internal structure of the animal to compare them with his mode of life and find his character and place. With respect to plants this has been called the natural method, and comparative anatomy is the guide that must lead to it step by step in animals. This naturally gives man a clue to himself, which conducts him through the great labyrinth of the living creation, and if we can say of any method that through it our understanding ventures to scrutinize the profound comprehensive mind of God, it must be this. In every deviation from rule which the Supreme Artificer presents to us as a law of the Paraclete in man, we are referred to a cause. Why did he here deviate? To what end formed he others in a different manner? And thus earth, air, and water, nay, even the profoundest depths of the animate creation, are to us a repository of his thoughts and inventions towards a grand model of art and wisdom. What a great and rich prospect this point of view gives us of the history of beings similar and dissimilar to us. It divides the kingdoms of nature and the classes of creatures according to their elements, and connects them with each other. Even in the most remote the wide extended radius may be seen proceeding from one and the same center. From air and water, from heights and depths, I see the animals coming to man as they came to the first father of our race, and step by step approaching his form. The bird flies in the air, and every deviation of its figure from the structure of the quadruped is explicable from its element, and no sooner does it approach the earth in a hideous equivocal genus, as in the bat and vampire, but it resembles the human skeleton. The fish swims in the water, its feet and hands are transformed into tail and fins, its limbs have few articulations. When, as in the manatee, it touches the earth, its 4 feet at least are set free, and the female acquires breasts. The sea bear and sea lion have all their 4 feet perceptible, though they cannot use the hinder ones, the toes of which drag after them as shreds of fins. They creep about, however, slowly, as well as they can, to bask themselves in the beams of the sun, and are raised at least 1 short step above the stupid shapeless sea dog. Thus from the slime of the worm, from the calcareous abode of the shellfish, from the web of the insect, a better limbed and superior organization gradually arises. Through the amphibia we ascend to quadrupeds, and among these, even in the disgusting Anau, with his 3 fingers and 2 breasts before, the nearer analogy to our form is already visible. Now nature sports and exercises herself around man, in the greatest variety of sketches and organizations. She divides modes of life and instincts, and forms species inimical to each other, yet all these apparent contradictions lead to one end. Thus it is anatomically and physiologically true that the analogy of one organization prevails through the whole animated creation of our globe. Only the farther from man the more the vital element of the creature differs from his, and nature, ever true to herself, must proportionally deviate from his standard of organization. The nearer him, the closer has she drawn together the classes and radii, to combine what she could in him, the divine center of the terrestrial creation. Rejoice in thy situation, O man, and study thyself, thou noble middle creature, in all that lives around thee. Book 3. Chapter 1. The structure of plants and animals compared with regard to the organization of man. The first mark that distinguishes an animal to our eyes is the mouth. A plant is still, if I may so express myself, all mouth. It sucks with roots, leaves, and pores, and like an infant it lies in the lap of its mother, and at her breast. As soon as a creature attains the organization of an animal, a mouth is observable in it, even before any head can be distinguished. The arms of the polyp are mouths. In worms, where few internal parts are discernible, an alimentary canal may be seen, and in many animals with shells the passage to this canal, as if it were still a root, is situate at the inferior part of the creature. Thus nature forms this canal first in her animate beings and retains it in those that are of the most perfect organization. Insects in the state of larvae are little more than mouth, stomach, and intestines. The form of amphibia and fishes, nay, even of birds and of beasts, is also adapted to this structure, in the horizontally of their position. The higher we ascend, however, the more complicated are the parts. The aperture diminishes, the stomach and intestines lie deeper, at length, with the erect position of man, externally the mouth, always the most prominent part in the head of the beast, recedes under the higher organization of the brow, nobler parts fill the breast, and the organs of nutrition sink down to the lower regions. The nobler creature is not intended to be the slave of his belly alone, the dominion of which is so ample and extensive among all the classes of his inferior brethren with regard both to the bodily parts and vital functions. Thus the first grand law that the instinct of a living creature obeys is nutrition. Beasts have it in common with plants, for those parts of their frame by which food is drawn in and concocted, prepare juices, and resemble vegetables in their structure. The more exquisite organization alone in which nature has placed these parts, and the superior combination, depuration, and elaboration of the vital juices, gradually contribute, according to the class and species, to the finer stream that irrigates the nobler parts, the more nature has circumscribed those of the inferior order. Proud man, call thine eye back on the first necessitous situation of thy fellow creatures. Thou bearest it still about thee, thou art an alimentary canal, like thine inferior brethren. Nature, however, has exalted us infinitely above them. The teeth, that in insects and other beasts must perform the office of hands, to hold and to tear their spoil, the jaws, that act with wonderful force in fishes, and beasts of prey, are nobly set back in man, and their still inherent strength is moderated. 15 The many stomachs of inferior creatures are united into one in him, and in some other animals, which internally approach his form, and his mouth is rendered divine by the faculty of speech, the purest gift of the deity. Worms, insects, fishes, and most amphibia, are perfectly dumb. The bird sings only with his throat, each beast has but a few predominant sounds, just sufficient for the maintenance of the species. Man alone possesses real organs of speech, combined with those of taste and nutrition, the noblest in conjunction with marks of the lowest necessity. That which prepares food for the meaner body prepares also in words the nutriment of his thoughts. The second vocation of the creature is the propagation of the species. The destination to this is evident even in the structure of plants. To what are roots and stem, leaves, and branches, subservient? To what has nature given the highest or most select situation? To the flower, the crown. And we have already seen that in this are the genital organs of plants. This then constitutes the principal and most beautiful part of the creature, the life, the functions, the pleasure, of the plant, nay, its sole motion that is in appearance voluntary, what we call the sleep of plants, are contrived for the perfection of this. Those plants, the feed receptacles of which are sufficiently secure, never sleep. A plant after fructification sleeps no more. Thus it closes only with maternal care, to protect the interior parts of the flower from the severity of the weather, so that in it everything is calculated as well for fecundation and propagation as for growth and nutrition. Of another end of action it was not susceptible. Not so with animals. To them the genital organs are not made a crown, they are rather conformably to the destination of the creature, subordinate to the nobler members. A few of the lowest class only have them near the head. The heart and lungs occupy the breast, while the head is appropriated to finer senses, and in general throughout the whole frame the fibrous structure, with its juicy floral powers, is subordinate to the irritable elasticity of the muscles and the susceptibility of the nervous system. The vital economy of animals evidently follows the spirit of their conformation. Voluntary motion, operative activity, perceptions, and propensities, constitute the chief business of an animal in proportion as its organization is exalted. In most kinds the sexual appetite is confined to a short period, the others lie freer from this propensity than many base-minded men who would fain sink into the condition of plants. These men have naturally the fate of plants, all nobler inclinations, the powers of the muscles, the nerves, the will, and the understanding, are enfeebled, they live a vegetable life, and die a premature vegetable death. Those animals that come nearest to plants, remain true to the principle of formation above laid down both in the economy of their structure and in the end of their destination. These are zoophytes and insects. The polyp is in structure nothing more than a living organized stem of young polypi. The coral plant is an organized habitation of its peculiar aquatic animal. Finally the insect, which ranks far above these as it lives in a more subtle medium, shows its near approach to the destination of plants both in its life and structure. Its head is small and destitute of brain, and not having room for a few necessary senses it carries them before it in its feelers. Its breast is small, on which account it is without lungs, and in many cases we find in it nothing having the least analogy to a heart. But then how large and spacious is the abdomen, with its phytomorphic rings. It is the predominant part of the animal. 16 As nutrition and abundant multiplication of the species are its chief purposes. In animals of a nobler kind, nature, as has been said, places the organs of generation more deep, as if beginning to be ashamed of them, she gave to one part the most dissimilar functions, and thus obtained room for nobler parts in the more spacious breast. She caused even the nerves that lead to these parts to spring from lower branches, far from the head, and withdrew them with their muscles and fibers, for the most part, from the control of the mind. The seminal fluids are here elaborated after the manner of vegetable juices, and the young fruit is nourished as a plant. Plant-like first open the powers of these organs and instincts, when the heart perhaps beats still quicker, and the head thinks more clearly. The growth of the human body, as Martinet has acutely remarked, 17 is less in the upper than in the lower parts, as if man were a tree which increased below in the trunk. In short, intricate as the structure of our bodies is, still it is evident that the parts which serve merely for the nutrition and propagation of the animal ought to be, and may be, even with respect to their organization, by no means the predominant parts that mark the destination of a beast, not to say of a man. Which then has nature chosen for these? Let us examine their internal and external structure. Throughout the whole chain of living creatures it is established that animals with one auricle and one ventricle in the heart, as amphibia and fishes, have cold blood. That those with one ventricle, without an auricle, have only a white fluid instead of blood, as insects and worms. But that animals, the hearts of which have 4 cavities, have warm blood, as birds and the mammalia. It is likewise remarked that in the first 2 classes lungs are wanting to respiration and the circulation of the blood. But that animals with quadruped hearts have lungs. It is incredible what great difference in the exaltation of the creature springs from these simple distinctions. First, the formation of a heart, even in its most imperfect state, requires an organized structure of many internal parts, to which no plant can attain. Even in insects and worms we already perceive arteries and other secretory vessels, and in some degree muscles and nerves, the place of which we find supplied in plants by tubes, and in zoophytes by a similar structure. In the more perfect creatures there is a superior elaboration of the juices on which they live, at the same time promoting the warmth conducive to vitality. Thus rises the tree of life from vegetability to the white fluid of exsanguineous animals, from this to red blood, and thence to the more perfect, warm-blooded, organized beings. The higher this warmth rises, the more complicated we perceive the internal organization and the more extensive the circuit, from the motion of which alone this internal warmth could probably originate. Only one principle of life seems to prevail throughout all nature, this the ethereal, or electric stream, which in the tubes of plants, in the arteries and muscles of animals, and lastly in the nervous system, is still more and more finely elaborated until it produces all those wonderful instincts and mental faculties which excite our astonishment in men and beasts. The growth of plants is promoted by electricity, though their vital juices are much more finely organized than the electric power which displays itself in the inanimate parts of nature. On beasts, and on man, too, the electric fluid operates, and not merely on the grosser parts of the machine perhaps, but even where these most intimately border on the mind. The nerves, animated by an essence, the laws of which are almost above those of matter, as it operates with a kind of ubiquity, are yet susceptible of the electric power in the body. Nature, in short, bestowed on her living children what she had left to bestow. An organic similitude of her own creative power, animating warmth. From inanimate vegetable life the creature produces, by the means of certain organs, living stimuli, and from the sum of these, refined by more exquisite ducts, the medium of perception. The result of stimuli is impulse, and the result of perception is thought, an eternal progress of the creative organization imparted to every living being. With its organic warmth, not as perceptible externally to our rude instruments, the perfection of the species increases, and perhaps, too, its capacity for a more delicate sense of well-being in the all-pervading stream of which the all-warming, all-quickening, all-enjoying mother feels her own existence. Secondly, the more complicated the internal organization of the creature, to produce more pure vital warmth, the more we perceive its capacity for conceiving and producing living beings. Another branch of the same great tree of life through all the races of creatures. 18. It is well known that most plants fecundate themselves, and that where the organs of generation are separate many androgyni and polygamists are found among them. It is in like manner observable that in the lower orders of animals, as zoophytes, snails, and insects, either the animal organs of generation are wanting and the creature seems only to germinate like a plant, or hermaphrodites, androgyni, and other anomalies occur, which this is not the place to enumerate. The more complex the organization of the animal, the more strikingly are the sexes discriminated. Here nature could no longer rest satisfied with organized germs. The formation of a being so exuberant and multiform in its parts would have succeeded badly had it been left in the power of chance to sport with organic forms. Our wife-mother therefore separated and distinguished the sexes. Yet she knew how to frame an organization by means of which two creatures unite in one, and from their conjunction a third is formed, the stamp of both, at the instant of the most intimate organic vital warmth. Thus conceived, by this alone is the new being reared. Maternal warmth surrounds and fashions it. Its lungs yet breathe not, and its larger thymus gland absorbs. Even in the human embryo the right ventricle of the heart seems yet wanting, and instead of blood a whiter fluid circulates through its veins. Still, in proportion as its internal heat is fanned by the mother's warmth, its heart becomes more perfect, and the blood reddens and acquires an energetic circulation, though it cannot yet come into contact with the lungs. With distinctly beating pulse the creature moves, and at length comes into the world perfectly formed, imbued with all the faculties of perception and voluntary motion to which a living creature of this kind alone could be organized. Immediately air, milk, food, nay, even pain, and every want afford him occasion of absorbing warmth 1,000 ways and elaborating it by means of fibers, muscles, and nerves to an essence that no inferior organization could produce. It augments until those years when his superabundant vital warmth strives to propagate and multiply itself, and thus the circle of organic life begins again anew. Thus nature acted by those creatures to which she could impart the capacity of producing a living offspring. But not all can do so. Cold-blooded animals are incapable of this. The sun must lend them assistance, and share with them the maternal office. It hatches the embryo, a clear proof that all organic warmth throughout the creation is the same, only more and more subtly elaborated by numerous channels. Even birds, that have warmer blood than reptiles, are incapable of bringing forth living young, partly perhaps in consequence of their colder element, partly on account of their way of life and general destination. These light animals, intended for flight, nature has exempted from the burden of carrying their young until they could be born alive, as she has from the trouble of suckling them. When the bird, even in an ugly intermediate species, treads the earth, it gives suck, and as soon as the aquatic animal has attained sufficient organization and warmth of blood to produce living young, the labor of suckling them is imposed on it. How much has nature thus contributed to the perfection of the species? The bird that flies can only hatch her young, and from this little domestic economy what fine instincts arise in both sexes. Nuptial love builds the nest, maternal tenderness warms it, paternal affection also assists in this and procures food. How eagerly does the mother bird defend her young! How chaste is conjugal love in those species that are formed for the matrimonial. Among those animals that dwell on the earth, this bond, where it can take place, should be still stronger. Therefore the mother is to nourish her live-born offspring at her breast with the most delicate part of herself. Nothing but a grossly organized swine can devour its own young. Frigid amphibia alone entrust their eggs to the land or the morass. All the species that give suck have a tender affection for their offspring. The love of the ape has become proverbial, and perhaps no other species is in this point inferior to it. Even aquatic animals participate in this sentiment, and the manatee has been represented even to a fable as a pattern of conjugal and maternal love. Affectionate superintendent of the world, with such simple organic ties hast thou knit the most necessary relations, and finest instincts, of thy children. Owing to a single cavity in the muscle of the heart, to a single pair of respiring lungs, the creature lives with stronger and purer warmth, produces and suckles living young, and is adapted to finer instincts than that of propagating the species, to domestic economy and affection for its offspring, nay, in some species to conjugal love. With the greater warmth of the blood, that stream of the universal soul of the world, lightest thou the torch that excites the finest emotions of the human heart. I should lastly speak of the head as the highest region of the animal form, but to this belong other considerations first, beside those of its external figure and parts. Chapter 2. A comparison of the various powers that operate in animals. The immortal Haller has discriminated the different powers that display themselves physiologically in the animal body, as the elasticity of the fibers, the irritability of the muscles, and the sensibility of the nervous system, with an accuracy that will not only remain upon the whole incontrovertible, but promises the most valuable application to the physiology of mind, even in other than human bodies. I shall not now examine whether these three phenomena, different as they appear, may not arise at bottom from one and the same power, displaying itself in one manner in the fibers, in another in the muscles, and in a third in the nerves. As everything in nature is connected, and these three effects are so intimately and multifariously combined in the living body, we can scarcely entertain a doubt of it. Elasticity and irritability border on one another, as do fibers and muscles. Since muscles are but an artfully interwoven structure of fibers, irritability is probably nothing more than elasticity infinitely heightened and intimately combined, exalting itself in this organic interlacement of numerous parts from the inanimate fibrous sensation to the first step of animal feeling. The sensibility of the nervous system would then be a higher species of the same power, a result of all those organic powers, since the circulation of the blood at large, and all the vessels subservient to it seem contrived to moisten the brain, as the root of the nerves, with that subtle fluid which, considered as the medium of perception, is so much exalted above the faculties of the fibers and muscles. Be this as it may, infinite is the wisdom of the Creator, which combined these powers with the different organic parts of the animal body and rendered the lower step by step subservient to the higher. Fibers constitute the foundation of every part even of our fabric. By these man grows. The lymphatic and chyliferous vessels prepare juices for the whole machine. The muscular powers move the muscles, not merely to external exertion, but one muscle, the heart, is the first propeller of the blood, a fluid composed of many other fluids, which not only warms the whole body, but ascends to the head and there still further elaborated animates the nerves. Like a celestial plant, these spread downwards from their root placed aloft. And how do they spread? How delicate are they? To what parts are they allied? With what degree of irritability is this or that muscle imbued? What juices do the plant-like vessels prepare? What temperature prevails through this system in comparison with others? To what senses does it pertain? To what kind of life does it conduce? In what frame, in what figure, is it organized? If the accurate investigation of these questions in particular animals, especially those which approach nearest to man, do not give us an insight into their characters and instincts, into the relations of the species to each other, and above all into the causes of the superiority of man over beasts, I know not whence we can derive physical information. And happily a Camper, a Risberg, a Wolf, a Sommering, and many other inquisitive anatomists, pursue this judicious physiological mode of comparing various species with respect to the power of their vital organs. I shall now proceed to a few leading fundamental propositions suitable to my purpose, which may serve to introduce the subsequent reflections on the inherent organic powers of various beings, and finally of man, for without these any view of human nature, in its wants and perfections, must be very superficial. 1. Wherever an effect exists in nature there must be an operating power, and where irritability displays itself in effort or in spasm, a stimulus must be felt from within. If these propositions are not valid, there is an end to all connection in our remarks, to all analogy in nature. 2. No man can draw a line discriminating where an apparent action shall be a proof of an inherent power, and where it shall cease to be so. We ascribe feeling and thought to the animals that live with us, because we see their daily practices before us, but we cannot deny them to others, because we are not intimately enough acquainted with them, or think their performances too artful, for our ignorance or want of art is no absolute standard of all the mechanical ideas and feelings of the animate creation. 3. Thus, where art is practiced a mechanical effect exists and is exercised. And where a creature shows by its actions that it foresees natural occurrences, inasmuch as it endeavors to provide for them it must have an internal sense, an organ, a medium of this foresight, whether it be comprehensible to us or not, for the powers of nature are not changed on this account. For there may be many mediums in the creation of which we have not the least knowledge because we have no organ adapted to them. Nay, there must be many, for we see in almost every creature actions which we cannot explain from our organization. 5. That creation is infinitely greater in which millions of creatures of different senses and instincts enjoy each its own world, pursue each its own train, than a wilderness, to be perceived by inattentive man alone with his 5 dull senses. 6. He who has any feeling of the grandeur and power of nature, abounding in sensation, art, and vitality, will thankfully receive what his organization imparts, but he will not on this account deny to her very face the spirit of all her other works. The whole creation is to be throughout enjoyed, felt, and acted upon, on every new point, therefore, must be creatures to enjoy it, organs to perceive it, powers to act suitably to it. What have the crocodile and the hummingbird, the condor and the pipa in common? Yet each is suitably organized to live and move in its element. No point of creation is without enjoyment, without organ, without inhabitant. Every creature, therefore, has its own, a new world. Infinity envelops me, nature, when, surrounded with 1,000 proofs of this, and penetrated with these feelings I enter thy sacred temple. No creature hast thou neglected, to every one thou hast imparted thyself as fully as its organization would admit. Each of thy works thou madest one, and perfect, and like only to itself. Thy mode of operating is from within to without, and where it was necessary thou shouldst deny, thou hast compensated as the mother of all things could compensate. Let us now cast a glance on the relative balance of the various acting powers in different kinds of organization, and thus clear our way to the physiological place of man. 1. Plants exist to vegetate and bring forth fruit, a subordinate end, as it appears to us, yet in the whole creation, the basis of every other. This they completely fulfill, and labor at it so much the more incessantly the less it is divided into other ends. Where they can, they exist in the whole germ and protrude new shoots and buds, a single branch represents the whole tree. Here then we call to our assistance one of the preceding propositions, and are justified in saying, according to all natural analogy. Where effect is there must be power, where new life is, a principle of new life must exist. And in every phytomorphic creature this must be found in the greatest activity. The theory of germs, which has been taken to explain vegetation, explains in reality nothing, for the germ is already a form, and where a form is there must be an organic power that formed it. No dissecting knife has detected all future germs in the first created seed. They are not visible to us until the plant has acquired its full powers, and all our experience gives us no right to ascribe them to anything but the organic power of the plant itself, operating on them with silent intensity. Nature has bestowed on this creature of hers all she could bestow, and compensated for the much she was forced to deny it by the intensity of the single power that operates in it. Of what benefit would the faculty of animal motion be to a plant which cannot stir from its place? Why should it be capable of knowing other plants around, since this knowledge must be to it a source of sorrow? But the air, light, and the juices that nourish it, it attracts and enjoys after the manner of plants, and the propensity to grow, to bloom, and to propagate its species it exercises more truly and incessantly than any other creature. 2. The transition from plants to the several zoophytes hitherto discovered represents this still more clearly. In these the organs of nutrition are already separated. They possess an analogous animal sense and voluntary motion, still, their principal organic powers are nutrition and propagation. The polyp is no magazine of germs, lying preformed in it, perchance for the cruel knife of the philosopher, but as plants themselves are organic life. So is it also. Like them it puts forth shoots, and the bestiauri of the anatomist can only excite, can only stimulate, this power. As a stimulated or divided muscle displays more power, so a tortured polyp exerts all it can to repair and restore its loss. It pushes forth limbs until its powers are exhausted, and the implements of art have wholly destroyed its nature. In some parts, in some directions, When the portion is too small, when its powers are too languid, it can do this no more, which would not be the case if a preformed germ lay ready in every point. In it we perceive energetic organic powers operating, as in the sprouting of plants, nay, still lower, in feeble, obscure beginnings. 3 testaceous animals are organic creatures imbued with just as much life as could be collected and organized in their element, and in their habitations. We must call it feeling because we have no other word, but it is snail feeling, it is sea feeling, a chaos of the most obscure vital powers, developed only in few members. Observe their fine feelers, the muscle that supplies the place of optic nerves, the open mouth, the commencement of a pulsating heart, and their wonderful power of reproduction. The animal renovates head, horns, jaws, eyes. It not only forms its artfully constructed shell and again wears it away, but procreates living beings with similar shells, and many of the species are both male and female at the same time. Thus in it there is a world of organic powers by means of which the creature is capable of effecting, in its low rank, what no one with more perfect limbs can perform, while in it the tough plastic mucus so much more intimately and incessantly works. For the insect, so artful in its actions, is equally artful in its structure. Its organic powers are conformable to this even with respect to particular parts. Yet it has room for little brain and extremely fine nerves only, its muscles are so delicate that they required to be mailed without with a hard covering, and its organization has no place for the circulation of greater animals. But consider its head, its eyes, its antennas, its feet, its shield, its wings. Observe the vast burden carried by a chaser, a fly, an ant, or the force exerted by an enraged wasp. Look at the 5,000 muscles which Linnet has enumerated in the caterpillar of the willow moth, while mighty man possesses scarce 450. Lastly, contemplate the works of art which, with their senses and limbs, they undertake, and thence infer an organic plenitude of power inherently operating in each of their parts. Who can behold the trembling avulsed leg of a spider or a fly without perceiving the force of vital irritability it retains, even when separated from its trunk? The head of the animal was too small to contain it all, so abundant nature has distributed it throughout all its limbs, even to the minutest. Its antennas are senses, its slender legs are muscles and arms, each nervous plexus is a smaller brain, each irritable vessel almost a pulsating heart. And thus the delicate operations are accomplished for which many of these species are wholly contrived and to which their organization and necessities impel them. What exquisite elasticity has the thread of a spider or a silkworm! And this the artist drew from herself, an evident proof that she is all elasticity and irritability, and even in her instincts and operations a real artist, a miniature soul of the world acting in this organization. 5. In cold-blooded animals the same excess of irritability is visible. The tortoise moves a long time, and forcibly, after it has lost its head. The teeth of a viper inflict a mortal wound, 3, 8, nay, 12 days after the head has been separated from the body. If the jaws of a dead crocodile be pulled asunder, they are capable of biting off the incautious finger, and among insects the sting of a bee attempts to wound after it is pulled out. Observe the frog in copulation, its limbs may be torn off before it will relinquish its purpose. Behold the tortured salamander, fingers, hands, feet, legs can he lose and renew them again. So great and all-sufficient are organic vital powers in these cold-blooded animals, and, in short, the more crude an animal is, that is, the less the organic faculty has exalted its irritability and muscles to finer nervous power, and subjected them to the sway of an ampler brain, the more do these display themselves in an extended, life-supporting, or repairing organic omnipotence. 6. Even in warm-blooded animals it has been observed that their flesh moves more dully in connection with the nerves, and their intestines are more forcibly affected by stimuli when the animal is dead. In death the convulsions grow stronger in proportion as perceptivity diminishes, and a muscle that has lost its irritability regains it if it be cut in pieces. Thus the more a creature is rich in nerves, the more it seems to lose the delicate vital power that with difficulty dies. The power of reproducing parts, not to mention such complex members as the head, the hands, or the feet, is lost in the more perfect animals, as they are called. At certain ages scarcely can they restore a tooth or heal a wound or a fracture. But then the sensations and perceptions of this class are remarkably exalted, until at length in man they are concentrated into reason, the finest and highest degree of terrestrial organization. If we could collect a few results from these inductions, which still it would not be improper perhaps to reduce to one, it would be the following. 1. In every living creature the circle of organic powers seems to be whole and complete, only differently modified and distributed in each. In this it comes near vegetation, and is therefore so powerful in reproducing its species and restoring its parts, in that these faculties decrease in proportion as they are distributed among more artfully constructed members and finer organs and senses. 2. Beyond the sphere of vegetation the system of vital irritability commences. It is closely allied to the faculty of the growing, sprouting, self-renewing animal fibrous structure, only it appears in an artful condensed form, and to a more limited determinate end of vital operation. Every muscle already stands in reciprocal relation to many others, and it will therefore display not the powers of fiber alone, but its own, living irritability in effective motion. The torpedo renews not its limbs like the lizard, the frog, or the polyp, and those animals which possess the reproductive faculty renew not the parts in which muscular powers are condensed, like those which are as it were but sprouts. The lobster can push out new claws, but not a new tail. Thus in artfully combined motive powers the sphere of vegetative organization gradually vanishes, or rather, it is retained in a more elaborate form and wholly applied to the purposes of a more complicated organization. 3. The farther the muscular powers enter the sphere of the nerves the more are they imprisoned in this organization and subdued to the purposes of perception. The more numerous and delicate the nerves of an animal the more multifariously they are connected, artfully strengthened, and allied to nobler parts and senses. And lastly, the larger and more delicate the focus of all perception, the brain, the more intelligent and exquisite is the kind of organization. On the contrary, in those animals, in which irritability overpowers perceptivity and the muscular powers the nervous system, where the latter is employed on mean functions and appetites, and particularly where the first and least supportable of all appetites, hunger, is the most predominant, the species is, according to our standard, partly less perfect in its structure, partly more gross in its manners. Who would not rejoice if some philosophical anatomist 19 should undertake to give a comparative physiology of several animals, particularly of those that approach nearest to man, examining these powers, discriminated and established by experiment in relation to the whole organization of the creature? Nature exhibits to us her works, externally a masked form, a covered receptacle of interior powers. We see an animal's mode of life, and from the physiognomy of its visage and the relation of its parts we guess perhaps at something of what exists within. But here within, the organs and mass of organic powers are themselves placed before us, and the nearer to man, the better means have we of comparison. Though I am no anatomist, I will venture to follow the observations of some anatomists of celebrity in one or two examples, which will prepare us for the structure and physiological nature of man. Chapter 3. Examples of the physiological structure of some animals. The elephant, 20 shapeless as he seems, displays enough physiological grounds of his superiority to all other beasts and resemblance to man. His brain indeed is not very large in proportion to the size of the animal, but its cavities and its whole structure bear a striking resemblance to those of the human species. I was astonished, says Camper, to find such a similarity between the glandula pinalis, nates, and testes of the brain of this animal, and those of our brain, since, if a common sensory can exist, it must be sought for here. The cranium is small in proportion to the head, as the nostrils extend far over the brain and fill with air the cavities not only of the forehead, but of other parts. 21 For to move the ponderous jaw, strong muscles are requisite, and an extensive surface which our creative parent has filled with air to spare the creature an insupportable burden. The cerebrum does not lie above the cerebellum, and press it by its weight, the membrane that separates them stands perpendicular. The numerous nerves of the animal are principally spent on the organs of the finer senses, and his trunk alone receives as many as the whole bulk of his vast body. The muscles that move the trunk arise from the forehead, and it is altogether without cartilage, the organ of a delicate feeling, an acute smell, and the freest motion. In it therefore many senses are combined and assist each other. Thus the expressive eye of the elephant, which, like no other animal but man, is provided with hairs and a delicate muscular motion in the lower eyelid, has the finer senses for its neighbors, and these are separated from the taste which governs other beasts. The mouth, which in other quadrupeds, particularly of the carnivorous kinds, constitutes the predominant part of the visage, is here placed deep beneath the prominent forehead and high trunk, so that it is almost concealed. His tongue is still smaller, and the weapons of defense which he carries in his mouth are distinct from the organs of nutrition. He is not formed, therefore, for savage voracity. Large as his bowels must necessarily be, his stomach is small and simple, so that probably raging hunger cannot torment him as it does beasts of prey. Peaceably and cleanly he crops the herbs, and, as his sense of smell is separate from his mouth, he employs in this more time and caution. For the same caution has nature fashioned him in drinking and in every other function of his massive structure, even to the propagation of his species. No sexual appetite inflames him with rage. The female goes 9 months with young, like woman, and suckles her offspring at the breast. The periods of his life, during which he grows, is in vigor, and decays, resemble those of man. How nobly has nature converted his fangs into long tusks! How delicate must be his organ of hearing that can understand human language in fine discriminations of the tones of command and of the passions! His ears are larger than those of any other animal, thin and extended on all sides, their apertures stand high, and the whole of the small occiput is a cave of echo, filled with air. Thus nature has wisely diminished the weight of the animal and united the strongest muscular force with the most refined nervous economy, a king of beasts in sagacious quiet and intelligent purity of sense. How different a king of beasts the lion. 22 Nature has established his throne on muscular force, not on mildness and superiority of intellect. She has made his brain small and his nerves so weak that they are not even proportionate to those of a cat, while she framed his muscles large and strong and fixed them to the bones in such positions as to produce the greatest force instead of diversity and delicacy of motion. One great muscle that lifts the neck, a muscle of the forefoot which serves to grasp, the joint of the foot close to the claws, these large and curved, so that their points cannot be blunted, as they never touch the earth, such were his gifts for the purposes of life. His stomach is long and much curved, its friction and his hunger, therefore, must be fearful. His heart is small, but its cavities are delicate and broad, much longer and broader than in man. The parietes of his heart are twice as thin and the aorta twice as small, so that the blood of the lion, as soon as it quits the heart, flows with 4 times the velocity, and in the arterial branches of the 15th division with 100 times that of the human circulation. The heart of the elephant on the contrary beats slowly, almost as much so as in cold-blooded animals. The gallbladder of the lion, too, is large, and the bile blackish. His broad tongue is rounded forwards, and furnished with prickles 1.5 inches long lying on the forepart with their points directed backwards. Hence the danger of his licking the skin, which immediately fetches blood, and excites his thirst of it, his raging thirst, even after the blood of his friend and benefactor. A lion that has once tasted human blood quits not readily this prey, after which his furrowed palate lusts. The lioness produces several cubs, which grow but slowly. She is obliged therefore to provide for them during a considerable period, and her maternal affection, joined to her own hunger, augments her ravenousness. As the tongue of the lion tastes acutely and his fiery hunger is a kind of thirst, it is natural that he should have no appetite for putrid carrion. To kill his own food, to suck the warm blood, is his royal taste, and the astonishment of surprise is often the whole of his royal magnanimity. His sleep is light because his blood is warm and circulates quickly. When satiated he is cowardly, for he cannot use stale provision, therefore he thinks not of it, and is only excited to valor by present hunger. Benevolent nature has blunted his senses, his eye is afraid of fire, and cannot even bear the splendor of the sun, his scent is not acute, the situation of his muscles fitting him only for great springs, not for running, and nothing putrid excites him. His covered, wrinkled forehead is small compared with the inferior part of his visage, his ravenous jaws and masticating muscles. His nose is large and long, his neck and forelegs are of iron, his mane and the muscles of his tail are ample, but his hinder parts are more feeble and slender. Nature had exhausted her fearful powers and made him in disposition, when not tormented with the thirst of blood, a gentle and noble beast. So physiological are thus also this creature's mind and character. The sloth, in appearance the last and most shapeless of quadrupeds, a mass of must that has risen to animal organization, may serve us for a third example. His head is small and round, all his limbs, too, are round, thick, shapeless, and like stuffed cushions. His neck is stiff, as if it were one piece with the head. The hair of it has a contrary direction to that of the back, as if nature had formed the animal in two directions, uncertain which she should prefer. At last she chose for the principal parts the belly and posteriors, to which, in place, form, and functions, the wretched head is subordinate. The female carries her young in her posteriors. The stomach and bowel fill the abdomen, the heart, lungs, and liver, are slightly formed, and the gallbladder seems wholly wanting. His blood is so cold as to border on that of amphibia, his heart and intestines palpitate long after being torn out, and the legs of the animal are agitated after the heart is gone, as though he were in a slumber. Thus we perceive here the compensation of nature, who, where obliged to refuse susceptible nerves, and even active muscular powers, has more intimately diffused and imparted exquisite irritability. This singular animal therefore may be less unfortunate than he seems. He loves warmth, he loves the quiet of sleep, and enjoys a slime-like well-being in each. When he wants warmth, he sleeps, and as if even lying down were painful to him, he fastens himself to a bough with his paws and feeds himself with one of them while, hanging from it like a bag, he enjoys in the warm sunbeams his grub-like existence. Thus the misshapen form of his feet is a benefit to him. From the peculiarity of their structure the tender animal cannot support himself on their balls, but only on the convexity of his claws, on which, as on the wheels of a wagon, he shoves himself slowly and commodiously along. His 46 ribs, the like of which no other quadruped possesses, form a long vault for his storehouse of provision, and are, if I may be allowed the expression, the ossified rings of a voracious leaf bag, of a grub. Enough examples. It is obvious wherein the ideas of an animal mind and an animal instinct are to be placed if we follow the guidance of physiology and experience. That is the sum and result of all the vital powers working in one organized system. This is the direction that nature gave to those collective powers by placing them in a given temperament and no other, by organizing them to this and no other structure. Chapter 4. Of the Instincts of Animals. We have an excellent work on the Instincts of Animals by the late Reimarus 23 which, like his work on natural religion, will remain a lasting monument of his inquisitive spirit and profound love of truth. After learned and methodical remarks on the various instincts which animals possess, he endeavors to explain them from the advantages of the mechanism, the senses, and the internal feelings, with which they are imbued. Yet he is of opinion that we must admit, especially with regard to the instinctive arts, particular determinate natural powers and natural innate capacities which are susceptible of no further explication. In the latter part of his sentiments I cannot acquiesce, for the composition of the whole machine from certain given powers, senses, feelings, and conceptions, in short, the organization of the creature itself, constitutes the most sure direction, the most perfect determination that nature could impress upon her work. As the Creator formed plants and bestowed on them certain parts and imbued them with certain powers to attract and assimilate light, air, and other subtle matters with which they are abundantly supplied through the medium of the atmosphere or of water, and as He has placed them in their proper elements where each part naturally exerts the powers essential to it, no new and blind instinct to vegetate seems to me necessary to have been imparted to them. Each part, with its living powers, performs its task, and thus in the general appearance becomes visible the result of the powers that could develop themselves in a given organization. The active powers of nature are all living, each in its kind. They must possess something within, answerable to their effects without, as Leibniz advanced and as all analogy seems to inform us. That we have no name for this internal state of plants or the powers still operating in them is a defect of our language, for sensation is used only of the internal state communicated to us by the nervous system. An obscure analogy however may exist, and if it does not, a new instinct, a power of vegetation ascribed to the whole, teaches us nothing. Two natural instincts are sufficiently evident in plants, those of nutrition and propagation, and the results of these are works of art such as the performances of a living insect, however skillful, scarcely equals. They are the bud and the flower. When nature makes a transition from a plant or a stone, to the animal kingdom, does she more clearly unfold to us the instincts of organic powers? The polyp appears to blossom like a plant, yet is an animal. Like an animal it seeks and digests its food, it pushes forth shoots, and these shoots are living animals. It renovates itself as far as it enjoys the power of renovation, the greatest work of art that any creature performs. What is constructed with more art than the house of the snail? The cells of the bee must yield to it, the web of the caterpillar of the silkworm, must give place to this artificial flower. And by what means has nature accomplished this? By internal organic powers which, little divided into limbs, lie in a lump, and the convolutions of which, following for the most part the progress of the sun, formed this regular figure. Internal parts afforded the basis, as the spider draws her web from her entrails, and the air could only supply the harder or grosser parts. This transition seems to me sufficiently to show whereon all the instincts, even the mechanical ones of the most skillful animal, depend, namely, on organic powers operating in a given manner according to given limbs. Whether this be effected with more or less sensation depends on the nerves of the creature, but beside these, there are active muscular powers and fibers fully imbued with growing and renovating vegetative life, which two kinds of powers, independent of the nerves, sufficiently compensate to the creature what it wants of nerves and brain. Thus nature herself leads us to the instinctive arts, which we are accustomed to attribute more especially to certain insects, for no other reason but because their performances are seen by us in miniature, and we compare them with our own. The more distinct the organs of a creature and the more lively and delicate its irritability, the less surprising should it be to us to perceive operations of which animals of coarser structure and duller irritability of particular parts are incapable, whatever other advantages they may possess. Even the smallness and delicacy of the creature conduce to art, which can be nothing else but the result of all its sensations, activities, and irritability. Here, too, examples will speak most forcibly, and the faithful industry of a swammerdam, a riamour, a lionette, a roiselle, and some others, have beautifully placed these examples before our eyes. When the caterpillar spins herself around with a web, what does she more than many other creatures perform when they cast their skins? The snake puts off her exuvii, the bird molds her feathers, and many quadrupeds shed their hair. By these means they grow young again and renovate their powers. The caterpillar also grows young again, only in a more difficult, exquisite, and artful manner. She strips off her bristly case, which takes with it some of her feet, and by a slower or quicker transition appears in a perfectly new state. The first period of her life, which she employed as a caterpillar in the office of nutrition alone, afforded her powers for this. Now must they also serve to propagate the species, and for this her rings are formed and her limbs are produced. Thus, in the organization of this creature nature has only placed her periods of life and instincts farther from each other, and left them organically to prepare for a peculiar transformation, as involuntary on the part of the creature as that of the snake when she casts her skin. What is the web of the spider but the spider herself elongated to obtain her prey? As the polyp stretches out his arms to embrace it, as she obtained fangs to hold it fast, so for the purpose of catching her prey she acquired the papillae, between which her web is drawn out. Of the juice from which it is formed she has about a sufficient quantity to supply her with webs during her life, and if she is unfortunate with them, she must recur to forcible means or die. The power that organized her whole body and all its inherent faculties, formed her thus organically to the fabrication of this web. The same are we taught by the Republic of Bees. Each of the different species of these is fashioned to its particular purpose, and they associate together, because neither of the species could exist without the others. The working bees are organized for the gathering of honey, and the construction of the cells. The honey they gather, as every animal seeks its food, and since their mode of life requires it, they collect it orderly and lay it up in store. They construct their cells as so many other animals build their habitations, each in its own manner. Being of no sex, they feed the young of the hive as others feed their own offspring, and kill the drones, as every animal kills another that robs him of his provision and is a burden to his family. Though all this cannot be done without sense and feeling, yet it is but the sense, the feeling, of a bee, neither the mere mechanism to which Buffon refers it, nor the complicated mathematical political reason which others ascribe to the creature. Its mind is included in its organization and intimately interwoven with it. Thus it operates conformably to it, finely and with art, but in a very narrow and confined circle. The beehive is its world, and the Creator has divided its occupations into three parts by a threefold organization. Neither must we suffer ourselves to be misled by the word promptitude. While we observe these organic arts in many animals immediately after their birth, our promptitude arises from practices theirs does not. Is their organization completed? Its powers must be in full play. What in the world has the greatest promptitude? The falling stone, the blooming flower. That falls, this blooms. According to its nature. The crystal shoots with more promptitude and regularity, than the bee constructs its comb, or the spider her web. In the stone it is only a blind organic instinct that is infallible, in the insect it is organized to the employment of several limbs and organs, and these may fail. The healthy, powerful consent of these to one end constitutes promptitude, as soon as the perfect creature exists. Thus we perceive why the higher creatures rise the more their incessant propensity and infallible promptitude decrease. The more, namely, the one organic principle of nature, which we here term plastic, there, impulsive, here, sensitive, there, artful, yet which is at bottom but one and the same organic power, is subdivided into several organs and various limbs, and the more it has in each of these a world of its own, whence consequently it is exposed to particular errors and obstacles, so much the weaker is its propensity, so much the more is it subject to the command of the will, and therefore of error. The different sensations must be balanced against each other and then reconciled together. Hail, then, overpowering instinct, infallible guide. The obscure irritation that in a certain sphere, secluded from all others, possesses in itself a kind of omniscience and omnipotence, is now divided into twigs and branches. The teachable creature must learn, as he receives from nature less knowledge, he must exercise his powers because he receives less power from nature, but by his progressive advancement, by the refining and division of his powers, he has obtained new means of operation and more and finer organs to discriminate his sensations and to choose that which is best. What he wants in intensity of impulse is supplied by its extent and finer composition, he is capable of more pure self-satisfaction, of a more free and diversified use of his powers and limbs, and all because, if I may so express myself, his organic mind is more subtly and multifariously distributed among its organs. Let us now consider a few wonderful and wise laws of this gradual improvement of the creature, how the Creator has accustomed him step by step to a combination of many ideas or feelings, and to a peculiar free employment of many senses and limbs. Chapter 5. Advancement of the creature to a combination of several ideas and to a particular freer use of the senses and limbs. 1. An obscure but powerful propensity is all that inanimate nature possesses. The parts pressed together with internal energies, every creature seeks to acquire form, and forms itself. Everything is yet included in this propensity, but it indestructibly pervades the whole being. The smallest part of a crystal, or of a salt, is a salt or a crystal. The plastic power operates in the minutest particle as in the whole, indiscernible from without, indestructible from within. 2. Plants divide themselves into tubes and other parts, and in these parts their propensity begins to modify itself after its own manner, though in the whole it still operates uniformly. Root, stem, and branches absorb, but in different manners, by different conduits and different substances. Thus the propensity of the whole modifies itself with these, but still remains in the whole one and the same. 4. Propagation is only the efflorescence of growth. And both these propensities are inseparable from the nature of the creature. 3. In zoophytes nature begins imperceptibly to separate particular organs with their inherent powers. The organs of nutrition become visible. The fruit already loosens itself in the womb of the parent, though it continues to be nourished in it as a plant. Many polypi sprout from one stem. Nature has fixed them to a spot and exempted them from locomotion. The snail has a broad foot with which it fastens itself to its house. The senses of this creature lie obscurely and indistinct together. Its propensity operates slowly and intimately. The copulation of the snail continues several days. Thus nature has exempted this beginning of vital organization as much as she could from diversity, and therefore more deeply concealed and firmly bound variety in an obscure simple movement. The tenacious life of the snail is almost indestructible. For as she ascended higher, she observed the same wise precaution, gradually to inure the creature to a greater discrimination of diversified sense and instinct. The insect cannot perform at once all it has to perform, therefore it must change its form and being. First as a caterpillar to satisfy the propensity of nutrition, next, as a fly, that of propagation. It was incapable of both in one form. One species of bees could not execute everything requisite to the enjoyment and propagation of the kind. Nature divided them therefore, and made one to work, another to propagate, and a third to produce young, all by a slight change of organization, whence the powers of the creature acquired another direction. What she could not complete in one model, she effected in three, fitted to each other as fragments of one whole. Thus she taught the bees their office in 3 species, as she taught the butterfly and other insects their occupations in 2 different forms. 5. In proportion as she advanced and thought fit to allow the use of several senses, and with these of will, to accumulate, she removed unnecessary limbs and simplified the structure within and without. With the skin of the caterpillar feet are removed, for which the butterfly will have no occasion, the many feet of insects, their numerous and diversified eyes, their antennas, and many other little implements, are wanting in superior creatures. Of those the head contains little brain, it lying far lower in the spinal marrow, and each ganglion of the nerves constituting a new center of sensation. Thus the mind of the little artist is dispersed throughout its whole body. The more the creature should increase in spontaneity and the resemblance of intelligence, the greater and better furnished with brain is its head, and the 3 principal parts of the body are more proportionate to each other, which in insects, worms, and the like, were totally destitute of proportion. What great and mighty tails do the amphibia drag on the ground, while their misshapen legs stand unconnected! In quadrupeds nature has exalted her work, the legs are longer and approach nearer together. The tail, with its portion of the vertebrae, shortens and diminishes, it loses the gross muscular force of the crocodiles, and becomes more pliable and slender, until in more noble animals it is only a hairy switch, and at length, as nature approaches the erect form, it is totally rejected. The marrow of it is carried higher up and expended on nobler parts. 6. While the creative artist found the proportion of the quadruped the best, wherein this creature learned to exercise certain senses and powers in combination and to unite them in one form of thought and sensation. She changed the figure of each species according to its mode of life and destination, and with the same parts and limbs produced its own harmony of the whole, and therewith its own organic mind, different from all others. At the same time she retained a certain similitude, and seemed to pursue one great end. This great end is evidently to approach that organic form in which the greatest combination of clear ideas and the most diversified and free use of various senses and limbs could take place, and this it is that constitutes the greater or less humanity of beasts. It is no sport of the will, but a result of the diverse forms that could be no otherwise combined to that end to which nature would combine them, namely to an employment of thoughts, senses, powers, and desires, in this proportion, to such an end, and no other. The parts of every animal are in the most exact proportion to each other according to its place, and I am persuaded that all the forms in which a living creature can exist on our earth are exhausted. The beast goes upon all fours, for he could not use his 4 feet as human hands, but then, by this going on all fours, his standing, running, leaping, and the use of his animal senses, are rendered most easy to him. His head still inclines towards the earth, as from the earth he seeks his food. In most the smell is acute, as it must awaken or guide their instinct. Of one the ear is quick, of another the eye, and thus nature has chosen not only in the general structure of quadrupeds but in the formation of each particular species that particular proportion of powers and senses which could be best exercised in such an organization. Conformably to this she contracted or elongated the limbs and increased or diminished the strength. Every creature is a numerator to the great denominator, which is nature's self. Even man is only a fraction of the whole, a proportion of powers, which were to form themselves into one whole, in this and no other organization, by the common aid of many limbs. 7. Necessarily, in a terrestrial organization so deliberate, no power must suppress another, no propensity destroy another. And infinitely admirable is the care that nature has employed for this purpose. Most animals have their peculiar climate, which is precisely that where they can be most easily fed and brought up. Had nature fashioned them more indeterminately, with a capacity for supporting various climes, to what wants and wildness would many species have been exposed, until they had at length become extinct. We see this in the most tractable species, which have followed man into every country. Each region has given them a different caste, and the wild dog has become one of the most savage beasts of prey, even as he has become wild. The propensity of propagation must have bewildered the creature still more, had it been left indeterminate, but this, too, the creative parent has fettered. It awakes only at a determinate period when the organic warmth of the animal is at the highest, and as this is effected by physical revolutions of growth, of the seasons, and of the richest food, and the good superintendent has determined accordingly the time of gestation, equal care is taken for both young and old. The young comes into the world when it can prosper in it, or it passes through the severe season in the state of an egg until roused by a more friendly sun. The old feels the propensity only when it counteracts no other. By this, too, is regulated the relation of the two species in the duration and force of this propensity. The beneficent maternal affection with which nature has in this way educated and effectually habituated every living creature to actions, thoughts, and virtues, suitable to the compass of its organization, is above all expression. She preconceived it, as she placed these powers in a given organization, and necessitated the creature to see, to desire, to act, in this organization, as she had preconceived it, and gave it wants, powers, and place, within the limits of this organization. There exists no virtue, no propensity, in the human heart, which has not somewhere in the animal world its similitude, to which the forming mother has organically habituated. The animal. It must provide for itself, it must learn to love its offspring, necessity and the seasons compel it into society, if only to have companions in travel. Appetite impels this animal to love, necessity constrains that to marriage, to a sort of republic, to social order. However obscurely all this takes place, however shortly much of it endures, until it is imprinted in the nature of the animal, and we see it there strongly, we see it return, nay, it is irresistible, it is indelible. By how much the more obscurely and inwardly all this operates, the fewer thoughts are combined and the less frequently the impulse acts, so much the stronger is the propensity, so much the more perfect its effects. Thus everywhere occur prototypes of human modes of action in which animals are exercised, and if there be a sin against nature it is to resolve to still consider them as machines while we behold before our eyes their system of nerves, their structure resembling ours, their wants and modes of life the same. It is not to be wondered at therefore, that the more a species resembles man, the more its mechanic art decreases, for such a species stands already in a practical circle of more human-like thoughts. The beaver, which is still a water rat, builds with art. The fox, the field mouse, and similar animals, have their artificial subterranean structures. The dog, the horse, the camel, the elephant, want not these little arts, they have thoughts like those of man, impelled by the plastic hand of nature, and they exercise themselves in propensities like his. Chapter 6. Organic difference between man and beasts. With great untruth has it been said, in praise of the human species, that all the powers and capacities of every other are found in the highest perfection in man. Such a commendation is not only without proof, but inconsistent, for evidently in such a case one power would destroy another, and the creature would absolutely have no enjoyment of his existence. How could man at one and the same time bloom like the flower, feel like the spider, build like the bee, suck like the butterfly, and also possess the muscular strength of the lion, the proboscis of the elephant, and the art of the beaver? Does he possess, nay, does he comprehend, a single one of these powers with that intensity with which the animal enjoys and exercises it? On the other hand, some have, I will not say degraded him to the rank of a beast, but altogether divested him of the character of his kind, and made him a degenerate animal that, striving after higher perfection, has totally lost the originality of his species. This is palpably contrary to truth and the evidence of his natural history. He has obviously qualities which no other animal possesses and has performed actions of which the good and the bad are truly his own. No beast devours his fellow from Epicureanism, no beast murders his own in cold blood, at the command of a third. No beast has language as man has, and still less writings, traditions, religion, and arbitrary rights and laws. Finally, no beast has the form, clothing, habitation, arts, unfettered mode of life, unrestrained propensities, and fluctuating opinions, which distinguishes almost every individual of mankind. We inquire not whether all this is to the advantage or detriment of our species, suffice it that of our species it is the character. As every beast remains true upon the whole to the qualities of his kind, and we alone have made a divinity of will, not of necessity, this difference must be investigated as a fact, for such it incontestably is. The other questions, how man came by this difference, and whether this difference is original or adventitious and acquired, are of another kind, historical merely, and here the perfectibility or corruptibility in which no beast has hitherto imitated him must have pertained to the distinguishing characteristics of his species. Laying aside all metaphysics, we confine ourselves to physiology and experience. 1. The form of man is upright, in this he is singular upon the earth. For though the bear has equally a broad foot and stands erect when he fights, and though the ape and the pygmy sometimes walk or run in an erect posture, still, to the human species alone is this position natural and constant. The foot of man is more firm and broad, he has a long great toe, while the ape has but a thumb, his heel, too, is on a level with the sole of his foot. All the muscles acting in this position are adapted to it. The calf of the leg is enlarged, the pelvis is drawn backward, the hips are spread outwards from each other, the spine is less curved, the breast is widened, the shoulders have clavicles, the hands have fingers imbued with the sense of feeling, and to crown the structure the receding head is exalted on the muscles of the neck. Man is Alpha Nu Theta Rho Omega Pi Omicron Sigma 24. A creature looking far above and around him. It must be granted, however, that this mode of going erect is not so essential to man that its opposite is as impossible for him as to fly. Not only is the contrary seen in children, but men who have been brought up among beasts have proved it by experience. 11 or 12 instances of this kind are known, 25, and though they have not all been sufficiently observed and described, yet some of them show clearly that the gait most incommodious to man is not impracticable to his pliable nature. His head, as well as his abdomen, lies somewhat forwards, the body therefore can fall forwards as the head sinks in sleep. No dead body can stand upright. It is only by the combined exertion of innumerable actions that our artificial mode of standing and going becomes possible. Thus it may easily be conceived that, in acquiring the gait of quadrupeds, many limbs of the human body must change their forms and proportions to each other, as appears in the instances of wild men. The Irish boy, described by Tulpius, had a flat forehead, the occiput heightened, a wide bleeding throat, a thick tongue growing almost up to the palate, and the pit of the stomach drawn greatly inwards, just as going on all fours must occasion. The Flemish maiden, who walked erect and still retained so much of the feminine nature as to bedeck herself with a straw apron, had a brown thick, hairy skin, and long thick hair. The maiden found at Sangy in Champagne had a dark countenance, strong fingers, and long nails, and her thumbs in particular were so strong and elongated that she swung herself with them from tree to tree like a squirrel. Her quick pace was not walking, but a flying trip and gliding in which the motions of the feet were scarcely to be distinguished. The tone of her voice was weak and slender, her cry piercing and frightful. She had uncommon strength and agility, and was so difficult to be weaned from her usual aliment of raw and bleeding flesh, fish, leaves, and fruit, that she not only endeavored to escape, but fell into a dangerous illness from which she could be recovered only by sucking warm blood that pervaded her vessels like a balsam. Her teeth fell out and her nails dropped off as she accustomed herself to our food. Insupportable pains contracted her stomach and bowels, particularly the esophagus, which became parched and dried up. Strong proofs how much the pliable nature of a human being, even though she was born and for a time brought up among men, could habituate itself in a few years to the inferior mode of life of the beasts, among which she was placed by some unfortunate mischance. How could I delineate the hateful vision of what man must have been had he been condemned to the fate of being formed a bestial fetus in the womb of a quadruped? What powers would thereby have been strengthened, what weakened, what must have been the gait, the education, the way of life, the corporeal structure, of the human beast? But a way unhallowed and horrible image. Odious non-nature of natural man. In nature thou dost not exist, and my pen shall not delineate one of thy features. 4. 2. The upright posture of man is natural to him alone, nay, it is the organism of the whole destination of the species, and its most distinguishing character. No nation upon earth has been found walking on all fours. The most savage, however closely many of them border on brute beasts in their form and mode of living, walk erect. Even the men without feeling of Diodorus, with other fabulous beings of the ancient and middle writers, go upon two legs, and I cannot comprehend how the human species, if it had possessed from nature the abject horizontal position, could ever have raised itself to a posture of so much art and constraint. How much trouble has it cost to habituate the wild men who have been found to our food and manner of living? Yet these were not originally wild, but had become so only by being a few years among the brutes. The Eskimo maiden had some ideas of her former state and remains of the language and instincts of her native country, yet her reason lay bound up in brutality. She had no remembrance of her journey or of the whole of her wild state. The others were not only destitute of language, but were in some measure forever lost to human speech. And would the human beast, had he been ages of ages in this abject state and formed to it by totally different proportions, a quadruped in his mother's womb, have left it of his own accord and raised himself to an erect posture? From the powers of a beast eternally pulling him back, would he have made himself man, and, before he became a man, invented human speech? Had man been a four-footed animal, had he been so for thousands of years, assuredly he would have remained so still, and nothing but a miracle of new creation could have made him what he now is, and what alone all history and experience represents him to us. Why then should we embrace unproved, nay, totally inconsistent paradoxes, when the structure of man, the history of his species, and, as I conceive, the whole analogy of terrestrial organization, lead us to something else? No creature that we know has departed from its original organization and accommodated itself to another repugnant to it. It can operate only with the powers inherent in its organization, and nature is acquainted with sufficient means to chain down every living creature to that state which she has assigned it. In man everything is adapted to the form he now bears, and from this everything in his history is explicable, for without it nothing is capable of explanation. And, since all the forms of the animal creation seem to converge to this, as to the exalted image of divinity and the most elaborate and prime beauty of the earth, without which, as without the domination of man, our world would be destitute of its supreme ornament and crown, why should we humble in the dust this diadem of our destination, and obstinately shut our eyes to that central point, in which all the radii of the circle seem to unite? When our creative parent had fulfilled her labors and exhausted all the forms that were possible on our earth, she paused and surveyed her works, and as she saw that the earth still wanted its principal ornament, its regent and second creator, she took counsel with herself, combined together her forms, and out of all fashioned her chief figure, human beauty. With maternal affection she stretched forth her hand to the last creature of her art, and said, "Stand up on the earth. Left to thyself, thou hadst been a beast like unto other beasts, but through my especial aid and love, walk erect, and be of beasts the god." With grateful eyes let us contemplate, in this hallowed act, the benefit through which our race became a human species. With wonder shall we perceive what new organism of powers commenced in the erect position of mankind, and how by it alone man was made a man. Book 4. Chapter 1. Man is organized to a capacity of reasoning. Internally and externally the orangutan resembles man. Its brain has the form of ours, it has a broad chest, flat shoulders, a similar visage, and a skull of the same shape. Its heart, lungs, liver, spleen, stomach, and intestines are like those of man. Tyson 26 has pointed out 48 parts in which it resembles our species more than the ape, and the actions related of it, even its vices and follies, and probably, too, its menstruation, give it a similitude to the human species. Unquestionably, therefore, in its interior, in the operations of its mind, it must have some resemblance to man, and those philosophers who would debase it to the level of the little mechanical animal seem to me to want the mean of comparison. The beaver builds, but instinctively, its whole mechanism is constructed for this, but it can do nothing farther. It is incapable of associating with man, of taking part in his thoughts and passions. The ape, on the contrary, has no determinate instinct, its mode of thinking stands close on the brink of reason, the brink of imitation. It imitates everything, and therefore its brain must be fitted for 1,000 combinations of sensitive ideas of which no other brute is capable, for neither the wise elephant nor the sagacious dog is capable of doing what the ape can perform. It would perfect itself. But this it cannot, for the door is shut against it. Its brain is incapable of combining with its own ideas those of others, and making what it imitates as it were its own. The female ape, described by Bontius, possessed a sense of modesty and covered herself with her hand when a stranger entered. She sighed, wept, and seemed to perform human actions. The apes described by Vattel go out in companies, arm themselves with clubs, and hunt the elephants from their precincts. They attack the Negroes, and sit around their fires, but they have not sense to keep them up. The ape, which de Labras placed at table, used a knife and fork and was susceptible of anger, confidence, and all the human passions. The love of the mothers to their children, their education and initiation into the arts and tricks of an ape's life, the regulations of their commonwealth on a march, the punishments they inflict on their malefactors, even their droll artifices and maliciousness, with a number of incontestable traits, are sufficient proofs that they are creatures resembling man interiorly as much as their exterior indicates. Buffon wastes the stream of his eloquence in vain when he takes occasion from these animals to combat the similitude of the internal organism of nature to the external, for the facts that he himself has collected sufficiently refute him, and the uniformity of nature's organism within and without, if rightly defined, remains impossible to be mistaken through all the forms of animate being. What then distinguishes the man-like creature from man? Is it, perhaps, language alone? But men have taken pains to bring up several, and had this animal, which imitates everything, been capable of speech, it certainly would have imitated this first and waited for no instruction. Or does it depend solely on its organs? Certainly not, for though it comprehends the meaning of a man's speech and is forever gesticulating, yet no ape has acquired the faculty of conversing pantomimically with its master, and discoursing by gestures. It must be owing to something else, therefore, that the door of human reason is shut against the poor creature, leaving it perhaps an obscure perception that it is so near, yet cannot enter. What is this something? It is singular that almost all the difference appearing on dissection should seem to consist in the parts appropriate to walking. The ape is so formed as to be able to walk erect, and is therein more similar to man than its brethren, but it is not formed wholly for this, and this difference seems to deprive it of everything. Let us follow this glimpse, and nature herself will guide us to the path in which we must seek the first grounds of man's superiority. The orangutan 27 has long arms, large hands, short legs, and large feet with long toes, but the thumb of its hand and the great toe of its foot are small. Buffon, and Tyson before him, on this account termed the ape species quadrumanous, and with these small members evidently the basis is wanting which enables man to stand firm. The hind part of its body is slender, its knee broader than in man, and not so low, the muscles that move the knee arise from the thigh bone lower than in man so that the animal can never stand perfectly upright, but with bent knees seems as it were learning to stand. The head of the thigh bone hangs in its socket without a ligament, the bones of the pelvis stand like those of quadrupeds, the last 5 vertebrae of the neck have long pointed processes which prevent the head from being carried backwards, thus the creature is not formed to stand erect, and sad are the consequences thence ensuing. Its neck is short and the clavicles are long so that the head seems stuck between the shoulders. 28 Thence its forepart is enlarged, it has prominent jaws and a flat nose, the eyes stand near together, and the ball of the eye is so small that none of the white is seen. The mouth on the other hand is large, the belly thick, the breast long, and the back feeble. The ears project like those of brutes. The orbits of the eyes approach each other and the head is articulated posteriorly, as in brutes, not centrically as in man. The upper jaw is protruded forwards and the insertion of a proper intermaxillary bone cuts off the last mark of resemblance of the human visage in the ape. 29 Now from this formation of the head, the lower part projecting forward, the hinder pushed back, from this collocation of it on the neck, from the whole appearance of the vertebra of the back suitable to these, the ape remains still but a brute, however great its resemblance to man. To prepare ourselves for this conclusion let us consider human countenances appearing to border on those of brutes, however distantly. What renders them brutal? What gives them this base, disgraceful aspect? The protruding jaws, the head pushed back, in short the remotest resemblance to the quadrupedal organization. The moment the center of gravity on which the human skull rests its exalted arch is changed, the head seems fixed to the spine, the frame of the teeth projects forward, and the nose assumes the breadth and flatness of the brutes. Above, the orbits of the eyes approach nearer together, the forehead recedes backwards, and receives on each side the fatal depression of the skull of the ape. The head terminates in a point above and behind, the cavity of the skull is more narrow, and all this because the direction of the figure, the beautiful free formation of the head for the upright posture of man, is changed. Let this point be otherwise disposed, beautiful and noble will be the whole form. The forehead will advance forward big with thought, and the skull swell into an arch with calm exalted dignity. The broad brutal nose will contract, and assume a higher and more delicate figure, the retreating mouth will be more beautifully covered, and thus will be formed the lips of man, which are wanting to the most cunning of the apes. The chin will sink to around the fine perpendicular oval, the cheeks softly swell, and the eyes look out from beneath the projecting forehead as from the sacred temple of mind. And whence all this? From the formation of the head to the crest position, from its being internally and externally organized to a perpendicular center of gravitation. 30 Let him who doubts this survey the skulls of the ape and the man, and no shadow of his doubt can remain. Every external form in nature is an index of her internal operations, and thus, Great Mother of all, we approach the most sacred of thy sublunary works, the laboratory of the human understanding. Men have taken much pains to compare the magnitude of the human brain with that of the brains of other animals, and for this purpose have weighed the brains and the animals against each other. But this mode of weighing and calculating can give no accurate result for three reasons. 1. Because one member of the comparison, the mass of the body, is too indeterminate and bears no certain proportion to the other nicely determined member, the brain itself. How different the nature of the things that occasion the weight of a body! And how different may be the proportions assigned them! The heavy body of the elephant, and even his ponderous head, are lightened by means of air, and though his brain is not over-large, he is the wisest of brutes. What weighs most in the body of an animal? The bones, but to these the brain is not immediately proportioned. 2. It is unquestionably of much importance to what purposes of the body the brain is employed, and to what functions it lends nerves. If therefore the brain and nerves were weighed against each other they would give a nicer proportion, though by no means accurate, for the weight of both would indicate neither the fineness of the nerves nor the purposes of their course. 3. Thus ultimately all depends on the more fine elaboration, the more nicely proportioned situation of the parts with respect to each other, and still more especially, as it should seem, on the free and spacious field for combining the impressions and perceptions of all the nerves with the greatest force, with the most rigid truth, with the most unrestrained play of variation, and uniting them with energy in the unknown divine entity that we term thought, concerning which the magnitude of the brain gives us no information. Still these arithmetical calculations 31 are valuable, and afford us some instructive and introductory inferences, though not ultimate conclusions. Some of these I shall mention here to show the ascending uniformity of nature's course. 1. In the smaller animals, in which the circulation and organic warmth are but imperfect, we find a smaller brain and fewer nerves. Nature, as we have already remarked, has made up to them in an intimate or fine expanded irritability what she was obliged to deny them in sensation, for probably the elaborating organism of these creatures could neither produce nor support a larger brain. 2. In warm-blooded animals the mass of the brain increases in proportion as their organization is more elaborate, but here other considerations supervene which seem more particularly governed by the proportions the nervous and muscular powers bear to each other. In beasts of prey the brain is smaller, in these the muscular powers predominate, to which the nerves are for the most part subservient. In peaceable graminivorous animals the brain is larger, though even in these it seems principally employed in nerves of sense. Birds have much brain, for in their colder element warmer blood is necessary. The circulation, too, is confined within a smaller sphere in their bodies, which are generally small. In the amorous sparrow the brain fills the whole head and is equal in weight to 1/5 of the body. 3. In young creatures the brain is larger than in those that are full grown, evidently because it is more soft and tender, and therefore occupies considerable space, but is not on this account more weighty. In it, too, is the provision of that delicate humectation for all the vital functions and internal operations by which the creature is in its younger years to acquire capacities, and on which much is consequently to be expended. With increasing years the brain grows more firm and dry, for capacities then are acquired, and the animal, whether man or brute, is no longer susceptible of such light, agreeable, fugacious impressions. In short, the magnitude of the brain seems to be a necessary condition, though not the primary one, of greater capacity and exercise of the understanding. Of all animals man, as the ancients themselves knew, has proportionally the largest brain, yet in this point the ape is not inferior to him and the ass is even superior to the horse. The finer thinking powers of the creature must physiologically require something more than this, and according to the scale of organization which nature has placed before our eyes, what else can it be than the structure of the brain itself, the more perfect elaboration of its parts and juices, and its more apt situation and proportion for the reception of the most spiritual perceptions and ideas in the most salutary vital warmth. Let us then turn over the leaves of nature's book and examine the finest she ever composed, the tablet of the brain itself, for as the ends of her organism are the sensation, the well-being, the happiness of a creature, the head must be the repository in which we may look for her thoughts with the greatest expectation of success. One in creatures of which the brain is but just in its commencement it appears yet very simple, it is as a bud, or a pair of buds, of the sprouting spinal marrow, and affords nerves only to the most necessary senses. In birds and fishes, the brains of which, according to the remark of Willis, have a similar structure, the number of protuberances increases to 5 or upwards, and they are also more distinct. Finally, in warm-blooded animals the cerebrum and cerebellum are evidently distinguishable, the lobes of the former, suitably to the organization of the animal, spread from each other and the particular parts proportionally pursue the same course. Thus nature, as in the whole formation of her species, so in its summary and term, the brain, has only one prototype, which she has employed in the meanest worm and insect, and almost imperceptibly changed in every species, according to the variety of their external organization, yet advancing, enlarging, and improving as she changed, until it was ultimately perfected in man. The cerebellum was finished sooner than the brain itself, being more closely allied to the spinal marrow, nearer to which it originates. It is more similar, too, in many species in which the figure of the brain is still very different. And this need not excite our wonder, since nerves of great importance to the animal economy rise from the cerebellum, so that nature, in fashioning the noblest powers of thought, could not but take her course forwards from the spine. 2. The lobes of the cerebrum appear in many respects more finished in their nobler parts. Not only are their convolutions more deeply and accurately marked, more numerous and more diversified in man than in any other animal, not only is the cortical part of the human brain its softest and most delicate portion, so that it may be reduced to a 25th part of its original weight by exsication, but the treasure which is covered and interlaced with this cortical part, the medulla, is more distinct, more determinate, and comparatively greater, in the nobler animals, especially in man, than in all other creatures. In man the cerebrum far outweighs the cerebellum, and its superior weight clearly indicates its internal fullness, and greater elaboration. 3. All the experiments hitherto collected by Haller, the most learned physiologist any nation has yet produced, show how futile it would be to seek the indivisible work of the formation of ideas in substance and distributed among the material parts of the brain. Nay, I am persuaded, even if none of these experiments existed, the very manner in which ideas are formed must have led to the same conclusion. Why is it that we name the powers of thought according to their different relations, imagination and memory, wit, and judgment? That we distinguish the impulse of desire from mere will, and the power of sensation from that of motion? The least calm reflection tells us that these faculties are not locally separated, as if judgment resided in one part of the brain, memory and imagination in another, the passions and sensitive powers in a third, for the thought of our mind is undivided, and each of these effects is the fruit of thought. It would be in some measure absurd, therefore, to attempt to dissect abstract relations as if they were bodies and to scatter the mind as Medea did the limbs of her brother. If the material of sensation, which is quite distinct from the nervous fluid, if such a fluid there be, escape our observation in the grossest senses, how much more must we be incapable of detecting the spiritual connection between all the senses and our perceptions, so as not only to see and feel them, but to be able to excite them at will in the different parts of the brain as easily as we could finger the keys of a harpsichord. Of such an expectation I am far from entertaining the remotest thought. For still further is it from me when I contemplate the structure of the brain and nerves. How different here is the economy of nature from what our abstract psychology of the senses and faculties of the mind would suppose. Who would infer from metaphysics that the nerves originate, divide, and unite in the manner in which we perceive they do? Yet these are the only parts of the brain the organic purposes of which we know, as their effects are placed before our eyes. Nothing remains for us then but to consider this sacred laboratory of ideas, the internal brain, where the senses converge together, as the womb in which the embryon thought is fashioned invisibly and undivided. If that womb be found healthy, and affords the embryon not merely due mental and vital warmth, but that amplitude of space, that fitness of situation in which the invisible organic power that here pervades everything can embrace the perceptions of the senses and of the whole body and combine them, if I may be allowed the metaphor, in that luminous point, which approaches sentiment, the finely organized creature becomes capable of reason if aided by external circumstances of instruction and the development of ideas. If the reverse of this take place, if the brain be deficient in finer fluids or essential parts, if grosser senses occupy it or if it be thrust into a confined situation, what is the consequence? As that subtle converging radiation of ideas is wanting, the creature remains a child of the senses. 5. The construction of the brains of various animals seems evidently to prove this, and even from this construction, compared with the external organization and way of life of the animal, may we perceive why nature, following generally one model, could not always reach it, but was necessitated to vary from it, here in one way, there in another. Of many animals the chief sense is that of smell, which is the most necessary to their support and the guide of their instinct. Observe how the nose projects in the visage of these animals, in like manner in their brains the olfactory nerves project as if the forepart of the head were made for them alone. They proceed forwards broad, hollow, and pithy, so that they appear like continuations of the ventricles of the brain, and in many species the frontal sinuses extend very high, probably to strengthen the sense of smell so that, if I may use the expression, a greater part of the animal mind is olfactory. The optic nerves follow next in order, the sense of sight being most necessary to the animal after that of smell. These appertain more to the middle region of the brain, and they subserve a finer sense. The other nerves, which I will not here enumerate, follow in proportion as the external and internal organization require a connection of parts so that, for example, the nerves and muscles of the occiput support and animate the mouth, the chin, and the rest. Thus they finish as it were the countenance, and frame the external figure to such a whole as the internal is rendered by the proportion of the internal powers. In this comparative view, however, we must not confine ourselves to the visage alone, but take in the whole body. It is pleasing to go through the different proportions of different forms, comparing them together and contemplating the internal springs by which nature has set each creature in motion. For what she was obliged to withhold she has made compensation, and what she was obliged to render complex she has wisely complicated, that is, she has formed the external organization of the creature in harmony with its general way of life. Yet still she had her model ever in view and deviated from it unwillingly, as a certain analogical perception and understanding constituted the great end to which she sought to fashion all terrestrial organized being. In the most various inhabitants of earth, of sea, and of air, this may be shown in one progressive analogy. 6. Thus we come to the superiority of man in the structure of his brain. And on what does this depend? Evidently on his more perfect organization in the whole, and ultimately on his erect posture. The brain of every animal is fashioned after the shape of its head, or the proposition might with more propriety be reversed as nature works from within to without. To whatever gait, to whatever proportion of parts, to whatever Habits. She destined the creature, for these she compounded, to these she adapted, its organic powers. According to these powers and to the proportion in which they operated on each other, the brain was made large or small, narrow or extensive, light or ponderous, simple or complicated. According to this the senses of the creature became feeble or powerful, paramount or subservient. The cavities and muscles of the forepart of the head and of the occiput fashioned themselves according as the lymph gravitated, in short, according to the angle of the organic direction of the head. Of numerous proofs in support of this that might be adduced from various genera and species, I shall mention only 2 or 3. What produces the organic difference between the head of man and the head of an ape? The angle of direction. The ape has every part of the brain that man possesses, but it has them thrust backward in situation according to the figure of its skull, and this because its head is formed under a different angle, and it was not designed to walk erect. Hence all the organic powers operated in a different manner. The head was not so high, so broad, or so long, as that of man. The inferior senses predominated with the lower part of the visage, which was the visage of a beast, as its back-shoved brain must ever continue the brain of a brute. Thus, though it has all the parts of the human brain, it has them in a different situation, in a different proportion. The Parisian anatomists found, in the apes they dissected, the foreparts similar to those of man, but the internal, from the cerebellum, proportionally deeper. The pineal gland was conical, with its point turned toward the hind head, etc. Thus there is a manifest relation between the angle of direction of the head and the mode of walking, figure, and way of life of the animal. The ape dissected by Blumenbach 32 had still more of the brute, being probably of an inferior species, whence arose its larger cerebellum and the defects of the more important regions. These differences do not exist in the orangutan, the head of which is less bent backward, and the brain not so much pressed toward the hind part, though sufficiently so when compared with the high, round, and bold curve of the human brain, the only beautiful apartment for the formation of rational ideas. Why has not the horse the rete mirabile, as well as other brutes? Because its head stands erect, and the carotid artery rises in some measure like that of a man, without having occasion for this contrivance to impede the course of the blood, as in brutes that have depending heads. Accordingly it is a nobler, fiery, courageous animal, of much warmth, and sleeping little. On the contrary, in creatures with heads hanging down nature had many precautions to take in the construction of the brain, even separating the principal parts by a bony partition. Thus everything depends on the direction in which the head was formed to adapt it to the organization of the whole frame. I shall not proceed to any other examples, hoping that inquisitive anatomists will turn their attention particularly, when dissecting animals that resemble man, to this intimate relation of the parts, to their situation with respect to each other, and to the direction of the head as it forms a part of the whole. Here, I believe, lies the difference that produces this or that instinct that elaborates a brutal or a human mind, for every creature is in all its parts one living cooperating whole. 7. Even what may be termed a good or bad shape of the human head itself appears determinable from this simple and general law of its adaptation to the erect posture. For as this shape of the head, this expansion of the brain into its beautiful wide hemispheres with its internal formation to rationality and freedom, were consistent only with the erect form, as the proportion and gravitation of the parts themselves, the degree of warmth they possess, and the manner in which the blood circulates through them, clearly show, nothing other than the superior human form could result from this internal proportion. Why does the crown of the Grecian head incline so pleasingly forward? Because it contains the amplest space for an unconfined brain and indicates fine sound concavities in the frontal bone, so that it may be considered as the temple of clear and youthfully beautiful thought. The hind head on the contrary is small, so that the animal cerebellum might not preponderate. So it is with the other parts of the face, as organs of sense they indicate the finest proportion of the sensitive faculties of the brain, and every deviation from this proportion is an approach to the brute. I am persuaded that on the agreement of these parts will be erected a valuable science, to which physiognomy proceeding on conjecture would not easily attain. The grounds of the external form lie within, for everything has been fashioned by the organic powers operating from within to without, and nature has made every being such a complete whole, as if she had never created anything else. Look up to heaven, then, O man, and tremblingly rejoice at thy vast superiority which the Creator of the world has connected with such a simple principle, thy upright form. Didst thou walk prone like a brute, were thy head gluttonously formed for the mouth and nose and the structure of thy limbs answerable, where would be thy higher powers of mind? To what would not the image of the divinity in thee be degraded? The wretch who ranks with the brutes has lost it, as his head is misshapen, his internal faculties are debased, and the grosser senses drag the creature down to the earth. But the fashioning thy limbs to an erect posture has given thy head its beautiful outline and position, whence the brain, that delicate ethereal germ of heaven, has full room to extend itself and send out its branches. The forehead swells rich in thought, the animal organs recede, it is the form of a man. As the skull rises higher, the ear is seated lower and becomes more closely connected with the eye, and the two senses have more intimate access to the sacred apartment in which ideas are formed. The cerebellum, the marrow shooting down the spine, and the vital powers of sense which are paramount in the brute, are in a subordinate proportion to the brain. The rays of the wonderfully beautiful corpora striata are more distinct and delicate in man, an indication of the infinitely finer light concentrated in this region, and beaming from it. Thus, if I may speak figuratively, is the flower formed, that merely shoots forth a sprout in the elongated spinal marrow, but rounds itself forward into a plant full of ethereal powers, which could be generated only in this aspiring tree. Further, the general proportion of the organic powers of the brute is not favorable to reason. In its organization muscular strength and sensual irritability prevail, which are distributed in each particular frame according to the end of the creature, and form the predominant instinct of each species. With man's erect figure arises a tree the faculties of which are so proportioned as to send the finest and richest fluids to the brain, as the flower that crowns the whole. Every pulsation of the heart sends more than a sixth part of the blood contained in the human body to the head alone. The grand stream riles upwards, then takes a gentle curve and divides itself gradually, so that even the remotest parts of the head derive warmth and nourishment from it and its fitter streams. Nature has employed all her art to strengthen the vessels that convey the stream, to weaken and moderate the force of the current, to retain it long in the brain, and to conduct it back gently from the head when it has performed its office. It springs from trunks which, being near the heart, act with all the force of the primitive movement, and from the commencement of life the whole power of the young heart acts on this, the noblest and most sensitive part. The extremities remain yet unformed while the head and internal parts are fabricated in the most delicate manner. We see with astonishment not only the overproportion of these, but their fine structure in the particular senses of the embryo, as if the great artist intended to create it for the brain alone and the power of internal motion, until at length she gradually supplies the other members also, as organs and productions of the inner parts. Thus man is fashioned even in his mother's womb to an erect posture, and everything that depends on it. He is not born in the pendulous womb of a brute, a more artful cavity, resting on its basis, was prepared for his formation. There sits the little sleeper, and the blood crowds to his head until this head sinks by its own gravity. In short, man is what he was designed to be, and to this end all the parts cooperate, a rising tree, crowned with the most beautiful flower, the seat of refined thought. Chapter 2. Retrospect from the organization of the human head to inferior creatures, the heads of which approach it in form. If we have advanced thus far in the right path, the same analogy in the relation the head bears to the general structure must prevail in the inferior creatures, since nature is uniform in her operations, and this analogy does most evidently prevail. As the plant labors to put forth that elaborate production, the flower, so in living creatures the whole frame exerts its powers to nourish the head as its crown. It might be said that nature employs the whole organization of creatures, according to their rank, to prepare a brain increasing in magnitude and perfection, and to procure the creature a less confined central point for the collection of its perceptions and thoughts. The further she advances, the more, too, she urges her point, at least as much as may be without rendering the head of the creature too heavy and injuring the corporeal faculties. Let us examine a few links of this ascending chain of organic perception in the external form and direction of the head. 1. In animals where the head lies horizontally with the body, the brain is least elaborated. Nature has diffused their irritability and instincts more generally over the whole. Such are worms and zoophytes, insects, fishes, and amphibious animals. In the lower links of the organic chain a head is scarcely perceptible, in others it is a projecting point. In insects it is small, in fishes the head and body are united in one, and in amphibious animals the head is for the most part horizontal with a crawling body. In proportion as the head rises and is distinct, the creature is roused from its brutal stupidity, the mouth at the same time recedes, and no longer seems to occupy the whole power of the forepart of the horizontal frame. If we compare the shark that appears all mouth and throat, or the creeping voracious crocodile, with creatures more finely organized, we shall be led by numerous examples to the proposition that the nearer the head and body of an animal approach one undivided horizontal line, the less room it has for an exalted brain, and the more are its prominent gaping jaws the principal part of its frame. 2. The more perfect the animal, the more it rises above the surface of the ground, its legs are lengthened, the bones of the neck are articulated in a manner adapted to the general organization, and the head takes a position and direction suited to the whole. Here, too, compare the armadillo and opossum, the porcupine, the rat, the glutton, and other inferior species, with the nobler animals. In the former the legs are short, the head is stuck between the shoulders, the jaws are long and project forward, in the latter the gait is more free, the head lighter, the neck more movable, the jaws shorter, and hence the brain naturally obtains a higher situation and ampler space. Thus we may admit the second proposition, that the more the body endeavors to raise itself and the head to mount upwards freely from the skeleton, the more perfect is the creature's form. This proposition, however, as well as the former, must be understood with reference to the general proportion and structure of the animal, not to particular members. 3. The more the lower part of the visage diminishes, or recedes, in the elevated head, the nobler its outline, and the more intelligent its brow. Compare the wolf and the dog, the cat and the lion, the rhinoceros and the elephant, the horse and the hippopotamus. On the other hand, the broader and heavier the lower parts of the visage are and the greater their inclination downward, the less is the skull, and the smaller the forehead. In this respect not only do the different species of animals differ, but even animals of the same species in different climates. Consider the white bear of the Arctic regions and the bear of warmer climes, or the different varieties of dogs, harts, and rocks. In short, the less the animal has of jaws and the more of skull, the nearer it approaches the rational form. To render this view of the subject more clear, let lines be drawn from the last cervical vertebra of the skeleton to the summit of the skull, the foremost part of the frontal bone, and the extreme point of the upper jaw. We shall then see the great variety in the several angles formed in different genera and species, and at the same time perceive that it all originally proceeds from the more or less horizontal position of the animal in walking, and is subservient to this. My remarks here coincide with the acute observations Camper has made on the figures of apes, other animals, and men of different races, for he draws a straight line from the aperture of the ear to the under part of the nose, and another from the utmost projection of the frontal bone to the most prominent part of the upper jaw. 33 In this angle he professes to discover not only the difference between various kinds of animals, but that which distinguishes nations from each other, and supposes that nature has employed this angle to discriminate all the varieties of the brute creation, and gradually ascend to the most perfect form of beauty in man. Birds describe the smallest angle, and the angle enlarges in proportion as the brute approaches the human form. The heads of apes reach from 42 degrees to 50 degrees, those with the latter angle coming near to man. The Negro and Kalmuk have 70 degrees, the European 80 degrees, and the Greeks carried their ideal beauty as far as 90 degrees and even 100 degrees. Whatever exceeds this becomes monstrous, and accordingly it is the highest point to which the ancients carried the beauty of their heads. As the justice of this remark is striking, it gives me much pleasure to trace it, as I believe I have done, to its physical principle, which is the tendency of the creature to the horizontal or perpendicular position and form of the head, on which the happy situation of the brain and the beauty and proportion of all the features ultimately depend. If therefore we would render the theory of Camper complete, and at the same time display its fundamental principle, we need only take the last cervical vertebra as the central point instead of the ear, and from it draw lines to the hindmost point of the occiput, the highest of the crown of the head, the most projecting of the forehead, and the most prominent of the upper jaw. Thus we shall not only render evident the variety of figure in the head, but also its principle that every circumstance in the form and direction of this part depends on the erect or prone gait of the creature, and consequently on its general habit, so that, according to a simple principle of formation, unity may be produced amid the greatest variety. Oh, that a second Galen would restore in these days the book of the ancients on the parts of the human body, with a particular view of displaying the perfection of our form as adapted to the erect posture in all its proportions and movements. That he would pursue the comparison of man with the animal approaching nearest to him from the first moment of his appearance through his mental and corporeal functions in the finer proportions of the parts to each other, and throughout the whole of the branching tree to its summit the brain, and show by the comparison that such a brain could be generated in man alone. The erect figure is the most beautiful and natural for all the plants on the earth. As the tree shoots upward, as the plant flowers at the top, we might conjecture that every nobler creature should have this growth, this position, and not crawl like a skeleton stretched out upon four props. But in these earlier periods of his debasement the creature must improve his animal faculties and learn to exercise his senses and instincts before he can attain our most free and perfect position. This he approaches by degrees. The crawling worm raises its head as much as possible from the dust of the ground, and the amphibia creep with bent bodies on the shore. The proud stag and the noble horse stand with uplifted neck, and the instincts of the domesticated animal are deadened. His mind is fed with ideas beyond which it is true he cannot yet comprehend, but which he takes upon credit, and blindly habituates himself to them. A glimpse of progressive nature in her invisible organic empire occasions the depressed body of the brute to raise itself, the spinal tree shoots more straight and flowers more finely, the breast is rounded, the haunches closed, the neck raised, the senses are more perfect, and concentrate in a clearer consciousness, nay, even in divine thought. And whence all this, but probably, when the organic powers are sufficiently exercised, by the energetic word of creation. Creature arise from the earth. Chapter 3. Man is organized for more perfect senses, for the exercise of art, and the use of language. Had man been nearer to the ground, all his senses would have been circumscribed within a narrower circle, and the superior ones depressed by the predominance of those of the inferior order, as the instances of wild men show. Smell and taste, as in the brute, would have been his leading guides. Raised above the earth and plants, smell no longer bears the sway, but sight. This has a wider field, and is exercised from infancy in the finest geometry of lines and colors. The ear, placed deep beneath the projecting skull, reaches nearer to the internal receptacle of ideas, while in the brute it stands out as it were on the watch, and in many is as acute in its faculty as in its external form. With the erect gait man becomes a creature imbued with art, for by this, the first and most difficult art that man learns, he is initiated into the practice of learning and becomes as it were a living art. Look at the brute, he has fingers in some measure like those of man, but here they are confined in a hoof, there in a paw, or in some other form, and spoiled by swelling. Man, by being formed to walk erect, acquired free and skillful hands, the instruments of the most delicate operations and of an incessant feeling after new and clear ideas. Helvetius was right in saying that the hands are great assistants to man's reason, for how much does the elephant acquire by means of his trunk? Nay, This delicate feeling of the hand is diffused through the body, and men deprived of their arms have performed works of art with their toes, which fingers were wanting to execute. The thumb, the great toe, which are so particularly fashioned in their muscular structure, though they appear to us contemptible limbs, are the most necessary helps to us in standing, walking, grasping, and all the performances of the art exercising mind. It has often been said that man was created defenseless, and that one of his distinguishing characteristics was to be capable of nothing. But this is not true. He has weapons for defense like all other creatures. Even the ape handles the club and defends himself with dirt and stones, he climbs trees, and escapes from the snake, his wiliest enemy, he uncovers houses and can even kill men. The wild maid of Sanji knocked her companion on the head with a club and supplied by climbing and running what she wanted in strength. Thus man in a wild state is not by the nature of his organization defenseless, and when erect, cultivated, what animal has the multifarious implements of art which he possesses in his arms, his hands, the mobility of his body, and all his faculties? Art is the most powerful weapon, and man is all art. He is altogether one organized weapon of defense. He wants claws and teeth for attack, indeed, but he was designed to be a mild peaceable creature, he was not intended to be a cannibal. What extensive capacities lie hidden in each of the human senses which necessity, want, disease, the defect of some other sense, monstrous conformation, or accident occasionally disclose. Thus giving us room to conjecture that other senses may be concealed in us, not to be unfolded in this world. If some blind men have raised their sense of feeling or hearing, the memory or the power of calculation, to a degree that appears fabulous to men of ordinary faculties, undiscovered worlds of variety and perfection may lie asleep in other senses not yet developed in our complex machine. What delicacy of perception has man already attained in the eye and ear? And surely this will extend still farther in a superior state, since, as Berkeley observes, light is the language of divinity, which our finest sense does but continually spell in 1,000 forms and colors. Melody, which the human ear perceives and art only develops, is the purest mathematics, which the mind obscurely practices through the instrumentality of the senses, as it does the nicest geometry by means of the eye acted upon by the rays of light. How infinite would be our astonishment if, standing one step higher, we could clearly view all that we darkly perform in our complicated divine machine with our senses and faculties, and in which the brute seems preparatorily exercising himself in a manner suitable to his organization. Still all these implements of art, brain, senses, and hands, would have remained ineffective even in the upright form if the Creator had not given us a spring to set them all in motion, the divine gift of speech. Speech alone awakens slumbering reason, or rather, the bare capacity of reason, that of itself would have remained eternally dead, acquires through speech vital power and efficacy. By speech alone the eye and ear, nay, the feelings of all the senses, are united in one, and center in commanding thought, to which the hands and other members are only obedient instruments. The example of those who are born deaf and dumb shows how far a man without speech is from attaining rational ideas even among other men, and in what a brutal state all his propensities remain. He imitates whatever his eye sees, whether good or bad, and he imitates it less perfectly than the ape because he wants the internal criterion of discrimination, and even sympathy with his own species. We have more than one instance 34 of a person born deaf and dumb who murdered his brother in consequence of having seen a pig killed, and tore out his bowels with tranquil pleasure merely in imitation of what he saw, a dreadful proof how little man's boasted understanding and the feelings of the species can effect of themselves. The delicate organs of speech, therefore, must be considered as the rudder of our reason, and speech as the heavenly spark that gradually kindles our thoughts and senses to a flame. In animals we perceive preparations for speech, and here, too, nature ascends in her operations, ultimately to perfect this art in man. The function of breathing requires the whole breast, with its bones, ligaments and muscles, the diaphragm, part of the abdomen, the neck, and the shoulders. Nature has constructed the whole spinal column, with its ligaments and ribs, its muscles and vessels, For this great work, she has given the parts of the thorax that degree of stability and motion which are requisite to it, and gradually ascended from the inferior creatures to form more perfect lungs and trachea. The newborn animal greedily inhales the first breath, nay, is anxious after it, as something it could not expect. Numberless parts are provided for this office, for almost all parts of the body require air for acting with efficacy. Yet, greedy as all creatures are for this divine breath of life, everyone is not endowed with voice and speech, which are ultimately produced by those small instruments, the head of the trachea, a few cartilages and muscles, and that simple member the tongue. This multifarious artist of all divine thoughts and words appears in the simplest form, and has not only set in motion the whole sphere of human ideas, but effected everything that man has performed upon earth by means of a little air passing through a narrow chink. It is infinitely beautiful to observe the gradation by which nature has gradually led her creatures up to sound and voice from the mute fish, worm, and insect. The bird enjoys its song as the most artful occupation and noblest excellence bestowed on it by the Creator. The beast that has a voice recurs to its aid when it feels any propensity and is desirous to express its feelings, whether of joy or sorrow. It gesticulates little, and those only speak by signs which are comparatively denied an animated voice. The tongue of some is so formed as even to be capable of pronouncing human words, the signification of which they do not understand. The external organization, particularly when tutored by man, runs before the internal capacity. But here the door is shut, and the manlike ape is visibly and forcibly deprived of speech by the pouches nature has placed at the sides of the windpipe. 35. Why has the Father of human speech done this? Why would he not permit the all-imitative ape to imitate precisely this criterion of humankind, inexorably closing the way to it by peculiar obstacles? Visit a hospital of lunatics and attend to their discourse, listen to the jabbering of monsters and idiots, and you need not be told the cause. How painful to us is the utterance of these! How we lament to hear the gift of language so profaned by those! And how much more would it be profaned in the mouth of the gross, lascivious, brutal ape, could he imitate human words with the half-human understanding which I have no doubt he possesses, disgusting tissue of sounds resembling those of man combined with the thoughts of an ape? No, the divine faculty of speech was not to be thus debased, and therefore the ape is dumb, more dumb than his fellow brutes, each of which, down to the frog and the lizard, has his own peculiar voice. But nature has constructed man for the use of language, for this he is framed erect and his vaulted breast is placed on a column. Men who have been accidentally brought up among beasts not only lose the use of speech, but in some measure the power of acquiring it, an evident proof that their throats are deformed and that human speech is consistent only with an erect gait. For though several brutes have organs of speech resembling those of men, no one is capable of that. Continued. Stream of voice that issues from the free, exalted, human breast, and man's narrow, artfully closed mouth. Man, on the contrary, is not only able to imitate all their sounds and tones, so that, as Monbiot says, he is the mockingbird of terrestrial creatures, but a deity has taught him the art to imprint ideas on tones, depict figure with sound, and rule the earth by the words of his mouth. His reason and improvement begin from speech, for by this alone does he govern himself also and exercise that reflection and choice of which his organization renders him alone capable. There must, be superior creatures whose reason looks through the eye, a visible chamber being sufficient for them to form and discriminate ideas, but the man of this world is a pupil of the ear, which first teaches him gradually to understand the language of the eye. The difference of things must first be imprinted on his mind by the voice of another, and then he learns to impart his own thoughts, first perhaps by gentle and forcible expirations, next by vocal sound and chant. The Eastern nations have an expressive name for beasts, which they call the dumb ones of the earth. It was in being organized with a capacity for speech that man received the breath of the divinity, the seed of reason and eternal perfection, an echo of that creative voice to rule the earth, in a word, the divine art of ideas, the mother of all arts. Chapter 4. Man is organized to finer instincts, and in consequence to freedom of actions. Men repeat after one another that man is void of instinct, and that this is the distinguishing character of the species, but he has every instinct that any of the animals around him possess, only, in conformity to his organization, he has them softened down to a more delicate proportion. The infant in the mother's womb seems under a necessity of going through every state that is proper to a terrestrial creature. He swims in water, he lies prone with open mouth, his jaws are large before the lips, which are not formed until late, can cover them. No sooner does he come into the world than he gasps after air, and sucking is the first act he performs untaught. The whole process of digestion and nutrition, of hunger and thirst, proceeds instinctively, or by some still more obscure impulse. The muscular and procreative powers drive in like manner to develop themselves, and if some passion or disease deprive a man of his reason, all the animal instincts will be observable in him. Danger and necessity unfold in a man, nay, in whole nations that lead a savage life, the capacities, senses, and powers of beasts. Man therefore is not properly deprived of instincts, but they are repressed in him, and made subordinate to the dominion of the nerves and finer senses. Without them the creature, who is still in great measure an animal, could not live. But how are they repressed? How does nature bring them under the dominion of the nerves? Let us contemplate their progress from infancy, and this will show us what men have often so foolishly lamented as human weakness in a very different light. The young of the human species comes into the world weaker than that of any other animal, and for an obvious reason, because it is formed to receive a figure that cannot be fashioned in the womb. The four-footed beast acquires the quadruped figure in the matrix, and though at first its head is equally disproportionate with that of man, it ultimately attains its due proportions. Such, indeed, as abound in nerves bring forth their young feeble, yet still the equilibrium of their powers is established in a few days or weeks. Man alone remains a long time weak, for his limbs are yet to be fashioned to the head, if I may be allowed the expression, which was formed disproportionately large in the womb and so comes into the world. The other limbs which require earthly nutriment, air, and motion, for their growth are long before they overtake it, though during the whole period of childhood and youth they are growing up to a just proportion with it, while the head does not grow equally with them. The feeble child, therefore, is an invalid, as I may say, in its superior powers, and nature is earliest improving these, and continues incessantly to improve them. Before the child learns to walk, it learns to see, to hear, to feel, and to practice the delicate mechanism and geometry of these senses. It exercises these in the same instinctive manner as the brute, only in a nicer degree. Not by innate art and ability, for all the qualities of brutes are the consequence of gross stimuli, and if these were predominant from infancy the man would remain a brute, being able to do everything before be learned, he would learn nothing pertaining to man. Either reason must be born with him as an instinct, which appears a contradiction in terms, or he must come into the world feeble as he does, that he may learn reason. This he learns from his infancy, being formed to it, to freedom and to human speech by art, as he is to his artificial mode of walking. The suckling at the mother's breast reposes on her heart, the fruit of her womb is the pupil of her embrace. His finest senses, the eye and ear, first awake and are led forward by sound and figure, happy for him if they be fortunately led. His sense of seeing gradually unfolds itself and attentively watches the eyes of those around, as his ear is attentive to their language, and by their help he learns to distinguish his first ideas. In the same manner his hand learns gradually to feel, and then his limbs first strive after their proper exercise. He is first a pupil of the two finest senses, for the artful instinct to be formed in him is reason, humanity, the mode of life peculiar to man, which no brute possesses or learns. Domesticated animals acquire some things from man, but it is as brutes, they do not become men. Hence it appears what human reason is, a word so often misused in modern writings to imply an innate automaton, in which sense it can lead only to error. Theoretically and practically, reason is nothing more than something understood. An acquired knowledge of the proportions and directions of the ideas and faculties to which man is formed by his organization and mode of life. An angelic reason we know not, any more than we are capable of having a clear perception of the internal state of a creature beneath us. The reason of man is human reason. From his infancy he compares the ideas and impressions of his finer senses, according to the delicacy and accuracy with which they perceive them, the number he receives, and the internal promptitude with which he learns to bring them together. The one whole hence arising is his thought, and the various combinations of these thoughts and perceptions to judge of what is true or false, good or bad, conducive to happiness or productive of misery, are his reason, the progressive work of the appearances of human life. This is not innate in man, but acquired, and according to the impressions he has received, the ideas he has formed, and the internal power and energy with which he has assimilated these various impressions with his mental faculties. His reason is rich or poor, sound or diseased, stunted or well grown, as is his body. If nature deceived us by false perceptions of the senses, we must suffer ourselves to be deceived in her way, and as many men as possess the same senses would be deceived in the same manner. If men deceive us, and we have not organs or faculties to perceive the deception and reduce the impressions to a more accurate standard, our reason is crippled, and frequently remains so all our lives. As man must learn everything, it being his instinct and destination to learn all, even to his mode of walking, he is taught to go only by means of falls, and frequently attains truth only through the help of error, while the brute on the contrary moves securely on his 4 feet, for the more strongly imprinted proportions of his senses and impulses are his guides. Man enjoys the royal prerogative of seeing far and wide with head erect, yet it must be confessed he sees much obscurely and falsely, nay, often forgets his steps, and is reminded by stumbling on what a narrow basis rests the whole frame of his ideas and judgments, the offspring of his head and heart. Still, he remains, conformably to his high rational destination, what no other creature upon earth is, a son of God, a sovereign of the world. In order to be sensible of the preeminence of this destination, let us consider what is included in the great gifts of reason and liberty, and how much nature hesitated as it were before she entrusted them to such a feeble, complicated, earthly creature as man. Brutes are but stooping slaves, though some of the nobler species carry the head erect, or at least strive after liberty with uplifted neck. Their minds, not yet ripened into reason, must be subservient to the impulses of necessity, and in this service are first remotely prepared for the proper use of the senses and appetites. Man is the first of the creation left free, he stands erect. He holds the balance of good and evil, of truth and falsehood, he can examine, and is to choose. As nature has given him 2 free hands as instruments, and an inspecting eye to guide him, she has given him the power not only of placing the weights in the balance, but of being, as I may say, himself a weight in the scale. He can gloss over the most delusive errors and be voluntarily deceived, he can learn in time to love the chains with which he is unnaturally fettered, and adorn them with various flowers. As it is with deceived reason, so is it with abused or shackled liberty. In most men it is such a proportion of powers and propensities as habit or convenience has established. Man seldom looks beyond these, and is capable of becoming worse than a brute when fettered by mean propensities and execrable habits. Still in right of his liberty, even when he most detestably abuses it, he is a king. He may still choose, even though he chooses the worst, he is obedient to his own commands, even when he directs himself by his own will to that which is most contemptible. Before the Omniscient who conferred on him these powers, it is true both his liberty and reason are limited, and they are happily limited, for he who created their sources must have known and foreseen every channel in which they could flow, and understood how to give them such directions that the dream most disorderly in its course could never escape the reach of his hand. This, however, makes no alteration in the thing itself or in the nature of man. He is, and remains, with regard to himself, a free creature, though all-comprehending goodness embraces him even in his follies and turns these both to his own and the general good. As the bullet shot from the cannon's mouth cannot escape from the atmosphere, and when it falls by one uniform law of nature, so man, in error and in truth, in rising and in falling, is still man, feeble indeed, but freeborn. If not yet rational, yet capable of superior reason, if not yet formed to humanity, yet imbued with the power of attaining it. The New Zealand cannibal and a Fenelon, a Newton, and the wretched Peschiera, are all creatures of one and the same species. It seems, indeed, as if every possible variety in the use of these gifts were to be found upon our earth, and there is evidently a progressive scale from the man who borders on the brute to the purest genius in human form. At this we ought not to wonder, as we see the great gradation of animals below us and the long course nature has been obliged to take organically to prepare the little germinating flower of reason and liberty in us. It appears that everything possible to be on our earth was actually to exist on it, and then only shall we be able sufficiently to explain the order and wisdom of this copious plenitude, when, advanced a step farther, we perceive the end for which such variety was ordained to spring up in the great garden of nature. Here we see little more than the laws of necessity prevail, for the whole earth was to be inhabited, even in its remotest wildernesses, and only he who stretched it out so far knows the reasons why he left on this his world both Pescherians and New Zealanders. The greatest condemner of the human race cannot deny that the noble plants of reason and liberty have produced beautiful fruits when warmed by the celestial beams of the sun, notwithstanding the many wild branches they have shot forth among the children of men. It would be almost incredible, did not history confirm it, to what heights human reason has ventured, endeavoring not merely to trace out, but also to imitate, the creating and sustaining deity. In the chaos of beings which the senses point out to him, he has sought and discovered unity and intelligence, order and beauty. The most secret powers, with the internal springs of which he is unacquainted, he has observed in their external appearances, and traced motion, number, measure, life, and being, wherever he has perceived their effects, either in heaven or upon earth. All his essays, even when erroneous or visionary, are proofs of his majesty of divine power and elevation. The being who created all things has indeed placed a ray of his light, a stamp of his peculiar power, in our feeble frame, and low as man is, he can say to himself, I have something in common with God, I possess faculties that the Supreme, whom I know in his works, must also possess, for he has displayed them in the things around me. Apparently, this similitude with himself was the sum of all his works upon earth. He could produce nothing higher on this theatre, but he neglected not to ascend thus high, and to carry the series of his organized beings up to this extreme point. Hence is the progress to it so uniform through all the variety of figure that occurs. In like manner liberty has produced noble fruits in man, and displayed its merits as well in what it has rejected as in what it has pursued. That men have renounced the unsteady reins of blind appetite and voluntarily assumed the bonds of matrimony, of social friendship, succor, and fidelity, in life and death, that they have given up their own wills and chosen to be governed by laws so as to establish and defend with their life's blood the rule of men over men. Though it still remains far from perfection, that noble-minded mortals have sacrificed themselves for their country, and not only lost their lives in a tumultuous moment, but, what is far more magnanimous, night and day, for months and years, have thought nothing of the uninterrupted labor of a whole life, to confer peace and happiness, at least in their opinion, on a blind ungrateful multitude, that divine philosophers have voluntarily submitted to slander and persecution, poverty and want, from a glorious thirst for promoting truth, freedom, and happiness among the human species, and cherished the idea that they had conferred on their brethren the highest boon of which they were capable, must surely have arisen from great human virtue, and the most powerful exertions of that self-government which is inherent in us, or I know not to what it is to be ascribed. It is true the number of those who have thus distinguished themselves from the multitude, and as physicians salutarily compelled them to what they would not of themselves have chosen, has ever been but small, yet these few have been the flower of the species, the free immortal sons of God upon earth. The name of one such outweighs those of millions. Chapter 5. Man is organized to the most delicate state of health, yet at the same time to the longest durability, and to spread over the earth. Man with his erect posture acquired a delicacy, warmth, and strength that no brute can attain. In the savage state he was in great measure covered with hair, particularly on the back, and for the deprivation of this coat the elder Pliny has loudly complained against nature. The benevolent mother of all has given man a more beautiful covering in his skin, which, with all its delicacy, is capable of supporting the changes of season and the temperature of every climate, when aided by a small portion of art, which to him is second nature. To this art he is led not solely by naked necessity, but by something more lovely and more appropriate to man. Whatever some philosophers may assert, modesty is natural to the human species, and indeed something bearing an obscure analogy to it is so to a few of the brutes, for the female ape covers herself and the elephant retires to some thick unfrequented wood to propagate his species. We know scarcely any nation upon earth 36 so brutal that the women do not seek some kind of veil from the period when the passions begin to awake, and at the same time the tender sensibility of the parts in question and other circumstances require a covering. Even before man sought to protect his other limbs against the fury of the elements or the stings of insects by clothes or unctions, a kind of sensual economy led him to guard the most vehement and necessary of his appetites. Among all the nobler animals the female does not offer herself, but will be sought. In this she unconsciously fulfills the purposes of nature, and in the human species the delicate woman is the prudent guardian of charming modesty which, in consequence of the erect posture, cannot fail to be developed at an early period. Thus man was led to clothe himself, and no sooner had he acquired this and a few other arts but he was capable of enduring any climate and taking possession of every part of the earth. Few animals, scarcely any indeed except the dog, have been able to follow him into every region, and then how greatly has the form of these been changed! How much has their native constitution been altered! Man alone has but little varied, and this in no essential part. It is astonishing how uniformly he has retained his nature when we contemplate the variations that have taken place in other migrating animals. His delicate nature is so fixed, so perfectly organized, that it stands on the highest point, and he is capable of few varieties, none of which are to be termed anomalies. Whence comes all this? From his upright form, and from nothing else. Did we walk on all fours, like the bear and the ape, there is no doubt but the different species of the genus man, if I may be allowed the ignoble expression, would have their more limited regions, which they would never quit. The bear man would love his cold clime, the ape man his warm, even as we now perceive that the more brutal a nation is the more firmly is it enchained, body and mind, to its country and climate. As nature exalted man, she exalted him to rule over the earth. His upright form gave him, with a more finely organized structure, a more elaborate circulation of the blood, a more multifarious mixture of the vital fluids, and that more intrinsic and fixed temperature of vital warmth, which alone could enable him to be an inhabitant of Siberia and of the torrid zone. Nothing but his erect, more artificial, organic structure renders him capable of bearing the two extremes of heat and cold, which no other creature upon earth can undergo, and which notwithstanding alter him in a very small degree. It must be confessed, this delicate structure and all the consequences arising from it have opened the door to a series of diseases with which no brute is acquainted, and which Mascati 37 has eloquently enumerated. The blood that carries on its circulation in a perpendicular machine, the heart pressed into an oblique position, and the bowels that perform their functions in an upright situation, must be exposed to more danger of being deranged than they are in the body of a brute. The female sex in particular, it would seem, must pay dearer than we for its greater delicacy. Yet the beneficence of nature compensates and mitigates this in 1,000 ways. Our health, our well-being, all our perceptions and excitements, are finer and more spiritual. No brute enjoys for a moment the health and happiness of man, No one tastes a drop of the nectarine stream that man drinks. Nay, considered merely with respect to the body, the diseases of the brute are fewer, it is true, because his corporeal structure is more gross, but then they are the more obstinate, and the more constant in their effects. His cellular membrane, the coats of his nerves, his arteries, bones, and even brain, are harder than ours, whence all the quadrupeds man sees around him, the elephant alone perhaps excepted, whose period of life approaches his, live a shorter time and die a natural death, the death of indurating age, much sooner than he. Accordingly nature has appointed man the longest life, and at the same time the healthiest and happiest, compatible with the terrestrial frame. Nothing can succor itself more easily, or in more various ways, than man's complicated nature, and it is owing to the excesses of madness and vice, of which indeed no brute is capable, that our frame is so enfeebled and deteriorated as it is in many instances. Nature has benevolently bestowed on every climate the plants that heal the diseases to which it is subject, and nothing but the confounding of all climates could have converted Europe into that sink of evils which no people living according to the dictates of nature can experience. Still for these self-acquired evils it has given us a self-acquired good, the only one we deserve. Physicians, who assist nature when they follow her steps, and when they cannot or dare not follow her, at least send the patient to rest according to art. Oh, what maternal care and wisdom of the divine economy determine the stages of our lives, and the duration of our existence. All living creatures here upon earth that have soon to attain perfection grow as quickly, they are early ripe and soon reach the goal of death. Man, planted upright as a tree of heaven, grows slowly. Like the elephant he remains longest in the womb, the years of his youth are many, far more than those of any brute. Nature has spun out as long as she could the most favorable time for learning, growing, feeling the happiness of life, and enjoying it in the most innocent manner. Many animals are full grown in a few years or days, nay, even almost at the instant they are born, but they are so much the more imperfect, and die the earlier. Man must longest learn, because he has most to acquire. Everything in him depends on self-taught ability, reason, and art. If his life be afterward shortened by the innumerable multitude of dangers and accidents to which he is exposed, yet he has enjoyed a long youth free from care, while with the growth of his body and mind the world grew around him, while with his slowly rising, still extending sphere of vision the circle of his hopes enlarged and his youthfully noble heart learned to beat more ardently in eager curiosity, in impatient enthusiasm, for everything that is great and good and beautiful. The flower of sexual appetite blooms later in a sound unirritated man than in any other animal, for he is intended to live long, and not dissipate too early the noblest fluid of his mental and corporeal powers. The insect that soon enjoys the pleasures of love, dies speedily. All chaste monogamous animals live longer than those that do not enter into the connubial bonds. The lustful cock dies early, the constant stock dove may attain the age of 50 years. Marriage, therefore, is ordained for nature's favorite here below, and he should spend his first years of vigor as the unopened bud, innocence itself. Hence follow long years of manly and ardent powers in which his reason ripens, and this, as well as the prolific faculty, continues to flourish in a green old age unknown to any brute, until at length a gentle death steals on and releases the falling dust, as well as the included spirit, from an unsuitable alliance. Thus nature has associated with the fragile shell of the human body all the arts that a creature of this earth can attain, and even in what shortens and enfeebles life she has compensated the brevity of enjoyment with its acuteness, the destroying power with intensity of sensation. Chapter 6. Man is formed for humanity and religion. I wish I could extend the signification of the word humanity, so as to comprise in it everything I have thus far said on the noble conformation of man to reason and liberty, to finer senses and appetites, to the most delicate yet strong health, to the population and rule of the earth, for man has not a more dignified word for his destination than what expresses himself, in whom the image of the Creator lives imprinted as visibly as it can be here. We need only delineate his form to develop his noblest duties. 1. All the appetites of a living being may be traced to the support of self, and to a participation with others. The organic structure of man, if a superior direction be added to it, gives to these appetites the nicest order. While a right line possesses the most stability, man has also for his protection the smallest circumference without, and the most varied velocity within. He stands on the narrowest basis, and therefore can most easily cover his limbs. His center of gravity falls between the supplest and strongest haunches that any creature upon earth can boast, and no brute displays in these parts the mobility and strength of man. His flattened, steely chest, and the position of his arms, give him the most extensive sphere of defense above to protect his heart and guard his noblest vital parts from the head to the knee. It is no fable that men have encountered lions and overcome them. The African, when he combines prudence and address with strength, is a match for more than one. It must be confessed, however, that man's structure is less calculated for attack than defense in that he needs the assistance of art. In this he is by nature the most powerful creature upon earth. Thus his very form teaches him to live in peace, not to addict himself to deeds of blood and rapine, and this constitutes the first characteristic of humanity. 2. Among the appetites that have reference to others, the desire of propagating the species is the most powerful, and this in man is subordinate to the promotion of humanity. What with four-footed beasts, even with the modest elephant, is copulation, with him, in consequence of his structure, is kissing and embracing. No brute has human lips, the delicate rim of which is the last part of the face formed in the womb. The beautiful and intelligent closing of these lips is, as it were, the last mark of the finger of love. The modest expression of ancient languages, that he knew his wife, is applicable to no brute. Ancient fables say that the two sexes at first formed a hermaphrodite, as in flowers, but were afterwards separated. This and other expressive fictions were intended to convey the secret meaning of the superiority of human over brutal love. That this desire in man is not subject to the control of seasons, as in brutes, though no accurate observations on the revolutions in the human body in this respect have yet been made, evidently shows that it is not dependent on necessity, but on the incitement of love, remains under the dominion of reason, and was designedly left to voluntary temperance, like everything pertaining to man. Thus love in man was to be human. And with this view nature appointed, exclusive of his form, the later development, duration, and state of desire, in both sexes. Nay, she brought it under the law of a voluntary social alliance, and the most friendly communion between two beings who feel themselves united in one for life. 3. As all the tender affections, except imparting and receiving love, are satisfied with participation, nature has formed man most, of all living creatures, for participating in the fate of others, having framed him as it were out of all the rest and organized him similarly to every part of the creation in such a degree that he can feel with each. The structure of his fibers is so fine, delicate, and elastic, his nerves are so diffused over every part of his vibrating frame, that, like an image of the all-sentient deity, he can put himself almost in the place of every creature, and can share its feelings in the degree necessary to the creature and which his own frame will bear without being disordered, nay, even at the hazard of disordering it. Accordingly our machine, so far as it is a growing, flourishing tree, feels even with trees, and there are men who cannot bear to see a young green tree cut down or destroyed. We regret its blighted top, we lament the withering of a favorite flower. A feeling man does not view the writhing of a bruised worm with indifference, and the more perfect a creature is, the nearer its organization approaches our own, the more sympathy is excited in us by its sufferings. He must possess rigid nerves who can open a living creature and watch its convulsive movements. Nothing but an insatiate thirst for fame and science can gradually deaden his organic sensibility. More delicate women cannot bear even the dissection of a dead body, they feel pain in each limb as their eyes follow the course of the knife, and this pain is more acute in proportion to the nobleness and sensibility of the part. To see the bowels torn out excites disgust and horror. When the heart is pierced, the lungs divided, the brain cut to pieces, we feel the keen edge of the instrument in our own. We sympathize with the corpse of a dead friend, even in the grave, we feel the cold pit which he feels not, and shudder when we touch his bones. The common mother, who has taken all things from herself and feels with the most intimate sympathy for all, has thus sympathetically compounded the human frame. Its vibrating fibers, its sympathetic nerves, need not the call of reason, they run before her, they often disobediently and forcibly oppose her. Intercourse with mad people, for whom we feel, excites madness, and the sooner the more we apprehend it. It is singular that the ear should excite and strengthen compassion so much more powerfully than the eye. The sigh of a brute, the cry forced from him by bodily sufferance, bring about him all his fellows, who, as often has been observed, stand mournfully around the sufferer and would willingly lend him assistance. Man, too, at the sight of suffering, is more apt to be impressed with fear and tremor than with tender compassion, but no sooner does the voice of the sufferer reach him than the spell is dissolved, and he hastens to him, he is pierced to the heart. Is it that the sound converts the picture in the eye into a living being and recalls and centers in one point our recollection of our own and another's feelings? Or is there, as I am inclined to believe, a still deeper organic cause? Suffice it that the fact is true, and it shows that sound and language are the principal sources of man's compassion. We sympathize less with a creature that cannot sigh, as it is destitute of lungs, more imperfect, and less resembling ourselves in its organization. Some, who have been born deaf and dumb, have given the most horrible examples of want of compassion and sympathy with men and beasts, and instances enough may be observed among savage nations. Yet even among these the law of nature is perceivable. Fathers, who are compelled by hunger and want to sacrifice their children, devote them to death in the womb before they have beheld their eyes, before they have heard the sound of their voices, and many infanticides have confessed that nothing was so painful to them, nothing took such sad hold of their memory, as the first feeble voice, the suppliant cry of their child. For beautiful is the chain by which the all-sentient mother connects the reciprocal feeling of her children, and fashions it step by step. Where the creature is rude and insensible so as scarcely to care for itself, it is not entrusted with the care of its offspring. The feathered inhabitants of the air hatch and bring up their young with maternal love, the stupid ostrich, on the contrary, commits her eggs to the sand. She forgets, says an ancient book, that a foot may tread upon them or a wild beast destroy them, for God has deprived her of wisdom and imparted to her no understanding. From one and the same organic cause whence a creature derives more brain it also acquires more warmth, brings forth or hatches living young, gives suck, and is susceptible of parental affection. The creature that comes into the world alive is as it were a plexus of its mother's own nerves, the child brought up at its parent's breast is a branch of the mother plant, which she nourishes as a part of herself. On this most intimate reciprocal feeling are founded all the tender affections in the economy of the animal to which nature could exalt its species. In the human species maternal love is of a higher kind, a branch of the humanity of the upright form. The suckling lies beneath his mother's eye on her bosom and drinks the softest and most delicate fluid. It is a brutal custom, and even tending to deform the body, for women to suckle their children at their backs, which in some countries they are compelled to do by necessity. Parental and domestic love soften the greatest savages, even the lioness is affectionate to her young. The first society arose in the paternal habitation, being cemented by the ties of blood, of confidence and love. Thus to destroy the wildness of men and habituate them to domestic intercourse, it was requisite that the infancy of the species should continue some years. Nature kept them together by tender bands that they might not separate and forget each other like the brutes that soon arrive at maturity. The father becomes the instructor of his son, as the mother had been of her infant, and thus anew the of humanity is formed. Here lies the ground of a necessary human society, without which no man could grow up, and the species could not multiply. Man therefore is born for society. This the affection of his parents tells him, this, the years of his protracted infancy. 5. But as the sympathy of man is incapable of being universally extended, and could be but an obscure and frequently impotent conductor to him, a limited, complex being, in everything remote, so his guiding mother has subjected its numerous and lightly interwoven branches to her more unerring standard. This is the rule of truth and justice. Man is formed erect, and as everything in his figure is subordinate to the head, as his 2 eyes see only one object, his 2 ears hear but one sound, as nature in his whole exterior has connected symmetry with unity and placed unity in the midst so that what is double always refers to it, so also is the great law of justice and equiponderance the internal rule of man. What ye would not that another should do unto you, do not to another, and do unto others what ye would they should do unto you. This incontestable rule is written even in the breast of the savage, for when he eats the flesh of others, he expects to be eaten in his turn. It is the rule of true and false, of the idem et idem. Founded on the structure of all our senses, nay, I might say on man's erect position itself. If we saw obliquely, or the light struck us in an oblique direction, we should have no idea of a right line. If our organization were without unity, our thoughts without judgment, our actions would fluctuate in curves devoid of rule, and human life would be destitute of reason and design. The law of truth and justice makes sincere brothers and associates, nay, when it takes place, it converts even enemies into friends. He whom I press to my bosom presses me also to his, he for whom I venture my life ventures his for me. Thus the laws of man, of nations, and of animals, are founded on similarity of sentiment, unity of design among different persons, and equal truth in an alliance, for even animals that live in society obey the laws of justice, and men who avoid their ties by force or fraud are the most inhuman of all creatures, even if they be the kings and monarchs of the earth. No reason, no humanity, is conceivable without strict justice and truth. 6. The elegant and erect figure of man forms him to decorum. For this is the lovely friend and servant of truth and justice. Decorum of body is for it to stand as it ought, as God has fashioned it. True beauty is nothing more than the pleasing form of internal perfection and health. Consider the divine image in man disfigured by negligence and false art, the beautiful hair torn off or clotted together in a lump, the nose and ears bored through and stretched by a weight, the neck and the other parts of the body deformed in themselves, or by the dress that covers them, who then, even if the most capricious fashion were to judge, would discover here the decorum of the erect human frame. Just so it is with manners and actions, just so with customs, arts, and language. One and the same humanity pervades all these, which few nations upon earth have hit, and hundreds have disfigured by barbarism and false art. To trace this humanity is the genuine philosophy of man, which the sage called down from heaven, and which displays itself in social intercourse, as in national policy, in all the arts, as in every science. Finally, religion is the highest humanity of mankind. Let no one be surprised that I thus estimate it. If the understanding be the noblest endowment of man, it is the business of the understanding to trace the connection between cause and effect, and to divine it where it is not apparent. The human understanding does this in every action, occupation, and art, for, even where it follows an established process, some understanding must previously have settled the connection between cause and effect, and thus introduced the art. But in the operations of nature we properly see no cause in its inmost springs, we know not ourselves, we perceive not how anything is effected in us. So in all the effects around us everything is but a dream, a conjecture, a name, yet it is a true dream, when we frequently and constantly observe the same effect connected with the same cause. This is the progress of philosophy, and the first and last philosophy has ever been religion. Even the most savage nations have practiced it, for no people upon earth have been found entirely destitute of it, any more than of a capacity for reason and the human form, language and the connubial union, or some manners and customs proper to man. Where they saw no visible author of events, they supposed an invisible one, and inquired after the causes of things, though with a glimmering light. It is true they attended more to the phenomena than the essence of nature, and contemplated the tremendous and transitory more than the pleasing and permanent, so that they seldom advanced so far as to refer all causes to one. Still this first attempt was religion, and it is absurd to say that fear invented the gods of most people. Fear, as fear, invents nothing, it merely rouses the understanding to conjecture, and to suppose something true or false. As soon therefore as man learned to use his understanding on the slightest impulse, that is to say, as soon as he beheld the world in a manner different from a brute, he must have believed in more powerful invisible beings that benefited or injured him. These he sought to make or preserve his friends, and thus religion, true or false, right or erroneous, was introduced, the instructor of man, his comforter and guide through the dark and dangerous mazes of life. No. Eternal source of all life, all being, and all form, thou hast not forborne to manifest thyself to thy creatures. The prone brute obscurely feels thy power and goodness while he exercises his faculties and appetites suitably to his organization. To him man is the visible divinity of the earth. But thou hast exalted man so that even without his knowing or intending it he inquires after the causes of things, divines their connection, and thus discovers thee, thou great bond of all things, being of beings. Thy inmost nature he knows not, for he sees not the essence of any one power, and when he would figure thee he has erred, and must err, for thou art without figure, though the first and sole cause of all forms. Still this false glimmering of thee is light, and the elusive altar he has erected to thee is an unerring monument, not only of thy being, but of the power of man to know and worship thee. Thus religion, considered merely as an exercise of the understanding, is the highest humanity, the noblest blossom of the human mind. But it is more than this, it is an exercise of the human heart and the purest direction of its capacities and powers. If man be created free and subject to no earthly law but what he imposes on himself, he must soon become the most savage of all creatures if he does not quickly perceive the law of God in the works of nature, and strive as a child to imitate the perfections of his father. Brutes are born servants in the great terrestrial family, and the slavish fear of laws and punishments is the most certain characteristic of the brute in man. The real man is free, and obeys from goodness and love, for all the laws of nature, where he can perceive their tendency, are good, and where he perceives it not, he learns to follow them with the simplicity of a child. If thou go not willingly, say the philosophers, still thou must go, the law of nature will not change on thy account, but the more thou discoverest its beauty, goodness, and perfection, the more will this living model form thee to the image of God in thine earthly life. True religion therefore is a filial service of God, an imitation of the Most High and Beautiful represented in the human form, with the extreme of inward satisfaction, active goodness, and love of mankind. Hence it appears why in all religions upon earth more or less similitude of man with the deity must have taken place, as they either exalted man to God, or degraded the Father of the world to the likeness of man. We know no form superior to our own, and nothing can affect and humanize us but what we conceive and feel as men. Thus a sensual nation has exalted the human form to divine beauty. Others, of more refined sentiments, have represented the perfections of the invisible being to the human eye by means of symbols. Even when the deity has thought proper to reveal himself to us, he has spoken and acted after the manner of men, as was suitable to the spirit of the times. Nothing has so much ennobled our form and nature as religion, solely because it has led them back to their purest destination. That the hope and belief of immortality were connected with religion and established among men by its means, arose from the nature of the case, as they are scarcely separable from the idea of God and mankind. But how? We are children of the Eternal whom we here learn by imitation to know and love, to the knowledge of whom everything excites us, and whom both our sufferings and enjoyments impel us to imitate. Yet since we know him so obscurely, since we imitate him so feebly and childishly, nay, even perceive the reasons why we cannot know him and imitate him otherwise in our present organization, is it possible for us to attain no other? Do our most indubitably best capacities admit of no advancement? Then, too, These our noblest faculties are so little adapted to this world, they expand themselves beyond it, since everything here is subservient to the wants of our nature. And still we feel our nobler part incessantly contending against these wants. Precisely that which seems the end of man's organization finds its birthplace indeed upon the earth, but by no means its state of perfection. Has the deity, then, broken the thread, and with all these preparations in the human frame produced at last an immature creature, deceived in the whole of his destination? All things upon earth are fragments, and shall they remain forever and ever imperfect fragments, and the human race a group of shadows perplexing themselves with vain dreams. Here has religion knit together all the wants and hopes of mankind into faith, and woven an immortal crown for humanity. Chapter 7. Man is formed for the hope of immortality. Let not the reader expect here any metaphysical proof of the immortality of the soul from the simplicity of its nature, its spirituality, or the like. Natural philosophy knows nothing of this simplicity, and would rather incline to advance doubts against it, as we are acquainted with the soul only through its operations in a complicated organization which appears to spring from a diversity of stimuli and perceptions. The most common thought is the result of innumerable single perceptions, and the ruler of our body acts upon the numerous tribe of subordinate faculties as if she were locally present with them all. Neither can Bonnet's philosophy, as it is called, the system of germs, be our guide here, for in respect of the transition to a new existence, it is partly devoid of demonstration, partly inapplicable. No one has discovered in our brain a spiritual brain, the germ of a new existence, neither is the least analogy to this perceptible in its structure. The brain of the dead remains with us, and if the seed of our immortality possessed no other powers, it would lie and be consumed to dust. This system appears to me, too, to be altogether inapplicable to the subject, for we speak not here of young creatures descending from a creature of the same kind, but of a dying creature that springs up to a new state of existence. Indeed, if it were exclusively true with regard to the generation of terrestrial beings, and all our hope rested upon this, it would oppose insuperable doubts to this hope. If it be eternally fixed that the flower shall produce nothing but a flower, the brood a brood, and that everything was mechanically framed at the beginning of creation in preformed germs, farewell enchanting hope of a superior existence. From all eternity have I lain a germ preformed for my present existence and no other. All that was destined to spring from me consists in the preformed germs of my children, and when the tree dies, all the philosophy of germs dies with it. If we would not deceive ourselves on this important subject with fine words, we must begin deeper, take in a wider sphere, and observe the general analogy of nature. We cannot penetrate the innermost recesses of her powers, it would be as vain, therefore, as it is unnecessary, to seek there for profound essential conclusions upon any subject. But the modes and effects of her powers lie before us, these therefore we can compare and perhaps collect hopes from the progress of nature here below, and its general prevailing character. Book V. Chapter 1. A series of ascending forms and powers prevails in our earthly creation. 1. From stones to crystals, from crystals to metals, from these to plants, from plants to brutes, and from brutes to man, we have seen the form of organization ascend, and with this the powers and propensities of the creature have become more various, until at length they have all united in the human frame, at least as far as they were susceptible of being comprised in it. Here the series stops. We know no creature above man, organized with more diversity and art. He seems the highest point attainable by terrestrial organization. 2. Throughout this series of beings we observe, as far as the particular destination of the creature admits it, a predominant similitude of the principal form, which, varying in numberless ways, more and more approaches that of man. 3. As we have observed the forms of other creatures to approach man's, so also have we seen their faculties and propensities. From the powers of nourishment and propagation in plants they ascend to the mechanic arts of insects, the domestic economy and maternal care of birds and quadrupeds, and at length to thoughts almost human, and self-acquired capacities, until all ultimately center in the reasoning faculty, liberty, and humanity of man. For the period of each creature's life also is regulated by the end nature has designed it to answer. The plant quickly blossoms, the tree grows tardily. The insect, which brings its art into the world with it, and speedily and abundantly multiplies its species, soon departs. On beasts that are longer growing up, bring forth few at a time, or lead a life of domestic economy bordering upon reason, a more extended period of existence is bestowed, and on man comparatively the most extensive. In this, however, nature attends not to the individual, but to the countenance of the species and the other species that are above it. The inferior regions are not only peopled in abundance, but the lives of the creatures are of longer duration, where the purpose of their existence admits it. The sea, that inexhaustible source of life, longest supports its inhabitants whose vital powers are very tenacious, and the amphibia, who half live in water, approach these in longevity. The inhabitants of the air, less loaded with terrestrial nutriment, which gradually indurates quadrupeds, live upon the whole longer than beasts. Air and water, therefore, seem to be the grand storehouses of living beings, which the earth afterwards consumes and destroys in quicker transitions. 5. The more elaborate the organization of a creature is, the more its structure is compounded from the inferior kingdoms. This complexity begins underneath the earth and grows up through plants and animals to the most complicated of all creatures, man. His blood and various component parts are a compendium of the world, earths and salts, acids and alkalis, oil and water, the powers of vegetation, of irritability, and of sensation are organically combined in him and interwoven together. Either we must consider these things as sports of nature, and intelligent nature never sports without design, or we shall be led to admit a kingdom of invisible powers, standing in the same close connection, and blending by such imperceptible transitions as we perceive in the external appearances of things. The more we learn of nature, the more we observe these indwelling powers, even in the lowest orders of creatures, as mosses, fungi, and the like. In an animal which almost inexhaustibly reproduces its own likeness in the muscle, which moves briskly and variously by its own irritability, the existence of these powers cannot be denied, and thus all things are full of organically operating omnipotence. We know not where this begins or where it ends, for throughout the creation, wherever effect is, there is power, wherever life displays itself, there is internal vitality. Thus there prevails in the invisible realm of creation, not only a connected chain, but an ascending series of powers. As we perceive these acting before us in organized forms in its visible kingdom. Nay, this invisible chain must be infinitely more close, firm, and progressive than the series of external forms cognizable by our dull senses can show. For what is an organization but a mass of infinitely more compressed powers, the greater part of which, even in consequence of their connection, are limited or suppressed by other powers, or at least are so concealed from our sight that, as the drops of water appear to us only in the form of a cloud, we perceive not the individual parts but the general figure, as the wants of the whole have required it to be organized. How different must the true chain of creatures be, in the eye of omniscience, from that of which men speak. We arrange forms which our sight is unable to penetrate, and class them, like children, by particular limbs or other marks. The Sovereign Father sees and holds the chain of powers closely pressing on each other. What is this to the immortality of the soul? Everything. And not to the immortality of our soul alone, but the duration of all the acting and living powers of creation. No power can perish, for what is the meaning of a power's perishing? We have no instance of it in nature, nay, we have no idea of it in our minds. It is a contradiction that something should be or become nothing, it is more than a contradiction that a living acting thing in which the Creator himself is present, in which by energies divine he manifests his residence, should be converted into nothing. The implement may be destroyed by external circumstances, but as not a single atom of it can be lost or annihilated, so neither can the invisible power, which operates in this atom. Since in every species of organization we perceive that its operative powers are chosen with wisdom, arranged with art, and accurately adapted to their common duration and the perfection of the principal power, it would be absurd to suppose of nature that the moment when a combination of these powers, that is, an external form, ceases, she should suddenly depart from this care and wisdom which alone constitute her divine nature, and not only so, but turn against herself. With her whole omnipotence, for nothing less could suffice to annihilate a single part of the living whole in which she herself lives. Eternally active. What the all-vivifying calls into life, lives, whatever acts, acts eternally in his eternal whole. As this is not the place to pursue these principles further, let us consider some examples of them. The flower blooms and fades, that is to say, this instrument is no longer fit to continue the operations of the vegetative power. The tree, when it has produced its stock of fruit, dies, the machine has perished and the component parts separate. But it by no means follows from this that the power that animated these parts that could vegetate and so powerfully propagate itself, has died with this decomposition, that power which in this organization ruled over 1,000 powers it had attracted. Each atom of the dissolved machine retains its inferior power, how much more, then, must the more potent remain, which in this form directed them all to one end and acted in its narrow limits with omnipotent natural qualities. The chain of our thoughts breaks when we think it natural that a living creature should now possess in each of its limbs that powerful, self-restoring, irritable spontaneity which it displays to our eyes, and the very next moment all these powers, the living proofs of an indwelling organic omnipotence, should so vanish from the chain of beings, from the sphere of reality, as if it had never been. And shall this contradiction in thought take place with respect to the purest and most active power we know upon earth, the human mind? A power so far raised above all the capacities of inferior organizations as not only to rule with sovereign sway the numberless organic powers of my body, with a kind of omnipotence and ubiquity, but also, most wonderful of wonders, to be capable of inspecting and governing itself? Nothing here below can exceed the subtlety, swiftness, and efficacy of a human thought, nothing the energy, purity, and warmth of a human volition. Let man's thoughts be as devoid of reason as possible, still, on every occasion when he thinks he imitates the disposing deity, in whatever he wills and performs, he imitates the creating God. The similitude lies in the thing itself, it is grounded on the essence of his mind. Shall the power that is capable of knowing, loving, and imitating God, nay, that from the very essence of its reason is compelled to know and imitate him as it were against its will, since even its very faults and errors arise only from weakness and illusion, be no more? And shall the most powerful sovereign upon earth perish because an external circumstance of composition is changed, and some of its lowest subjects have revolted? Does the artist no longer exist because the tools have dropped from his hand? If so, where is the concatenation of our thoughts? Chapter 2. No power in nature is without an organ, but the organ is in no instance the power itself that operates by its means. Priestley and others have objected to the spiritualists that no such thing as pure spirit is known in the universe, and that we by no means see far enough into the nature of matter to deny it the faculty of thinking, or other spiritual qualities. In both points they appear to me to be right. A spirit operating without and external to matter we know not, and we see in matter so many powers of a spiritual kind, that a complete opposition and contradiction between these two things, spirit and matter, though they are absolutely very different, appear to me, if not self-evidently inconsistent, at least altogether void of proof. How can two things operate in conjunction and with internal harmony that are perfectly dissimilar, and essentially opposite to each other? And how can we maintain that they are so, when we know the nature neither of one nor of the other? Wherever we perceive a power operate, it operates in some organ, and in harmony with it, at least without an organ it would be invisible to our senses, but it exists with one, and if we may trust the analogy that pervades all nature, it has fashioned itself in it. Preformed germs, lying ready ever since the creation, no eye has yet beheld, all that we observe from the first instant of a creature's existence are acting organic powers. If an individual contain these in itself, it propagates its species without assistance. If the sexes be divided, each must contribute to the organization of their progeny, and in different modes, according to the diversity of their structure. Beings of the nature of plants, the powers of which operate simply and in consequence more intimately, require but the contact of a slight effluvium to give life to their self-procreated offspring. Also in animals, where the vital stimulus and a tenacity of life prevail in every limb, so that the power of production and reproduction pervades almost their whole substance, their progeny in many cases do not require to be animated until they are excluded from the womb. The more complex the organization of a creature, the less distinguishable is what is called its germ. It is organic matter, which must receive vital powers before it can attain the form of the future creature. What processes take place in the egg of a bird before the young acquires and completes its form? The organic powers must destroy while they arrange, attract parts together and separate them. Nay, it seems as if several powers were at strife, and at first would produce an abortion, until an equilibrium is established between them and the creature becomes what it ought to be after its kind. If we contemplate these changes, these living operations, as well in the egg of the bird as in the womb of the viviparous quadruped, I think it is speaking improperly to talk of germs that are merely evolved, or of an epigenesis, according to which the limbs are supradded from without. It is formation, an effect of internal powers, for which nature has prepared a mass which they are to fashion and in which they are to display themselves. This is the experience of nature, this the periods of formation in the various species according to their more or less complex organization and fullness of vital power, confirm, and hence alone can we explain the malconformation of creatures from disease, accident, or the intermixture of different species, and this is the only mode that nature, abounding in power and vitality, forces as it were upon our minds by a progressive analogy in all her works. The reader would misapprehend my meaning if he were to ascribe to me the opinion that, as some have expressed themselves, our rational soul had fabricated its body in the womb by means of its reason. We have seen how late the faculty of reason is formed in us, and that though we come into the world with a capacity for it, we are not capable of possessing or acquiring it by our own power. And how could the maturest reason of man be capable of such a structure, since we comprehend no part of it either within or without, and even the greater part of our vital functions are performed without any volition or consciousness of the mind? It was not our reason that fashioned the body, but the finger of God, organic powers. These the Eternal has led so far on the great road of nature that now, enchained by his hand, they have found their sphere of creation in a little world of organic matter which he had separated and distinctly enveloped for the formation of the young being. They unite harmonically with their frame, in which, as long as it endures, they harmonically act, and when it is worn out their Creator calls them from their post and prepares for them another sphere of action. If, therefore, we follow the course of nature, it is evident. 1. That powers and organs are indeed intimately connected, but not one and the same. The matter of our body existed, but shapeless and lifeless until fashioned and animated by the organic powers. 2. Every power operates in harmony with its organ, for it has fashioned it solely for the display of its essence, it has assimilated the parts into which the Almighty has introduced it and in which He has increased it. 3. When the shell drops off, the power which already existed before it, though in an inferior yet organized state, still remains. If it were possible that the power should pass from its former state into this, it must be equally capable of a further transition when it loses this covering. He, who has brought it and others still more imperfect thus far, will take care to provide a medium. And has not ever uniform nature given us a glimpse of the medium in which all the powers of creation operate? In the deepest recesses of being, where we perceive germinating life, we discover the inscrutable and active element, which we designate by the imperfect appellations of light, ether, vital warmth. And which is probably the sensorium of the Creator of all things, by which he warms and quickens whatever is quickened and warmed. This stream of celestial fire, poured out into thousands and millions of organs, runs still finer and finer, and through this vehicle, it is probable, all the powers here below operate, and the generative faculty, the wonder of the terrestrial creation, is inseparable from it. It is likely that our frame was constructed, even in its grosser parts, to attract this electric stream in greater quantity and render it more elaborate, and in the nobler faculties, not the gross electric fluid, but something prepared by our organization itself, infinitely more exquisite yet similar to it, is the instrument of our mental and corporeal perceptivity. Either the operation of any soul has nothing analogous to it here below, and in this case I can comprehend neither how it acts upon the body nor how other objects are capable of acting upon it, or it is this invisible spirit of celestial light and fire which penetrates every living thing and unites all the powers of nature. In the human frame it has attained the highest degree of subtlety of which it is capable in any terrestrial organization. By its means the soul acts almost omnipotently on her organs, and beams back upon herself with a consciousness that moves her inmost essence. By means of it the mind is filled with noble warmth, and is capable by free volition of transporting itself as it were out of the body, nay, even beyond the world, and bending them to its will. It has, therefore, acquired a power over them, and when its hour is come, when its external machine is dissolved, what can be more natural than that it should draw after it what is assimilated to it and intimately combined with it? It removes into its medium, and this draws us, or rather thou drawest and leadest us, thou omnipresent plastic power of God, thou soul and mother of all living being, thou gently leadest and fashionest us to our new destination. Thus, I conceive the fallacy of the arguments by which the materialists imagine they have refuted the opinion of our immortality is evident. Be it that we know nothing of our soul as pure spirit, we desire not to know it as such. Be it that it acts only as an organic power, it was not intended to act otherwise, nay, I will add further, it must necessarily have first learned in this state to think with a human brain and to feel with human nerves and have fashioned itself to some degree of reason and humanity. Lastly, be it that it is originally the same with all the powers of matter, of irritability, of motion, of life, and merely acts in a higher sphere, in a more elaborate and subtle organization, has one single power of motion and irritability been seen to perish? Are these inferior powers one and the same with their organs? Can he who introduced an innumerable multitude of these into my body and ordained each its form, who set my soul over them, appointed the seat of her operations, and gave her in the nerves bands by which all these powers are linked together, want a medium in the great chain of nature to transport her out of it? And can he fail to do this when he has so wonderfully introduced her into this organic house, evidently to form her to a superior destination? Chapter 3. The general composition of powers and forms is neither retrograde nor stationary, but progressive. This position appears self-evident. For how can we conceive any living power in nature to stand still or retrogress unless it is circumscribed or repelled by some inimical superior power? It acts as an organ of the Almighty, as an active idea of His permanent plan of creation, and thus it must actively increase its powers. All its deviations must incline it again to its right course, for supreme goodness cannot want means to propel the rebounding ball to its goal by some new impulse, by some fresh incitement. But let us lay aside metaphysics and consider the analogies of nature. Nothing in nature stands still, everything exerts itself and pushes on. Could we contemplate the first periods of creation and see how one kingdom of nature was erected on another, what a series of powers urging onward would be displayed progressively unfolding themselves. Why have we and all animals calcareous earth in our bones? Because it is one of the last stages of gross terrestrial matter which, from its internal structure, is already capable of being employed in a living organized frame for its bony fabric. It is the same with all the component parts of our bodies. When the door of creation was shut, the forms of organization already chosen remained as appointed ways and gates by which the inferior powers might in future raise and improve themselves within the limits of nature. New forms arise no more, but our powers are continually varying in their progress through those that exist, and what is termed organization is properly nothing more than their conductor to a higher state. The first creature that stepped into light and exhibited itself to the beams of the sun, as a queen of the subterranean kingdom, was a plant. What are its component parts? Salts, oil, iron, sulfur, and such other powers of a finer kind, as were capable of being exalted to it. How did it acquire these parts? By its internal organic power, by means of which, aided by the elements, it strove to appropriate them to itself. And what does it do with them? It attracts them, elaborates them within its essence, and renders them still finer. Thus plants, both wholesome and poisonous, are nothing more than conductors of gross particles to a finer condition. The whole mechanism of a plant consists in exalting inferior substances to a superior state. The animal stands above the plant, and subsists on its juices. The single elephant is the grave of millions of plants, but he is a living, operative grave. He animalizes them into parts of himself. The inferior powers ascend to the more subtle form of vitality. It is the same with all carnivorous beasts. Nature has made the transition short, as if she feared a lingering death above all things. She has accordingly abridged it and accelerated the mode of transformation into superior vital forms. The greatest murderer among all animals is man, the creature that possesses the finest organs. He can assimilate to his nature almost everything, unless it sink too far beneath him in living organization. Wherefore has the Creator chosen this system of living beings, in external appearance so destructive? Did some hostile power interfere in the work and make one species the prey of another? Or was it want of power in the Creator, who knew not how otherwise to support his children? Strip off the outer integument and there is no such thing as death in the creation, for every demolition is but a passage to a higher sphere of life, and the wise Father of all has made this as early, quick, and various, as was consistent with the maintenance of the species and the happiness of the creature that was to enjoy its integument, and improve it as far as possible. By 1,000 violent modes of ending life he has prevented tedious deaths and promoted the germ of blooming powers to superior organs. What is the growth of a creature but its steady endeavor to unite more organic powers with its nature? The different stages of its life are regulated by the end, and when it is no longer capable of this operation, it must decline and die. Nature diminishes the machine when she finds it no longer serviceable for her purpose of sound assimilation, of active improvement. In what does the art of the physician consist but in acting as the servant of nature, and hastening to the aid of the multifariously working powers of our organization? He restores lost powers, strengthens the weak, diminishes and restrains the exuberant. And by what means? By the introduction and assimilation of similar or opposite powers from the inferior kingdoms. The propagation of all living beings tells us the same, for however deep its secrets lie, it is evident that organic powers expand themselves in the greatest activity, and strive to put on new forms. As every kind of organization has the faculty of assimilating to itself inferior powers, so, strengthened by these in the bloom of life, it has the capacity of producing its own likeness, and giving to the world an image of itself, with all the power that operate in it, to supply its place. Thus the scale of improvement ascends through the inferior ranks of nature, and shall it stand still or retrogress in the noblest and most powerful? The animal requires for its nutriment only vegetable powers with which it enlivens parts of a vegetable nature. The juices of the muscles and nerves are incapable of contributing again to the nourishment of any terrestrial creature. Even the blood serves only to refresh rapacious animals, and in nations that have been induced to make use of it, either as a matter of inclination or necessity, we perceive the propensities of beasts, whose living food they have barbarously adopted. Thus the kingdom of thought and irritability, as indeed its nature requires, is without any visible advancement and transition here, and the establishment of nations has made it one of the first laws of human feeling not to desire for food a living animal with its blood. All these powers are evidently of a spiritual kind, whence perhaps many hypotheses relating to the nervous fluid as a perceptible vehicle of sensations might have been spared. The nervous fluid, if such a fluid there be, preserves the brain and nerves in health, so that without it they would become useless cords and vessels. Its office therefore is wholly corporeal, and the operation of the soul, in its perceptions and powers, is altogether spiritual, whatever organs it may employ. To what, then, are these spiritual powers converted, that escape every sense of man? Here nature has wisely drawn a curtain before us, and, as we have no sense adapted to the purpose, has not given us any glimpse of the changes and transitions in the spiritual kingdom. Probably the sight would be incompatible with our existence upon earth and the sensual feelings with which we are here endowed. Accordingly, she has placed before us only transitions from the inferior kingdoms and ascending forms, the thousand invisible ways by which she conducts them onward she has kept to herself, and thus the kingdom of things unborn is the great Upsilon Lambda, or Hades, into which no human eye can penetrate. Indeed, the determinate form which every species retains, and in which not the minutest bone varies, seems to contradict this extinction, but the ground of this is visible, for every creature can and must be organized only by creatures of its own species. Thus our stable, orderly mother has strictly determined the way in which an organized power, whether paramount or subservient, should attain visible activity, so that nothing can escape her once determined forms. In man, for example, the greatest variety of inclinations and capacities prevails, which we often contemplate with astonishment as wonderful and unnatural, yet cannot comprehend. Now since these cannot exist without organic grounds, we are led to consider the human species, if we may be allowed a conjecture on this obscurity of the storehouse of creation, as the great confluence of inferior organic powers, which were to unite in it for the formation of man. But further, man has here borne the image of God and enjoyed the finest organization that this earth could give him. Shall he turn backwards and become again a stalk, a plant, an elephant? Or does the machinery of creation terminate in him so that there is no other will on which he can act? The latter is not to be conceived, as in the kingdom of supreme wisdom and goodness everything is connected, and power acts on power in one eternal chain. Now if we look back, and observe how everything behind us seems to travel onward to the human form, and again that we find in man only the first bud and sketch of what he should be and to which he is evidently framed, either man must proceed forwards in whatever way or manner it may be, or all connection and design in nature is but a dream. Let us see how the whole frame of human nature leads us to this point. Chapter 4. Our system of human organization is a system of spiritual powers. The principal doubt usually raised against the immortality of organic powers is deduced from the implements with which they operate, and I may venture to assert that the illustration of this doubt will throw the greatest light, not merely on the hope, but on the assurance, of their eternal continuance in activity. No flower blossoms by means of the external dust, the gross particles of its structure, much less does an ever-growing animal reproduce itself by their means, and still less can we conceive an internal power like our mind, composed of so many united powers, to arise from the component parts into which a brain may be resolved. Even physiology convinces us of this. The external picture that is painted on the eye comes not to the brain, the sound that strikes our ear does not reach the mind mechanically as a sound. There is no nerve so stretched out as to vibrate to a point of union. In some animals the optic nerves do not unite in a visible point, and there is no creature in which the nerves of all the senses so unite. Still less is there a union of all the nerves of the whole body, though the soul feels herself present, and acts in its minutest member. To imagine the brain, therefore, to be self-cogitative, the nervous fluid self-sentient, is a weak, unphysiological notion. It is more consistent with general experience that there are particular psychological laws by which the soul performs her functions and combines her ideas. That this is done conformably to her organs and in harmony with them, that when the tools are defective the artist can do nothing, and the like, cannot be questioned, yet the nature of the case remains the same. The manner in which the soul operates, the essence of her ideas, come here under consideration. And with regard to this point it is one undeniable that the thought, nay, the first perception with which the soul represents to herself an external object, is something totally different from what the sense offers to her. We name it an image, but it is not the image that is the speck of light which is pictured in the eye, and which does not reach the brain. The image in the soul is a spiritual being, formed by herself from the suggestions of the senses. From the chaos of things that surrounds her she calls forth a figure on which she fixes her attention, and thus by her intrinsic power she forms out of the many a whole that belongs to herself alone. This she can again revive when it exists no more, dreams and the imagination can combine it according to laws very different from those under which the senses exhibit it, and this they actually do. The reveries of disease which have been so often urged as proofs of the materiality of the soul, attest her immateriality. Listen to the lunatic and observe the progress of his mind. It proceeds on the idea that has touched it too deeply, and in consequence deranged its organ, and broken its connection with other sensations. To this he refers everything, because this is predominant and he cannot shake it off. For this he forms a world of his own, a peculiar concatenation of thoughts, and all the wanderings of his mind in the connection of its ideas are in the highest degree spiritual. He combines things not according to the position of the cells of his brain, not even as the sensations appear to it, but according to the affinity other ideas bear to his idea and his power of bending them to it. All the associations of our thoughts proceed in the same way. They pertain to a being which calls up remembrances by its own energy, and often with a particular idiosyncrasy, and connects ideas from internal affection or propensity, not from external mechanism. I wish that ingenious men would disclose to us the registers of their hearts on this point, and that acute observers, particularly physicians, would make known the qualities they perceive in their patients. If this were done, I am convinced we should have clear proofs of the operation of a being, organic it is true, yet acting of itself and according to spiritual laws. 2. The same thing is demonstrated by the artificial formation of our ideas from childhood upwards, and from the tedious course, by which the soul arrives not until late at a consciousness of herself, and learns with considerable labor to make use of the senses. More than one psychologist has observed the address with which a child acquires the idea of color, figure, magnitude, and distance, and thus learns to see. The corporeal sense teaches nothing, for the image is depicted in the eye the first moment of its opening as faithfully as it is at the latest period of life, but the soul learns to measure, to compare, and spiritually to perceive, by means of the sense. In this she is assisted by the ear, and language is certainly a spiritual, not corporeal, mean of forming ideas. No one, unless devoid of sense, can take sound and word for the same thing, yet these two differ as body and soul, as organ and power. A word brings to remembrance its correspondent idea, and transfers it from the mind of another to ours, but the word is not the idea, and just as far is the material organ from being thought. As the body is increased by food, so is our mind enlarged by ideas, nay, we remark in it the same laws of assimilation, growth, and production, only not in a corporeal manner, but in a mode peculiar to itself. The mind can equally overgorge itself with food, which it is incapable of appropriating and converting into nutriment. There is also a symmetry of its spiritual powers, every deviation from which is disease, either sthenic or asthenic, that is, depravity. Finally, it carries on this business of its internal life with a genial power in which love and hatred, inclination to what is of its own nature, and aversion to whatever is dissimilar to it, display themselves as in terrestrial life. In short, fanaticism apart, an internal spiritual man is formed in us who has a nature of his own, and uses the body only as his implement, nay, who acts conformably to his own nature, even if the bodily organs be ever so much deranged. The more the soul is separated from the body by disease, or any forced state of the passions, and compelled to wander as it were in her own ideal world, the more singular appearances of her own power and energy do we observe in the creation or connection of ideas. In despair she wanders through the scenes of her former life, and, as she cannot relinquish her nature and abandon her office of forming ideas, she now prepares for herself a new wild creation. 3. A more clear consciousness. That great excellence of the human soul, is gradually acquired by it in a spiritual manner, and indeed through humanity. A child possesses little consciousness, though his soul is incessantly exercising herself to attain it, and to feel herself in every sense. All her endeavors after ideas are for the purpose of acquiring a perception of herself in this world of gods, and enjoying her existence with human energy. The brute still wanders in an obscure dream, his consciousness is diffused through so many bodily irritations, and so powerfully enveloped by them that it is impossible for it to awake to a clear progressive exercise of thought on his own organization. Man, too, is conscious of his sensual state only through the medium of the sense, and when these suffer we need not wonder that a prevailing idea can drive him out of his mind, and set him to act within himself a mirthful or melancholy drama. But even his being thus transported into a region of more vivid ideas evinces an internal energy with which the power of his consciousness, of his spontaneity, often displays itself in the most erroneous paths. Nothing renders man so strongly sensible of his own existence as knowledge, the knowledge of a truth which he has himself acquired, which is interwoven with his inmost nature, and while he contemplates which, the visible objects around him vanish from his sight. A man forgets himself, he is unconscious of the lapse of time and of his vital powers, when some sublime thought calls him, and he pursues its course. The most acute bodily pain may be suppressed by the prevalence of some one vivid idea in the mind. Men under the influence of passion, particularly the most pure and lively of all, the love of God, have despised life and condemned death, and all other ideas being thus swallowed up in one, have felt themselves as if in heaven. The most ordinary work is laborious if the body alone perform it, but love makes the heaviest occupation light and gives wings to the most tedious and distant exertions. Space and time vanish before her, she is ever at her point, in her own ideal region. This nature of the mind displays itself even among the most savage people. It matters not for what they fight in the throng of ideas. The cannibal, thirsting for revenge, strives, though in a horrible mode, for a spiritual enjoyment. For no state, disease, or quality, of the organ, can mislead us to feel the power that acts in it as primary. The memory, for example, differs according to the variety of men's organization, in one it is formed and supported by images, in another by abstract signs, by words, or numbers. In youth, while the brain is soft, it is vivid. In age, when the brain hardens, it is dull and adheres to old ideas. It is the same with the other faculties of the soul, and it cannot be otherwise if they operate organically. By the way, we may here remark the laws of the retention and renovation of ideas. They are altogether spiritual and not corporeal. There have been persons who have lost the remembrance of certain years, nay, of certain parts of speech, names, substantives, or even particular letters and characters, while they retained the memory of preceding years and had the free use and recollection of other parts of speech. The soul was fettered only in one limb, where the organ suffered. If the chain of her mental ideas were material, she must either, conformably to these phenomena, move about in the brain and form particular records for certain years, for names and substantives, or, if the ideas harden with the brain, they must all be hardened, and yet the remembrance of youth is still very lively in the old. At a time when from the slate of her organs the soul can no longer combine things quickly, or lightly think them over, she adheres the more firmly to the acquisitions of her more blooming years, of which she disposes as of her own property. Immediately before death, and in all situations in which she feels herself less fettered by the body, this remembrance awakes with all the vivacity of youthful joy, and on this the pleasure of the aged and the happiness of the dying principally depend. From the commencement of life our soul appears to have but one office, that of acquiring internal shape, the form of humanity, and to feel herself sound and happy in this, as the body in that which pertains to it. In this office she labors as incessantly and with as much sympathy of all her powers as the body does for its health, which, when any part is injured, immediately feels it all over and applies its juices as far as it can to repair the breach and heal the wound. In the same manner does the soul labor for her always precarious and often illusory health, endeavoring to confirm and augment it, sometimes by proper means, at others by fallacious remedies. The art that she employs for this purpose is wonderful, and the store of medicaments and resources she knows how to provide is immense. If the semiotics of the soul should ever be studied in the same manner as those of the body, her proper spiritual nature will be so apparent in all her diseases that the dogmas of the materialists will vanish like mists before the sun. Nay, to him who is convinced of this internal life of himself, all external circumstances in which the body, like other matter, is continually changing, will be at length only transitions that affect not his essence. He will pass out of this world into the next with as little attention as from night to day, or from one season of life to another. The Creator has given us daily experience how far everything in our machine is from being inseparable from us, and from each other, in the brother of death, refreshing sleep. The gentle touch of his finger dissolves the most important functions of life, nerves and muscles repose, the senses cease to perceive, yet the soul continues to think in her own domain. She is no more separated from the body than when it was awake, as the perceptions often interwoven in our dreams evince, yet she acts according to her own laws, even in the profoundest sleep, of the dreams of which we have no remembrance, unless we be suddenly awakened. Many people have observed that in undisturbed dreams their soul pursues the same series of ideas uninterruptedly, in a manner different from what it does in the waking state, and wanders in a more beautiful, lively, and in general youthful world. The perceptions in a dream are more vivid, the passions more violent, the connection of thoughts and possibility more easy, our sight more keen, and the light that surrounds us more brilliant. In healthy sleep we often fly rather than walk, our dimensions are enlarged, our resolutions have more force, our actions are less confined. And though all this depends on the body, as the least circumstance respecting the soul must harmonize with it, as long as her powers are so intimately incorporated with its structure, yet the whole of the phenomena of sleep and dreaming, which are certainly singular and would greatly astonish us were we not accustomed to them, shows us that every part of the body does not belong to us in the same manner, nay, that certain organs of our machine may be unstrung, and the superior power act more ideally, vividly, and freely, from mere reminiscence. Now since all the causes that induce sleep, and all its corporeal symptoms, are, not metaphorically, but physiologically and actually analogous to those of death, why should not the spiritual symptoms of both be the same? Thus, then, when the sleep of death falls on us from weariness or disease, still the hope remains that death, like sleep, only cools the fever of life, gently interrupts the too uniform and long-continued movement, heals many wounds incurable in this life, and prepares the soul for a pleasurable awakening, for the enjoyment of a new morning of youth. As in dreams my thoughts fly back to youth, as in them, being only half fettered by a few organs, but more centered in myself, I feel more free and active, so thou, revivifying dream of death, wilt smilingly bring back the youth of my life, the most pleasing and energetic moments of my existence, until I awake in its form, or rather in the more beautiful form of celestial juvenility. Chapter 5. Our humanity is only preparation, the bud of a future flower. We have seen that the end of our present existence is the formation of humanity, to which all the meaner wants of this earth are subservient, and which they are all contrived to promote. Our reasoning capacity is to be formed to reason, our finer senses to art, our propensities to genuine freedom and beauty, our moving powers to the love of mankind. Either we know nothing of our destination and the deity deceives us in every internal and external symptom of it, to say which would be senseless calumny, or we may deem ourselves as certain of this end as of the being of a God or our own existence. Yet how seldom is this eternal, this infinite end, attained here. In whole nations reason lies bound with the chains of animal sense, truth is sought in the most erroneous ways, and that beauty and uprightness to which we were created by God are corrupted by negligence and depravity. Few men make God-like humanity in the pure and extensive signification of the word, the proper study of their lives. Most begin very late to think of it, and in the best of men inferior propensities draw down the exalted human being to animality. Who among mortals can say that he will reach or has attained the pure image of man that lies in him? Either, therefore, the Creator has erred in the end he has placed before us, and the organization he has so skillfully composed for the attainment of it, or this end reaches beyond our present existence, and the earth is only a place of exercise, and this life a state of preparation. On this, it is true, much that is base must be associated with the most exalted, and man is raised, upon the whole, but a short step above the brute. Nay, even among men the greatest variety must subsist, as everything upon earth is so multifarious, and in many regions and under many circumstances the human species is so deeply depressed by the yoke of climate and necessity. The plastic design of Providence must have taken in all these steps, these zones, these varieties, at one view, and known how to advance man in all of them, as she has gradually exalted inferior powers without their consciousness. It is surprising, though incontestable, that of all the inhabitants of the earth man is the furthest from attaining the end of his destination. Every beast attains what his organization can attain, man only reaches it not because his end is so high, so extensive, so infinite, and he begins on this earth so low, so late, and with so many external and internal obstacles. Instinct, the maternal gift of nature, is the sure guide of the brute. He is still a servant in the house of the sovereign Father, and must obey. Man lives in it as a child, and, a few necessary propensities excepted, has everything that pertains to reason and humanity to learn. At the same time he learns imperfectly, because, with the seeds of understanding and virtue, he inherits prejudices and evil manners, and in his progress to truth and liberty is retarded by chains that reach from the commencement of his species. The footsteps that godlike men have imprinted before and around him, are united and confused with many others in which brutes and robbers have wandered, and these, alas, are often more active than the select few of great and good. We must therefore arraign Providence, as many have done, for suffering man to border so nearly on the brute, which he was not designed to be, and denying him such a degree of light, firmness, and certainty, as might have served his reason instead of instinct, or this defective beginning is a proof of his endless progress. For man must himself acquire by exercise this degree of light and security, so as under the guidance of his Father to become a nobler, freer creature, by his own exertions, and this he will become. Thus the simulated man will become man in reality, thus the bud of humanity, benumbed by cold and parched by heat, will expand in its true form, in its proper and full beauty. Hence we may easily infer what part of us alone can pass into the other world. It is this godlike humanity, the unopened bud of the true form of man. All the dross of this earth is for it alone. We leave the terrestrial part of our bones to the fossil kingdom from which it was derived, and return to the elements what we had borrowed from them. All the sensual appetites which in us, as in the brutes, have been subservient to the earthly economy, have performed their office. In man they were to be the occasions of nobler sentiments and exertions, and when they have done this, they have fulfilled the purpose for which they were designed. The want of food was to excite him to labor, to society, to obedience to laws and establishments, and fetter him by a salutary chain, indispensable on earth. The sexual appetite was to plant sociableness, and parental, connubial, and filial love, even in the rigid breast of barbarity, and render tedious exertions for his species pleasant to man by his undertaking them for his own flesh and blood. Nature had similar purposes in all earthly wants, each was to be a matrix of some germ of humanity. Happy is it when the germ buds, it will blossom beneath the beams of a more glorious sun. Truth, beauty, and love are the objects at which man aims in all his endeavors, even without being conscious of it, and often by the most devious paths, the perplexities of the labyrinth will be unfolded, the seductive forms of enchantment will vanish, and everyone will not only see the center, far or near, to which his way tends, but thou, maternal providence, under the form of the genius and friend he needs, wilt guide him to it thyself, with a gentle and forgiving hand. 38. Thus, too, the good Creator has concealed from us the form of that world so that our weak brain might not be dazzled or a spurious premature desire excited in us. If with this we contemplate the progress of nature in the species beneath us and observe how the artist rejects the more ignoble and mitigates the claims of necessity, step by step, while on the other hand she improves the spiritual, purifies the refined, and animates the beautiful with superior beauty, we may with confidence trust the invisible operating hand, that the flower of our bud of humanity will certainly appear in a future state of existence in a form truly that of God-like man, which no earthly sense can imagine in all its grandeur and beauty. It is vain, therefore, for us to rack our imagination, and though I am convinced that, as all the states of creation are most intimately connected, the organic powers of our soul, in their purest and most spiritual exertions, lay the foundations of their future appearance, or that at least, unconscious of it themselves, they weave the texture that will serve for their clothing until the beams of a more beautiful sun awaken their profoundest energies, which are here concealed from themselves. It would be rash to sketch out the laws by which the Creator forms a world, with the operations of which we are so unacquainted. Suffice it, that all the changes we observe in the inferior regions of nature are tendencies to perfection, and that thus we have at least hints of a subject into which we are incapable of penetrating for more important reasons. The flower appears to our eye first as a seed, and then as a plantule, the plantule becomes a plant, and then at length comes out the flower, which begins its different stages of life in this terrestrial economy. Similar processes and changes occur in several creatures, among which the butterfly is so conspicuous as to have become a well-known emblem. Behold, there crawls the despicable caterpillar, obeying the gross appetite of eating, his hour comes, and the languor of death falls upon him, he seeks a support, he wraps himself up in his winding sheet, the web of which, as well as in part the organs of his future state, he has already within him. His rings now go to work and the internal organic powers exert themselves. The change is at first slow, and has the appearance of destruction. 10 feet are cast off with the slough, and the limbs of the new creature are still shapeless. These are gradually formed and attain their due proportion, but the creature awakes not until he is complete, when he bursts into light, and the finishing act proceeds rapidly. In a few minutes the tender wings become 6 times as large as they were under the shell of death, they are endowed with elasticity and adorned with all the splendid hues that can be produced beneath the sun, they waft the creature as it were on the breath of zephyr. His whole structure is altered, instead of the coarse leaves on which he was at first formed to feed, he drinks the nectareous juice of flowers from their golden cups. Even his destination is changed, instead of obeying the gross appetite of hunger, he is moved by the more refined passion of love. Who would divine the future butterfly in the figure of the caterpillar? Who would perceive one and the same creature in both, unless taught by experience? And since both these modes of existence are but different stages of the same being upon one and the same earth, where the organic circle again begins in a similar manner, what fine forms must rest on the bosom of nature where the organic circle is more extensive and the stages that fashion them embrace more than one world. Hope, then, son of man, and foretell not, the prize is before thee, exert thyself to obtain it. Throw from thee what is unbefitting a man, strive after truth, goodness, and godlike beauty, and thou canst not fail of attaining thy end. Thus we are taught by nature, in these analogies of changing creatures that pass from one state to another, why the sleep of death is admitted into her system. It is a kind lethargy that locks up the senses while the organic powers are laboring to attain a new form. The creature itself, whether possessed of more or less consciousness, is not strong enough to oversee or direct their efforts. It slumbers, therefore, and awakes not, until its form is completed. Death, then, is the boon of a tender father sparing his child. It is a salutary opiate during the operation of which nature collects her powers, and the sleeping patient is restored to health. Chapter 6. The present state of man is probably the connecting link of two worlds. Everything in nature is connected. One state pushes forward and prepares another. If then man is the last and highest link, closing the chain of terrestrial organization, he must begin the chain of a higher order of creatures as its lowest link, and is probably, therefore, the middle ring between two adjoining systems of the creation. He cannot pass into any other organization upon earth without turning backwards and wandering in a circle. For him to stand still is impossible, since no living power in the dominions of the most active goodness is at rest. Thus there must be a step before him, close to him, yet as exalted above him as he is preeminent over the brute to whom he is at the same time nearly allied. This view of things, which is supported by all the laws of nature, alone gives us the key to the wonderful phenomenon of man, and at the same time to the only philosophy of his history. For thus, 1. The singular inconsistency of man's condition becomes clear. As an animal he tends to the earth and is attached to it as his habitation. As a man he has within him the seeds of immortality, which require to be planted in another soil. As an animal he can satisfy his wants, and men that are contented with this feel themselves sufficiently happy here below, but they who seek a nobler destination find everything around them imperfect and incomplete. What is most noble is never accomplished upon earth, what is most pure is seldom firm and durable. This theater is but a place of exercise and trial for the powers of our hearts and minds. The history of the human species, with what it has attempted and what has befallen it, the exertions it has made, and the revolutions it has undergone, sufficiently proves this. Now and then a philosopher, a good man, arose, and scattered opinions, precepts, and actions on the flood of time. A few waves played in circles around them, but these the stream soon carried away and obliterated, and the jewel of their noble purposes sunk to the bottom. Fools overpowered the counsels of the wise, and spendthrifts inherited the treasures of wisdom collected by their forefathers. Far as the life of man here below is from being calculated for eternity, equally far is this incessantly revolving sphere from being a repository of permanent works of art, a garden of never-fading plants, a seat to be eternally inhabited. We come and go, every moment brings thousands into the world, and takes thousands out of it. The earth is an inn for travelers, a planet on which birds of passage rest themselves, and from which they hasten away. The brute lives out his life, and, if his years be too few to attain higher ends, his inmost purpose is accomplished, his capacities exist, and he is what he was intended to be. Man alone is in contradiction with himself and with the earth, for, being the most perfect of all creatures, his capacities are the furthest from being perfected, even when he attains the longest term of life before he quits the world. But the reason is evident: his state, being the last upon this earth, is the first in another sphere of existence, with respect to which he appears here as a child making his first essays. Thus he is the representative of two worlds at once, and hence the apparent duplicity of his essence. 2. Thus it becomes clear what part must predominate in most men here below. The greater part of man is of the animal kind. He has brought into the world only a capacity for humanity, which must be first formed in him by diligence and labor. In how few is it rightly formed? And how slender and delicate is the divine plant even in the best? Throughout life the brute prevails over the man, and most permit it to sway them at pleasure. This incessantly drags man down while the spirit ascends, while the heart pants after a freer sphere, and as the present appears more lively to a sensual creature than the remote, as the visible operates upon him more powerfully than the invisible, it is not difficult to conjecture which way the balance will incline. Of how little pure delight, of how little pure knowledge and virtue, is man capable? And were he capable of more, to how little is he accustomed? The noblest compositions here below are debased by inferior propensities, as the voyage of life is perplexed by contrary winds, and the Creator, mercifully strict, has mixed the two causes of disorder together, that one might correct the other, and that the germ of immortality might be more effectually softened by tempests than by gentle gales. A man who has experienced much has learned much. The careless and indolent knows not what is within him, and still less does he feel with conscious satisfaction how far his powers extend. Thus life is a conflict, and the garland of pure immortal humanity is with difficulty obtained. The goal is before the runner, by him who fights for virtue, in death the palm will be obtained. 3. Thus, if superior creatures look down upon us, they may view us in the same light as we do the middle species, with which nature makes a transition from one element to another. The ostrich flaps his feeble wings to assist himself in running, but they cannot enable him to fly, his heavy body confines him to the ground. Yet the organizing parent has taken care of him, as well as of every middle creature, for they are all perfect in themselves, and only appear defective to our eyes. It is the same with man here below, his defects are perplexing to an earthly mind, but a superior spirit that inspects the internal structure and sees more links of the chain may indeed pity, but cannot despise him. He perceives why man must quit the world in so many different states, young and old, wise and foolish, grown grey in second childhood, or an embryo yet unborn. Omnipotent goodness embraces madness and deformity, all the degrees of cultivation, and all the errors of man, and wants not balsams to heal the wounds that death alone could mitigate. Since probably the future state springs out of the present, as our organization from inferior ones, its business is no doubt more closely connected with our existence here than we imagine. The garden above blooms only with plants of which the seeds have been sown here and put forth their first germs from a coarser husk. If, then, as we have seen, sociality, friendship, or active participation in the pains and pleasures of others, be the principal end to which humanity is directed, this finest flower of human life must necessarily there attain the vivifying form, the overshadowing height for which our heart thirsts in vain in any earthly situation. Our brethren above, therefore, assuredly love us with more warmth and purity of affection than we can bear to them, for they see our state more clearly. To them the moment of time is no more, all discrepancies are harmonized, and in us they are probably educating, unseen, partners of their happiness and companions of their labors. But one step further and the oppressed spirit can breathe more freely, the wounded heart recovers, they see the passenger approach it, and stay his sliding feet with a powerful hand. For since therefore we are of a middle species between two orders, and in some measure partake of both, I cannot conceive that the future date is so remote from the present, and so incommunicable with it as the animal part of man is inclined to suppose, and indeed many steps and events in the history of the human race are to me incomprehensible without the operation of superior influence. For instance, that man should have brought himself into the road of improvement, and invented language and the first science, without a superior guidance, appears to me inexplicable, and the more so, the longer he is supposed to have remained in a rude animal state. A divine economy has certainly ruled over the human species from its first origin, and conducted him into his course the readiest way. But the more the human powers have been exercised, the less did they require this superior assistance, or the less were they susceptible of it, though in later times the greatest events have arisen in the world from inexplicable causes or have been accompanied with circumstances which we cannot explain. Even diseases have often been instruments of them, for when an organ loses its proportion to the rest, and thus becomes useless in the ordinary course of life, it seems natural that the restless internal power should bend itself some other way, and probably receive impressions of which a sound organization would be insusceptible, and which it would not require. Be this as it may, it is certainly a friendly veil that separates this world from the next, and it is not without reason that the grave of the dead is so mute and still. Men in general are kept throughout the whole course of their lives from impressions, one of which would break the whole chain of their ideas and render it useless in this world. Man, formed for freedom, was not intended to be the imitative ape of superior beings, but, even where he is led, to retain the happy opinion that he acts of himself. To preserve the quiet of his mind and that noble pride which supports his destination, man was deprived of the sight of more exalted beings, for probably an acquaintance with these would lead him to despise himself. Man therefore was not to look into a future state, but merely to believe in it. 5. This much is certain, that there dwells an infinity in each of his powers which cannot be developed here, where it is repressed by other powers, by animal senses and appetites, and lies bound as it were to the state of terrestrial life. Particular instances of memory, of imagination, nay, of prophecy and presentiment, have discovered wonders of that hidden treasure which reposes in the human soul, and indeed the senses are not to be excluded from this observation. That diseases and partial defects have been the principal occasions of indicating this treasure alters not the nature of the case, since this very disproportion was requisite to set one of the weights at liberty and display its power. The expression of Leibniz, that the soul is a mirror of the universe, contains perhaps a more profound truth than has usually been adduced from it, for the powers of a universe seem to lie concealed in her, and require only an organization or a series of organizations to set them in action. Supreme goodness will not refuse her this organization, but guides her like a child in leading strings, gradually to prepare her for the fullness of increasing enjoyment, under a persuasion that her powers and senses are self-acquired. Even in her present fetters, space and time are to her empty words. They measure and express relations of the body, but not of her internal capacity, which extends beyond time and space when it acts in perfect internal quiet. Give thyself no concern for the place and hour of thy future existence. The sun that enlightens thy days is necessary to thee during thy abode and occupation upon earth, and so long it obscures all the celestial stars. When it sets, the universe will appear in greater magnitude. The sacred night that once enveloped thee, and in which thou wilt be enveloped again, covers thy earth with shade, and will open to thee the splendid volumes of immortality in heaven. There are habitations, worlds, and spaces, that bloom in unfading youth, though ages on ages have rolled over them, and defy the changes of time and season, but everything that appears to our eyes decays and perishes and passes away, and all the pride and happiness of earth are exposed to inevitable destruction. This earth will be no more when thou thyself still are and enjoy God and his creation in other abodes and differently organized. On it thou hast enjoyed much good. On it thou hast attained an organization in which thou hast learned to look around and above thee as a child of heaven. Endeavor, therefore, to leave it contentedly, and bless it as the field where thou hast sported as a child of immortality, and as the school where thou hast been brought up, in joy and in sorrow, to manhood. Thou hast no further claim on it has no farther claim on thee. Crowned with the cap of liberty and girded with the zone of heaven, cheerfully set thy foot forward. As the flower stands erect and closes the realm of the subterranean inanimate creation, to enjoy the commencement of life in the region of day, so is man raised above all the creatures that are bowed down to the earth. With uplifted eye and outstretched hand, he stands as a son of the family, awaiting his father's call. Book 6. Hitherto we have considered the earth as an abode of the human species in general, and endeavored to mark the rank that man holds among the living creatures by which it is inhabited. Having thus formed an idea of his general nature, let us proceed to contemplate the various appearances he assumes on this global stage. But who will give us a clue to this labyrinth? Where are the footsteps that we may follow with security? At least the deceitful robe of pretended omniscience shall not arrogantly be assumed to conceal the defects to which he who writes the history of man, and still more he who attempts a philosophy of that history, must necessarily be exposed, for none but the genius of mankind himself can take a complete view of the history of the human species. We will begin with the varieties in the organization of different races, if for no other reason, at least because these varieties are already noticed in elementary treatises on natural history. Chapter 1. Organization of the people that dwell near the North Pole. No navigator has yet been able to set his foot on the axis of our Earth 39 and draw from the North Pole perhaps some more accurate conclusions respecting its general structure, though men have proceeded far beyond the habitable parts of the globe and described regions that may be termed the cold and bare ice throne of nature. Here may be seen wonders of the creation, incredible to an inhabitant of the equator, those immense masses of beautifully colored rocks of ice, those splendid northern lights, astonishing deceptions of the eye by means of the air, and the frequently warm caverns of the earth. Notwithstanding the rigid frost above point 40, the steep broken rocks of naked granite appear to extend much farther here than they could toward the South Pole, and the greater part of the habitable earth in general stands on the northern hemisphere. And as the sea was the first abode of living creatures, the northern ocean, with its swarms of inhabitants, may still be considered as a womb of vitality, and its shores as the margin on which the organization of terrestrial creatures commenced in mosses, insects, and worms. Waterfowl frequent the land that yet supports few birds of its own, aquatic animals and amphibia crawl on the strand, to bask in the beams of the sun which these coasts but seldom enjoy. The confines of the living creation of the earth are displayed as it were amid the utmost fury of the turbulent waves. How has the organization of man preserved itself on these confines? All that the cold could effect upon him was to compress his body in some measure, and thus as it were contract the circulation of his blood. The Greenlander seldom attains the height of 5 feet, and the Eskimo, his brother, living farther to the north, is still shorter. 41. But as the vital power works from within to without, it has compensated in warm and tough thickness what it could not bestow in aspiring height. His head is large in proportion to his body, his face broad and flat, for nature, who produces beauty only when acting with temperance and in a mean between extremes, could not here round a soft oval, and still less could allow the ornament of the face, the beam of the balance, if I may use the expression, the nose, to project. As the cheeks occupy the chief breadth of the visage, the mouth is small and round, the hair is stiff, for the fine penetrating juices to form soft silky hair are wanting, no mind beams from the eye. In like manner the shoulders grow broad, the limbs large, the body corpulent and sanguine, the hands and feet alone remain small and slender, like the buds and extreme parts of the frame. As is the external form, so are the irritability and the economy of the fluids within. The blood circulates more slowly, the heart beats more languidly, hence the desire of the sexes, the stimulus of which rises to such a height with the increasing warmth of other countries, is here more faint. It awakens not until late, the unmarried live chastely, and the women almost require compulsion to take upon them the troubles of a married life. They have but few children, whence they compare the amorous and prolific Europeans to dogs. In their connubial state, as in their general way of life, a calm sobriety, a tenacious stillness of the passions, prevails. Insensible of those irritations which a warmer climate and more volatile animal spirits produce, they live and die peaceable and patient, contented from indifference, and active only from necessity. The father educates his son to that apathy which he esteems the grand virtue and happiness of life, and the mother suckles her infant a long time, with all the profound tenacious affection of animal maternity. What nature has denied them in irritability and elasticity of fiber, she has given them in permanent indefatigable strength, and has clothed them with that warming fatness, that abundance of blood, which render their very breath suffocatingly hot in close habitations. No one, I think, can fail here to observe the equal hand of the organizing Creator, who acts uniformly in all his works. If the human stature be diminished in these regions, vegetation is not less stunted, few trees grow, and these small, mosses and shrubs creep on the ground. Frost contracts even the rod of iron, and shall it not shorten the human fiber, even in spite of its inherent organic life? It can only be compressed, however, and circumscribed as it were within a narrower sphere, another analogy of effect, in every kind of organization. The extremities of the marine animals and other creatures of the frigid zone are small and slender. Nature has kept everything as much as possible together in the region of internal warmth. The birds are supplied with thick plumage, the beasts with enveloping fat, as the men are with their warm sanguineous cases. Nature has also necessarily denied them in externals, and indeed from one and the same principle of all terrestrial organization, what is unsuitable to this constitution. Roots would be destructive to their bodies, prone to internal putrefaction, as the liquor of madness, brandy, which has been introduced among them, has destroyed many. These accordingly the climate refuses them, and on the other hand, notwithstanding their great love of repose, which their internal structure promotes, it compels them, by the external circumstances of their barren abodes, to activity and bodily exercise, which are the groundwork of all their laws and institutions. The few plants that grow here are such as purify the blood, and are thus precisely adapted to their wants. The atmosphere is in a high degree dephlogisticated 42 so that it refills putrefaction even in dead bodies, and promotes longevity. Poisonous animals cannot endure the dry cold, and the people are protected against troublesome insects by smoke, by a long winter, and by their natural insensibility. Thus does nature indemnify them, and act harmoniously in all her operations. After describing this first nation it will not be necessary to be equally minute with regard to others that resemble it. The Eskimo of America are the brethren of the Greenlanders in figure as well as in language and manners. But as these poor wretches are pressed upon as bearded strangers by the beardless Americans, their mode of life is in general more toilsome and precarious, nay, so hard is their fate that in winter they are often obliged to support themselves in their caves by sucking their own blood. 43 Here, and in a few other parts of the earth, dire necessity sits on her loftiest throne and compels man to lead almost the life of a bear. Yet everywhere he still continues man, for even in what appear to be features of the greatest inhumanity among these people is humanity visible when they are closely examined. Nature thought proper to try what forced circumstances the human species could endure, and it has stood the test. The Laplanders inhabit a comparatively mild climate, and they are a milder people. 44 The size of the human figure increases, the flat rotundity of the visage diminishes, the cheeks are lengthened, the eye is dark gray, the straight black hair becomes carroty, and the internal organization of the man expands with his external frame, as the bud that blows beneath the beams of a more genial Sunday. 45 The mountain Laplander grazes his reindeer, which neither the Eskimo nor Greenlander can do, and obtains from them food and raiment, coverings for his house and his bed, conveniencies and enjoyments, while the Greenlander, dwelling on the verge of the earth, is reduced to seek almost everything from the sea. Thus man acquires an animal for his friend and servant, and hence learns arts and a more domestic mode of life. It inures his foot to the chase, his arm to the guidance of the rein, his mind to a taste for acquisition and permanent property, while at the same time it cherishes his love of liberty and accustoms his ear to that timid watchfulness which we observe in many nations in a similar condition. The Laplander listens as fearfully as his beast, and sets off at the slightest noise. He loves his way of life and looks, like his reindeer, to the summits of the mountains to spy the returning sun. He talks to his beast, and is understood by him. He is careful of him as his wealth, and a member of his family. Thus with the first tameable animal that nature could bestow on this region she gave man a guide to a more human mode of life. Of the people that dwell by the frozen ocean along the wide extent of the Russian Empire, not to mention the many modern well-known travels in which they are described, we have a collection of delineations, the impression of which speaks more forcibly than any description. 46 Mixed and huddled together as many of these people dwell, we perceive the most different races brought under the same yoke of the northern form and forged as it were into a chain of the North Pole. The Samoyed has the round, broad, flat visage, the straight black hair, the squat sanguineous body of the northern mold, but his lips are more full, his nose more broad and prominent, and his beard diminished, and this we shall find continually decreasing along an immense tract of land to the eastward. Thus the Samoyeds are as it were the Negroes of the north, and the great irritability of their nerves, The early puberty of the females in the 11th or 12th year 47 nay, if the account be true, their black nipples, and some other circumstances, render them still more similar to the Negroes, notwithstanding the coldness of their climate. Yet, in spite of their warm and delicate constitution, which they probably brought with them as a national character, and which it may be presumed even the climate itself could not subdue, their form is on the whole that of the north. The Tungusics 48 who dwell farther to the south, begin to have some resemblance to the Mongolian stem, from which however they are as different in race and language, as the Samoyeds and Ostiaks are from the Laplanders and Greenlanders. Their bodies are better shaped and more slender, their eyes small like those of the Mongols, their lips thin, their hair softer, yet their faces retain the flat northern form. It is the same with the Yakuts and Yakagurs, who appear to run into the Tatarian form, as those into the Mongolian, nay, it is the same with the Tatarian race itself. Near the Black Sea and the Caspian, on Mounts Caucasus and Ural, consequently in the most temperate climate in some measure in the world, the Tatarian form is blended with more beauty. The body is slender and pliable, the head quits the heavy rotundity for a more elegant oval, the complexion is florid, the nose projects boldly and is well shaped, the eye is lively, the hair dark brown, the step alert, the countenance pleasingly modest and timid. Thus the nearer we come to the regions where nature is most profuse of life, the more exquisite and better proportioned is the organization of man. The more we proceed to the north again, or the farther into Kalmuck Tatary, so much more flat and barbarous we find the features, either after the northern or Kalmuck model. In this, however, much must be attributed to the way of life of a people, its descent and intermixture with others, and the qualities of the country it inhabits. The mountain Tatars preserve their features with more purity than those that dwell in the plains. Hordes that are near towns and villages mix and soften down both their features and manners. The less a nation is pressed upon, the truer it must remain to its rude and simple way of life, and the more pure must it preserve its original form. As on this great platform of Tatary, inclining as it does to the sea, so many rovings and incursions have taken place, which have operated more powerfully to mingle, than mountains, deserts, and rivers could to separate. The exceptions to the rule cannot fail to be observed, but the rule is confirmed by these very exceptions, for the northern, Tatarian, and Mongol forms divide the whole among them. Chapter 2. Organization of the nations on the Asiatic ridge of the earth. As there are many probabilities that the first abode of the human species was on this ridge of the earth, we might be inclined to seek on it the most beautiful race of men. But how greatly should we be deceived in our expectation? The form of the Kalmucks and Mongols is well known. With a middling stature, they have at least remains of the flat visage, the thin beard, and the brown complexion of the northern climate, but they are distinguishable by the inner angle of the eye being acute, fleshy, and inclined obliquely to the nose, by narrow, black, slightly arched eyebrows, a small, flat nose, too broad at the upper part, large, prominent ears, the legs and thighs bowed, and strong white teeth 49 which, together with the rest of the features, appear to characterize a beast of prey among men. Whence proceeds this form? Their bowed legs originate from their way of life. From their childhood they slide along upon their legs or cling to the back of a horse, their lives are spent between sitting and riding, and to the only position that gives the human foot its straight fine form, that of walking, they are strangers, except for a few steps. And to their way of life may not more of their figure be traced? Are not the prominent brutal ear that is ever listening, the small, acute eye that perceives the least dust or smoke at the greatest distance, the white, projecting, bone-gnawing tooth, the thick neck, and the backward reclining position of the head on it, become substantial features and characteristics of their mode of living? If we add to this that, as Pallas says, their children, even to the age of 10, frequently have deformed puffed-up faces, and are of a cacochimic aspect, until, as they grow up, they become better shaped, if we consider that extensive tracts of their country are strangers to rain, have little water, or at least none that is pure, and that thus from their infancy they scarcely know what it is to bathe, if we reflect on the salt lakes and marshes, and the saline nature of the soil where they dwell, the alkaline flavor of which they relish in their food, and even in the deluges of tea with which they daily enfeeble their digestive faculty. If to these we add the elevation of the country they inhabit, the thinner air, dry winds, alkaline effluvia, and long winters spent in the smoke of their huts, and with snow continually before their eyes, is it not probable that their figure originated from these causes some thousands of years ago, when many of them perhaps operated still more forcibly, and thus gradually became their hereditary nature? Nothing invigorates our bodies more and contributes more to their growth and firmness than washing and bathing in water, particularly if to these are added walking, running, wrestling, and other bodily exercises. Nothing has a greater tendency to debilitate them than drinking warm liquors, and these they gulp down in immoderate quantities, seasoned, too, with corrugating alkaline salts. Hence, as Pallas has already observed, the feeble effeminate figures of the Mongols and Buryats, 5 or 6 of whom, with their utmost exertions, cannot do what a single Russian can perform, hence the extreme lightness of their bodies, with which on their little horses they seem to fly, or skim along the surface of the ground, hence, lastly, the cacochimic habit transmitted to their children. Even some of the neighboring Tatar races are born with features of the Mongol form, which disappear as they grow up, and this renders it more probable that some of the causes are dependent on the climate, which are more or less engrafted into the frame of the people by their mode of life and descent, and rendered hereditary. When Russians or Tatars intermix with the Mongols, handsome children are produced, being of delicate and well-proportioned shapes, but according to the Mongol standard. 50 Here also nature remains true to herself in their organization, a race of nomads beneath the sky, on this ridge of the globe, and with such modes of living, must be such airy vultures. And traces of their form spread far around, for whither have not these birds of prey extended their flight? More than once have their conquering pinions sped over 1/4 of the globe. Accordingly the Mongols have established themselves in various countries of Asia and improved their form by the features of other nations. Nay, these warlike expeditions were preceded by more ancient emigrations from this early peopled ridge of the earth into many adjacent lands. Hence, it is probable, the oriental part of the globe as far as Kamchatka, as well as throughout Tibet and the peninsula beyond the Ganges, previously bore marks of the Mongol form. Let us take a view of this region in which much that is singular appears. Most of the refinements of the Chinese with regard to their shape bear the Mongol stamp. We have observed the misshapen feet and ears of the Mongols, and probably a similar defect of form, aided by false taste, gave occasion to that unnatural confinement of the foot and that frightful distortion of the ears common to many nations in this region. People were ashamed of their form and wished to alter it, but hit upon parts which, yielding to change, at length rendered their disgusting beauties hereditary. As far as the great difference of their provinces and mode of life will permit, the Chinese display evident marks of the Oriental form which is most striking to the eye only on the Mongolian heights. Climate has merely reduced the broad face, little black eyes, stump nose, and thin beard to a softer rounder form, and the taste of the Chinese seems to be as much a consequence of ill-constructed organs as despotism is of their form of government, and barbarism of their philosophy. The Japanese, a people of Chinese tuition, but probably of Mongol origin, 51 are almost universally ill-made, with thick heads, small eyes, stump noses, flat cheeks, scarcely any beard, and generally bandy-legged. Their form of government and philosophy abound with violent restrictions, suited only to their own country. A third species of despotism prevails in Tibet, the religion of which country extends far into the savage deserts. The Oriental form 52 stretches down with the mountains through the peninsula beyond the Ganges, the people probably extending themselves along the course of the hills. The natives of Assam, bordering upon Tartary, are remarkable, if we may trust the accounts of travelers, 53 for swelled throats and flat noses, particularly towards the north. The rude ornaments affixed to their lengthened ears, their indelicacy in respect to food, and want of clothing in such a temperate climate, denote a savage uncultivated people. The Iracants, with broad nostrils, flat foreheads, little eyes, and ears stretched down to their shoulders, display the same deformity of the Oriental regions. 54 The Barmas in Ava and Pigo are as inveterate enemies to the slightest appearance of beard as the Tibetans and other nations higher up. They will not suffer more bountiful nature to remove their Tatarian beardlessness. 55 It is the same, only with some differences according to the people and climate, even in the islands that are more to the south. To the north there is no change, even to the Koryaks and Kamchatalis on the shores of the eastern world. The language of the latter still bears some resemblance to that of the Chinese Mongols, though, as they are yet unacquainted with the use of iron, they must have separated from these people long ago. Neither does their form belie their country. 56 Their hair is black, their faces broad and flat, their nose and eyes deep sunk, and we shall find their character, apparently incongruous with this cold inhospitable climate, not unsuitable to it. Lastly, the Koryaks, the Chauchais, the Karels, and the islanders farther to the east. 57 Appear to me to be gradual transitions from the Mongol to the American form, and if we could obtain an acquaintance with the northwestern end of America, which remains for the most part unknown to us, and with the interior parts of Jedso and the extensive region above New Mexico, of which we know as little as of the heart of Africa, I am of opinion we should find evident gradations losing themselves in each other, according to the remarks in Cook's Last Voyage. 58. So wide is the extent of the partly disfigured, but everywhere more or less beardless, Oriental form, and the various manners and languages of the several nations testify that they are not the descendants of one people. What then is the cause of it? What for instance has urged so many nations to quarrel with the beard, or to stretch the ears, or to bore the nose and lips? In my opinion an original deformity must have given rise to it, which afterwards claimed the assistance of savage art, and at length became an ancient custom transmitted from father to son. The degeneracy of brutes displays itself in the hair and ears before it attacks the form. It next descends to the feet, as in the face it first attacks its extremity, the profile. When the genealogy of the nations, the state and qualities of this extensive country, and more especially the variations in the internal physiology of these people, are more thoroughly investigated, we shall not fail to obtain new ideas on the subject. And will not Pallas, skilled in science and acquainted with various nations, be the first to give us Spicilegium Anthropologicum. Chapter 3. Organization of the region of well-formed nations. Embosomed in alpine heights lies the kingdom of Kashmir, like a hidden paradise. Its fertile and pleasant hills are surrounded with mountains ascending still higher and higher, until the summits of the last, covered with eternal snow, are lost in the clouds. Here pellucid streams and rivulets flow, the earth is adorned with salubrious herbs and fruits, gardens and islands are clad in refreshing green, flocks and herds are spread over one universal pasture, and no venomous animal or wild beast annoys this Eden. These may be fitly named the mountains of innocence, as Bernice says, which flow with milk and honey, and the race of men that dwells there is not unworthy of the place. The Kashmirians are deemed the most witty and ingenious people of India, equally capable of excelling in poetry and science, in arts and manufactures, the men finely formed and the women often models of beauty. 59. How happy might Hindustan have been if the hands of men had not combined to desolate the garden of nature, and to depress the most innocent of human beings by tyranny and superstition. The Hindus are the gentlest race of mankind. They intentionally injure nothing that breathes, they respect everything that has life, and support themselves by the most innocent food, milk, rice, and the nutritious plants and fruits that their country affords. In shape, says a modern traveler, 60 they are straight, slender, and elegant, their limbs are well proportioned, their fingers long, and imbued with great accuracy of feeling, their countenances open and benign, the features of the females display the most delicate lineaments of beauty, those of the males, manly tenderness. Their gait and their whole carriage are in the highest degree graceful and attractive. The legs and thighs, which in all the northeastern countries are misshapen or shortened like those of apes, are lengthened here, and bear the stamp of germinating human beauty. Even the Mongol form, intermingled with this race, is lost in noble benignity. And the original disposition of their mind is consonant to the frame of their body. So indeed is their manner of life when considered free from the yoke of slavery or superstition. Temperance and quiet, gentle feelings and peaceful meditation, are conspicuous in their labors and enjoyments, their morals and mythology, their arts, and even their patience under the severest tyranny. Happy lambs! Why could not nature feed you careless and undisturbed on your native plains? The ancient Persians were ugly mountaineers, as we see from their remains, the Gowers. 61. But as scarcely any country in Asia is so much exposed to eruptions as Persia, and as it lies immediately beneath nations of well-formed people, a compound has resulted, which in the nobler Persians combines beauty and worth. On one hand lies Circassia, the parent of beauty, on the other side of the Caspian Sea dwell Tatarian races, which have already improved their form in this happy climate, and have spread themselves in great numbers to the south. On the right is Hindustan, and the Persian blood has been improved by maidens purchased in this country and in Circassia. Their minds have molded themselves to this man-ennobling spot, for the quick and penetrating understanding, the fertile and lively imagination of the Persians, with their supple, courteous manners, their propensity to idleness, pomp, and pleasure, nay, their disposition to romantic love, are perhaps the chief qualities that promote an equilibrium of the passions and features. Instead of those barbarous embellishments with which deformed nations have increased while they strove to hide their bodily defects, more agreeable customs have here been adopted which heighten the beauty of the form. Want of water compels the Mongol to be uncleanly, the effeminate Hindu bathes, the voluptuous Persian anoints himself. The Mongol sits on his heels when he does not best ride his horse, the gentle Hindu lolls at his ease, the romantic Persian divides his time between games and amusements. The Persian tinges his eyebrows, he invests himself in a garment that improves the growth. Beautiful form. Sweet equilibrium of passions and mental powers. Why could ye not diffuse yourselves throughout the globe? We have already observed, that some Tatarian races originally belonged to the well-formed nations of the earth, and have degenerated only in the northern countries, or in the deserts. The finer forms appear on each side of the Caspian Sea. The Uzbek women are described as stout, well-made, and agreeable. 62 They accompany their husbands to battle, their eyes, says the description, are large, black, and lively, their hair is black and fine, the men are of a dignified figure that commands respect. Similar commendations are bestowed on the Bukharans, and the beauty of the Circassians, their dark silken eyebrows, black sparkling eyes, smooth foreheads, little mouths, and round chins, are known and valued far and wide. 63 We may suppose that the tongue of the balance of the human form stood here precisely in the middle, while the scales extended east and west to Hindustan and Greece. Fortunately for us, Europe lay at no great distance from this center of beautiful forms, and many nations that peopled this quarter of the globe either inhabited or slowly traversed the regions between the Caspian and Black Seas. At least we are thus no antipodes to the land of beauty. All the nations who have made irruptions into this region of fine forms, and tarried in it, have softened their features. The Turks, originally a hideous race, improved their appearance and rendered themselves more agreeable when handsomer nations became servants to them, as conquerors of extensive territories in this neighborhood. To this probably the commandments of the Koran have contributed, by which they were enjoined ablution, cleanliness, and temperance, while they were indulged in voluptuous ease and love. The Hebrews, whose ancestors likewise came from the heights of Asia, and led a wandering life, sometime in thirsty Egypt, sometime in the deserts of Arabia, still bear the stamp of the Asiatic form, even in their present long and wide dispersion, though in their narrow country, and under the oppressive yoke of the law, they could never attain that pitch of beauty for which more liberty of action and voluptuousness of life are requisite. Neither do the hardy Arabs constitute an exception, for though nature has formed their peninsula more for a land of liberty than a land of beauty, and neither a desert nor a wandering life can possibly be the best nurse of fine forms, yet are these brave and hardy people at the same time well made. 64 Their extensive influence on 3/4 of the globe we shall hereafter have occasion to observe. Lastly, the perfect human form found a site on the coast of the Mediterranean 65 where it was capable of uniting with the intellect and displaying all the charms of terrestrial and celestial beauty to the mind as well as to the eye. This was Triple Greece, in Asia and the islands, in Greece proper, and on the shores farther to the west. Gentle zephyrs fanned the tree, gradually transplanted from the heights of Asia, and breathed life into every part. Time and circumstances assisted in exalting its juices, and crowning it with that perfection which still excites the admiration of everyone in the models of Grecian art and wisdom. Here figures were conceived and executed which no admirer of Circassian beauty, no Indian or Kashmirian artist, could have invented. The human form ascended Olympus and clothed itself in divine beauty. I shall not wander farther into Europe. It so abounds in forms and mixtures, it has changed nature in so many ways by cultivation and art, that I know not how to make any general remarks on its well-formed intermingled nations. It will be better to take a retrospective glance from the shores of that quarter of the globe that we have traversed, and, after an observation or two, proceed to Sooty Africa. In the first place, it is obvious to everyone that the region of the most perfectly formed people is a middle region of the earth, lying, as beauty itself, between two extremes. It feels not the compressing cold of Samoyed, or the drying saline winds of Mongolia. On the other hand, it is equally a stranger to the burning heat of the sandy African deserts and the wet and violent changes of the American climate. It lies neither on the utmost height of the equator, nor on the declivity of the polar region, but on one side it is defended by the lofty walls of the Tatarian and Mongol mountains, on the other it is cooled by the sea breeze. Its seasons change with regularity, yet without that violence which prevails under the equinoctial, and as Hippocrates formerly observed, that a mild regularity of the seasons appeared to have great influence in tempering the passions, it has no less on the ideas and impressions of our minds. The predatory Turcoman, who roams the deserts or the mountains, retains a hideous countenance even in the finest climate, when he sits down in peace and divides his life between softer enjoyments and occupations that connect him with more civilized nations. His features, as well as manners, in time assimilate with theirs. The beauty of the earth is calculated only for peaceful enjoyment, and by means of this alone does it impart itself to man and become incorporated with him. In the second place, it was of no small advantage to the human species not only to have commenced its existence in this region of perfect forms, but to have derived its principal cultivation thence. As the deity could not make the whole earth the seat of beauteousness, he permitted mankind to enter it at least through the gate of beauty, and have its features imprinted on them for a considerable time before they repaired to other countries. It was one and the same principle of nature which caused those nations that excelled in form to operate with most beneficence and activity upon others, for she gave them that quickness and elasticity of mind, adapted equally to form the body, and to act thus beneficently upon other nations. The Tunguzic and Eskimo fit eternally in their holes and give themselves no concern about other nations, either as friends or enemies. The Negro has invented nothing for the European, he has never once conceived the design of improving or of conquering Europe. From the region of well-formed people we have derived our religion, our arts, our sciences, the whole frame of our cultivation and humanity, be it much or little. In this tract has been invented, imagined, and executed, at least in its rudiments, everything that can form and improve man. The history of man's cultivation will incontestably prove this, and in my opinion our own experience shows it. We northern inhabitants of Europe should have been still barbarians had not the kind breath of fate wafted us at least some flowers from those climes, to impregnate our wild blossoms, and thus in time ennoble our stock. Chapter 4. Organization of the People of Africa. It is but just, when we proceed to the country of the blacks, that we lay aside our proud prejudices and consider the organization of this quarter of the globe with as much impartiality, as if there were no other. Since whiteness is a mark of degeneracy in many animals near the pole, the Negro has as much right to term his savage robbers albinos and white devils, degenerated through the weakness of nature, as we have to deem him the emblem of evil and a descendant of Ham, branded by his father's curse. I, might he say, the black, am the original man. I have taken the deepest draughts from the source of life, the sun, on me, and on everything around me, it has acted with the greatest energy and vivacity. Behold my country, how fertile in fruits, how rich in gold. Behold the height of my trees, the strength of my animals. Here each element swarms with life, and I am the center of this vital action. Thus might the Negro say, let us then enter the country appropriate to him with modesty. On the very isthmus that joins Africa to Asia, we meet with a singular people, the Egyptians. Large, strong, corpulent, for the Nile bestows on them fatness, big-boned, and of a yellow-brown complexion, they are at the same time healthy and prolific, temperate and long-lived. Though now indolent, they were once diligent and laborious. A people of such bone, and such a frame 66 could alone have produced the arts and establishments that we admire among the ancient Egyptians, to which a people of a finer mold could not easily have applied themselves. Of the inhabitants of Nubia, and the interior regions of Africa beyond it, we yet know but little. If however we may trust the preliminary communications of Bruce 67, no Negro race dwells upon the whole of the elevated region, they being confined to the east and west coasts of this quarter of the globe, where the land is lower, and the heat more intense. Even under the equator, he says, on these temperate and rainy heights, we find none but white or yellow-brown complexions. Remarkable as this fact would be in explaining the origin of the Negro blackness, yet the figure of the nations in these parts, which is more to our purpose, displays a gradual declension to the Negro form. We know that the Abyssinians were originally of Arabian descent, and both nations have been frequently and long connected, yet, if we may judge from the representations of Ludolf 68 and others, how much harsher features do we meet with here than among the Arabs and more distant Asiatics. They approach those of the Negro, though yet remotely, and the great diversity of the country, with its lofty mountains and pleasant plains, the variations of the climate in heat and cold, sunshine and storms, with a chain of other causes, seem sufficient to account for these harsh compounded features. In a diversified part of the world a diversified race of men must occur, whose character appears to consist in great sensuality, long duration, and an approach to the extreme in figure, which brings them nearer to the brute. The government of the Abyssinians and their state of civilization are conformable to their figure, and the nature of their country, a wild mixture of heathenism and Christianity, of careless freedom and savage tyranny. On the other side of Africa in like manner we know too little of the Berbers, or Brebers, to be able to form any judgment of them. Their residence on Mount Atlas, and their hardy and active way of life, have preserved to them that well-proportioned, light, and flexible make, by which they are distinguishable from the Arabs. 69 Consequently they are as little of the Negro race as the Moors, who are descended from the Arabs, but intermixed with other nations. A modern observer says 70 they are handsome people, with delicate features, oval faces, fine large sparkling eyes, longish noses, neither broad nor flat, and beautiful black hair slightly falling in ringlets, so that they are of the Asiatic form, though in the midst of Africa. The Negro race properly begins with the rivers Gambia and Senegal, yet here with gradual transitions. 71 The Jalofs, or Wolas, have neither the flat noses nor thick lips of the common Negroes. Both they, and the smaller, more active Foulis, who, according to some accounts, live under the happiest regulations, and spend their time in mirth and dancing, are models of beauty compared with the Mandingos, and the Negroes that live farther to the south, their limbs being well made, their hair sleek and but little woolly, and their countenances open and inclined to oval. Thus the thick lips and flat noses of the Negro form, which spreads far down through innumerable varieties of little nations in Guinea, Longo, Congo, and Angola, commence not until we cross the Senegal. In Congo and Angola, for instance, the black skin assumes an olive hue, the crisped hair is reddish, the irises of the eyes are green, the lips are less thick, and the stature diminishes. In Zanzibar, on the opposite coast of Africa, we again find the same olive hue, but in men of a large stature, and better proportioned limbs. Lastly, the Hottentots and Kafirs are retrogradations from the Negro form to another. Their nose begins to lose somewhat of its depressed flatness, their lips of their swelling prominence, their hair is a mean between the wool of the Negro and the hair of other nations, their complexion is of a yellow-brown, their size is that of Europeans in general, only they have smaller hands and feet. 72 Did we know the numerous nations that dwell beyond these arid regions in the interior country, as far as Abyssinia, and among whom, from many indications on their borders, we may expect to find more fertility, beauty, strength, arts, and civilization, we might fill up the shades of the human picture in this quarter of the globe, and should probably find not a single break. But how deficient are we in authentic information respecting this country? We barely know its coasts, and are in many parts acquainted with these no farther than our cannon's reach. No modem European has traversed the interior of Africa, which the Arabian caravans frequently do. 73 And what we know of it is either from tales of the blacks or pretty ancient accounts of lucky or unfortunate adventurers. 74 Even the nations that we might know as things are, the eye of the European seems to behold with too tyrannical indifference, to attempt to investigate the variation of national form in wretched black slaves. Men handle them like cattle and, when they buy them, distinguish them by the marks of their teeth. A single Moravian missionary 75 has transmitted us from another quarter of the globe more accurate discriminations of the Negroes than all the voyagers that have infected the African shores. How fortunate would it have been for the knowledge of nature and of man, had a company of travelers, imbued with the penetration of Forster, the patience of Sparman, and the science of both, visited this undiscovered country. The accounts that are given of the cannibal Jagas and Amphicans, are certainly exaggerated when they are extended to all the interior nations of Africa. The Jagas appear to be a mixed, predatory people, a sort of artificial nation, composed of the outcasts of several, living by plunder, and at length becoming inured to savage and barbarous practices. 76 The Amphicans are mountaineers, probably the Mongols and Kalmucks of this country. But how many happy and peaceful nations may dwell at the feet of the mountains of the moon? Europeans are unworthy to behold their happiness, for they have unpardonably sinned, and still continue to sin, against this quarter of the globe. The peaceably trading Arabs traverse the country and have planted colonies far within it. But I forget that I had to speak of the form of the Negroes as of an organization of the human species, and it would be well if natural philosophy had applied its attention to all the varieties of our species as much as to this. The following are some of the results of its observations. 1. The black color of the Negro has nothing in it more wonderful than the white, brown, yellow, or reddish of other nations. Neither the blood, the brain, nor the seminal fluid of the Negro is black, but the reticular membrane beneath the cuticle, which is common to all, and even in us, at least in some parts, and under certain circumstances, is more or less colored. Camper has demonstrated this. 77 And according to him we all have the capacity of becoming Negroes. Even amid the frosts of Samoyed we have noticed the sable mark in the female breast. The germ of the Negro blackness could not be farther extended in that climate. 2. All depends therefore on the causes that were capable of unfolding it here, and analogy instructs us that sun and air must have had great share in it. For what makes us brown? What makes the difference between the two sexes in almost every country? What has rendered the descendants of the Portuguese, after residing some centuries in Africa, so similar in color to the Negroes? Nay, what so forcibly discriminates the Negro races in Africa itself? The climate, considered in the most extensive signification of the word so as to include the manner of life and kind of food. The blackest Negroes live precisely in that region where the east wind, blowing wholly over the land, brings the most intense heat, where the heat is diminished or cooled by the sea breeze, the black is softened into yellow. The cool heights are inhabited by white, or whitish people, while in the closed lower regions the oil that occasions the black appearance beneath the cuticle is rendered more adust by the heat of the sun. Now if we reflect that these blacks have resided for ages in this quarter of the world, and completely naturalized themselves to it by their mode of life, if we consider the several causes that now operate more feebly, but which in earlier periods, when all the elements were in their primitive rude force, must have acted with greater power, and if we take into the account that so many thousands of years must have brought about a complete revolution as it were of the will of contingencies, which at one period or another turns up everything that can take place upon this earth, then we shall not wonder at the trifling circumstance that the skin of some nations is black. Nature, in her progressive secret operations, has produced much greater changes than this. 3. And how did she effect this small change? To me the thing seems to speak for itself. It is an oil that colors the reticular membrane. The sweat of the Negroes, and even of Europeans, in this country frequently has a yellow color. The skin of the blacks is a thick soft velvet, not so tense and dry as that of the whites, the heat of the sun having drawn from their inner parts an oil, which, ascending as near as it could to the surface, has softened their cuticle, and colored the membrane beneath it. Most of the diseases of this country are bilious, and if we read the descriptions of them 78 we shall not wonder at the yellow or black complexions of the inhabitants. For the woolly hair of the Negro may be accounted for on similar principles. As the hair is nourished only by the finer juices of the skin, and is generated as it were unnaturally in the fat, it becomes curled in proportion to the abundance of nutriment it receives, and dies where this is deficient. Thus in the coarser organization of brutes, we find their wool converted into rough hair, in countries ungenial to their nature, where the juices that flow into it are incapable of elaboration. The finer organization of man, on the contrary, intended for all climates, is capable of converting the hair into wool, when the oil that moistens the skin is superabundant. 5. But the peculiar formation of the members of the human body says more than all these, and this appears to me explicable in the African organization. According to various physiological observations, the lips, breasts, and private parts, are proportionate to each other, and as nature, agreeably to the simple principle of her plastic art, must have conferred on these people, to whom she was obliged to deny nobler gifts, an ampler measure of sensual enjoyment, this could not but have appeared to the physiologist. According to the rules of physiognomy, thick lips are held to indicate a sensual disposition, as thin lips, displaying a slender rosy line, are deemed symptoms of a chaste and delicate taste, not to mention other circumstances. What wonder then, that in a nation for whom the sensual appetite is the height of happiness, external marks of it should appear. A Negro child is born white, the skin around the nails, the nipples, and the private parts, first become colored, and the same consent of parts in the disposition to color is observable in other nations. 100 children are a trifle to a Negro, and an old man who had not above 70 lamented his fate with tears. 6. With this oleaginous organization to sensual pleasure, the profile, and the whole frame of the body, must alter. The projection of the mouth would render the nose short and small, the forehead would incline backwards, and the face would have at a distance the resemblance of that of an ape. Conformably to this would be the position of the neck, the transition to the occiput, and the elastic structure of the whole body, which is formed, even to the nose and skin, for sensual animal enjoyment. 79 Since in this quarter of the globe, as the native land of the solar heat, the loftiest and most succulent trees arise, herds of the largest, strongest, and most active animals are generated, and vast multitudes of apes in particular sport, so that air and water, the sea, and the sands, swarm with life and fertility. Organizing human nature could not fail to follow, with respect to its animal part, this general simple principle of the plastic powers. That finer intellect, which the creature whose breast swells with boiling passions beneath this burning sun must necessarily be refused, was countervailed by a structure altogether incompatible with it. Since then a nobler boon could not be conferred on the Negro in such a climate, let us pity, but not despise him, and honor that parent who knows how to compensate while she deprives. He spends his life void of care in a country which yields him food with unbounded liberality. His limber body moves in the water, as if it had been formed for that element, he runs and climbs as if each were his sport, and not less strong and healthy than light and active, his different constitution supports all the accidents and diseases of his climate, under which so many Europeans sink. What to him are the tormenting sensations of superior joys for which he was not formed? The materials were not wanting, but nature took him in hand and formed of him what was most fit for his country, and the happiness of his life. Either no Africa should have been created, or it was requisite that Negroes should be made to inhabit Africa. Chapter 5. Organization of Man in the Islands of the Torrid Zone. Nothing is more difficult than to characterize, under certain leading features, the countries scattered over the bosom of the ocean. For as they are remote from each other and have been peopled for the most part by different emigrators from near or distant regions, and at an earlier or later period, they exhibit to the mind as motley a picture in the history of nations as they do to the eye on a map. Yet even here the principal features never belie themselves, in what may be termed natural organization. 1. On most of the Asiatic islands we meet with a kind of Negro race which appears to constitute the most ancient inhabitants of the country. 80 Yet, according to the difference of the land on which they live, these are more or less swarthy, with curled woolly hair, occasionally the thick lip, flat nose, and white teeth appear, and it is remarkable that with these the Negro temperament is found united. The same rude healthy strength, the thoughtless disposition, the noisy love of pleasure which we observe in the blacks of the continent are discoverable in the Negroes of the islands, yet everywhere proportionate to their climate and mode of living. Many of these are at the lowest stage of cultivation, having been confined to the mountains by later comers, who now occupy the shores and plains, and hence we have few certain and authentic accounts of them. 81. Now whence comes this resemblance of the Negro form on such remote islands? Certainly not because they were peopled in early periods by colonies from Africa, but because nature works everywhere uniformly. These, too, are situate in the regions of extreme heat, only cooled by the sea breeze. Why, then, should there not be Negroes on the islands, as there are Negroes on the continent, especially as, being the first inhabitants of the islands, they must bear the strongest marks of the plastic nature of the climate? Among these must be reckoned the Igalots of the Philippine Islands and similar blacks on most of the rest, as likewise the savages on the western coast of New Holland, whom Dampier describes as the most wretched of mankind, and who appear to be the lowest class of this race, inhabiting one of the most barren tracts on the globe. 2. In later times other people have settled on these islands, whose form is less striking. Such, according to Forster 82, are the Bayages of Borneo, the Alfuris in some of the Moluccas, the Subadas of Mindanao, and the inhabitants of the Ladrone Islands, the Carolines, and others farther south in the Pacific Ocean. They are said to have great resemblance in language, complexion, form, and manners. Their hair is long and sleek, and we know from late voyagers to what a degree of attractive beauty this race has been capable of arriving in Tahiti and some islands near it. Yet this beauty is altogether sensual, and the last impression of the plastic climate is observable in the flattish noses of the Tahitians. 3. The Malays, Arabs, Chinese, Japanese, and some others are still later comers on many of these islands, and bear still clearer traces of their descent. In short, this group of islands may be considered as a repository of forms, variously modified according to the character they bore, the land they inhabit, the time of their residence, and the way of life they have enjoyed, so that the most striking differences are frequently found bordering on each other. The New Hollanders that Dampier saw, and the inhabitants of Malacalo, appear to be of the coarsest form, and the people of the New Hebrides, New Caledonia, New Zealand, etc., rise gradually above these. The Ulysses of these regions, Reinhold Forster 83, has given us such a learned and intelligent account of the species and varieties of the human race in them, that we cannot but wish we had similar materials for a philosophico-physical geography. of other parts of the world, as foundations for a history of man. I now turn to the last and most difficult quarter of the globe. Chapter 6. Organization of the Americans. No one is ignorant that America extends through all the zones and experiences, not only the extremes of heat and cold, but the most sudden changes of weather, while at the same time its surface exhibits the loftiest and steepest mountains, with the most level and extensive plains. It is a matter of no less notoriety that this long extended quarter of the globe, deeply indented with large bays on the eastern side, has a chain of mountains stretching from north to south, whence both its climate and living productions have little similitude with those of the Old World. Hence our attention is drawn to its people, as to the progeny of an opposite hemisphere. On the other hand, it results from the very situation of America that this extensive region, so widely separated from the rest of the world, could not have been peopled from many different points. The winds and seas cut off its connection with Europe, Africa, and the southern parts of Asia, and there is no short passage to it from the Old World, except on its northwestern side. This, in a certain degree, diminishes the expectation we may have been led to form of a great diversity in it, for if the majority of its inhabitants, and they by whom it was first peopled, came from one and the same region and gradually spread themselves, until at length they filled the whole country, probably with little intermixture of others, the make and disposition of its natives would display a certain uniformity to which there would be few exceptions, in spite of the climate. And this the various accounts we have of North and South America confirm, for they tell us that, notwithstanding the great variety of climates and of nations who frequently endeavor to distinguish themselves from others by arts that do the greatest violence to nature, the figure of the people in general bears a stamp of uniformity not to be found even in the land of the Negro. In America, therefore, the organization of the inhabitants is in some degree a simpler problem than in any other more compound region, and for its solution it will be most advantageous to begin with that side where it is probable the passage into it took place. The nations of America visited by Cook 84 were from the middle size to 6 feet high. Their complexion inclined to copper color, the form of their faces to square, their cheekbones were somewhat prominent, and they had little beard. Their hair was long and black, their limbs were strongly made, and only their feet misshapen. He who is well acquainted with the nations in the east of Asia, and the neighboring islands, will observe the gradual transition, line for line. I do not draw this conclusion from a single nation, for probably many, even of various races, passed over, but they were Orientals, as appears from their figure, and even their deformities, and especially from their ornaments and manners. Were the whole northwestern coast of America, in which we now know but 2 or 3 ports, thoroughly explored, and had we as accurate delineations of the inhabitants as Cook, for example, has given us of the chiefs of Onalaska and other places, much more light would be thrown upon the subject. It would appear, whether the Chinese and Japanese have also passed over lower down on the extensive coast, of which we yet know so little, and what traditions of a civilized bearded nation are to be found there. The Spaniards have indeed the best opportunity of making these discoveries from Mexico, if they shared with the 2 greatest maritime nations of Europe, the English and French, the honorable spirit of advancing science. In the meantime may Laxman's visit to the northern coast, and the attempts of the English from Canada, procure us some new and valuable information. It is singular that so many accounts agree in representing the western nations of North America as the most civilized. The Assinipoels are famed for their size, strength, and agility, the Kristanaws for their liveliness and loquacity. 85 We have little information, however, respecting these nations, and the Shawnee in general, that can be deemed much better than fable. Our more authentic accounts begin properly with the Naudowessies. With these, the Chippewa, and the Winnebago, Carver 86 has made us acquainted, with the Cherokee, Chickasaw, and Muskegon, Adair 87, and with the 5 nations, as they are called, Colden, Rogers, and Timberlake, with those to the north, the French missionaries, and, amid all their varieties, who is not impressed with the idea of one prevailing form, of one predominant character? This consists in that firm health and permanent strength, that proud savage love of liberty and war, which their mode of life and domestic economy, their education and government, their customs and occupations both in peace and war, equally tend to promote. A character that stands alone on the globe, both in its vices, and in its virtues. If we ask how this character was acquired, much, in my opinion, may be explained from their gradual migration from the north of Asia, and the general constitution of their new abode. They came over hardy, uncultivated nations, fashioned amid mountains and storms. When they had passed the coasts, and found a finer, extensive, open country before them, must not their character in time have molded itself to the land? Between large lakes and rivers, in these woods, in these savannas, other nations were formed, than on those raw and cold lands declining to the sea. As the lakes, mountains, and rivers divided, so did the nations, tribe waged inveterate war with tribe, and hence that hostile hatred of each to other became a predominant feature of nations, in other respects the most equanimous. Hence they became warlike, and addicted themselves to every local circumstance that could increase their magnanimity. Their priests are the shamans, or magicians, of the north of Asia, their religion being the same, only dressed in an American garb. Their healthy air, the verdure of their fields and woods, and the invigorating waters of their lakes and rivers, have infused into them the spirit of liberty and property in this land. By what herds of wretched Russians have all the Siberian nations, even to Kamchatka, suffered themselves to be subjugated? While these firmer savages have given ground, it is true, but never bowed their necks to the yoke. As their character may be traced to this origin, so may their singular taste in ornamenting themselves. All the nations of America eradicate the beard, consequently they must have migrated from some region where little beard was generated, the custom naturally springing from a wish to resemble their ancestors. The eastern part of Asia is such a region. Thus, in a climate capable of supplying this part with more nutritious juices, they held it in aversion, and this aversion they still retain, whence they begin its extirpation as soon as it appears. The people in the north of Asia have round heads, while more to the east their figure inclines to a square. What then could be more natural than the wish of the American nations not to degenerate from the resemblance of their forefathers, and to mold their faces on this principle? Probably they dreaded the softer oval as an effeminate form, and thus endeavored by force of art to retain the compressed warlike countenances of their progenitors. The northern roundheads formed the head to a sphere, in conformity to the figure of the highest north, others formed it square, or compressed the head between the shoulders that the new climate might effect no change either in their countenance or stature. No country, except the east of Asia, affords examples of such violent attempts at embellishment, and, as we have seen, probably for the same purpose, to preserve the appearance of the race in distant regions, it is even likely that they brought with them into America the taste for this mode of beautifying themselves. Lastly, the red copper color of the Americans is least of all capable of misleading us, for already in the east of Asia the complexion had become of a brown red, and it is probable that the air of a different quarter of the globe, the practice of inunction and other circumstances, had heightened the color. I much less wonder that the Negro is black and the American red after having dwelt for some thousands of years in such different climates, than I should if all the inhabitants of the globe were fair or brown. Even in the more coarsely organized brutes do we not see the solid parts themselves alter with change of climate? But which is most wonderful, an alteration of the limbs of the body in their general proportion and economy, or a little more or less color in the membrane beneath the skin? After this introduction, let us accompany the people of America downwards, and observe how the uniformity of their primitive character has been variously modified, yet never lost. The most northern Americans are described as small, yet strong. The interior parts are inhabited by the stoutest and handsomest tribes. They that are farther to the south, in the flat country of Florida, are inferior in strength and courage. It is remarkable, says George Forster 88, that amid all the characteristic varieties of the several North Americans delineated in Cook's work, one general cast of countenance prevails through the whole, which was perfectly familiar to me, and which, If my memory does not deceive me, I observed even in the Pecherais of Tierra del Fuego. Of New Mexico we know little. The Spaniards found the inhabitants of this country well clothed, industrious, and neat, their lands cultivated with care, and their towns built with stone. Poor nation! What are you now, not having defended yourself like Los Bravos Gentes? On the mountains, the Apaches proved themselves a brave active people whom the Spaniards were unable to subdue, and how advantageously does pages 89 speak of the Choctaws, Yatuks, and Tecas. Mexico is now a melancholy picture of what it was under its own kings. Scarcely a tenth part of its inhabitants remain 90, and how is their character changed by the most unjust of oppressians. I do not believe there exists on the face of the earth a more deep, inveterate hatred than the suffering American cherishes against his oppressors, the Spaniards, for however highly pages, for example 91 extols the greater mildness the Spaniards now display towards their slaves, he cannot avoid noticing in other places the dejection of these poor creatures, galled by the yoke, and the barbarity exercised towards those who have maintained their freedom. The Mexicans are described as of a deep olive complexion, with pleasing countenances, and well made, their eyes large, lively, and sparkling, their senses quick, and their limbs active, but their spirits are depressed by slavery. In the center of America, where everything sinks beneath humid heat, and Europeans lead the most miserable lives, the pliable nature of the Americans maintains itself uninjured. Wazer 92, who, having escaped from the buccaneers, resided some time among the savages on the continent, relates the friendly reception they gave him, and describes their persons and way of life in the following words. The men were from 5 to 6 feet in height, big-boned, broad-chested, and well-proportioned. There was not a cripple or deformed person to be seen among them. Their joints are supple, they are active, and they run with great speed. Their eyes are gray and lively, their faces round, their lips thin, mouth small, and chin well formed. Their hair is long and black, and they take great delight in combing it frequently. Their teeth are white and regular, and they paint and ornament themselves like the rest of the Indians. Are these the people that are represented to us as an enervated, unfinished race of men? These, who inhabit the most debilitating region of the isthmus. Fermin, an accurate examiner of nature, describes the Indians of Suriname as well made, and as cleanly as any people on the face of the earth. 93 As soon as they rise in the morning they bathe, and their wives anoint them with oil to preserve their skin and defend them from the stings of the mosquitoes. They are of a cinnamon color, inclining to red, though they are as fair as we when born. A crippled or rickety person is not to be found among them. Their long coal-black hair does not turn gray until extreme old age. They have black eyes, sharp visages, little or no beard, plucking it out by the roots as fast as it appears. Their fine white teeth remain sound to the last, and even the women, delicate as they appear to be, enjoy almost uninterrupted health. Let a man read Bancroft's description 94 of the brave Caribs, indolent Wuros, serious Ikawas, social Arawaks, etc., and, I am persuaded, he will find the notion of the feeble frame and worthless character of these Indians, even in the most sultry climate in the world, a prejudice no longer tenable. If we proceed southwards to the innumerable tribes of Brazil, what a number of nations, languages, and characters shall we find! Yet described by ancient and modern travelers as greatly similar. 95 Their hair never grows gray, says Lurie, they are ever gay and active, as their fields are continually green. The brave Tapanambos, to avoid the Portuguese yoke, withdrew into the unexplored and impenetrable woods, as other warlike nations have done. Such of more docile dispositions, as the missionaries of Paraguay contrived to subject, have degenerated almost to childishness, but this was a natural consequence, and neither they, nor their valiant neighbors, can on this account be deemed the dregs of mankind. 96. But we are approaching the throne of nature, and of the most barbarous tyranny, the kingdom of Peru, rich in mines and misery. Here the poor Indians are most severely oppressed, and their oppressors are monks or Europeans more effeminate than women. All the powers of these tender children of nature, who once lived so happily under their Incas, are now compressed into the single faculty of suffering and forbearing with silent hatred. At first sight, says Pinto 97, governor of Brazil, a South American appears gentle and harmless, but on a closer inspection, something savage, mistrustful, gloomy, and repining, is discoverable in his countenance. May not all this be accounted for by the fate of the people? They were gentle and harmless when you visited them, and the unfashioned wildness of a well-disposed race should have received that improvement, of which it was capable. What otherwise can you now expect than that, gloomy and mistrustful, they should cherish in their hearts the most profound, ineradicable discontent? They are bruised worms that appear hateful to our eyes in consequence of our having crushed them with our feet. The Negro slave in Peru is a lordly creature compared with the oppressed wretches to whom the country of right belongs. Yet it is not wholly taken from them, for happily the Cordilleras and the wastes of Chile are there to bestow freedom on many valiant nations. Such, for instance, are the unconquered Malocches, Puelques, and Aragoans, and the Patagonian Tehuelhets, or the gigantic southern people, 6 feet high, big, and strong. Their persons are not disagreeable, they have round faces, somewhat flat, lively eyes, white teeth, and long black hair. I saw some, says Commerson 98, with long but not very thick whiskers. Their skin is copper-colored, as in most of the Americans. They wander over the extensive plains of South America, with their wives and children, constantly on horseback, in pursuit of game. Faulkner and Vidor 99 have given us the best accounts of these, and beyond them nothing remains but the cold barren verge of the land, Tierra del Fuego, and in it the pecheras, probably the lowest species of man. 100 Diminutive, ugly, and of an insupportable smell, they feed on shellfish, wrap themselves in a seal's skin, freeze all the year in dismal winter, and, though they have plenty of wood, are destitute of solid houses and strangers to the warmth of fire. Happy is it that compassionate nature has suffered the land toward the South Pole to terminate here. Had it extended farther, what wretched semblances of man must there have slumbered out their lives in benumbing frost. These are some of the principal features of the nations of America, and what upon the whole may be inferred from them. In the first place, that we should speak generally of the nations of a quarter of the globe, which extends through all the different zones, as seldom as possible. Whoever says America is warm, healthy, wet, low, and fertile, says truly, and if another should say the reverse, he would equally speak truth, that is, with respect to different seasons and places. So is it with the American nations, for there are men of a whole hemisphere and of each of the zones. At one extremity and the other are dwarfs, and close by the dwarfs are giants. In the midst inhabit nations of intermediate and more or less well-formed proportions, gentle and warlike, indolent and active, of all the various ways of life, and of every call of character. Secondly, there is nothing to prevent this branchy stock of mankind, with all its numerous ramifications, from having arisen from one single root, and consequently displaying a uniformity in its produce. And this is meant when people speak of the prevailing figure and features of the Americans. 1010 observed particularly in the central parts the small forehead covered with hair, little eyes, thin hooked nose, broad face, large ears, handsome legs, diminutive feet, and corpulent bodies, and these characteristics extend beyond Mexico. Pinto adds that the nose is somewhat flat, the eyes black or hazel, and piercing though small, the ears remote from the face. 102 all which are observable in the delineations of very distant people. This general physiognomy, in various states of improvement according to the country and climate, appears as a family likeness, distinguishable in those that differ most, and denotes a pretty uniform origin. Had people from all quarters of the globe arrived in America at very distant periods, the diversity of the human species must have been greater here, whether they had intermixed with each other or not. Blue eyes and light hair are not to be found throughout the whole country. The blue-eyed Cesares of Chile and the Acances of Florida have disappeared in modern times. Thirdly, if, after this form, we were to ascribe to the Americans a leading or common character, it would be goodness of heart and infantile innocence, a character which their ancient establishments, their habits, their few arts, and above all their conduct towards the Europeans, confirm. Sprung from a savage land, and unsupported by any assistance from the civilized world, all the progress they made was their own, and in their feeble beginnings of cultivation they exhibit a very instructive picture of man. Chapter 7. Conclusion. Oh, for a magic wand which, at once transforming into faithful pictures all the vague verbal descriptions 103 that have hitherto been given, might present man with a gallery of figures of his fellow creatures. But we are yet far from the accomplishment of such an anthropological wish. For centuries the earth has been traversed with the sword and the cross, by toy and brandy merchants, no one thought of the peaceful pencil, and it has scarcely entered the minds of any of the numerous herd of travelers that words do not paint forms, particularly that which is of all the most delicate, most various, and ever-changing. For a long time men sought after the wonderful and dealt in fiction, then they occasionally idealized, even when they gave figures, without considering that no faithful zoologist idealizes when he delineates foreign animals. And is human nature alone unworthy of that accurate attention with which plants and animals are drawn? Yet, as in modern days the laudable spirit of observation has begun to be excited towards the human species, and we have delineations of some nations, though but few, with which those of de Bry or Le Brun, not to mention the missionaries, will bear no comparison. 104 It would be a valuable present to the world if anyone who has sufficient abilities would collect such scattered delineations of the varieties of our species as are authentic, and thus lay the foundations of a perspicuous natural philosophy and physiognomy of man. Art could not easily be employed in a more philosophical pursuit, and an anthropologic map of the earth, similar to the zoological one sketched by Zimmermann, in which nothing should be noticed except real varieties of man, but these in all their appearances and relations, would crown the philanthropic work. Book 7. The picture of nations hitherto sketched must be considered only as the foreground, serving as a basis to further observations, while its groups answer the purpose of the template of the augurs in the skies, forming definite spaces for our contemplation and aids to our memory. Let us see what they afford towards a philosophy of our species. Chapter 1. Notwithstanding the varieties of the human form, there is but one and the same species of man throughout the whole of our earth. No two leaves of any one tree in nature are to be found perfectly alike, and still less do two human faces, or human frames, resemble each other. Of what endless variety is our artful structure susceptible? Our solids are decomposable into such minute and multifariously interwoven fibers as no eye can trace, and these are connected by a gluten of such a delicate composition as the utmost still is insufficient to analyze. Yet these constitute the least part of us, they are nothing more than the containing vessels and conduits of the variously compounded, highly animated fluid, existing in much greater quantity, by means of which we live and enjoy life. No man, says Haller, is exactly similar to another in his internal structure, the courses of the nerves and blood vessels differ in millions and millions of cases, so that amid the variations of these delicate parts we are scarcely able to discover in what they agree. 105 But if the eye of the anatomist can perceive this infinite variety, how much greater must that be which dwells in the invisible powers of such an artful organization? So that every man is ultimately a world, in external appearance indeed similar to others, but internally an individual being, with whom no other coincides. And since man is no independent substance, but is connected with all the elements of nature, living by inspiration of the air and deriving nutriment from the most opposite productions of the earth in his meats and drinks, consuming fire while he absorbs light, and contaminates the air he breathes, awake or asleep, in motion or at rest, contributing to the change of the universe, shall not he also be changed by it? It is far too little to compare him to the absorbing sponge, the sparkling tinder. He is a multitudinous harmony, a living self on whom the harmony of all the powers that surround him operates. The whole course of a man's life is change, the different periods of his life are tales of transformation, and the whole species is one continued metamorphosis. Flowers drop and wither, others sprout out and bud, the vast tree bears at once all the seasons on its head. If, from a calculation of the insensible perspiration alone, a man of 80 has renovated his whole body at least 24 times. 106 Who can trace the variations of matter and its forms through all the race of mankind upon the earth, amid all the causes of change, when not one point on our complicated globe, not one wave in the current of time, resembles another? A few centuries only have elapsed since the inhabitants of Germany were Patagonians, but they are so no longer, and the inhabitants of its future climates will not equal us. If now we go back to those times when everything upon earth was apparently so different, the times for instance, when elephants lived in Siberia and North America, and those large animals existed the bones of which are to be found on the Ohio, if men then lived in those regions, how different must they have been from those who now inhabit them. Thus the history of man is ultimately a theater of transformations which he alone can review, who animates all these figures and feels and enjoys in them all. He builds up and destroys, improves and alters forms, while he changes the world around them. The wanderer upon earth, the transient ephemeron, can only admire the wonders of this great spirit in a narrow circle, enjoy the form that belongs to him in the general choir, adore, and disappear with this form. I, too, was in Arcadia, is the monumental inscription of all living beings in the ever-changing, ever-renewing creation. As the human intellect, however, seeks unity in every kind of variety, and the divine mind, its prototype, has stamped the most innumerable multiplicity upon the earth with unity, we may venture from the vast realm of change to revert to the simplest position. All mankind are only one and the same species. How many ancient fables of human monsters and prodigies have already disappeared before the light of history? And where tradition still repeats remnants of these, I am fully convinced more accurate inquiry will explain them into more beautiful truths. We are now acquainted with the orangutan and know that he has no claim to speech or to be considered as man, and when we have a more exact account of the orangcubub, and oranguhu, the tailed savages of the woods in Borneo, Sumatra, and the Nicobar Islands will vanish. 107 The men with reverted feet in Malacca. 108 The probably rickety nation of dwarfs in Madagascar, the men habit like women in Florida, and some others deserve such an investigation as has already been bestowed on the albinos, the dondos, the Patagonians, and the aprons of the Hottentot females. 109 Men, who succeed in removing wants from the creation, falsehoods from our memory, and disgraces from our nature are to the realms of truth what the heroes of mythology were to the primitive world, they lessen the number of monsters on the earth. I could wish, too, that the affinity of man to the ape had never been urged so far as to overlook, while seeking a scale of being, the actual steps and intervals without which no scale can exist. What, for example, can the rickety orangutan explain in the figure of the Kamtschatl, the little pygmy the size of the Greenlander, or the Pongo in the Patagonian? For all these forms would have arisen from the nature of man had there been no such thing as an ape upon the earth. And if men proceed still further and deduce certain deformities of our species from an intermixture with apes, the conjecture, in my opinion, is not less improbable than degrading. Most of these apparent resemblances of the ape exist in countries where no apes are to be found, as the reclining skulls of the Kalmucks and Malakales, the prominent ears of the Pavas and Amicuans, the small hands of some savages in Carolina, and other instances, testify. Even these appearances, as soon as we have surmounted the illusion of the first view, have so little of the ape, that the Kalmuck and the Negro remain completely men, even in the form of the head, and the Malakales displays capacities that many other nations do not possess. In fact, apes and men never were one and the same genus, and I wish to rectify the slight remains of the old fable that in some place or other upon the earth they lived in community and enjoyed no barren intercourse. 110 For each genus nature has done enough, and to each has given its proper progeny. The ape she has divided into as many species and varieties as possible, and extended these as far as she could, but thou, O man, honor thyself. Neither the Pongo nor the Gibbon is thy brother, the American and the Negro are, these therefore thou shouldst not oppress, or murder, or steal, for they are men like thee, with the ape thou canst not enter into fraternity. Lastly, I could wish the distinctions between the human species that have been made from a laudable zeal for discriminating science not be carried beyond due bounds. Some for instance have thought fit to employ the term of races. For 4 or 5 divisions, originally made in consequence of country or complexion, but I see no reason for this appellation. Race refers to a difference of origin, which in this case does not exist, or in each of these countries and under each of these complexions, comprises the most different races. For every nation is one people, having its own national form as well as its own language. The climate, it is true, stamps on each its mark, or spreads over it a slight veil, but not sufficient to destroy the original national character. This originality of character extends even to families, and its transitions are as variable as imperceptible. In short, there are neither 4 or 5 races, nor exclusive varieties, on this earth. Complexions run into each other, forms follow the genetic character, and upon the whole all are at last but shades of the same great picture, extending through all ages and over all parts of the earth. They belong not, therefore, so properly to systematic natural history as to the physico-geographical history of man. Chapter 2. The one species of man has naturalized itself in every climate upon earth. Observe yon locusts of the earth. The Kalmuk and Mongol, they are fitted for no region but their own hills and mountains. 111 The light rider flies on his little horse over immense tracts of the desert, he knows how to invigorate his fainting courser and, by opening a vein in his neck, to restore his own powers when he sinks with fatigue. No rain falls on many parts of these regions, which are refreshed solely by the dew, while inexhaustible fertility clothes the earth with continually renovated verdure. Throughout many extensive tracts no tree is to be seen, no spring of fresh water to be discovered. Here these wild tribes, yet preserving good order among themselves, wander about among the luxuriant grass, and pasture their herds, the horses, their associates, know their voices, and live like them in peace. With thoughtless indifference sits the indolent Kalmuk, contemplating the undisturbed serenity of his sky, while his ear catches every sound that pervades the desert his eye is unable to scan. In every other region of the earth the Mongol has either degenerated or improved, in his own country he is what he was thousands of years ago, and such will he continue as long as it remains unaltered by nature or by art. The Arab of the desert 112 belongs to it as much as his noble horse and his patient, indefatigable camel. As the Mongol wanders over his heights and among his hills, so wanders the better formed Bedouin over his extensive Asiatic African deserts, also a nomad, but a nomad of his own region. With this his simple clothing, his maxims of life, his manners and his character, are in unison, and, after the lapse of thousands of years, his tent still preserves the wisdom of his forefathers. A lover of liberty, he despises wealth and pleasure, is fleet in the course, a dexterous manager of his horse, of whom he is as careful as of himself, and equally dexterous in handling the javelin. His figure is lean and muscular, his complexion brown, his bones strong. He is indefatigable in supporting labor, bold and enterprising, faithful to his word, hospitable and magnanimous, and, connected with his fellows by the desert, he makes one common cause with all. From the dangers of his mode of life he has imbibed wariness and shy mistrust, from his solitary abode, the feelings of revenge, friendship, enthusiasm, and pride. Wherever an Arab is found, on the Nile or the Euphrates, on Libanus or in Senegal, nay, even in Zanzibar or the islands of the Indian Ocean, if a foreign climate have not by length of time changed him into a colonist, he will display his original Arabian character. The Californian on the verge of the earth, in his barren country, exposed as he is to want and amid the vicissitudes of his climate, complains not of heat or cold, eludes the force of hunger, though with the utmost difficulty, and enjoys happiness in his native land. As a missionary states, God alone can tell how many thousand miles a Californian that has attained the age of 80 must have wandered over before he finds a grave. Many of them change their quarters perhaps 100 times in a year, sleeping scarcely 3 nights together on the same spot or in the same region. They lie down wherever night overtakes them, without paying the least regard to the filthiness of the soil, or endeavoring to secure themselves from noxious vermin. Their dark brown skin serves them instead of coat and cloak. Their furniture consists of a bow and arrows, a stone for a knife, a bone or sharp stake to dig up roots, the shell of a tortoise for a cradle, a gut or a bladder to carry water, and, if they be peculiarly fortunate, a pouch made of the fibers of the aloe, somewhat in the fashion of a net, to contain their utensils and provision. They feed on roots and all sorts of small seeds, even those of grass, which they collect with great labor, nay, when pressed by want, they pick them out of their own dung. Everything that can be called flesh, or barely resembles it, even to bats, grubs, and worms, is to be reckoned among the dainties on which they feast, and the leaves of certain shrubs, with their young shoots, leather, and spongy bones, are not excluded from their list of provision when urged by hunger. Yet these poor creatures are healthy, they live to a great age, and are strong, so that it is uncommon to see a man grey-headed, and never but at a late period. They are always cheerful, forever jesting and laughing, well-made, straight and active. They can lift stones and other things from the ground with their 2 foremost toes. They walk as erect as a dart to the extreme of old age, and the children go alone before they are a year old. When weary of talking, they lie down and sleep, until awakened by hunger or the desire of eating, and as soon as they are awake, the laugh, the talk, and the jest, recommence. Thus they go on until worn out by old age, when they meet death with calm indifference. The inhabitant of Europe may envy the happiness of the Californian, but for this the native of California is indebted solely to his perfect indifference whether he possess much or little in this world, and his absolute resignation to the will of God in all the occurrences of life. 113. In this manner I might go on and exhibit climatic pictures of several nations inhabiting the most different regions, from Kamchatka to Tierra del Fuego, but why should I give these brief sketches, since every traveler who sees with accuracy or feels as a man, gives the shade of the climate to every little stroke of his delineations. In India, the grand resort of commercial nations, the Arab and the Chinese, the Turk and the Persian, the Christian and the Jew, the Negro and the Malay, the Japanese and the Gentoo, are clearly distinguishable. 114 Thus everyone bears the characters of his country and way of life on the most distant shores. The ancient allegorical tradition says that Adam was formed out of the dust of all the 4 quarters of the globe and animated by the powers and spirits of the whole earth. Wherever his children have bent their course and fixed their abode, in the lapse of ages, there they have taken root as trees and produced leaves and fruit adapted to the climate. Hence let us deduce a few consequences which seem to explain to us many things that might otherwise be deemed striking singularities in the history of man. In the first place, it is obvious why all sensual people, fashioned to their country, are so much attached to the soil, and so inseparable from it. The constitution of their body, their way of life, the pleasures and occupations to which they have been accustomed from their infancy, and the whole circle of their ideas, are climatic. Deprive them of their country, you deprive them of everything. It has been remarked of the 6 Greenlanders who were brought over to Denmark that, notwithstanding all the friendly treatment they received and the abundance of stockfish and train oil with which they were supplied, their eyes were often turned toward the north and their native country with melancholy looks and piteous sighs, and at length they attempted to make their escape in their canoe. A strong gale having driven them on the coast of Scania, they were brought back to Copenhagen, when 2 of them died of grief. 2 of the others again ran away, and only one of them was retaken, who wept bitterly whenever he saw a child in its mother's arms, whence it was inferred that he had a wife and children, for no one was able to converse with him or prepare him for baptism. The last 2 lived 10 or 12 years in Denmark and were employed in the pearl fishery at Koldingen, but were so hard worked in winter that one of them died. The other, again attempting to escape, was retaken 30 or 40 leagues from land, when he too died of grief. 115. No words can express the sorrow and despair of a bought or stolen Negro slave when he leaves his native shore, never more to behold it while he has breath. As Romer says, great care must be taken that the slaves do not get hold of a knife, either in the fort or aboard the ship. To keep them in good humor on their passage to the West Indies requires the utmost exertion. For this purpose violins are provided, with fifes and drums, they are permitted to dance, and they are assured that they are going to a pleasant country, where they may have as many wives as they please and plenty of good food. Yet many deplorable instances have been known of their falling upon the crew, murdering them, and letting the ship drive ashore. 116. But how many more deplorable instances have been known of these poor stolen wretches destroying themselves in despair? Sparrman informs us, from the mouth of a slave dealer, that at night they are seized with a kind of frenzy, which prompts them to commit murder either on themselves or others, for the painful recollection of the irreparable loss of their country and their freedom commonly awakes by night, when the bustle of the day ceases to engage their attention. 117. And what right have you, monsters, even to approach the country of these unfortunates, much less to tear them from it by stealth, fraud, and cruelty? For ages this quarter of the globe has been theirs, and they belong to it. Their forefathers purchased it at a dear rate, at the price of the Negro form and complexion. In fashioning them the African sun has adopted them as its children and impressed on them its own seal. Wherever you convey them, this brands you as robbers, as stealers of men. Secondly, thus the wars of savages for their country, or on account of its children, their brethren, torn from it, or degraded and oppressed, are extremely cruel. Hence, for instance, the lasting hatred of the natives of America toward Europeans, even when these behave to them with tenderness, they cannot suppress the feeling, this land is ours, you have no business here. Hence the treachery of all savages, as they are called, even when they appear altogether satisfied with the courtesy of European visitors. The moment their hereditary national feelings awake, the flame they have long with difficulty smothered breaks out, rages with violence, and frequently is not appeased until the flesh of the stranger has been torn by the teeth of the native. To us this seems horrible, and it is so, no doubt, yet the Europeans first urged them to this misdeed, for why did they visit their country? Why did they enter it as despots, arbitrarily practicing violence and extortion? 118. For ages it had been to its inhabitants the universe, they had inherited it from their fathers and from them, too, they had inherited the barbarous practice of destroying in the most savage manner all who would deprive them of their territory, tear them from it, or encroach upon their rights. Thus to them an enemy and a stranger are the same, they resemble the muscipula, which, rooted to its soil, attacks every insect that approaches it. The right of devouring an unbidden or unfriendly guest is the tribute they exact, as cyclopical a tribute as any in Europe. Lastly, I cannot pass over those joyful scenes, when a stolen son of nature revisits his paternal shores and is restored to the bosom of his country. When the worthy Foley priest, Job ben Solomon 119 returned to Africa, every Foley embraced him with brotherly affection, he being the second of their countrymen that had ever returned from slavery. How ardently had he longed for this! How little was his heart satisfied with all the tokens of friendship and respect he received in England, which, as an enlightened, good-hearted man, he gratefully acknowledged. He was never at ease until he was certain of the ship that was to carry him home. This longing depends not on the state or advantages of a man's native land. The Hottentot Corey threw away all his European accoutrements, useful as they might be, to share again the hardships of his countrymen. 120 Instances might be cited from almost every climate, and the most inhospitable countries have the strongest attractions for their natives. Even the difficulties surmounted, to which body and mind are formed from infancy, impart to the natives that love of country and climate which the inhabitants of fertile and populous plains feel much less, and to which the citizen of a European metropolis is almost a stranger. It is time, however, to investigate the term climate more narrowly, and while some build so much upon it in the philosophy of the history of man, and others almost deny its influence altogether, I shall venture on nothing more than problems. Chapter 3. What is climate? And what effect has it in forming the body and mind of man? The two most fixed points of our globe are the poles. Without these it could not revolve, nay, probably could not be a globe. If we knew the genesis of the poles, and the laws and effects of the magnetism of our earth on the various bodies it contains, should we not have found the warp which nature, in the formation of beings, afterwards variously interwove with other superior powers? But, notwithstanding the many and fine experiments that have been made, as we yet know little of it on the whole, 121 we are still in the dark with respect to the basis of all climates from the polar regions. At some period, perhaps, the magnet will render us the same service in the sphere of physical powers as it has already full as unexpectedly on sea and land. The revolution of our globe about its own axis and around the sun affords us a nearer indication of climates, but here, too, the application of even generally admitted laws is difficult and deceptive. The zones of the ancients have not been confirmed by our later knowledge of foreign parts, as, physically considered, they were founded on ignorance of them. It is the same with our calculations of heat and cold from the quantity and angle of the solar beams. As a mathematical problem, the effect of these has been industriously calculated with the greatest accuracy, but the mathematician himself would deem it an abuse of his rule if the philosopher, in writing the history of climates, should build conclusions on it without admitting exceptions. 122 In one place the proximity of the sea, in another the wind, here the height of the land, there its depth, in a fifth place the vicinity of mountains, in a sixth rain or mist gives such a particular local qualification to the general law that we frequently find the most opposite climates in places bordering upon each other. Beside this, it is evident from modern experiments that every living being has its own mode of receiving and evolving heat, nay, that the more elaborate the organization of a creature and the more active the vital power it exerts, the greater capacity it possesses of generating relative heat and cold. 123 The old position, that man can live only in a climate the heat of which does not exceed that of the blood, has been confuted by experience. On the other hand, the modern systems of the origin and effect of animal heat are far from having attained sufficient perfection, for us in any wise to think of a climatology of the human frame merely, not to mention the faculties of the mind and their arbitrary application. Everyone indeed knows that heat extends and relaxes the fibers, attenuates the fluids, and promotes perspiration, and that thus it is capable in time of rendering the solids light and spongy, etc. This law remains incontestable on the whole. 124 And in consequence, from it and its antagonist, cold, many physical phenomena have been already explained. 125 But general inferences from this principle, or from a part of it, as relaxation or perspiration for instance, to whole nations and countries, nay, to the most delicate functions of the human mind and the most accidental ordinances of society, are all in some measure hypothetical, and this the more, in proportion as the head that considers and arranges them is acute and systematic. They are contradicted almost step by examples from history, or even by physiological principles, because too many powers, partly opposite to each other, act in conjunction. It has even been objected to the great Montesquieu, that he has erected his climatic spirit of laws on the fallacious experiment of a sheep's tongue. It is true, we are ductile clay in the hand of climate, but her fingers mold so variously, and the laws that counteract them are so numerous, that perhaps the genius of mankind alone is capable of combining the relations of all these powers in one whole. Heat and cold are not the sole principles of the atmosphere that act upon us, for it appears from late observations, to be a magazine of other powers which combine with us to our detriment or advantage. In it operates the stream of electric fire, a powerful substance, of the influence of which on the animal machine we yet know little, and we are fully as ignorant how it is received into the human body and what changes it undergoes in it. We live by the inspiration of air, yet its balsam, our vital element, is a mystery to us. If now we add the various and almost innumerable local modifications of its component parts, from the effluvia of different substances, if we recollect the frequent instances of extraordinary, often terrible, and for ages inextinguishable diseases that have arisen from an invisible malignant seed to which the physician is unable to give any other name than that of miasma, if we reflect on the secret poison that has brought us the smallpox, the plague, syphilis, and many other disorders which in the course of time have disappeared, and consider how little we know, not of the harmattan and simuum, the sirocco and northeast wind of Tartary, but of the constitution and effects of our own winds, how many introductory labors shall we perceive to be wanting, before we arrive at a physiologico-pathology, to say nothing of a climatology, of all the sensitive and cogitative faculties of man. In the meantime, every judicious attempt deserves its laurels, and posterity will have many honorable ones to bestow on the present times. 126. Lastly, the elevation or depression of a region, its nature and products, the food and drink men enjoy in it, the mode of life they pursue, the labors in which they are employed, their clothing, even their ordinary attitudes, their arts and pleasures, with a multitude of other circumstances, which considerably influence their lives, all belong to the picture of changeable climate. What human hand can reduce this chaos of causes and effects to a world of order, in which every individual thing, and every individual region, shall enjoy its rights, and no one receive too much or too little? The best and only thing we can do is to examine particular regions climatically, after the manner of Hippocrates 127 with his sagacious simplicity, and then slowly deduce general inferences. The natural historian and physician are here the pupils of nature and the teachers of the philosopher. To them we and posterity also are already indebted for several materials, collected in different regions, toward a general doctrine of climates and their effects upon man. But here we must content ourselves with general remarks, as we cannot descend to particular observations. 1. As our earth is a globe and the firm land a mountain raised above the sea, a climatic community affecting the life of everything living is promoted on it by various causes. Not only is the climate of every region periodically changed by the alternation of day and night and the revolution of the seasons, but the jarring of the elements, the mutual action of sea and land upon each other, the situation of mountains and plains, the periodical winds, that arise from the motion of the globe, the changes of the season, the appearance and disappearance of the sun, and many less important causes, maintain this salutiferous union of the elements, without which everything would stagnate in drowsiness and corruption. We are surrounded by an atmosphere, we live in an electric ocean, but both, and probably the magnetic fluid with them, are in continual motion. The sea emits vapors, the mountains attract them and send them down in rain and streams on every side. Thus winds relieve each other, thus years, or periods of years, fulfill their climatic days. Thus different regions and ages follow one another, and everything on our globe combines in one general connection. Had the earth been flat, or angular, as the Chinese have dreamed, its corners might have produced climatic monsters, incompatible with its present regular structure and diffusive movement. The hours dance in a circle around the throne of Jove, and what is formed under their feet is only an imperfect perfection, because all originates from the union of things various in kind, but from an internal love and conjunction with one another. The children of nature, sensible regularity and beauty, are everywhere produced. 2. The habitable land of our earth is accumulated in regions where most living beings are in the mode best adapted to them, and this situation of the quarters of the globe influences all its climates. Why does the cold in the southern hemisphere commence so near the line? The natural philosopher answers, because there is so little land, so that the cold winds and ice of the South Pole extend themselves to a great distance. Thus we perceive what would have been our fate had the whole of our firm land been scattered about in islands. Now 3/4 of the globe, lying in contact, warm each other, the fourth, being remote from them, is on this account colder, and in the South Sea, a very little beyond the line, degeneracy and deformity begin with the deficiency of the land. Fewer species of the more perfect animals also dwell there. The southern hemisphere was made the grand reservoir of water for our globe so that the northern might enjoy a better climate. Thus, whether we consider the world geographically or climatically, we find nature intended mankind to be neighborly beings, dwelling together and imparting to each other climatic warmth and other benefits, as well as the plague, diseases, and climatic vices. 3. By the formation of the land on the frame of the mountains, not only were its climates infinitely diversified for the great variety of living beings, but the degeneration of the human species was provided against as much as possible. Mountains were necessary to the earth, but we find Mongols and Tibetans only on one ridge of them, the lofty Cordilleras and many others their fellows are uninhabitable. Barren deserts, also, are rare, from the mountainous structure of the earth, for the mountains rise as conductors of the clouds, and pour out from their horns of plenty fertilizing streams. The barren shore, the bleak or marshy border of the sea, is everywhere more recently formed land, and consequently men have taken possession of it later, and when their powers were already improved. The Vale of Quito was inhabited unquestionably before Tierra del Fuego, Kashmir sooner than New Holland or Nova Zembla. The middle and broadest part of the earth, the land of the finest climate between sea and mountains, was the nursery of our species, and is even now the most fully peopled part of the globe. There is no question but as climate is a compound of powers and influences to which both plants and animals contribute and which everything that has breath promotes in its reciprocating mutations, so man is placed in it as a sovereign of the earth, to alter it by art. Since he stole fire from heaven and rendered steel obedient to his hand, since he has made not only beasts, but his fellow men also, subservient to his will and trained both them and plants to his purposes, he has contributed to the alteration of climate in various ways. Once Europe was a dank forest, and other regions, at present well cultivated, were the same. They are now exposed to the rays of the sun, and the inhabitants themselves have changed with the climate. The face of Egypt would have been nothing more than the slime of the Nile but for the art and policy of man. He has gained it from the flood, and both there and in farther Asia the living creation has adapted itself to the artificial climate. We may consider mankind, therefore, as a band of bold though diminutive giants, gradually descending from the mountains to subjugate the earth and change climates with their feeble arms. How far they are capable of going in this respect only the future will show. For finally, if it be allowable to speak in general terms on a subject which rests so completely on particular cases, local or historical, I will insert, with a little variation, some cautions that Bacon gives with respect to the history of revolutions. 128 The action of climate extends itself indeed to bodies of all kinds, but chiefly to the more delicate, to fluids, the air, and the ether. It operates rather on the mass, than on the individual, yet on this, through that. It is not confined to points of time, but prevails through long periods, though it is often late before it becomes obvious, and then perhaps is rendered so by slight circumstances. Lastly, climate does not force, but incline, it gives the imperceptible disposition, which strikes us indeed in the general view of the life and manners of indigenous nations, but is very difficult to be delineated distinctly. Sometime possibly a traveler may be found who will pursue without prejudice or exaggeration the spirit of climate. At present our duty is rather to note the living powers, for which each climate is formed, and which, by their existence, induce in it various changes and modifications. Chapter 4. The genetic power is the mother of all the forms upon earth, climate acting merely as an auxiliary or antagonist. How must the man have been astonished? Who first saw the wonders of the creation of a living being, 129 globules, with fluids shooting between them, become a living point, and from this point an animal forms itself. The heart soon becomes visible and, weak and imperfect as it is, begins to beat, the blood, which existed before the heart, begins to redden, and soon the head appears, soon eyes, a mouth, the senses and limbs display themselves. Still there is no breast, yet there is motion in the internal parts, there are no bowels, Yet the animal opens its mouth. The little brain is not yet enclosed in the head, or the heart in the breast, the ribs and bones are like a spider's web, but quickly the wings, feet, toes, hips, appear and the living creature receives more nourishment. What was naked becomes covered, the breast and head close, the stomach and bowels are still pendulous. These also at length assume their proper form as more matter is furnished, the integuments contract and ascend, the belly closes, and the animal is formed. It now swims no longer, but assumes a recumbent posture, it wakes and sleeps by turns, it moves, it rests, it cries, it seeks an exit, and comes complete in all its parts into the light of day. What would he who saw this wonder for the first time call it? There, he would say, is a living organic power, I know not whence it came or what it intrinsically is, but that it is there, that it lives, that it has acquired itself organic parts out of the chaos of homogeneal matter, I see. This is incontestable. If he observed further and saw that each of these organic parts was fashioned as it were in actu, in its own operation, the heart formed itself no otherwise than by a confluence of the channels that existed before it, as soon as the stomach was perceptible matter to be digested was in it. It was the same with the arteries and all the vessels, the contents existed before what was to contain them, the fluids before the solids, the spirit before the body in which it is merely clothed. If he observed this 130, would he not say that the invisible power did not fashion arbitrarily, but only reveals itself as it were according to its internal nature? It becomes visible in a mass appertaining to it, and must have the prototype of its appearance in itself, whence or wherever it may be. The new creature is nothing but the realization of an idea of creative nature, who never thinks inactively. If he goes further and observes that this creation is promoted by maternal or solar warmth, but that the egg will produce no living fruit, notwithstanding the presence of the necessary warmth and materials, unless quickened by the father, what would he suppose but that the principle of heat may indeed have some affinity to the principle of life, which it promotes, yet that the cause, which sets this organic power in action, to give the dead chaos of matter a living form, must actually lie in the union of two living beings. Thus all, living creatures, are formed, each after the kind of its organization, but all according to the evident laws of an analogy that prevails universally with everything that lives upon this earth. Lastly, when it appears that this vital power does not quit the finished creature, but continues to display itself actively in him, no longer creating indeed, for he is created, but supporting, vivifying, nourishing, from the moment he enters the world he performs all the vital functions for which, nay, in some measure in which, he was made, the mouth opens, as opening was its first action, and the lungs respire, the vocal organs emit sound, the lips suck, the stomach digests, he lives, he grows, all the external and internal parts assist each other, they attract, reject, and assimilate with associated action and sympathy, and assist one another in pain and disease in 1,000 wonderful and incomprehensible ways. What would anyone who saw this for the first time, say but that the innate genetic vital power still resides in the creature that was formed by it, in all its parts, and in each after its proper manner, that is, organically. It is present in him everywhere in the most multifarious manner, for only by its means is he a living whole, self-supporting, growing, and acting. This vital power we all have in us, it assists us in sickness and in health, assimilates homogeneal substances, separates heterogeneal matters, and expels such as are injurious, at length it grows feeble with age and lives in some parts even after death. It is not the faculty of reason, for this assuredly did not fashion the body, which it does not know, and which it employs merely as an imperfect adventitious instrument to execute its thoughts. Yet this faculty is connected with the vital power, as all the powers of nature are connected, for even incorporeal thought depends on the health and organization of the body, and all the desires and propensities of our hearts are inseparable from animal warmth. All these are natural. Facts which no hypothesis can shake, no logic of the schools overturn. The enunciation of them is the most ancient philosophy of the earth, as probably it will be the last. 131 Certainly as I know that I think yet know not my thinking faculty, as certainly do I see and feel that I live though I know not what the vital principle is. This principle is innate, organical, genetic, it is the basis of my natural powers, the internal genius of my being. Man is the most perfect of earthly creatures, only because in him the finest organic powers we know act with the most elaborately organized instruments. He is the most perfect animal plant, a native genius in human form. If the principles hitherto advanced be just, and they are founded on indisputable experience, our species cannot in any way degenerate but by the operation of these organic powers. Whatever climate may affect every man, every animal, every plant, has his own climate, for everyone receives all external impressions in his own manner and modifies them according to his organs. Even in the minutest fiber man is not affected as a stone, as a hydatid. Let us consider some steps, or shades, of this degeneration. The first step in the degeneration of the human species exhibits itself in the external parts, not as if these suffered or acted of themselves, but because the power dwelling in us acts from within to without. By the most wonderful mechanism it strives to expel from the body what is incongruous or detrimental to it. The first alterations of its organic structure, therefore, must be perceptible on the confines of its domain, and accordingly the most striking varieties of the species affect only the skin and hair. Nature protects the internal essential form, and drives out as far as possible the aggrieving matter. If the altered external power proceed further, its effects show themselves in the same way as the vital principle itself acts. In the way of nutrition and propagation. The Negro is born fair, the parts that first grow black in him. 132 are evident signs that the miasma of his change, which the external air merely develops, acts genetically. The age of puberty, as well as a multitude of facts observed in diseases, shows us the extensive sway that the powers of nutrition and propagation possess in the human body. By these the remotest parts of the body are connected, and in the degeneration of the species these parts suffer in conjunction. Hence, the skin and sexual parts excepted, the ears, the neck and voice, the nose, the lips, the head, etc., are precisely the parts in which most changes appear. Finally, as the vital principle connects all the parts together, and the organization is a complicated knot which has properly neither beginning nor end, it is easy to comprehend that the most internal change of any consequence must ultimately become visible even in the parts possessing the greatest solidity, the relations of which are altered by means of the internal power that is affected, from the crown of the head to the sole of the foot. Nature does not easily yield to this change, even in monstrous births. When she has been forcibly disturbed in her operations she has astonishing ways of reparation, as a defeated general displays most skill in a retreat. The various national forms of people however testify that even this, the most difficult change of the human species, is possible, and it is rendered so by the multifarious complication and delicate mobility of our frame, with the innumerable powers that act upon it. But this difficult change is effected only from within. For ages particular nations have molded their heads, bored their noses, confined their feet, or extended their ears. Nature remains true to herself, and if for a time she be compelled to take a course she would not, and send fluids to the distorted parts, she proceeds on her own way as soon as she can recover her liberty, and produces her own more perfect image. If the deformity be genetic, and effected in the natural way, the case is totally different. It is then hereditary, even in particular parts. Let it not be said that art or the sun has flattened the Negro's nose. As the figure of this part is connected with the conformation of the whole skull, the chin, the neck, the spine, and the branching spinal marrow is as it were the trunk of the tree, on which the thorax and all the limbs are formed, comparative anatomy satisfactorily shows 133 that the degeneration has affected the whole figure, and none of these solid parts could be changed without an alteration of the whole. Thus the Negro form is transmitted in hereditary succession, and is capable of being rechanged no otherwise than genetically. See the Negro in Europe, he remains as he was. Let him marry a white woman, and a single generation will effect a change, which the fair-complexioned climate could not produce in ages. So it is with the figures of all nations, regions alter them very slowly, but by intermixture with foreigners, in a few generations every Mongol, Chinese, or American feature vanishes. If it be agreeable to the reader to pursue this path, let us go on a few steps further. 1. It must be obvious to every observer that, amid the innumerable varieties of the human figure, certain forms and proportions not only reoccur, but pertain exclusively to each other. With artists this is an acknowledged fact, and we see in the statues of the ancients that they placed this proportion, or symmetry as they termed it, not merely in the length and breadth of the limbs, but also in their harmonic adjustment to the spirit of the whole. The characters of their gods and goddesses, their youths and heroes, were so determinate in their whole conformation that they are in some degree to be known from single limbs, and no one figure will admit of an arm, a breast, a shoulder, that belong to another. The genius of a particular living being exists in each of these forms, which serves it merely as a shell, and characterizes itself in the least attitude or motion as distinctly as in the whole. Among the moderns, the Polyclete of our country 134 Albrecht Dürer 135 has industriously examined the measure of various proportions of the human body, and thus rendered it obvious to every eye that the figures of all the parts differ with their proportions. What would it be if a man united Dürer's accuracy with the spirit and taste of the ancients, and studied the differences of the genetic forms and characters of men in their concordant figures? Thus, I think, physiognomy would return to her old natural way to which her name points, and in which she would be neither etognomy, nor technognomy, but the expositor of the living nature of a man, the interpreter as it were of his genius rendered visible. As within these bounds she remains true to the analogy of the whole, which is most conspicuous in the face, pathognomy must be her sister, physiology and semiotics her friends and assistants, for the external figure of man is but the case of his internal mechanism, a consistent whole in which every letter forms a part of the word indeed, but only the whole word has a determinate signification. It is thus we practice and apply physiognomy in common life. The experienced physician sees from a man's make and countenance to what diseases he is subject, and the physiognomic eye even of a child observes the natural disposition of a man in his person, that is, the form in which his genius discloses itself. Further, are not these forms, these concords of harmonizing parts, capable of being noted and reduced like letters as it were to an alphabet? Not that we must expect the system of letters ever to be complete, as there is no such thing as a perfect alphabet in any language, but a careful study of these living orders of human columns unquestionably opens a wide field for the science of character. If in this pursuit we were not to confine ourselves to Europe, and still less to our common idea of the summit of health and beauty, but followed living nature throughout the globe in whatever harmony of congruous parts she displays herself, variously diversified, yet ever one, numerous discoveries respecting the consent and melody of living powers in the human structure would undoubtedly reward our exertions. Nay, it is probable the study of the natural content of forms in the human body would carry us further than the doctrine of complexions and temperaments often attempted, though commonly to little purpose. The most acute observers have made little progress here, because they have wanted a determinate alphabet to note the differences that were to be expressed. 136. As the physiology of life must everywhere carry the torch before such a figurative history of the formation and diversification of the human species. The wisdom of nature, who fashions and alters forms only according to one law of multifariously compensating goodness, would be visible at every step. Why, for example, did the creative mother separate species from each other? For no other reason but to make and preserve the image of their conformation more perfect. We know not how many of the present species of animals may have approached nearer to each other in an earlier age of our earth, but we see that their boundaries are now genetically separated. In the wild state no beast couples with one of a different kind, and if the despotic art of man, or the wanton indolence to which pampered animals yield, cause a deviation from their real propensities, nature does not permit her unchangeable laws to be surmounted by art or debauchery. Either the union is unproductive or the forced illegitimate offspring is propagated only among the nearest species. Nay, among these bastard species themselves, we perceive the deviation nowhere but in the extreme parts of the figure, as in the degeneration of the human species already described. If the internal essential form had been susceptible of alteration, no living creature could have preserved its identity. Thus, in consequence of the fundamental laws of creative nature, and the genetic essential type of each genus, neither a centaur, nor a satyr, neither a scylla, nor a medusa, is within the sphere of procreation. 3. Lastly, the most exquisite means employed by nature to unite variety and stability of form in her genera were the creation and union of the two sexes. With what wonderful delicacy and spirit do the features of the two parents unite in the countenances and make of their children! As if their souls had been transfused into them in different proportions and the multifarious natural powers of organization had been divided between them. That diseases and features, nay, that tempers and dispositions, are hereditary, is known to all the world. Even the forms of ancestors long departed frequently return in the course of generations in a wonderful manner. Equally undeniable, though not easy to be explained, is the influence of the bodily and mental affections of the mother on the fetus, many lamentable examples of the effects of which have been borne until death. Thus nature has turned into each other two currents of life to endow the future creature with one complete natural power which will live in it according to the features of both the parents. Many a declining race is again restored by a cheerful healthy mother. Many a debilitated youth must first be awakened to a living natural creature in the arms of his wife. In the genial formation of man, love is the most powerful of all deities. He ennobles races and revives the declining, a ray of the divinity, the sparks of which kindle the flame of human life and make it burn here more vividly, there more obscurely. Nothing, on the contrary, counteracts the plastic genius of nature more than cold antipathy, or disgusting convenience, which is even worse. This brings persons together, who were never designed for each other, and perpetuates miserable beings, never in harmony with themselves. No brute has yet sunk so low as man has fallen from this cause of degeneracy. Chapter 5. Concluding remarks on the opposition between Genesis and climate. If I mistake not, the hints that have been given may be considered as the commencement of the line that marks this opposition. No man will expect, for instance, that the rose should become a lily, the dog a wolf, in a foreign climate, for nature has drawn determinate lines around her species and permits a creature rather to disappear, than essentially deface or falsify its figure. But that the rose can admit of variation, that the dog can acquire something wolfish, is conformable to experience, yet here the variation is producible only by flow or speedy violence done to the resisting organic powers. Thus both the contending principles act with great force, yet each in its own way. Climate is a chaos of causes, very dissimilar to each other, and in consequence acting slowly and in various ways until at length they penetrate to the internal parts and change them by habit, and by the genetic power itself. This resists long, forcibly, uniformly, and like itself, but as it is not independent of external affections, it also must accommodate itself to them in length of time. To an extensive view of the opposition in general I would prefer an instructive examination of particular cases, of which history and geography afford us an ample store. We know, for example, what effect the adoption of the mode of life of the natives, or the retaining of their own European customs, has had on the Portuguese colonies in Africa, or the Spanish, Dutch, English, and German settlers, in America and the East Indies. When all these were accurately investigated, we might proceed to more ancient transitions, as for instance of the Malays to the islands, the Arabs to Africa and the East Indies, and the Turks to the countries conquered by them, and thus go on to the Mongols, the Tatars, and lastly the swarm of nations that covered Europe in the course of the Great Migration. We should never overlook the climate from which a people came, the mode of life it brought with it, the country that lay before it, the nations with which it intermingled, and the revolutions it has undergone in its new seat. If this inquiry were carried through those ages of which we have authentic accounts, we might probably arrive at conclusions respecting those more early migrations, of which we know nothing but from the traditional tales of ancient writers, or the coincidences of language and mythology, for in fact all or most of the nations, upon earth at least, have sooner or later migrated. Thus, with the assistance of a few maps for the convenience of inspection, we should obtain a physico-geographical history of the descent and diversification of our species, according to periods and climates, which at every step must afford us important results. Without anticipating the labors of the inquiring mind that shall undertake this task, I will introduce a few facts from modern history as brief examples of my preceding examination. 1. Too sudden, too precipitate transitions to an opposite hemisphere and climate are seldom salutary to a nation. For nature has not established her boundaries between remote lands in vain. The history of conquests as well as of commercial companies, and especially that of missions, afford a melancholy and in some respects a laughable picture, if we delineate this subject and its consequences with impartiality, even from the narrations of the parties themselves. We shudder with abhorrence when we read the accounts of many European nations who, sunk in the most dissolute voluptuousness and insensible pride, have degenerated both in body and mind, and no longer possess any capacity for enjoyment and compassion. They are full-blown bladders in human shape, lost to every noble and active pleasure, and in whose veins lurk avenging death. If to these we add the wretches to whom both the Indies have proved insatiate graves, if we read the histories of the diseases of foreign climates given by English, French, and Dutch physicians, and if we then turn our eyes to the pious missionaries who have not been so ready to quit the garb of their order and their European mode of life, what instructive inferences press upon us which, alas, belong to the history of man. 2. Even the European industry of less debauched colonies in other quarters of the globe is not always able to avert the effect of climate. It is observed by Com, that the Europeans in North America arrive earlier at the age of puberty, but at the same time sooner grow old and die, than in their native country. It is nothing uncommon to find little children answer questions put to them with astonishing readiness and vivacity, and yet not attain the age of Europeans. 80 or 90 years are seldom reached by one born in America of European parents, though the aborigines frequently live much longer, and the natives of Europe commonly live much longer in America than such of their children as are born in that country. The women sooner cease childbearing, some as early as the age of 30, and it is generally observed that the offspring of the European colonists lose their teeth soon and prematurely, while the Americans retain their teeth white and sound to the end of their lives. 137. This passage has been improperly quoted as a proof of the unhealthiness of America with respect to her own children, but it is to foreigners only that she is a stepmother, who, as Com observes, dwell in her bosom with different constitutions and manners. 3. Let it not be imagined that human art can with despotic power convert at once a foreign region into another Europe. By cutting down its forests and cultivating its soil, for its whole living creation is conformable to it, and this is not to be changed at discretion. Even Com informs us, from the mouths of American Swedes, that the speedy destruction of the woods and cultivation of the land not only lessened the number of edible birds which were found in innumerable multitudes in the forests and on the waters, and of fishes with which the brooks and rivers swarmed, and diminished the lakes, streams, rivulets, spring rains, thick long grass of the woods, etc., but seemed to affect the health and longevity of the inhabitants, and influence the seasons. The Americans, who frequently lived 100 years and upwards before the arrival of the Europeans, now often attain scarcely half the age of their forefathers, and this, it is probable, we must not ascribe solely to the destructive use of spirits and an alteration in their way of life, but likewise to the loss of so many odoriferous herbs, and salutary plants which every morning and evening perfumed the air, as if the country had been a flower garden. The winter was then more seasonable, cold, healthy, and constant. Now the spring commences later and, like the other seasons, is more variable and irregular. This is the account given by Com, and however local we may consider it, still it shows that nature loves not too speedy, too violent a change, even in the best work that man can perform, the cultivation of a country. May we not also attribute the debility of the civilized Americans, as they are called, in Mexico, Peru, Paraguay, and Brazil, to this among other things, that we have changed their country and manner of living without the power or the will of giving them a European nature. All the nations that live in the woods and after the manner of their forefather, are strong and bold, live long, and renovate their vigor like their own trees. Those on the cultivated land, deprived of shade and moisture, decline miserably, their souls are left behind in the woods. Read, as an example, the affecting history of a simple flourishing family, drawn from its wilds by Dobryt Sofer. 138. Both the mother and daughter soon died, and both in dreams continued to call on their son and brother left behind until death closed his eyes without the aid of disease. This alone renders it comprehensible how nations that once were valiant, active, and resolute, should in a short time sink into such a state of weakness, as the Jesuits of Paraguay and travelers in Peru describe, a weakness of which we cannot read without sorrow. In the course of ages the subjugation of nature may have its good effects in particular places. 139. Though I doubt this if it were generally practicable, but for the first races, both of the civilizers and civilized, it appears to have none, for nature is everywhere a living whole and will be gently followed and improved, not mastered by force. Nothing has been made of any of the savages who have been suddenly brought into the throng of a European city. From the splendid height on which they were placed, they longed for their native plains, and for the most part returned inexpert and corrupted to their ancient way of life, which also they were now rendered incapable of enjoying. It is the same with the forcible alteration of savage climates by European hands. O sons of Daedalus, emissaries of fate, how many instruments are in your hands for conferring happiness on nations by humane and compassionate means? And how has a proud insolent love of gain led you almost everywhere into a different path? All newcomers from a foreign land who have submitted to naturalize themselves with the inhabitants have not only enjoyed their love and friendship, but have ultimately found that their mode of life was not altogether unsuitable to the climate. But how few such are there! How seldom does a European hear from the native of any country the praise, "He is a rational man like us." And does not nature revenge every insult offered her? Where are the conquests, the factories, the invasions, of former times, when distant foreign lands were visited by a different race for the sake of devastation or plunder? The still breath of climate has dissipated or consumed them, and it was not difficult for the natives to give the finishing stroke to the rootless tree. The quiet plant, on the other hand, that has accommodated itself to the laws of nature has not only preserved its own essence, but has beneficially diffused the seeds of cultivation through a new land. Future ages may decide what benefit or injury our genius has conferred on other climates, and other climates on our genius. Book 8. R. As it would be with one who, from navigating the sea, should attempt a voyage through the air, so it is with me now that, having gone over the figure and natural powers of man, I come to his mind and attempt to investigate its variable faculties as they exist throughout the wide world, from indirect, defective, and partly questionable accounts. The metaphysician has here a much easier task. He sets out with establishing a certain idea of the mind and from this deduces everything that can be deduced, wherever or under whatever circumstances it may be found. The philosopher of history can proceed on no abstract notion, but on history alone, and he is in danger of forming erroneous conclusions if he does not generalize at least in some degree the numerous facts before him. I shall attempt to explore the way, however, yet, instead of launching out into the ocean, I shall rather coast along the shore, or, to speak in plain terms, confine myself to undoubted facts, or such as are generally considered so, distinguishing them from my own conjectures, and leaving it to those who are more fortunate to arrange and employ them in a better manner. Chapter 1. The appetites of the human species vary with their form and climate, but a less brutal use of the senses universally leads to humanity. All nations, the diseased albinos perhaps, Accepted, enjoy the 5 or 6 senses of man. The men without feeling of Diodorus and the nations of deaf and dumb are proved fabulous in modern history. Yet he who attends only to the difference of the external senses among us and then considers the innumerable multitudes living in all the climates of the earth, will find himself contemplating an ocean where wave loses itself in wave. Every man has a particular proportion, a particular harmony as it were, between all his sensitive feelings, so that in extraordinary cases the most wonderful appearances frequently occur to show the state of an individual on this or that occasion. Hence physicians and philosophers have already formed whole collections of singular and peculiar feelings, that is, of idiosyncrasies, which are in many instances equally rare and inexplicable. For the most part these are observed only in disease or unusual incidents, not in the common occurrences of life. Language, too, has no terms for them, as every man speaks and understands according to his own perceptions alone, and different organizations of course want a common standard for their different feelings. Even in the clearest sense, that of seeing, these differences display themselves, not only with respect to distance, but also to the figure and color of things, hence so many painters have their peculiarities of outline, and almost everyone his particular style of coloring. It is not the part of the philosophy of the history of man to exhaust this ocean, but by some striking differences to call our attention to the more delicate, that lie around us. The most general and necessary sense is that of feeling, it is the basis of the rest, and one of the greatest organic preeminences of man. 140 It has conferred on us dexterity, invention, and art, and contributes more perhaps to the formation of our ideas than we imagine. But how different is this sense, according as it is modified by the way of life, climate, application, exercise, and native irritability of the body. To some American nations, for example, an insensibility of the skin is ascribed, conspicuous even in women, and under the most painful operations. 141 If the fact be true, I conceive it easily explicable both from corporeal and mental circumstances. For ages many nations in this quarter of the globe have exposed their naked bodies to the piercing winds and the stings of insects, and, to protect them in some measure from these, have besmeared them with acrid unguents. They also pluck out the hair, which promotes the tenderness of the skin. Alkaline roots and plants and the meal of acrimonious vegetables are used by them as food, and the close sympathy between the organs of digestion and the seat of feeling, the skin, is well known, this sense completely failing in consequence of it in many diseases. Even their immoderate indulgence in eating, after which they will endure hunger to a degree equally uncommon, seems to confirm this insensibility, which is also a symptom of many of their diseases. 142 And consequently must be reckoned among the advantages and disadvantages of their climate. With it nature has gradually armed them against evil which greater sensibility would have rendered insupportable, and with them art has followed the steps of nature. The North Americans suffer pain and torment with heroic insensibility from principles of honor. They are formed to it from infancy, and in this the women yield not to the men. Thus stoic apathy under bodily pain is to them a natural habitude, and their feebler appetite for pleasure, notwithstanding the vivacity of their natural powers in other respect, and even that lethargic insensibility in consequence of which many subjugated nations appear as if in a waking dream, seem deducible from this cause. Brutes therefore must they have been, who, from a still greater want of human feeling, have abused or put to painful trials a want which nature bestowed on her children for their solace and convenience. Experience has shown that an immoderate degree of heat or cold scorches or benumbs the external feeling. Nations that walk barefoot on the sands acquire a soul as hard as iron, and instances have been known of such persons standing on burning coals for 20 minutes. Corrosive poisons can so change the skin that a man may plunge his hand into melted lead, and rigorous cold, as well as anger and other passions of the mind, also contributes to deaden the feeling. 143 The sense on the other hand appears most exquisite in regions, and under a mode of life, that are most favorable to the gentle contraction of the skin, and a harmonious extension as it were of the nerves of touch. The East Indian enjoys, perhaps in the highest perfection, the organs of sense. His palate, which has never been blunted by strong drink or stimulating food, tastes the slightest accidental flavor in pure water, and his fingers imitate the most delicate works in such a manner that the copy is not to be distinguished from the original. His mind is calm and serene, an echo of the gentle feelings that everything around him excites. So play the waves about the swan, so whisper the winds through the thin foliage of spring. Next to the warmth and serenity of the climate, nothing contributes so much to this exquisiteness of feeling as cleanliness, temperance, and motion, three physical virtues in which many nations that we term uncivilized exceed us, and which the inhabitants of the most delightful countries appear particularly to claim as their own. Keeping the mouth clean, frequent bathing, love of exercise in the open air, and even the healthy and voluptuous rubbing and extension of the body, which was as well known to the Romans as it is now common among the Indians, Persians, and many Tatar nations through a considerable tract of country, promotes the circulation of the fluids and maintains the elastic tone of the muscular fibers. The inhabitants of the most fertile country live temperately, they have no conception that an unnatural stimulation of the nerves and a daily overloading of the vessels, can be pleasures for which man was created. The caste of Brahmins have tasted neither flesh nor wine from the beginning of the world. Now since the effects of these on the whole system of sensation in brutes are apparent, must they not operate much more powerfully on the flower of all organizations, man? Moderation in sensual enjoyment without doubt contributes more effectually to the philosophy of humanity than 1,000 learned and artificial abstract considerations. All people of coarse feelings, in a savage state or rigorous climate are gluttonous, as they are frequently obliged to suffer hunger afterwards. For the most part, too, they eat whatever comes in their way. Nations possessing finer senses love more delicate pleasures. Their meals are simple and they eat daily the same food, but then they are fond of luxurious unguents, fine perfumes, pomp, and convenience, and their highest pleasure is sensual love. If we were talking merely of the fineness of organs, there can be no doubt which way the preference would incline, for no polished European would hesitate to choose between the fat and train oil of the Greenlander, and the aromatics of the Hindu. But it is a question, in spite of our verbal polish, to which of the two we approach nearest upon the whole. The Hindu places his happiness in tranquility undisturbed by passion, in an uninterrupted enjoyment of serenity and pleasure. He breathes voluptuousness, he floats on a sea of pleasing dreams and exhilarating fragrance. On the other hand, what are the objects of our luxury? For what does it disturb the whole world and plunder every quarter of the globe? New and pungent spices for a blunted palate, foreign fruits and food which are often jumbled together in such a medley that we cannot taste their proper flavor, intoxicating liquors that bereave us both of our senses and our peace, whatever can be invented to exhaust nature by exciting it, are daily the grand aim of our lives. By these, conditions are distinguished, by these, nations are made happy. Happy. Why do the poor suffer hunger and with benumbed senses drag on a wretched life of toil and labor? That the rich and great may deaden their senses in a more delicate manner, without taste, and probably to the eternal nourishment of their brutality. The Europeans eat everything, says the Hindu, whose more exquisite smell revolts at the mere effluvia of what they swallow. According to his ideas, he can rank them only in the caste of the Parayars, who, as a mark of supreme contempt, are allowed to eat what they please. In many countries, too, the Mohammedans call the Europeans unclean beasts, and this not merely from religious antipathy. It can hardly be possible that nature should have given us a tongue in order that the gratification of a few papilli on it should be the aim of a laborious life, or the cause of wretchedness to others. She endowed it with the sense of taste, partly to sweeten the duty of satisfying the calls of hunger and enticing us to labor by more pleasing motives, and partly also to be the scrupulous guard of our health, but this it has long ceased to be in all nations addicted to luxury. The cow knows what is salutary for herself and selects her food with apprehensive caution, noxious and poisonous plants she avoids, and is seldom mistaken. Men who live among beasts can discriminate their food like them, but lose this faculty when they come to associate with mankind, as the Indians who relinquish the simplicity of their diet lose the purity of their smell. Nations that enjoy healthful freedom still possess much of this guiding sense. They seldom or never err with respect to the products of their own country, nay, the North American can trace his enemy by the smell, and by this the Carib distinguishes the footsteps of different nations. Thus man may heighten his most sensual, his animal powers, by cultivating and exercising them, but the highest perfection of them consists in a due proportion of them all adapted to a truly human life, so that no one be lost, and no one predominate. This proportion varies with country and climate. The inhabitant of hot countries eats with eager appetite food to us highly disgusting, for his nature requires it as a medicine and as an antidote. 144. Lastly, the sight and hearing are the noblest senses for which man is particularly formed by his organization, for in him the organs of these senses are more artfully constructed than in any other animal. How acute have the sight and hearing been rendered by many nations! The Kalmucks smoke, where nothing can be perceived by an European eye, the shy Arab hears far around in his silent desert. If these acute and fine senses are exercised with unremitting attention, the consequence is obvious, for we see in many nations how far practice can carry a man beyond the unpracticed, even in the most trifling things. People who live by hunting know every tree and bush in their country. The North Americans never lose their way in their forests. They travel in quest of their enemies hundreds of miles and return again to their huts. Gottfried informs us that the civilized Guaranis imitate with astonishing exactness any piece of delicate workmanship that is set before them, but verbal descriptions convey scarcely any ideas to their minds. This is the natural consequence of their education, in which the understanding is formed by present visible objects, not by words, while on the other hand men taught by words have often heard so much that they are incapable of seeing what is before their eyes. The understanding of the free son of nature is divided as it were between the eye and the ear. He knows with accuracy the objects he has seen, he relates with precision the tales he has heard. His tongue stammers not, as his arrow deviates not from its mark, for how should his mind err or hesitate with respect to what it has seen and heard with precision? Nature has disposed things well for a creature the first buds of whose understanding and well-being arise only from the perceptions of the senses. If our bodies are found, if our senses are well ordered and exercised, the foundations of a serenity and internal satisfaction are laid, the loss of which speculative reason cannot easily repair. The ground of man's physical happiness everywhere consists in his living where it is his lot to live, enjoying what is set before him, and perplexing himself as little as possible with provident or retrospective care. If he confines himself to this point, he is vigorous and tranquil, but if, while he should enjoy and think only on the present, he suffers his thoughts to wander, how he distracts and enfeebles himself, often leading a more painful life than the brute, happily restricted to a narrower sphere. The free child of nature contemplates his parent and is enlivened, without knowing it, by the sight of her garb, or he follows his occupations, and, while he enjoys the revolving seasons, scarcely grows old with any increase of days. His ear, undisturbed by imperfect thoughts, and unperplexed by written symbols, hears perfectly what it hears, it eagerly takes in words which, indicating determinate objects, are more satisfactory to the mind than volumes of barren abstract terms. Thus lives, thus dies the savage, satisfied but not glutted with the simple pleasures that his senses enable him to enjoy. But nature has conferred another beneficent gift on our species in leaving to such of its members as are least stored with ideas the first germ of superior sense, exhilarating music. Before the child can speak he is capable of song, or at least of being affected by musical tones, and among the most uncultivated nations music is the first of the fine arts by which the mind is moved. The pictures which nature exhibits to the eye are so various, changeable, and extensive, that imitative taste must long grope about and seek the striking in wild and monstrous productions ere it learns justness of proportion. But music, however rude and simple, speaks to every human heart, and this, with the dance, constitutes nature's general festival throughout the earth. Pity it is that most travelers, from too refined a taste, conceal from us these infantile tones of foreign nations. Useless as they may be to the musician, they are instructive to the investigator of man, for the music of a nation, in its most imperfect form and favorite tunes, displays the internal character of the people, that is to say, the proper tone of their sensations, much more truly and profoundly than the most copious description of external contingencies. The more in general I trace the whole sensibility of man in his various regions and ways of life, the more do I find nature everywhere a kind parent. Where an organ is less capable of being gratified, she excites it less, and leaves it for ages in a gentle slumber. Where she has refined and expanded an organ, she has disposed means to gratify it fully, so that the whole earth, with this checked or heightened organization of man, sounds to her ear as a well-tuned instrument, from which every possible note is, or will be, produced. Chapter 2. The human fancy is everywhere organic and climatic, but it is everywhere led by tradition. Of a thing that lies without the sphere of our perception we know nothing. The story of a king of Siam who considered ice and snow as non-entities, is in 1,000 instances applicable to every man. The ideas of every indigenous nation are thus confined to its own region. If it profess to understand words expressing things utterly foreign to it, we have reason to remain long in doubt of the reality of this understanding. From the worthy Kranz. The Greenlanders are fond of hearing tales of Europe, but they can comprehend nothing unless illustrated by some comparison. For instance, the town, or the country, has so many inhabitants that several whales would hardly suffice to feed them a day. They do not eat whales, however, but bread, which grows out of the ground like grass, and the flesh of animals that have horns, and they are carried about on the backs of large strong beasts, or drawn along by them upon a wooden stage. On hearing this, they call bread, grass, oxen, reindeer, and horses, great dogs. They are struck with admiration, and express a wish to live in such a fine fruitful country until they are informed that it frequently thunders, and no seals are to be procured there. They willingly hear of God and divine things also, as long as you do not contradict their superstitious fables. 145. From the same author 146 I will compose a catechism of their theologico-natural philosophy, showing that they can neither answer nor comprehend European questions, other than according to the circle of their own conceptions. Question. Who created heaven and earth, and everything that you see? Answer. That we cannot tell. We do not know the man. He must have been a very mighty man. Or else these things always were, and will always remain so. Q. Have you a soul? A. Oh yes. It can increase and decrease. Our angekocks can mend and repair it. When a man has lost his soul, they can bring it back again, and they change a sick soul for a fresh sound one from a hare, a reindeer, a bird, or a young child. When we go a long journey, our soul often stays at home. At night, when we are asleep, it wanders out of the body, it goes a-hunting, dancing, or visiting, while the body lies still. Q. What becomes of it after death? A. Then it goes to the happy place at the bottom of the sea. Torngarsuk and his mother live there. There it is always summer, bright sunshine, and no night, and there, too, is good water, with plenty of birds, fishes, seals, and reindeer, all of which may be caught without any trouble, or taken out of a great kettle ready boiled. Q. And do all men go thither? A. No, only good people who were useful workmen, have done great actions, caught many whales and seals, endured much, or been drowned at sea, died in the birth, etc. Q. How do these get thither? A. Not easily. They must spend 5 days or more in scrambling down a bare rock, which is already covered with blood. Q. But do you not see those beautiful heavenly bodies? Are not they more probably the place of our future abode? A. It is there, too, in the highest heaven, far above the rainbow, and the journey thither is so quick and easy that the soul can repose the same evening in his house in the moon, which was once a Greenlander, and dance and play at bowls with the other souls. Those northern lights are the souls playing at bowls and dancing. Q. And what do they there besides? A. They live in tents by a vast lake in which are multitudes of fishes and birds. When this lake overflows, it rains upon earth. If the banks were to break down, it would cause a universal deluge. But in general only the vile and worthless go to heaven, the diligent go to the bottom of the sea. Those souls must often suffer hunger, are lean and feeble, and can have no rest for the quick turning around of the sky. Bad people and foreigners go thither, they are tormented by ravens which they cannot keep out of their hair, etc. Q. What do you believe was the origin of mankind? A. The first man, Kalak, came out of the earth, and his wife soon after came out of his thumb. She bore a Greenland woman, and the woman bore Kablunaet, that is, foreigners and dogs, hence both dogs and foreigner are incontinent and prolific. Q. And will the world endure forever? A. Once already it has been overwhelmed and everybody drowned, except one man. He struck the earth with his staff, a woman came out, and they repeopled the world. It now rests on its supports, but they are so rotten with age that they often crack, so that it would long ago have fallen down if our angecocks were not continually repairing them. Q. But what think you of those beautiful stars? A. They were all formerly Greenlanders, or beasts, who have travelled up thither on particular occasions and appear pale or red according to the difference of their food. They that you see there meeting are two women visiting each other, that shooting star is a soul gone on a visit, that great star is a reindeer, those 7 stars are dogs hunting a bear, those are men who lost themselves hunting seals and could not find the way home, and so got among the stars. The sun and moon are a brother and sister. Malina, the sister, was assaulted by her brother in the dark, she endeavored to escape by flight, ascended into the sky, and became the sun, Ananga pursued her and became the moon. The moon is continually running around the virgin sun in hopes to catch her, but in vain. When he is weary and exhausted he goes seal hunting, at which he continues some days, and then he returns again as fat as we see him in the full moon. He is glad when women die, and the sun is pleased at the death of men. I should be little thanked for my trouble were I to go on thus exhibiting the fancies of various nations. If anyone should be found desirous of travelling through these realms of imagination, the true limbo of vanity, which extend to every part of the world, I wish he may be imbued with the spirit of calm observation which, free from all hypotheses of the descent and similitude of nations, shall be in all places as it were at home, and know how to render every folly of our fellow creatures instructive. For my part, I have only to extract some general observations from this kingdom of living shadows formed by musing nations. 1. Climates and nations are universally marked in it. Compare the Greenland mythology with the Indian, the Laplandic with the Japanese, the Peruvian with that of the Negro, a complete geography of the inventing mind. If the Voluspa of the Icelander were read and expounded to a Brahmin, he would scarcely be able to form a single idea from it, and to the Icelander the Veda would be equally unintelligible. Their own mode of representing things is the more deeply imprinted on every nation because it is adapted to themselves, is suitable to their own earth and sky, springs from their mode of living, and has been handed down to them from father to son. What is most astonishing to a foreigner they believe they most clearly comprehend, he laughs at things on which they are most serious. The Indians say that the destiny of a man is written on his brain, the fine lines of which represent the illegible letters of the book of fate. The most arbitrary national ideas and opinions are frequently such brain-drawn pictures, lines of the fancy most firmly interwoven with both body and mind. 2. Whence is this? Have all these tribes of men invented their own mythology, and thus become attached to it as their own property? By no means. They have not invented, but inherited it. Had they produced it themselves, their own reflection might have carried them from the bad to better, which has not been the case. When Gottfried represented to a whole tribe of brave and intelligent Abiponians how ridiculous it was in them to be terrified at the menaces of a conjurer who threatened to turn himself into a tiger, and whose claws they fancied they already felt. Gottfried, you daily kill real tigers in the field without being afraid. Why are you alarmed in such a dastardly manner at an imaginary one, that does not exist? A valiant Abiponian. You, father, have no accurate ideas of our affairs. The tigers in the field we fear not because we see them, there we kill them without difficulty. The artificial tigers we dread because we cannot see them, and consequently are unable to kill them. 147. This, I conceive, is the key of the mystery. Were all notions as clear to us as those we acquire by the sight, had we no other ideas than those which we derive from visual objects or can compare with them, the source of error and deception would be stopped, or at least soon discoverable. But at present most national fictions spring from verbal communications, and are instilled into the ear. The ignorant child listens with curiosity to the tales which flow into his mind like his mother's milk, like the choice wine of his father, and form its nutriment. They seem to him to explain what he has seen, to the youth they account for the way of life of his tribe and stamp the renown of his ancestors, the man they introduce to the employment suited to his nation and climate, and thus they become inseparable from his whole life. The Greenlander and Tungo see in reality all their lives only what they heard of in their infancy, and thus they believe it to be evidently true. Hence the timid practices of so many nations, even far remote from each other, in eclipses of the sun or moon, hence their trembling belief in spirits of the air, sea, and other elements. Wherever there is motion in nature, wherever any cause seems to exist and produce change without the eye being able to discover the laws by which the change is effected, the ear hears words, which explain to it the mystery of what is seen by something unseen. The ear is in general the most timorous, the most apprehensive, of all the senses. It perceives quickly but obscurely, it cannot retain and compare things so as to render them clear, for its objects hasten to the gulf of oblivion. Appointed to awaken the mind, it can seldom acquire clear and satisfactory information without the aid of the other senses, particularly the eye. 3. Thus it appears. Among what people the imagination is most highly strained? Among those, namely, who love solitude and inhabit the wild regions of nature, deserts, rocks, the stormy shores of the sea, the feet of volcanoes, or other moving and astonishing scenes. From the remotest times the deserts of Arabia have fostered sublime conceptions, and they who have cherished them have been for the most part solitary, romantic men. In solitude Mohammed began his Quran, his heated imagination wrapped him to heaven and showed him all the angels, saints, and worlds. His mind was never more inflamed than when it depicted the thunders of the day of resurrection, the last judgment, and other immense objects. To what extent has the superstition of the shamans spread itself? From Greenland and the 3 Laplands, over the whole benighted coast of the frozen ocean, far into Tartary, and almost throughout the whole of America. Magicians everywhere appear, and fearful images of nature everywhere form the world in which they dwell. Thus more than 3/4 of the globe receive this faith, for even in Europe most nations of Finnish or Slavic origin are still addicted to the sorceries of the worship of nature, and the superstition of the Negroes is nothing but shamanism molded to their genius and climate. In the polished countries of Asia, indeed, this is suppressed by positive, factitious religious and political institutions, yet it is discernible, wherever it can peep out, in solitude, and among the populace, until on some of the islands in the South Sea it again rules with powerful sway. Thus the worship of nature has gone around the globe, and its reveries have seized on those local objects of power and alarm on which human wants confine. In ancient times it was the worship of almost all the nations upon earth. 4. That the way of life and genius of each nation have powerfully cooperated in this, scarcely requires to be mentioned. The shepherd beholds nature with different eyes from those of the fisherman or hunter, and again, in every region these occupations differ as much as the character of the people by whom they are exercised. I was astonished, for instance, to observe in the mythology of the Kamtschatales, dwelling so far to the north, a lasciviousness that might have been more naturally expected from a southern nation, but their climate and genetic character afford us some explanation of this anomaly. 148 Their cold land is not without burning mountains and hot springs, benumbing cold and melting heat. Their contend against each other, and their dissolute manners, as well as their gross mythological tales, are the natural offspring of the two. The same may be said of the fables of the passionate, talkative Negro, which have neither beginning nor end. 149 The same of the fixed concise mythology of the North American. 150 The same of the flowery reveries of the Hindu. 151 Which breathe, like himself, the voluptuous ease of paradise. The gods of the last bathe in seas of milk and honey, his goddesses repose on cooling lakes, in the cups of fragrant flowers. In short, the mythology of every people is an expression of the particular mode in which they viewed nature, particularly whether from their climate and genius they found good or evil to prevail, and how perhaps they endeavored to account for the one by means of the other. Thus even in the wildest lines, and worst conceived features, it is a philosophical attempt of the human mind, which dreams ere it awakes, and willingly retains its infant state. 5 Men generally consider the angkocks, conjurers, magicians, shamans, and priests as the inventors of these tales, to blind the people, and think they have explained the whole when they call them deceivers. That they are so in most places is very true, but let it be remembered that they also are people, and the dupes of tales older than themselves. They were born and brought up amid the imaginations of their tribe. Their consecration was attended with fasting, solitude, intention of the fancy, and exhaustion of body and mind, so that no one became a conjurer until his familiar had appeared to him, and the business was first accomplished in his own imagination, which he afterwards carried on during his whole life for others, with repetition of similar exaltations of the mind and debilitations of the body. The coolest travelers have been astonished by many juggling tricks of this kind, seeing such effects of the power of imagination as they could scarcely have believed possible, and often knew not how to explain. Of all the powers of the human mind the imagination has been least explored, and is probably the most inexplicable, for, being connected with the general structure of the body and with that of the brain and nerves in particular, as many wonderful diseases show, it seems to be not only the band and basis of all the finer mental powers, but the knot that ties body and mind together, the bud, as it were, of the whole sensual organization, expanding to the higher use of the thinking faculties. Thus it is necessarily the first that descends from parents to children, as many instances of deviation from the course of nature and the undeniable similitude of the external and internal organization, even in the most accidental circumstances, sufficiently prove. It has long been questioned whether there be innate ideas, and in the common acceptations of the words the answer must certainly be in the negative. But if we understand them to signify a predisposition to receive, connect, and expand certain ideas and images, nothing appears to make against the affirmative, and everything for it. If a child can inherit 6 fingers, if the family of the porcupine man in England could derive from their parent his unnatural excrescences, if the external form of the head and face be often transmitted, as it evidently is, from father to son, would it not be strange that the form of the brain, perhaps even in its finest organic divisions, should not be hereditary likewise? Diseases of the imagination, of which we have no idea, prevail in many nations, and all the countrymen of those who are so affected feel compassion toward them because they feel in themselves the genetic disposition to the same disease. Among the valiant Abiponians, for instance, a periodical madness prevails, of which the madman has no consciousness in the intervals. He is in health, as he was before, only his soul, they say, is gone out of him. In many nations, in order to give vent to this evil, dream feasts have been established, in which the visionaries are permitted to do whatever comes into their minds. Dreams, indeed, are of astonishing force among all people of warm imaginations, nay, probably they were the first muses, the parents of poetry and fiction. They introduced men to forms and things which no eye had seen, but the desire of which lay in the human mind, For what could be more natural than that the beloved dead should appear in dreams to those they left behind, and that they who had lived so long with us awake might now wish to live with us at least as shades in a dream. The history of nations will show how Providence has employed the instrument of imagination by which man might be acted upon so powerfully, simply, and naturally, but it is horrible when deceit or despotism abuses it and renders subservient to its purposes that ocean of human fancies and dreams which no one has yet been able to subdue. Great Spirit of the world, with what eyes dost thou contemplate all the shadowy forms and visions that course each other on this our globe? For we are shadows, and dreams of shadows are all that our fancies imagine. 152 As little as we are capable of respiring pure air, as little can pure reason impart itself wholly at present to our compound clay-formed shell. Yet, amid all the errors of the imagination, the human species is molding to it. Men are attached to figures because they express things, and thus through the thickest clouds they seek and perceive rays of truth. Happy the chosen few who proceed, as far as is possible in our limited sphere, from fancies to essences, that is, from infancy to manhood, and whose clear understandings go through the history of their brethren with this end in view. The mind nobly expands when it is able to emerge from the narrow circle which climate and education have drawn around it, and learns from other nations at least what may be dispensed with by man. How much that we have been accustomed to consider as absolutely necessary do we find others live without, and consequently perceive to be by no means indispensable. Numberless ideas, which we have often admitted as the most general principles of the human understanding, disappear in this place and that with the climate, as the land vanishes like a mist from the eye of the navigator. What one nation holds indispensable to the circle of its thoughts has never entered into the mind of a second, and by a third has been deemed injurious. Thus we wander over the earth in a labyrinth of human fancies, but the question is, where is the central point of the labyrinth to which all our wanderings may be traced, as refracted rays to the sun? Chapter 3. The practical understanding of the human species has everywhere grown up under the wants of life, but everywhere it is a blossom of the genius of the people, a son of tradition and custom. It has been customary to divide the nations of the earth into hunters, fishermen, shepherds, and husbandmen, and not only to determine their rank in civilization from this division, but even to consider civilization itself as a necessary consequence of this or that way of life. This would be very excellent if these modes of life were determined themselves in the first place, but they vary with almost every region, and for the most part run into each other in such a manner that this mode of classification is very difficult to apply with accuracy. The Greenlander who strikes the whale, pursues the reindeer, and kills the seal, is occupied both in hunting and fishing, yet in a very different manner from that in which the Negro fishes, or the Iroquoian hunts on the deserts of the Andes. The Bedouin and the Mongol, the Laplander and the Peruvian, are shepherds, but how greatly do they differ from each other, while one pastures his camels, another his horses, the third his reindeer, and the last his pacos and llamas. The merchants of England differ not more from those of China than the husbandmen of Ouida from the husbandmen of Japan. Want alone, even when there is no deficiency of powers in a nation to obey its demands, seems equally incapable of producing civilization, for as soon as the indolence of man has rendered him contented under his necessities, and both together have begotten the child he names convenience, he persists in his condition, and cannot be impelled to improve it without difficulty. Other causes cooperate to determine the mode of life of a people, but let us at present consider it as fixed, and inquire what active powers of the mind are displayed in its various forms. Men who live on roots, herbs, and fruits, will remain inactive, and their faculties will continue limited, if some particular motives do not impel them to civilization. Born in a fine climate and descended from a gentle race, they are gentle in their lives, for why should contention take place among men on whom bountiful nature bestows everything without toil? Their arts and inventions, too, extend only to their daily wants. The islanders, whom nature feeds with vegetable productions, particularly the salubrious breadfruit, and clothes in a delightful climate with the rind of trees, lead a tranquil happy life. Birds, we are told, sat on the shoulders of the natives of the Ladrone Islands and sang undisturbed. With the use of the bow they were unacquainted, for no beast of prey obliged them to have recourse to weapons of defense. They were strangers to fire, also, for the mildness of their climate rendered it unnecessary. The same might be said of the people of the Caroline and other happy islands in the Southern Ocean, only in some of them society had arrived at a higher degree of civilization, and more arts and manufactures had arisen from various causes. Where the climate was less temperate, men were necessitated to live more hardly, and with less simplicity. The New Hollander pursues his possum and kangaroo, shoots birds, catches fish, and eats yams. He has united as many ways of life as his rude convenience required, until he had rounded them as it were into a circle in which he could live happily after his fashion. It is the same with the New Caledonian and New Zealander, nor must we except even the miserable inhabitants of Tierra del Fuego. They had their canoes of bark, bows and arrows, baskets and pitchers, huts and fire, clothes and hatchets, and consequently the commencement of all the arts by means of which the most enlightened nations upon earth have attained their present civilization. Only with them, under the pressure of benumbing cold and amid their dreary rocks, everything has remained in the rudest state. The Californian displays as much understanding as his country and way of life afford or require. So does the native of Labrador, and of every country on the most barren verge of the earth. Everywhere men have reconciled themselves to necessity, and from hereditary habit live happy in the labors to which they are compelled. What makes not a part of their wants they despise. Actively as the Eskimo plies his oar, he has not yet learned to swim. On the great continents of our globe men and beasts crowd more together, and in consequence brutes have contributed in various ways to exercise the human intellect. The inhabitants of many morasses in America, indeed, have been obliged to have recourse to snakes and lizards, to the iguana, the armadillo, and the alligator, but most nations have been hunters in a nobler mode. What does a North or South American require to fit him for the way of life to which he is destined? He knows the beasts of his chase, their abodes, manners, and artifices, and arms himself against them with strength, address, and exercise. The boy is educated to aspire to the fame of a hunter as the son of a Greenlander to seek renown by catching seals. This forms the subject of the discourse, the songs, the tales of famous deeds that meet his ears. This is represented to his eyes in expressive actions and animating dances. From his infancy he learns to fabricate and employ the implements of the chase. Weapons are his toys and women the objects of his contempt, for the narrower the sphere of life and the more determinate the object in which perfection is sought, the sooner will this be attained. Nothing interrupts the course of the aspiring youth, but everything tends rather to stimulate and encourage him, as he lives exposed to the eyes of his countrymen in the state and occupation of his father. If a man were to compose a book of the arts of various nations he would find them scattered over the whole earth, and each flourishing in its proper place. Here the Negro leaps into the surf of a sea, into which no European would venture. There he climbs a tree on which our eye can scarcely follow him. This fisherman pursues his trade with such art as if he fascinated his prey. That Samoyed encounters the white bear, and opposes him singly. For yonder Negro, uniting strength with address, two lions are not more than a match. The Hottentot attacks the rhinoceros and hippopotamus. The inhabitant of the Canary Isles traverses the steepest rocks, leaping like a chamois from crag to crag. The strong manly wife of the Tibetan carries the stranger over the loftiest mountains of the earth. The children of Prometheus, composed of the parts and instincts of all animals, have excelled every one of these in arts and capacities in one place or another, after having learned from them whatever they have acquired. That men have learned most of their arts from nature and animals cannot be doubted. Why does the inhabitant of the Ladrone Islands clothe himself with the bark of trees? Or the American and Papua adorn themselves with feathers? Because the former lives amid trees and obtains from them his food, and the elegant plumage of their birds is the most beautiful object that occurs to the sight of the latter. The hunter clothes himself like the game he pursues, and takes lessons in architecture from the beaver of his lakes. Others build their huts like nests on the ground, or, with the birds, fix them upon trees. The beak of a bird was the model from which men formed their arrows and spears, as the figure of the canoe was taken from that of a fish. From the snake they learned the pernicious art of poisoning their weapons, and the singularly extensive custom of painting the body was equally an imitation of birds and beasts. What, thought man, shall these be so beautifully adorned, so distinguishingly colored, while I bear a pale uniform skin, because my indolence refuses to prepare the covering my climate does not require. Hence he began to paint and embroider himself with symmetry. Even nations that were not strangers to the use of clothes envied the ox his horns, the bird his crest, the bear his tail, and made them objects of imitation. The North Americans relate with gratitude, that maize was brought to them by a bird, and the use of most indigenous medicines was unquestionably learned from animals. But all these things required the sensual minds of free children of nature who, living with these animals, think themselves not infinitely exalted above them. It is difficult for a European in other parts of the world even to discover what the natives daily use. After many endeavors they are obliged to obtain the secret from these either by force or entreaty. But man went incomparably further when he attracted animals about him, and finally brought them under his yoke. The immense difference between neighboring nations, living with or without these auxiliaries to their powers, is evident. Whence came it that America, on its first discovery, was so far behind the Old World, and the Europeans could treat its inhabitants like a flock of defenseless sheep? It depended not on corporeal powers alone, as the examples of all the numerous savage nations show. In growth, in swiftness, in prompt address, they exceed, man for man, most of the nations that play at dice for their land. Neither was understanding, as far as it relates to the individual, the cause. The American knew how to provide for himself, and lived happily with his wife and children. It arose, therefore, from art, weapons, close connection, and principally from domesticated animals. Had the American possessed the horse, the warlike majesty of which he tremblingly acknowledged, had the fierce dog, which the Spaniard sent against him as a fellow soldier in the pay of his Catholic Majesty, been his, the conquest would have been more dearly purchased, and at least a retreat to their mountains, deserts, and plains would have remained open to a nation of horsemen. Even now, all travelers say the horse makes the greatest difference between the American nations. The horsemen in the northern part of America, and still more in the southern division of that continent, are so superior to the poor slaves of Mexico and Peru, that a man would scarcely suppose them to be neighboring sons of the same climate. The former have not only maintained their freedom, but are become more manly both in body and mind than they were probably at the discovery of their country. The horse, which the oppressors of their brethren employed as an unconscious instrument of fate, may at some future period perhaps be the deliverer of the whole land, as the other domestic animals that have been introduced into it have already been in some measure conducive to a more comfortable life, and may hereafter possibly become auxiliary means of a degree of civilization peculiar to the West. But as all this is in the hand of fate, to the same fate must be ascribed what was in the nature of this quarter of the globe that it was so long unacquainted with either horse, ass, ox, dog, sheep, goat, hog, cat, or camel. It had fewer kinds of quadrupeds because the land was less extensive, separated from the Old World, and in great part probably later emerged from the bosom of the ocean than the other continents, so that it had fewer to tame. The Paco and llama, the camel sheep of Mexico, Peru, and Chile were the only tameable and domesticated beasts, for even the Europeans, with all their understanding, have been unable to add any to these, or render either the cuiqui or puma, the sloth, or tapir, an animal of domestic utility. In the Old World, on the contrary, how many animals are domesticated? And how much have they assisted the active mind of man? But for the horse and camel, the deserts of Arabia and Africa would be inaccessible. The sheep and the goat have been aids to domestic economy, the ox and the ass to agriculture and trade. The human animal, in a state of simplicity, lives in friendship and society with these beasts. He treats them with kindness, and acknowledges his obligations to them. It is thus the Arab, thus the Mongol, lives with his horse, the shepherd with his flock, the hunter with his dogs, the Peruvian with his llama. 153 It is also generally known that all animals subservient to the purposes of man are more useful in proportion to the humanity of the treatment they receive. They learn to understand and have an affection for man. Capacities and inclinations are developed in them which are to be found neither in the wild animal nor in such as are abused by man, which lose even the powers and instincts of their species in stupid fatness or degraded forms. Thus man and beast have improved themselves together in a certain sphere. The practical understanding of man has been strengthened and extended by the beast, the capacity of the beast, by man. When we read of the dogs of the Kamtschatales, we are almost in doubt which is the more rational creature, the Kamtschatal or his dog. In this sphere the first active exertion of the human mind stands still, nay, it is difficult for any nation accustomed to it to quit, and everyone particularly dreads submission to the yoke of agriculture. Notwithstanding the fine arable lands to be found in North America, much as every nation values and defends its property, however highly some have been taught by Europeans to prize gold, brandy, and certain of the conveniencies of life, still the tilling of the ground, with the cultivation of maize and a few garden vegetables, is left to the women, as well as the whole care of the huts. The warlike hunter could never bend his mind to become a gardener, shepherd, or husbandman. The savage, as he is called, prefers the active free life of nature to every consideration. Surrounded with perils, it awakens his powers, his courage, his resolution, and rewards him with health in the field, with independent ease in his hut, with respect and honor among his tribe. He wants, he desires, nothing more, and what addition to his happiness could he derive from another state with the advantages of which he is unacquainted, and to the inconveniences of which he cannot submit? Read the various unadorned speeches of those whom we call savages, and say whether sound sense and natural justice are not conspicuous in them. The frame of man, too, in this state, is as much improved, though with a rude hand and to few purposes, as it is capable of being improved in it. He is formed to a contented equanimity, and to welcome death with calmness after the enjoyment of a life of permanent health. The Bedouin and Abiponian are both happy in their condition, but the former shudders at the thought of inhabiting a town, as the latter does at the idea of being interred in a church when he dies. According to their feelings, it would be the same as if they were buried alive. Even where agriculture has been introduced, it has cost some pains to limit men to separate fields and establish the distinction of mine and thine. Many small Negro nations who have cultivated their lands have yet no idea of it, for, say they, the earth is common property. They annually parcel out the ground among them, till it with little labor, and as soon as the harvest is gathered in, the land reverts to its former common state. Generally speaking, no mode of life has effected so much alteration in the minds of men as agriculture, combined with the enclosure of land. While it produced arts and trades, villages and towns, and, in consequence, government and laws, it necessarily paved the way for that frightful despotism which, from confining every man to his field, gradually proceeded to prescribe to him what alone he should do on it, what alone he should be. The ground now ceased to belong to man, but man became the appurtenance of the ground. Soon even the consciousness of powers that had been used was lost by their disuse. The oppressed, sunk in cowardice and slavery, were led from wretchedness and want into effeminate debauchery. Hence it is that, throughout the whole world, the dweller in a tent considers the inhabitant of a hut as a shackled beast of burden, as a degenerate and sequestered variety of the species. The former feels pleasure in the severest want, while seasoned and rewarded by freedom in act and will. On the other hand, the greatest dainties are poisons when they benumb the mind and deprive the frail mortal of worth and independence, the sole enjoyments of his precarious life. Imagine not that I seek to derogate from the value of a mode of living which Providence has employed as a principal instrument for leading man to civil society, for I myself cut the bread it has produced. But let justice be done to other ways of life which, from the constitution of our earth, have been destined, equally with agriculture, to contribute to the education of mankind. Land is cultivated in our manner by the smallest portion of the inhabitants of the earth, and nature herself has pointed out to the rest their different modes of living. The numerous nations that live on roots, rice, fruits, fishing, fowling, and hunting, the innumerable nomads, although perhaps they now purchase bread from their neighbors or sow a little corn themselves, and all the nations that cultivate land without having a fixed property in it, or by means of their women and slaves, are not, properly speaking, husbandmen. What a small part of the world remains, therefore, for this artificial way of life. If nature has anywhere attained her end, she has attained it everywhere. The practical understanding of man was intended to blossom and bear fruit in all its varieties, and hence such a diversified earth was ordained for so diversified a species. Chapter 4. The feelings and inclinations of men are everywhere conformable to their organization and the circumstances in which they live, but they are everywhere swayed by custom and opinion. Self-preservation is the first object of every existing being, from the grain of sand to the solar orb. Everything strives to remain what it is. For this purpose instinct is impressed on the brute. For this reason, the substitute of instinct is given to man. In obedience to this law he everywhere seeks food at the impulse of inexorable hunger. From his infancy, without knowing why or wherefore, he strives to exercise his powers, to be in motion. The weary do not call for sleep, but sleep comes, and renovates his existence. The vital powers relieve the sick when they can, or at least strive to remove the disease. Man defends his life against everything that attacks it, and even without being invisible, that nature has taken measures, both within and around him, for his support. There have been philosophers who, on account of this instinct of self-preservation, have classed man with the beasts of prey, and deemed his natural state a state of warfare. It is evident there is much impropriety in this. Man, it is true, is a robber in tearing the fruit from the tree, a murderer in killing an animal, and the most cruel oppressor on the face of the earth, while with his foot, and with his breath perhaps, he deprives of life innumerable multitudes of invisible creatures. Every man knows the attempts of the gentle Hindu and extravagant Egyptian philosophy, to render man a perfectly harmless creature, but to the eye of the speculativist they appear to have been in vain. We cannot look into the chaos of the elements, and if we refrain from devouring any visible animal we cannot avoid swallowing a number of minute living creatures in water, air, milk, and vegetables. But away with these subtleties, and, considering man among his brethren, let us ask, is he by nature a beast of prey toward his fellows? Is he an unsocial being? By his make he is not the former, and by his birth the latter still less. Conceived in the bosom of love, and nourished at the breast of affection, he is educated by men and receives from them 1,000 unearned benefits. Thus he is actually formed in and for society, without which he could neither have received his being nor have become a man. Insociability commences with him when violence is done to his nature, by his coming into collision with other men, but this is no exception, as here he acts conformably to the great universal law of self-preservation. Let us inquire what means nature has invented to satisfy and restrain him as much as possible even here, and prevent a state of general warfare among mankind. 1. As man is the most artfully complicated of all creatures, so great a variety of genetic character occurs in no other. Blind imperious instinct is wanting to his delicate frame, but in him the varying currents of thoughts and desires flow into each other in a manner peculiar to himself. Thus man, from his very nature, will clash but little in his pursuits with man, his dispositions, sensations, and propensities being so infinitely diversified and as it were individualized. What is a matter of indifference to one man, to another is an object of desire, and then each has a world of enjoyment in himself, each a creation of his own. 2. Nature has bestowed on this diverging species an ample space, the extensive fertile earth, over which the most different climates and modes of life have room to spread. Here she has raised mountains, there she has placed deserts or rivers, which keep men separate. On the hunter she has bestowed the extensive forest, on the fisherman the ample sea, on the shepherd the spacious plain. It is not her fault that birds, deceived by the fowler's art, fly into his net where they fight over their food, peck out each other's eyes, and contaminate the air they breathe, for she has placed the bird in the air and not in the net of the fowler. See those wild species, how tamely they live together. No one envies another, each procures and enjoys what he wants in peace. It is repugnant to the truth of history to set up the malicious discordant disposition of men crowded together, of rival artists, opposing politicians, envious authors, for the general character of the species. The rankling wounds of these malignant thorns are unknown to the greater part of mankind, to those who breathe the free air, not the pestilential atmosphere of towns. He who maintains law is necessary because otherwise men would live lawlessly, takes for granted what it is incumbent on him to prove. If men were not thronged together in close prisons, they would need no ventilators to purify the air. Were not their minds inflamed by artificial madness, they would not require the restraining hand of correlative art. 3. Nature, too, has shortened, as far as she could, the time that men must remain together. Man requires a long time to educate, but then he is still weak, he is a child, quickly provoked, and as easily forgetting his anger, often displeased, but incapable of bearing malice. As soon as he arrives at years of maturity, a new instinct awakes in him and he quits the house of his father. Nature acts in this instinct, she drives him out to construct his own nest. And with whom does he construct it? With a creature as dissimilarly similar to himself, and whose passions are as unlikely to come into collision with his, as is consistent with the end of their forming a union together. The nature of the woman is different from that of the man, she differs in her feelings, she differs in her actions. Miserable he, who is rivaled by his wife, or excelled by her in manly virtues. She was destined to rule him by kindness and condescension alone, which render the apple of discord the apple of love. I will not pursue the history of the dispersion of mankind any further. With their division into different houses and families, the foundations of new societies, laws, manners, and even languages were laid. What do we learn from these different, these unavoidable dialects, which occur upon our earth in such infinite numbers, and frequently at such little distance from each other? We learn that the object of our diffusive parent was not to crowd her children together, but to let them spread freely. As far as it may be, no tree is permitted to deprive another of air, so as to render it a stunted dwarf, or force it to become a crooked cripple, that it may breathe with more freedom. Each has its place allotted it that it may ascend from its root by its own impulse, and raise its flourishing head. Peace, therefore, not war, is the natural state of mankind when at liberty. War is the offspring of necessity, not the legitimate child of enjoyment. In the band of nature it is never an end, cannibalism itself even included, but here and there a severe and melancholy mean with which even the mother of all things could not entirely dispense, but which, as a compensation, she has employed for various, higher, and more valuable purposes. Before we proceed to the afflicting consideration of enmity, let us therefore examine delightful love, love which extends its sway over all the earth, though everywhere appearing in different forms. As soon as the plant has attained its full growth, it blossoms, thus the time of blossoming is regulated by the period of growth, and this by the impulse of the solar heat. The early or late arrival of man at maturity equally depends on climate and the various circumstances connected with it. The age of puberty differs astonishingly in different regions and under different modes of life. The Persian maiden marries at 8, and becomes a mother in her 9th year. Our ancient German heroines attained the age of 30 before they thought of love. It is obvious to everyone how much this difference must alter the relation of the sexes to each other. The Eastern Virgin is a child when she is married, she blooms early and quickly fades, the maturer husband treats her as a child, or as a flower. Since in those warmer regions the stimulus of physical desire not only awakes earlier in both sexes, but operates more intensely, what step could be more natural for the man than to abuse the superiority of his sex, and endeavor to form a garden of these perishable flowers? The consequences of this step to the human species were far from trifling. It was not merely that the jealousy of the husband confined his numerous wives in a harem, where their improvement could not possibly keep pace with that of the men, but as the females were educated from their infancy for the harem, and the society of women, nay, the child was frequently sold or betrothed at 2 years of age. How could it be otherwise than that the general behavior of the man, domestic economy, education of children, and lastly even the fecundity of the women, must in time be affected by this abuse? It is sufficiently proved, for instance, that too early marriage on the part of the wife, and too powerful a stimulus on the part of the husband, contribute neither to the fertility of the sex, nor excellence of form. Indeed, the accounts of various travelers render it probable that in several of these countries more females are actually born than males, and if this be true, it may be both an effect of polygamy and a cause promoting its continuance. It is certain, this is not the only case in which art and the licentiousness of man have turned nature out of her course, for elsewhere nature maintains a pretty exact proportion between the births of both sexes. But as woman is the most delicate production of our earth, and love the most powerful engine that acts throughout the whole creation, the manner in which women are treated must be the first critical point of distinction in the history of our species. Everywhere woman has been the first object of contentious desire, and from her nature not less the first failing stone in the human edifice. For examples, let us accompany Cook on his last voyage. While in the Society and other islands the female sex appeared to be wholly dedicated to the rites of Cytherea, so as not only to refuse nothing for a nail, an ornament, a feather, but even the husband was ready to barter his wife for any trifle he wished to possess, the scene completely changed with the climate and character of other islanders. Where the men appeared armed with the hatchet of war, the women were more confined to their houses, and the ruder manners of the husband rendered the wife more strict, so that neither her charms nor deformities were exposed to the eyes of the world. There is no circumstance, I believe, which so decisively shows the character of a man or a nation, as the treatment of women. Most nations that acquire subsistence with difficulty, degrade the female sex to domestic animals, and impose on them all the labors of the hut. The husband imagines bold, dangerous, manly enterprise sufficiently excuses him from submitting to more trifling occupations, and leaves these to his wife. Hence the extreme subjection of the women in most savage nations throughout the world, and hence the little respect paid the mother by her sons as soon as they arrive at years of maturity. They are early initiated in perilous undertakings, so that the superiority of the man is frequently occurring to their minds, and a rude disposition to toil or danger soon takes place of a more tender affection. From Greenland to Kaffraria this contempt of the women prevails in all uncultivated nations, though it appears among every people, and in every particular region, in a different form. The wife of the Negro is far beneath her husband in slavery, and at home the wretched Carib imagines himself a king. But the feebleness of the woman seems not to have been the only circumstance that has rendered her subordinate to the man. In most places her greater sensibility, her artfulness, and in general the more delicate mobility of her mind, appear to have contributed to it still more. The Asiatics, for instance, cannot conceive how the unbounded liberty of the women, as in Europe, the seat of female empire, can subsist without exposing the men to extreme peril. With them, they are persuaded, everything would be in a perpetual state of commotion if these artful creatures, easily moved and ready to attempt anything, were not under restraint. The only reasons assigned for many tyrannical customs are that the women formerly brought on themselves such rigid laws by such or such an action, and the men were compelled to have recourse to them for their own peace and security. It is thus they account for the inhuman custom of burning wives with their husbands in Hindustan. The life of the husband, they say, would never have been safe but for this dreadful remedy, which impels the wife to sacrifice herself with him. And when we read of the ardent passions of the women in those countries, the fascinating charms of the Indian dancing girls, and the cabals of the harem among the Turks and Persians, we are led to think something of the kind not incredible. The men were incapable of securing from sparks the inflammable tinder which their voluptuousness had composed, and too weak and indolent to unravel the immense web of female capacities and contrivances, and turn them to better purposes. Accordingly, as weak and voluptuous barbarians, they sought their own quiet in a barbarous manner, and subjected by force those whose artfulness their understanding was unable to sway. Read what the Greeks and Asiatics have said of women and you will find materials for explaining their singular fate in most warm climates. The whole, it must be confessed, is ultimately ascribable to the men, whose stupid brutality did not eradicate the evil they have so lamely attempted to restrain, as appears not only from the history of civilization, which, by irrational education, has placed woman on a level with man, but from the example of some uncivilized yet intelligent nations. The ancient German, in his wild forests, understood the worth of the female sex, and enjoyed in them the noblest qualities of man, fidelity, prudence, courage, and chastity, but to this his climate, his genetic character, and every part of his way of life, contributed. He and his wife grew, like their oaks, slowly, unexhausted, and strong. The stimulus of seduction his country did not supply, and both the general condition and necessity inclined each sex to virtue. Daughters of Germany, be not insensible of the same of those from whom ye are descended, and aspire to emulate them. There are few nations on whose females history has conferred equal renown, and there are few nations in which the husband has so honored the virtues of the wife, as in ancient Germany. The women of most nations in a similar state were slaves. Your mothers were the friends and counselors of their husbands, and every worthy woman among you is so now. Let us proceed to the virtues of women as they display themselves in the history of mankind. Even among the most savage people the woman is distinguished from the man by more delicate civility and love of ornament and decoration, and these qualities are discernible even where the nation has to contend against an unfriendly climate and the most distressing want. Everywhere the woman adorns herself, however scanty the materials she is able to procure. So in the early spring the earth, rich in life, sends forth at least a few inodorous blossoms, to show what she is capable of effecting in other seasons. Cleanliness is another female virtue to which woman is impelled by nature, and excited by her desire to please. The regulations, nay, often supererogatory laws and customs by which all unvitiated nations keep women when laboring under disease in a state of separation that no injury may accrue from them, reflect disgrace on many civilized people. They are in consequence unacquainted with a great part of the weaknesses which, among us, are both the effects and again new causes of that deep degeneracy which licentious, diseased effeminacy transmits to a wretched offspring. The gentle endurance, the indefatigable activity for which the softer sex, when not corrupted by the abuses of civilization, are distinguished, deserve still greater commendation. They bear with resignation the yoke that the rude superiority of strength in man, his love of idleness and inaction, and lastly the faults of their ancestors, have entailed on them as a hereditary custom, and the most perfect examples of this are often found among the most wretched people. It is not from dissimulation that in many regions the marriageable females must be compelled by force to submit to the drudgery of the wedded state. They run from their hut, they flee into the desert, with tears they put on the bridal garland, the last flower of their freer, playful youth. Most of the epithalamiums of such nations are meant to encourage and console the bride, and are composed in a melancholy strain 154 at which we are apt to laugh because we are insensible of their innocence and truth. The bride takes a tender leave of all that was dear to her youth, quits the house of her parents, as one dead to them forever, loses her former name, and becomes the property of a stranger who in all likelihood will treat her as a slave. She must sacrifice to him everything that is most dear to a human being, her person, her liberty, her will, nay, probably her life and health, and all for the gratification of a passion to which the modest virgin is yet a stranger, and which will soon be drowned in a sea of inconveniences. Happy is it that nature has endowed and adorned the female heart with an unspeakably affectionate and powerful sense of the personal worth of man. This enables her to bear also his severities. Her mind willingly turns from them to the contemplation of whatever she considers as noble, great, valiant, and uncommon in him. With exalted feelings she participates in the manly deeds, the evening recital of which softens the fatigue of her toilsome day, and is proud, since she is destined to obedience, that she has such a husband to obey. Thus the love of the romantic in the female character is a benevolent gift of nature, a balsam for the woman, and an animating reward for the man, for the most valuable prize of the youth was ever the love of a maiden. Lastly must be mentioned that sweet maternal affection bestowed on woman by nature, almost independent of cool reason, and far remote from the selfish desire of reward. The mother loves her child, not because he is amiable, but as a living part of herself, the child of her heart, the copy of her nature. Hence her bowels yearn with compassion for his sufferings, her heart beats higher at his happiness, her blood flows more placidly while he receives the stream from her breast. These maternal feelings pervade every uncorrupted nation upon earth. No climate, by which all other things are changed, could alter this. The most depraved customs of society alone can in time perhaps render enervating vices more pleasing than the tender pains of maternal love. The Greenlander suckles her son 3 or 4 years, because her climate affords no food proper for infants. She submits to all the perversities arising from the latent insolence of the future man with indulgent forbearance. The negress displays more than manly strength when a monster attacks her child. We read with astonishment instances of maternal magnanimity condemning life. Lastly, when the tender mother, whom we call a savage, is deprived of her chief consolation, the object of her care, and that for which she values life, her feelings surpass description. 155 How then can these nations be deficient in sentiments of true female humanity, unless perhaps want and mournful necessity, or a false point of honor and some barbarous hereditary custom, occasionally lead them astray? The germs of every great and noble feeling not only exist in all places, but are universally unfolded, as much as the way of life, climate, tradition, or peculiarity of the nation will permit. If these things be so, the husband would not remain inferior to the wife, and what manly virtue can we conceive that has not found some place of the earth or other, in which to flourish? Aspiring courage to be a sovereign on earth and to enjoy life with freedom, but not with inactivity, is the first virtue of the man. This has formed itself most extensively and diversely, as it has been almost everywhere fostered by necessity, and every region, every variation of manners, has given it a different turn. Thus man soon sought same in perils, and to surmount them was the most precious jewel of his life. This disposition descended from father to son, the rudiments of education promoted it, and in a few generations the tendency became hereditary. No other man is affected by the sound of the horn and the voice of the hound like him who is born a hunter. To this the impressions he received in his childhood contribute. Nay, frequently the countenance of the hunter and the structure of his brain are transmitted to his posterity. It is the same with all the other ways of life of free, active nations. The songs of a people are the best testimonies of their peculiar feelings, propensities, and modes of viewing things. They form a faithful commentary on their way of thinking and feeling, expressed with openness of heart. 156 Even their customs, proverbs, and maxims, express not so much as these, but still more should we learn from the characteristic dreams of a nation if we had examples of them, or rather if travelers would note them. In dreaming and at play, man exhibits himself just as he really is, but in the former most. Paternal love is the second virtue, which is best displayed by a manly education. The father early inures his son to his own mode of life, teaches him his art, awakens in him the sense of fame, and in him loves himself, when he shall grow old or be no more. This feeling is the basis of all hereditary honor and virtue. It renders education a public, an eternal work. It has been the instrument of transmitting to posterity all the excellences and prejudices of the human species. Hence in almost all nations and tribes the mutual joy when the son arrives at manhood, and equips himself with the implements or weapons of his father, hence the deep sorrow of the father when he loses this his proudest hope. Read the lamentations of the Greenlander for the loss of his son. 157 Listen to the complaints of Ossian on the death of his Oscar, and in them you will perceive the bleeding wounds of the paternal heart, the noblest of the manly breast. The grateful love of the son to his father is certainly but a slight return for the affection with which the father has loved his son, but this, too, is the design of nature. When the son becomes a father, his heart acts in the line of descent upon his children. The full stream is ordained to flow downward, not upward, for thus only the ever-growing chain of new races can be upheld. It is not therefore to be reprobated as unnatural, if some nations, oppressed by want, prefer the child to the decayed parent, or, as some accounts say, even accelerate the death of those who are worn out by age. It is not hatred, but melancholy necessity, or rather cool benevolence from which this springs, as they cannot feed the aged, as they cannot take them with them, they choose rather, with friendly hand, to bestow on them an easy death, than leave them to perish by the fangs of wild beasts. Cannot a friend, when impelled by necessity, deprive his friend of life, however painful the task may be, and thus confer on him, whom he is unable to save, the only benefit in his power? But that the fame of the father lives and acts immortally in the minds of his descendants appears in most nations, from their songs and wars, their history and traditions, and still more especially from their rooted esteem for that way of life which they have received as an inheritance. Finally, common perils excite common courage, thus they knit the third and noblest of man. Friendship. In countries and modes of life that render union in enterprise necessary, heroic minds are found wearing the bonds of friendship through life and death. Such were those friends of the heroic ages of Greece, whose name will live immortally, such were those renowned Scythians, and such are still to be found among nations addicted to hunting, war, or adventures of any kind, amid woods and deserts. The husbandman knows only a neighbor, the mechanic a workfellow whom he aids or envies, the merchant, the man of letters, the courtier. How remote are they from that chosen, active, tried friendship with which the wanderer, the prisoner, the slave who groans with another in one chain, are much better acquainted. In times of need, on occasions of exigence, minds unite, the dying man calls on his friend to avenge his blood, and rejoices in the hope of meeting him beyond the grave. The friend thirsts with an unquenchable desire to take vengeance for the death of him to whom he is attached, to deliver him from prison, to assist him in the combat, and to share with him the reward of glory. A united tribe, among little nations, is nothing but a band of sworn friends, segregated from all the rest, whether in love or hatred. Such are the Arabian tribes, such are many of the Tatar hordes, and such are most of the nations of America. The bloodiest wars between them, which seem to disgrace humanity, originally sprung from the noble sentiment of an injury done to the honor of the tribe, or an offense committed against its friendship. I shall not at present pursue the subject through the different forms of government of the male or female sovereigns of the earth. For, since in all that has hitherto been said we find no grounds to explain why one man should rule over thousands of his fellows by right of birth, why he should exact from them obedience to his will without conditions, and without control send thousands of them to be killed without contradiction, dissipate the wealth of the state without rendering any account of it, and beside this lay the most oppressive taxes precisely on the poor, since we are still less capable of deducing from the original dispositions of nature why a bold and valiant people, that is to say, thousands of worthy men and women frequently kiss the feet of a weak creature, or worship the scepter with which a madman tears their flesh from their bones, still less what god or demon it is that inspires them to submit their understanding, their abilities, nay, frequently their lives, and all the rights of man, to the will of one, and deem it their greatest joy and happiness that the despot should beget a future despot like himself. Since all these things appear at first view the most inexplicable enigma of human nature, and happily or unhappily, to the greater part of the earth this form of government is unknown, we cannot reckon them among the primitive, necessary, universal laws that nature has imposed upon mankind. Husband and wife, father and son, friend and enemy, are determinate relations and names, but the ideas of leader and king, a hereditary legislature and judge, an arbitrary sovereign and ruler of the state, in his own person and in those of all his posterity yet unborn, require a different explanation from what we can here bestow on them. Let it suffice that we have hitherto considered the earth as a seminary of natural senses and endowments, arts and capacities, mental faculties and virtues, in considerable variety, but how far man is qualified, or enabled, to procure himself happiness thereby, or where the standard of happiness is to be found, let us now proceed to inquire. Chapter 5. The happiness of man is in all places an individual good, consequently it is everywhere climatic and organic, the offspring of practice, tradition, and custom. The very name of happiness 158 implies that man is neither susceptible of pure bliss nor capable of creating felicity for himself. He is the child of accident, who has placed him on this spot or on that, and determined his capacity of enjoyment and the kind and measure of his joys and sorrows, according to the country, time, organization, and circumstances, in which he lives. It would be the most stupid vanity to imagine that all the inhabitants of the world must be Europeans to live happily. Should we ourselves have become what we are out of Europe? He who placed us here, and others there, undoubtedly gave them an equal right to the enjoyment of life. Happiness is an internal state, and therefore its standard is not seated without us, but in the breast of every individual where alone it can be determined. Another has as little right to constrain me to adopt his feelings as he has power to impart to me his mode of perception and convert his identity into mine. Let us not place, therefore, from indolent pride or too common presumption, the form and standard of human happiness higher or lower than it has been fixed by the Creator, for He alone knows what a mortal can attain upon earth. 1. Our complexly organized bodies, with all their senses and limbs, have been bestowed on us for use, for exercise. Without this our fluids stagnate, our organs become languid, and the body, a living corpse, dies long before its decease. It perishes by a slow, miserable, unnatural death. If nature, therefore, would secure us the first indispensable foundation of happiness, health, she must bestow on us exercise, toil, and labor, and rather compel man thereby to a state of well-being, than leave him to dispense with it. Hence, as the Greeks say, the gods sold everything to mortals at the price of labor, not out of envy, but from kindness. For the greatest enjoyment of existence, the sensation of active striving powers, lies in this very struggle, in this striving after the comforts of ease. Human nature languishes only in those climates or conditions where enervating idleness or voluptuous indolence entombs the body alive and renders it a pallid carcass, or a burden to itself. In other countries, in other modes of life, even in the most severe, the most energetic growth, the healthiest and most beautiful symmetry of the limbs prevail. Turn over the history of nations and read what pages says, for example, of the make of the Choctaws and Tagaws, of the characters of the Bisigoans, Hindus, and Arabs. 159 Even the most unfavorable climates make little difference in the duration of life, and want itself strengthens the cheerful sun of need for the performance of health-giving labor. Even the malconformations of the body that occur here and there upon the earth as genetic characters or hereditary modes are less detrimental to health than are artificial embellishments, are many forced unnatural ways of life, for what is a larger lobe of the ear of an Araucanian, the eradicated beard of an East or West Indian, or perhaps a perforated nose to the straightened, tortured breast, bent knee, misshapen foot, distorted or rickety form, and compressed bowels of so many delicate male and female Europeans. Let us therefore thank Providence that, as health is the foundation of all physical happiness, it is so diffused over the earth. Nations to whom we are inclined to think nature has played the stepmother are perhaps her most favored children, for if she has prepared them no idle feast of pleasing poisons, she has presented to them from the hard hand of labor the cup of health, and an internal invigorating vital warmth. Children of the rosy morn, they bloom to the last, a frequently careless serenity, an internal sensation of well-being, is to them happiness, is to them the end and enjoyment of life. Could any other, could happiness more sweet and durable, be conferred upon them? 2. We boast of the refinement of our mental powers, but let melancholy experience teach us that every refinement does not promote happiness, nay, many an instrument becomes unfit for use by its very delicacy. Contemplation, for instance, can form the pleasure only of a few idle men, and to them, like opium to the Asiatics, it is frequently an enervating, consuming, stupefying, visionary pleasure. The waking, healthy use of the senses, and understanding employed about the real concerns of life, vigilant attention accompanied with active recollection, quick determination and happy effect, alone constitute what we call presence of mind, real mental vigor, which repays itself with the consciousness of a present active power, with happiness and joy. Think not, sons of men, that a premature disproportionate refinement or cultivation is happiness, that the dead nomenclature of all the sciences, the holiday use of all the arts, can secure to a living being the science of life. The feeling of happiness is not acquired from words learned by rote or a knowledge of the arts. A head stuffed with knowledge, even of golden knowledge, oppresses the body, straightens the breast, dims the eye, and is a morbid burden to the life of him who bears it. The more we divide our mental powers by refinement, the more the inactive powers decay, stretched on the scaffold of art, our limbs and faculties wither while displayed with ostentation. The blessing of health arises only from the use of the whole mind and of its active powers in particular. Let us thank Providence, therefore, for not rendering the human species in general too refined, and the earth an auditory of the learned sciences. In most nations and conditions of men the mental powers are kindly left bound together in a firm knot, and developed only where need requires. Most nations of the earth act and think, love and hate, hope and fear, laugh and cry, like children, at least, therefore, they enjoy the happiness of the childish dreams of infancy. Unhappy he, who first takes the pains to dive beneath the surface for the happiness of life. 3. As our well-being is rather a quiet feeling than a brilliant thought, so our lives are embellished with love and joy much more from the feelings of the heart than from the effects of the most profound understanding. How good, therefore, has our common mother been in rendering the source of goodwill toward ourselves and others, the true humanity of our species for which it was created, almost independent of motives and artificial incentives. Every living being rejoices in his existence, he inquires not, he does not scrupulously examine why he exists, his existence is to him an end, and his end is existence. No savage commits suicide as no beast destroys himself, he propagates his species without knowing to what purpose, and in the severest climate submits to every toil and labor, merely that he may live. The simple rooted feeling of existence for which there is no equivalent, is happiness, therefore, a drop from the infinite ocean of the all-blissful, who is in all, and feels and enjoys himself in all. Hence that imperturbable joy and tranquility which many Europeans admire in the countenances and lives of foreigners, because their restless anxiety prevents them from entertaining similar feelings. Hence, too, that open-hearted benevolence, that anticipating unconstrained courtesy, which we find in all happy nations, not compelled to defense or revenge. From impartial accounts, this is so generally diffused over the earth that it might be deemed the characteristic of man, were it not, alas, equally the character of his equivocal nature to restrain this frank benevolence, this courteous tranquility and joy in himself and others, at the call of reason or fancy, to guard against future want. Why should not a creature happy in himself see others happy about him and endeavor what he can to promote their being so? But while we ourselves, surrounded with wants, increase our necessities still more by our own art and contrivance, our being is contracted, and the clouds of distrust, anxiety, labor, and care, obscure a countenance formed for open participating joy. Yet even here nature has taken the human heart in hand, and molded the sensible clay in such various ways that where she could not gratify with giving she has sought at least to satisfy in refusing. The European has no idea of the boiling passions and imaginations that glow in the Negro's breast, and the Hindu has no conception of the restless desires that chase the European from one end of the world to the other. The savage cannot gratify his passions in voluptuousness, and therefore they incline more to composure and tranquility. On the other hand, where the flame of benevolence scatters light sparks all around, it quickly kindles and perishes in these sparks. In short, the human feelings have received every form that could find a place in the various climates, dates, and organizations of our globe, yet everywhere the happiness of life consists not in a tumultuous crowd of thoughts and feelings, but in their relation to the actual internal enjoyment of our existence, and what we reckon as part of our existence. Nowhere upon earth does the rose of happiness blossom without thorns, but what proceeds from these thorns is everywhere and under all its forms, the lovely though perishable rose of vital joy. If I err not from these simple data, the truths of which every heart must feel, a few lines may be drawn which determine at least many doubts and mistakes concerning the destination of the human species. How, for instance, can it be that man, as we know him here, should have been formed for an infinite improvement of his mental faculties, a progressive extension of his perceptions and actions? Nay, that he should have been made for the state as the end of his species, and all preceding generations properly for the last, alone, which is to be enthroned on the ruined scaffolding of the happiness of the rest. The fight of our fellow creatures, nay, even the experience of every individual life, contradicts this plan attributed to creative providence. Neither our head nor our heart is formed for an infinitely increasing store of thoughts and feelings, our hand is not made, our life is not calculated for it. Do not our finest mental powers decay as well as flourish? Do they not even fluctuate with years and circumstances, and relieve one another in friendly contest, or rather in a circular dance? And who has not found that an unlimited extension of his feelings enfeebles and annihilates them, while it gives to the air in loose flocks what should have formed the cord of love, or clouds the eyes of others with its ashes? As it is impossible that we can love others more than ourselves, or in a different way, for we love them only as part of ourselves, or rather ourselves in them, that mind is happy which, like a superior spirit, embraces much within the sphere of its activity, and in restless activity deems it a part of itself, but miserable is that the feelings of which, drowned in words, are useful neither to itself nor others. The savage who loves himself, his wife, and child with quiet joy, and glows with limited activity for his tribe, as for his own life, is, in my opinion, a more real being than that cultivated shadow who is enraptured with the love of the shades of his whole species, that is, of a name. The savage has room in his poor hut for every stranger, whom he receives as his brother with calm benevolence, and asks not once whence he comes. The deluged heart of the idle cosmopolitan is a hut for no one. See we not, then, my brethren, that nature has done all she could, not to diffuse but to circumscribe us, and to accustom us to the sphere of our lives? Our senses and powers have their measure, the hours of our days and lives take hands only in rotation, while those that come relieve those that depart. It is a trick of the fancy when the old man still dreams that he is a youth. Is that concupiscence of the mind which, forerunning even desire, is momentarily changing to disgust, the pleasure of paradise? Is it not rather the hell of Tantalus, the bottomless buckets of the vainly laboring Danaids? Thy soul art below, O man, is moderation, joy, the child of heaven, for whom thou pantest, is around thee, is in thee, the daughter of temperance and calm enjoyment, the sister of content and satisfaction with thy being in life and death. Still less comprehensible is it how man should be made for the state, so that his first true happiness must necessarily spring from its constitution, for how many people upon earth are entirely ignorant of all government and yet are happier than many who have sacrificed themselves for the good of the state? I will not enter upon the benefits or mischiefs which this artificial form of society brings with it, but it may be observed, as every art is merely an instrument, and the most complicated instrument necessarily requires the most prudence and delicacy in managing it, this is an obvious consequence that with the greatness of a state, and the intricate art of its constitution, the danger of rendering individuals miserable is infinitely augmented. In large states, hundreds must pine with hunger that one may feast and carouse, thousands are oppressed and hunted to death, that one crowned fool or philosopher may gratify his whims. Nay, as all politicians say that every well-constituted state must be a machine regulated only by the will of one, what increase of happiness can it bestow to serve in this machine as a thoughtless member? Or, probably indeed, contrary to our better knowledge and conscience, to be whirled around all our lives on an Ixion's will that leaves the tormented wretch no hope of comfort, unless perhaps in strangling the activity of his free, self-governing mind, as a fond father would his darling babe born to misery, to seek happiness in the insensibility of a machine? Oh, if we be men, let us thank Providence that this was not made the general destination of mankind. Millions on this globe live without government, and must not every one of us, even under the most exquisite government, if he will be happy, begin where the savage begins, seeking to acquire and maintain health of body and soundness of mind, the happiness of his house and of his heart, not from the state, but from himself? Father and mother, husband and wife, son and brother, friend and man, are natural relations in which we may be happy. The state gives us nothing but instruments of art, and these, alas, may rob us of something far more essential, may rob us of ourselves. Kindly considerate was it therefore in Providence, to prefer the easier happiness of individuals to the artificial ends of great societies, and spare generations these costly machines of state as much as possible. It has wonderfully separated nations, not only by woods and mountains, seas and deserts, rivers and climates, but more particularly by languages, inclinations, and characters, so that the work of subjugating despotism might be rendered more difficult, so that all the 4 quarters of the globe might not be crammed into the belly of a wooden horse. No Nimrod has yet been able to drive all the inhabitants of the world into one park for himself and his successors, and though it has been for centuries the object of united Europe, to erect herself into a despot, compelling all the nations of the earth to be happy in her way, this happiness-dispensing deity is yet far from having obtained her end. Weak and childish must our creative mother have been had she constructed the sole and genuine destination of her children, that of being happy, on the artificial wheels of some lat-erlings, and expected the end of the creation from their hands. You men of all the quarters of the globe who have perished in the lapse of ages, you have not lived and enriched the earth with your ashes so that at the end of time your posterity should be made happy by European civilization. Is not a proud thought of this kind treason against the majesty of nature? If happiness is to be met with upon earth, it is in every sentient being, it must be in everyone by nature, and assisting art must become nature in him to produce enjoyment. Every man has the standard of his happiness within himself, he bears about him the form to which he is fashioned, and in the pure sphere of which alone he can be happy. For this purpose has nature exhausted all the varieties of human form on earth that she might find for each in its time and place an enjoyment to amuse mortals through life. Book 9. Chapter 1. Ready as man is to imagine he produces everything from himself, he is nevertheless dependent on others for the development of his faculties. Not only has the philosopher exalted human reason to an independency on the senses and organs and the possession of an original simple power, but even the common man imagines, in the dream of life, that he has become everything that he is of himself. This imagination is easily explained, particularly in the latter. The sense of spontaneity given him by the Creator excites him to action and rewards him with the pleasing recompense of a deed performed in obedience to his own will. The days of his childhood are forgotten, the seeds, which he then received and still daily receives, are dormant in his mind, he sees and enjoys only the budding plant, and is pleased with its flourishing growth, with its fruitful branches. The philosopher, however, who studies the origin and progress of a man's life in the book of experience, and can trace through history the whole chain of the formation of our species, must, I think, as everything brings dependence to his mind, soon quit his ideal world, in which he feels himself alone and all-sufficient, for our world of realities. As man at his natural birth springs not from himself, equally remote is he from being self-born in the use of his mental faculties. Not only is the germ of our internal disposition genetic, as well as our bodily frame, but every development of this germ depends on fate, which planted us in this place or in that, and supplied us with the means by which we were formed, according to time and circumstances. Even the eye must learn to see, the ear to hear, and no one can be ignorant with what art language, the principal instrument of our thought, is acquired. Nature has evidently calculated our whole mechanism with the condition and duration of each period of our lives for this foreign aid. The brain of infants is soft and suspended from the skull, its strata are slowly formed, it grows firmer with increasing years, and gradually hardens, until at length it will receive no more new impressions. It is the same with the organs and with the faculties of a child, those are tender, and formed for imitation, these imbibe what they see and hear with wonderfully active attention and internal vital power. Thus man is an artificial machine endowed with a genetic disposition, it is true, and plenitude of life, but the machine does not work itself, and the ablest of mankind must learn how to work it. Reason is an aggregate of the experiences and observations of the mind, the sum of the education of man which the pupil ultimately finishes in himself, as an extraneous artist, after certain extraneous models. In this lies the principle of the history of mankind, without which no such history could exist. Did man receive everything from himself and develop everything independently of external circumstances, we might have a history of an individual indeed, but not of the species. But, as our specific character lies in this, that born almost without instinct we are formed to manhood only by the practice of a whole life, and both the perfectibility and corruptibility of our species depend on it, the history of mankind is necessarily a whole that is a chain of socialness and plastic tradition, from the first link to the last. There is an education, therefore, of the human species, since everyone becomes a man only by means of education, and the whole species lives solely in this chain of individuals. It is true, should anyone say that the species, not the individual, is educated, he would speak unintelligibly to my comprehension, for species and genus are only abstract ideas except so far as they exist in individuals, and were I to ascribe to this abstract idea all the perfections of human nature, the highest cultivation and most enlightened intellect that an abstract idea will admit, I should have advanced as far towards a real history of our species, as if I were to speak of animal kind, stone kind, metal kind, in general, and decorate them with all the noblest qualities, which could not subsist together in one individual. Our philosophy of history shall not wander in this path of the Averroist system, according to which the whole human species possesses but one mind, and that indeed of a very low order, distributed to individuals only piecemeal. On the other hand, were I to confine everything to the individual, and deny the existence of the chain that connects each to others and to the whole, I should run equally counter to the nature of man and his evident history. For no one of us became man of himself, the whole structure of his humanity is connected by a spiritual birth, education, with his parents, teachers, friends, with all the circumstances of his life, and consequently with his countrymen and their forefathers, and lastly with the whole chain of the human species, some link or other of which is continually acting on his mental faculties. Thus nations may be traced up to families, families to their founders, the stream of history contracts itself as we approach its source, and all our habitable earth is ultimately converted into the school of our family, containing indeed many divisions, classes, and chambers, but still with one plan of instruction which has been transmitted from our ancestors, with various alterations and additions, to all their race. Now if we give the limited understanding of a teacher credit for not having made a separate division of his scholars without some grounds, and perceive that the human species everywhere finds a kind of artificial education adapted to the wants of the time and place, what man of understanding, who contemplates the structure of our earth and the relation man bears to it, would not incline to think that the father of our race, who has determined how far and how wide nations should spread, has also determined this as the general teacher of us all? Will he who views a ship deny the purpose of its builder? And who that compares the artificial frame of our nature with every climate of the habitable earth will reject the notion that the climatic diversity of various men was an end of the creation for the purpose of educating his mind? But as the place of abode alone does not affect everything, since living beings like ourselves contribute to instruct us, fashion us, and form our habits, there appears to me an education of the species and a philosophy of the history of man as certainly and as truly as there is a human nature, that is, a cooperation of individuals which alone makes us men. Hence the principles of this philosophy become as evident, simple, and indubitable, as the natural history of man itself is. They are called tradition and organic powers. All education must spring from imitation and exercise by means of which the model passes into the copy, and how can this be more aptly expressed than by the term tradition? but the imitator must have powers to receive what is communicated or communicable, and convert it into his own nature as the food by means of which he lives. Accordingly, what and how much he receives, whence he derives it, and how he uses, applies it, and makes it his own, must depend on his own, the receptive powers. So that the education of our species is in a double sense genetic and organic: genetic, inasmuch as it is communicated; organic, as what is communicated is received and applied. Whether we name this second genesis of man cultivation, from the culture of the ground, or enlightening, from the action of light, is of little import. The chain of light and cultivation reaches to the end of the earth. Even the inhabitant of California or Tierra del Fuego learns to make and use the bow and arrow. He has language and ideas, practices and arts, which he learned as we learn them. So far, therefore, he is actually cultivated and enlightened, though in the lowest order. Thus the difference between enlightened and unenlightened, cultivated and uncultivated nations, is not specific, it is only in degree. This part of the picture of nations has infinite shades, changing with place and time, and, like other pictures, much depends on the point of view from which we examine it. If we take the idea of European cultivation for our standard, this is to be found only in Europe, and if we establish arbitrary distinctions between cultivation and the enlightening of the mind, neither of which, if it be genuine, can exist independently of the other, we are losing ourselves still more in the clouds. But if we keep close to the earth and take a general view of what nature, to whom the end and character of her creatures must be best known, herself exhibits to our eyes as forming man, this is no other than the tradition of an education to some form or other of human happiness and the economy of life. This is general as the human species, and often the most active among savages, though in a narrower circle. If a man remains among men he cannot avoid this improving or vitiating cultivation. Tradition lays hold of him, forms his head and fashions his limbs. As that is, and as these are fashioned, so is the man, so is he formed. Even children whom chance has thrown among beasts have acquired some human cultivation when they have lived for a time among men, as most known instances show, while a child brought up from the moment of his birth by a brute would be the only uncultivated man upon earth. What follows from this fixed point of view, confirmed as it is by the whole history of our species? First, a principle, consolatory and animating both to our lives and to this reflection, namely, that as the human species has not arisen of itself and as there are dispositions in its nature for which no admiration can be too high, the Creator must have appointed means, conceived by his paternal goodness, for the development of these dispositions. Is the corporeal eye so beautifully formed in vain? Does it not find before it the golden beams of the sun which were created for it, as the eye for them, and fulfill the wisdom of its design? It is the same with all the senses, with all the organs, they find the means of their development, the medium for which they were created. And can it be otherwise with the spiritual senses and organs on the use of which the character of man and the kind and measure of his happiness depend? Shall the Creator have failed here of attaining his purpose, the purpose, too, of all nature, as far as it depends on the use of human powers? Impossible. Every such conjecture must arise from ourselves either attributing erroneous ends to the Creator or endeavoring as much as in us lies to frustrate his purposes. But as this endeavor must have its limits, and no design of the All-Wise can be thwarted by a creature of his thoughts, let us rest secure in the certainty that whatever is God's purpose with regard to the human species upon earth remains evident even in the most perplexing parts of its history. All the works of God have this property, that although they belong to a whole which no eye can see, each is in itself a whole and bears the divine characters of its destination. It is so with the brute and with the plant. Can it be otherwise with man? Can it be that thousands are made for one? All the generations that have passed away, merely for the last? Every individual, only for the species, that is, for the image of an abstract name. The All-Wise sports not in this manner, he invents no fine spun shadowy dreams, he lives and feels in each of his children with paternal affection as though it were the only creature in the world. All his means are ends, and all his ends are means to higher ends in which the infinite, filling all, reveals himself. What every man, therefore, attains, or can attain, must be the end of the species, and what is this? Humanity and happiness, on this spot, in this degree, as this link, and no other, of the chain of improvement that extends through the whole kind. What and wherever thou wast born, O man, there thou art, and there thou shouldst be, quit not the chain, set not thyself above it, but adhere to it firmly. Life and happiness exist for thee only in its integrity, in what thou receivest or impartest in thy activity in each. Secondly, much as it may flatter man that the deity has admitted him as an assistant and left the forming him here below to himself and his fellow creatures, the very choice of these means shows the imperfection of our earthly existence inasmuch as we are not yet men, but are daily becoming so. How poor must the creature be who has nothing of himself, but receives everything from imitation, instruction, and practice, by which he is molded like wax. Let the man who is proud of his reason contemplate the theatre of his fellow beings throughout the wide world, or listen to their many-toned dissonant history. Is there any species of barbarity to which some man, some nation, nay, frequently a number of nations, have not accustomed themselves, so that many, perhaps most, have even fed on the flesh of their fellow creatures? Is there a wild conception the mind can frame which has not been actually rendered sacred by hereditary tradition in one place or another? No creature, therefore, can stand lower than man, for throughout his whole life he is not only a child in reason, but a pupil of the reason of others. Into whatever hands he falls, by them he is formed, and I am persuaded no form of human manners is possible which some nation, or some individual, has not adopted. In history every mode of vice and cruelty is exhausted, while here and there only a nobler train of human sentiments and virtues appears. From the means chosen by the Creator that our species should be formed only by our species it could not possibly be otherwise. Follies must be inherited as well as the raw treasures of wisdom. The way of man resembles a labyrinth, abounding on all sides with divergent passages, while but few footsteps lead to the innermost chamber. Happy the mortal who reaches it himself or leads others to it, whose thoughts, inclinations, and wishes, or even the beams of whose silent example have promoted the humanity of his brethren. God acts upon earth only by means of superior, chosen men, religion and language, art and science, nay, governments themselves cannot be adorned with a nobler crown than the laurels gathered from the moral improvement of human minds. Our body molds to the grave and our name soon becomes a shadow upon the earth, but incorporated in the voice of God, in plastic tradition, we shall live actively in the minds of our posterity, even though our name be no more. Thirdly, the philosophy of history, therefore, which follows the chain of tradition, is, to speak properly, the true history of mankind, without which all the outward occurrences of this world are but clouds or revolting deformities. It is a melancholy prospect to behold nothing in the revolutions of our earth but wreck upon wreck, eternal beginnings without end, changes of circumstance without any fixed purpose. The chain of improvement alone forms a whole of these ruins in which human figures indeed vanish, but the spirit of mankind lives and acts immortally. Glorious names that shine in the history of cultivation as geniuses of the human species, as brilliant stars in the night of time. Be it that with the lapse of ages many of your edifices decay, and much of your gold is sunk in the slough of forgetfulness, the labors of your lives were not in vain, for such of your works as Providence thought fit to save have been saved in other forms. In any other way no human monument can endure wholly and eternally upon earth, being formed in the succession of generations by the hand of time for temporal use, and evidently prejudicial to posterity, as soon as it renders unnecessary or retards their further exertion. Thus the mutable form and imperfection of all human operations entered into the plan of the Creator. Folly must appear so that wisdom might surmount it. Decaying fragility even of the noblest works was an essential property of their materials, that men might have an opportunity of exerting fresh labors in improving or building upon their ruins, for we are all here in a state of exercise. Every individual must depart, and as it will then be indifferent to him what posterity may do with his works, it would be repugnant to a good mind to condemn succeeding generations to venerate them with inactive stupidity, and undertake nothing of their own. This new labor he wishes them, for what he carries with him out of the world is his strengthened power, the internal ripe fruit of his human activity. Golden chain of improvement that surroundest the earth and extendest through all individuals to the throne of Providence, since I perceived thee and traced thee in thy finest links, the feelings of the parent, the friend, and the preceptor, history no longer appears to me what it once did, an abominable series of desolations on a sacred earth. 1,000 deeds of shame stand there veiled with detestable praise, and thousands in their native ugliness, to set off the rare true merit of active humanity, which has ever proceeded on its way quietly and obscurely, seldom aware of the consequences that Providence would educe from its life, as the leaven from the dough. Only amid storms can the noble plant flourish, only by opposing struggles against false pretensions can the sweet labors of man be victorious. Nay, men frequently appear to sink under their honest purposes, but it is only in appearance. The seed germinates more beautifully in a subsequent period from the ashes of the good, and when irrigated with blood seldom fails to shoot up to an unfading flower. I am no longer misled, therefore, by the mechanism of revolutions. It is as necessary to our species, as the waves to the stream, that it become not a stagnant pool. The genius of humanity blooms in continually renovated youth, and is regenerated as it proceeds, in nations, generations, and families. Chapter 2. Language is the special mean of improving man. In man, nay even in the ape, there is a peculiar disposition to imitation which appears to be by no means the consequence of rational conviction, but the immediate offspring of organic sympathy. As one string resounds to another, and the vibrating capacity of all bodies increases with their more equable density and homogeneity, the human organization, being the most exquisite of all, is of necessity more peculiarly formed to repeat the tones of all other beings and sympathize with them. The history of diseases shows that not only hurts and affections of the body, but even mental derangement, may be propagated by sympathy. We perceive the operation of this consent of beings in unison in the highest degree in children. For this purpose their bodies remain, during many years, easily resounding stringed instruments. Unions and gestures, nay, even passions and thoughts, take place in them unnoticed, so that they are at least tuned to what they cannot yet practice, and unconsciously obey a propensity which is a kind of spiritual assimilation. It is so with all savage nations, the children of nature. Born pantomimes, they imitate in a lively manner whatever is related to them or what they wish to express, and display their peculiar ways of thinking in dances, games, jests, and maxims. Their fancy acquired these figures by imitation, the treasure of their memories and language consists in such types, and hence their thoughts so readily pass into action, and living tradition. But man did not attain the artificial characteristic of his species, reason. By all this mimicry, he arrived at it by speech alone. Let us descant on this miracle of divine institution, the greatest perhaps of our terrestrial creation, except the generation of living beings. Should anyone ask how images depicted on the eye, and all the perceptions of our most opposite senses, are not only capable of being represented by sounds, but these sounds are imbued with such inherent power that they can express thoughts and excite them, no doubt the problem would be deemed the sally of a madman who, substituting the most dissimilar things for each other, thought of making color sound, sound thought, and thought a depicting voice. This problem the deity has effectively solved. The breath of our mouths is the picture of the world, the type that exhibits our thoughts and feelings to the mind of another. All that man has ever thought, willed, done, or will do upon earth, has depended on the movement of a breath of air, for if this divine breath had not inspired us and floated like a charm on our lips, we should all have still been wanderers in the woods. The whole history of man, therefore, with all the treasures of tradition and cultivation, is nothing but a consequence of the solution of this divine problem. What renders it the more wonderful to us is that we ourselves, notwithstanding its solution by the daily use of speech, do not in the least comprehend the connection of the instruments by which it is effected. Hearing and speech are connected with each other, for as creatures degenerate, a mutual change of their auditory and vocal organs evidently takes place. We see, too, that the whole body is framed to be in union with them, but we comprehend not the internal mode of their cooperation. That all the passions, particularly grief and joy, become sounds, that what is heard by the ear moves the tongue, that images and sensations may become mental characters, and these characters significant, nay impressive, sounds, arises from a consent of so many dispositions, like a voluntary league which the Creator has thought proper to establish between the most opposite senses and instincts, powers and members, of his creature, in a manner not less wonderful than that in which the mind and body are conjoined. How singular that a movable breath of air should be the sole, or at least the best, medium of our thoughts and perceptions. Without its incomprehensible connection with all the operations of our mind, which are so dissimilar to it, these operations would never have taken place, the elaborate structure of our brain would have remained idle, the whole purpose of our being unaccomplished, as the instances of men who have fallen among beasts sufficiently prove. They who are born deaf and dumb, though they may live long in a world of gestures and other characters of ideas, still carry themselves like children, or human animals. They act analogously to what they see, and do not understand, for all the stores of vision do not render them capable of a proper employment of reason. A nation has no idea for which its language has no word, the liveliest imagination remains an obscure feeling until the mind finds a character for it, and by means of a word incorporates it with the memory, the recollection, the understanding, and lastly the understanding of mankind. Tradition, a pure understanding without language, upon earth, is a utopian land. It is the same with the passions of the heart, with all the social propensities. Speech alone has rendered man human, by setting bounds to the vast flood of his passions, and giving them rational memorials by means of words. No cities have been erected by the lyre of Amphion, no magic wand has converted deserts into gardens, but language, the grand assistant of man, has done these. By it men welcomed one another into society and knit the bonds of love. It framed laws, and united families. It alone renders a history of mankind, in transmitted modifications of the heart and mind, possible. Even now I behold the heroes of Homer, and feel the complaints of Ossian, though the shades both of the poets and their heroes have so long departed from the earth. A movable breath of air has rendered them immortal and brings their forms before me, the voice of the dead is in my ear, I hear their long silent thoughts. Whatever the mind of man has conceived, what the sages of old have thought, comes to me, if Providence think good, by the means of language alone. By it my thinking mind is connected with the mind of the first man that thought, and probably of the last. In short, language is the mark of our reason, by which alone it acquires and propagates forms. A little closer inspection, however, shows how imperfect this mean of our improvement is, not only considered as the instrument of reason, but as the bond between man and man, so that a more light, insubstantial, fugitive web can scarcely be conceived, than that with which the Creator thought proper to connect the human species. Kind Father, was no other less fallible enumeration of our thoughts, was no more intimate connection of men's hearts and minds, possible. 1. No language expresses things, but names, accordingly, no human reason perceives things, but only marks of them, which it depicts by words. This is a humiliating observation, which gives the whole history of our intellect narrow limits, and a very insubstantial form. All our science of metaphysics is properly metaphysics, that is an abstracted systematic index of names following observations of experience. As a method and an index it may be very useful, and must guide our artificial understanding to a certain degree in all other sciences, but considered in itself and according to the nature of things, it affords not a single perfect and essential idea, not a single intrinsic truth. All our science reckons with abstract, individual, extrinsic characters which reach not the interior of the existence of any one thing, as we have no organ to perceive or express it. We know not, and can never learn to know, any power in its essence, for even that which animates us and thinks in us we feel and enjoy, it is true, but we do not know. Thus we understand no connection between cause and effect because we can see into the interior neither of what acts, nor of what is produced, and have absolutely no idea of the entity of a thing. Thus our poor reason is nothing more than a figuring arithmetician, as its name in many languages implies. To and with what does it reckon? With the characters themselves it has abstracted, however imperfect and unessential they may be? By no means. These characters are afterwards changed into arbitrary sounds, altogether unessential to them, with which the mind thinks. It reckons, therefore, with counters, sounds, and ciphers, for no one who is acquainted with two languages will believe that there is an essential connection between sounds and thoughts, not to say between sounds and things. Yet how many more languages than two are there upon earth? And in all of them reason calculates and satisfies itself with the magic lantern of an arbitrary connection. And why does it so? Because itself possesses nothing but unessential characters, and it is a matter of indifference to it at bottom whether it reckon with these figures or with those. Melancholy prospect for the history of humankind. Opinions and errors, therefore, are inevitable from our nature, not from any fault of the observer, but from the very mode in which our ideas are generated and in which they are propagated by reason and language. If we thought in things instead of abstract characters, and expressed the nature of things instead of arbitrary signs, farewell error and opinion, we should live in the land of truth. But now how far are we from it, even when we fancy ourselves standing on its confines, since what I know of a thing is only an external detached symbol of it, clothed in another arbitrary symbol. If another man understands me, if he affixes to the word I employ the same idea as I affix to it, or indeed no idea, still he reckons on with the word, and gives it to others perhaps as an empty nutshell. This is the way of all facts of philosophy and religion. The founder had at least clear ideas of what he said, though probably erroneous ones. His scholars and followers understood him after their own manner, that is, they affixed their own ideas to his words, and at length re-echoed nothing but empty sounds into men's ears. Manifest are the imperfections in the sole means of propagating human thoughts, yet to this our improvement is enchained, and we cannot emancipate ourselves from it. From this, important consequences for the history of man may be deduced. First, since God has chosen this mean for our improvement, we could scarcely have been formed for mere speculation or for purely contemplative lives, since either of these can be pursued but very imperfectly in our sphere. Not for pure contemplation, which is either a deception, since no man sees the interior of things, or at least remains wholly incommunicable, as it admits not of characters and words. Scarcely is the contemplatist able to point out to another the way in which he attained his nameless treasures, and then it depends altogether on that other, and on his genius, how far he can participate in his contemplations. This necessarily opens the door to 1,000 vain perplexities of the mind, and innumerable kinds of artful deceptions, as the history of all nations shows. As little can man have been created for speculation, since, from the way in which it is engendered and communicated, it is not a whit more perfect, and too frequently fills the heads of those who repeat the speculations of others with empty words. And when these two extremes, speculation and contemplation, attempt to unite, and the metaphysical enthusiast points to a speechless reason filled with contemplations, alas, poor human nature, thou floated in a space of nonentity between freezing heat and burning cold. By language the deity has led us a safer middle way. By it we acquire only ideas of the understanding, and they are sufficient to us for the enjoyment of nature, the application of our powers, the sound employment of life, the improvement of our humanity. We were not intended to respire ether, for which our machine is not adapted, but the wholesome air of our own earth. And can men be as distant from one another in the sphere of true and useful ideas, as proud speculation supposes? Both the history of nations and the nature of reason and language forbid me to think so. The poor savage, who has seen but few things, and combined very few ideas, proceeds in combining them after the same manner as the first of philosophers. He has language like them, and by means of it exercises his understanding and memory, his imagination and recollection, 1,000 ways. Whether this be in a wider or narrower circle, is little to the purpose, he still exercises them after the manner of humankind. The philosopher of Europe cannot name a single faculty of the mind that is peculiar to himself, nay, nature affords abundant compensation in the proportion of the faculties and their exercise. In many savages, for instance, the memory, the imagination, practical wisdom, promptitude of decision, accuracy of judgment, and liveliness of expression, flourish in a degree seldom attained by the artificial reason of European philosophers. It is true, the man of learning calculates, with his verbal ideas and ciphers, infinitely nice and artificial combinations, which never enter into the thoughts of the man of nature, but is a closeted multiplication table, the model of all human perfection, strength, and happiness. Be it that the savage thinks in images what he is incapable of conceiving abstractedly, even if he have no definite thought, that is, no word for God, and enjoys him as the great spirit of the creation active in his life, yet so he lives grateful as he lives contentedly, and if he believe in the immortality of the soul, though he cannot demonstrate it in verbal ciphers, he goes to the land of his fathers with more tranquillity than many a word-learned skeptic. Let us then adore kind Providence for having rendered men intrinsically more similar to each other by the imperfect but general mean of language than their exterior indicates. By speech alone we all attain to reason, and by tradition, by belief in the words of our fathers, to speech. As he would be the most unteachable learner of language who should require a cause and reason for the first use of words, a similar belief in things so difficult as experience and the observation of nature must lead us, with due precaution, through our whole lives. He who trusts not his senses is a fool, and must remain an idle speculatist, while he who trusting exercises them, and thereby inquires and corrects himself, alone obtains a treasure of experience for his sublunary life. To him language with all its limitations is sufficient, for it is designed only to make the observer attentive, and lead him to an active use of his own mental powers. A nicer idiom, penetrating like the sunbeam, on one hand could not be universal, and on the other would be a real inconvenience in the present sphere of our gross activity. It is the same with the language of the heart, which can say but little, and yet says enough, nay, in a certain degree our human language is formed more for the heart than for the head. Gesture, motion, the thing itself, may come in to aid the understanding, but the feelings of our heart must lie hidden in our breast if the melodious dream convey them not in gentle waves to the heart of another. For this reason the Creator chose the music of sounds as the organ of our improvement, a language of feeling, a language of parent, child, and friend. Creatures that cannot yet touch each other intimately, stand as behind lattices and coo forth to each other the words of love. In beings that speak the language of light or some other organ, the whole form and chain of their improvement necessarily differs. Secondly, a philosophical comparison of languages would form the best essay on the history and diversified character of the human heart and understanding, for every language bears the stamp of the mind and character of a people. Not only do the organs of speech vary with climates, not only are there certain sounds and letters peculiar to almost every nation, but the giving of names, even in denoting audible things, nay, in the immediate expressions of the passions, in interjections, varies over all the earth. With respect to visible things and subjects of cool reflection, this variation is still greater, and in allegorical expressions, in figures of speech, in the structure of a language, and lastly in the relation, arrangement, and connection of its parts, it is almost infinite, though still, the genius of a people is nowhere more displayed than in the physiognomy of their language. For instance, whether a nation have many names or much action, how it expresses time and person, to what order of ideas it is attached, is often extremely characteristic in nice features. Many nations have a particular language for either sex, in others even condition is discriminated in the simple word I. The verbs of active nations have an abundance of moods, refined nations have a number of modifications of things which they have exalted to abstract notions. Finally, the most singular part of human languages is the delineation of men's feelings, the expressions of love and esteem, of reproof and adulation, in which the weaknesses of a people are often laughably displayed. 160 Why can I yet quote no work that has even in a slight degree fulfilled the wish of Bacon, Leibniz, Sulzer, and others? 4. A general physiognomy of nations from their languages. Numerous materials for such a work are extant in the grammars and books of travels of particular nations, and it would be neither extremely difficult nor prolix, were everything superfluous rejected, and good use made of what might be placed in a striking light. It would be as far from wanting instructive charms, which must occur at every step, since all the qualities of a people offer themselves to the various purposes of the observer in their practical understanding, imaginations, manners, and way of life, as a garden of the human species, and finally the richest architecture of human ideas. The best logic and metaphysics of a sound understanding would arise from it. The laurel is not yet gathered, it waits for the appearance in due time of another Leibniz. The history of the revolutions of any particular language would be a similar task. As an example to us Germans, I would take the language of our country in particular, for though it has not been intermixed like others with foreign languages, yet it has essentially altered, and that even with respect to its grammar, since the time of Gottfried. The comparison of different cultivated languages with the various revolutions of the people that speak them would give, with every stroke of light and shade, a kind of changeable picture of the varied progressive improvement of the human mind which, I am persuaded, has flourished in every dialect throughout all ages. Nations exist in the infancy, youth, manhood, and old age of the human species, and how many have been engrafted upon others, or arisen from their ashes. Lastly, the tradition of traditions. Writing is to be considered. If language be the means of improving men as men, writing is the means of improving them in erudition. All nations who have been destitute of this artificial tradition have remained, according to our ideas, uncultivated, while they who have enjoyed it but imperfectly have immortalized their understanding and laws by embalming them in letters. The mortal who invented the art of enchaining the fugitive mind, not by words merely, but by letters, acted as a deity among mankind. 161. But what was obvious with respect to language is still more evident here, namely, that though this means of perpetuating our thoughts fixes both the spirit and the letter, it in various ways fetters and restrains them. Not only are the living accents and gestures which formerly gave language such power to penetrate the heart gradually extinguished by writing, not only are dialects and consequently the characteristic idioms of particular tribes and nations, rendered less numerous, but the memories of men and the spirit of their mental powers are enfeebled by this artificial assistance of prescribed forms of thought. The human mind would long ago have been stifled beneath books and learning had not Providence given it breath by many destructive revolutions. The understanding, shackled with letters, creeps on laboriously, our best thoughts are crippled by dead written characters. All this, however, prevents not the tradition of writing from being the most durable, quiet, efficacious institution of God, by means of which nation acts upon nation, age upon age, and through which probably the whole human species will in time find itself encircled in one chain of fraternal tradition. Chapter 3. All the arts and sciences of mankind have been invented through imitation, reason, and language. As soon as man, by whatever God or genius led, was brought to appropriate to himself a thing as a sign, and to substitute an arbitrary character for the sign he had found, in other words, as soon as the language of reason commenced with the slightest beginnings, he was in the road to every art and science. For what does human reason more, in the invention of all these, than remark and designate? Thus with language, the most difficult of arts, a prototype of all the rest was in a certain degree given. The man, for example, who conceived a mark of designation from an animal, in so doing laid the foundations of domesticating tameable animals, benefiting himself by such as were useful, and rendering himself the general lord of everything in nature, for in every one of his appropriations he does nothing in reality but mark the characters of a tameable, useful being, to be employed for his own convenience, and designate it by language or pattern. In the gentle sheep, for instance, he remarked the milk sucked by the lamb, and the wool that warmed his hand, and endeavored to appropriate each to his own use. In the tree, to the fruit of which he was guided by hunger, he remarked leaves with which he might gird himself, wood that would afford him heat. Thus he leaped on the back of the steed that he might carry him, and kept him that he might carry him again. He observed nature, how she brought up her children and protected them from danger. He observed the beasts, how they nourished and defended themselves. Thus he got into the road to every art through nothing but the internal generation of a distinct mark, and the retention of it in a fact or some other note, in short through language. Through it, and it alone, were observation, recognition, remembrance, possession, and a chain of thought possible, and thus in time were born the arts and sciences, daughters of designating reason, and imitation for some purpose. Bacon has already wished for an art of invention, but as its theory would be difficult, and perhaps useless, a history of inventions would probably be the most instructive work that the divinities and geniuses of the human species could frame for an everlasting model to their successors. In this it would everywhere appear how accident and fate had presented a new mark to the eye of one inventor, introduced a new character as an instrument into the mind of another, and for the most part by a slight approximation of two long-known thoughts given birth to an art that operated on future ages. Such have often been invented and again forgotten. Their theory existed, but they were not yet carried into practice until someone more fortunate brought the hidden gold into circulation, or from a new station moved worlds with a trifling lever. Perhaps there is no species of history that so evidently shows a superior destiny ruling over human affairs as that of the invention and improvement of arts, of which we are apt to be most vain. The character and the material of its designation had long existed, but it was now for the first time remarked, now first designated. The production of an art, as of a human being, was an instant of pleasure, a union between idea and character, between body and spirit. It is with reverence I trace the inventions of the human mind to this simple principle of its observing and describing understanding, for this is what is truly divine in man, this is his characteristic excellence. All who use a learned language wander as if their reason were in a dream, they think with the reason of others, and are but imitatively wise, for is he who employs the art of another himself an artist? But he, in whose mind native thoughts arise and form a body for themselves, he, who sees not with the eye alone but with the understanding, and describes not with the tongue but with the mind, he, who is so happy as to observe nature in her creative laboratory, espy new marks of her operations, and turn them to some human purpose by implements of art, he is properly a man, and as such seldom appears, he is a god among men. He speaks, and thousands lisp his words, he creates, and others play with what he has produced, he was a man, and children perhaps come after him again for centuries. A view of the world and the history of nations give us numerous proofs how rarely inventors appear among mankind, and how indolently men adhere to what they possess without troubling themselves for what is still wanting. Nay, the history of civilization sufficiently demonstrates the same. Thus with the arts and sciences a new tradition pervades the human species, and while it is given but to a happy few to add new links to the chain, the rest cling to it like industrious slaves and mechanically drag it along. As this sugared water passed through many hands ere it came to me, and I have no other merit than that of swallowing it, so are our reason and way of life, our learning and acquired arts, our military and political science, a combination of the thoughts and inventions of others which have been derived to us from all parts of the world without any merit of our own, and in which we sank or swam from our earliest youth. Vain therefore is the boast of so many Europeans when they set themselves above the people of all the other quarters of the globe in what they call arts, sciences, and cultivation, and, as the madman by the ships in the port of Piraeus, deem all the inventions of Europe their own for no other reason but because they were born amid the confluence of these inventions and traditions. Poor creature! Hast thou invented any of these arts? Have thy own thoughts anything to do in all the traditions thou hast sucked in? Thy having learned to use them is the work of a machine, thy having imbibed the waters of science is the merit of a sponge that has grown on the humid soil. Steer thy frigate to Tahiti, bid thy cannon roar along the shores of the New Hebrides, still thou art not superior in skill or ability to the inhabitant of the South Sea Islands, who guides with art the boat which he has constructed with his own hand. Even the savages themselves have had an obscure perception of this as soon as they became more intimately acquainted with Europeans. In the preparation of their implements they appeared to them unknown superior beings before whom they bowed themselves, and whom they saluted with reverence, but when the savage perceived that they were vulnerable, mortal, liable to disease, and more feeble in bodily exercises than himself, he dreaded the art, but slew the man whose art was no part of himself. This is applicable to all European cultivation. If the language of a people, even in books, be delicate and modest, everyone who reads these books and speaks this language is not therefore to be concluded modest and delicate. How he reads, and how he speaks, are the questions, and even then he thinks and speaks only after others, whose thoughts and expressions he follows. The savage, who in his narrower circle thinks for himself and expresses himself in it with more truth, precision, and force, is he who in the sphere of his activity knows how to employ his mental and corporeal faculties, his practical understanding, and few implements, with art and with presence of mind, is palpably, man for man, more cultivated than the politic or learned machine that sits like a child on a lofty stage, erected, alas, by the hands of others, nay, perhaps by the labor of all preceding ages. The man of nature, on the contrary, more limited indeed, but a sounder, abler man, stands firmly on the ground. No one will deny Europe to be the repository of art and of the inventive understanding of man. The destiny of ages has deposited its treasures there, and they are augmented and employed in it. But everyone who makes use of them has not therefore the understanding of the inventors, nay, this very use tends to render the understanding inactive, for while I have the instrument of another for my purpose, I shall scarcely take the trouble to invent one for myself. It is a far more difficult point to determine what the arts and sciences have contributed to the happiness of mankind, or how far they have increased it, and I do not think the question is to be answered with a simple affirmative or negative, since here, as in everything else, all depends on the use made of what has been invented. That there are finer and more artificial implements in the world so that more is done with less exertion, and consequently much human labor is spared where it can be dispensed with, admits not of question. It is equally incontestable that every art and science knits a new bond of society of that mutual want without which men of art cannot live. But, on the other hand, whether this increase of wants extends the narrow circle of human happiness, whether art be capable of actually adding anything to nature or whether nature is not rather debilitated and dispensed with in many by means of art, whether all talents of art or science have not excited propensities in the human breast which render the attainment of man's highest blessing, contentment, much more rare and difficult as the internal restlessness occasioned by these propensities must be incessantly at war with contentment, nay, finally, whether the concourse of men and the augmentation of their sociability have not converted many towns and countries into poor houses and artificial hospitals in the close atmosphere of which pallid human nature withers, and whether, while men are supported by so many unearned alms of science, art, and policy, they have not for the most part assumed the nature of beggars. Applying themselves to all the arts of begging and consequently incurring the effects of beggary, these, and many others, are questions that luminous history, the daughter of time, alone can solve. Messengers of fate, men of genius and invention, on what beneficial yet dangerous heights have you exercised your divine calling? You invented, but not for yourselves. It was not in your power to determine how the world, how posterity, should employ your inventions, what they should annex to them, what of new or opposite to them they would discover from analogy. The jewel often lay buried for centuries, and cocks scratched up the ground over it, until at length perhaps it was found by some unworthy mortal and transferred to the crown of a monarch, not always to shine with beneficent splendor. You, however, performed your work and gave posterity a treasure, dug up by your restless minds or thrown into your lap by disposing fate. Thus also you left to disposing fate the effects and uses of your discoveries, who has done with them what seemed to her good. In periodical revolutions she has either perfected thoughts or permitted them to perish, always contriving to mix and correct the poison with its antidote, the injurious with the beneficial. The inventor of gunpowder little thought what destruction both of the political and physical powers of man would ensue from the explosion of his black dust, still less could he see what we are scarcely able to conjecture, how the beneficent seeds of a different constitution of posterity will germinate from this barrel of powder, the fearful throne of many a despot. Does not thunder clear the air? When the giants of the earth are destroyed, must not Hercules himself turn his hand to gentler works? The man who first noticed the polarity of the magnet saw neither the happiness nor misery that this magic gift, aided by 1,000 other arts, would confer on every quarter of the globe, until here, too, perhaps some new catastrophe will compensate old evils or engender new. So it is with the discoveries of glass, gold, iron, clothing, writing, printing, astronomy, and all the sciences. The wonderful connection that appears to prevail in the development and periodical improvement of these inventions, the singular manner in which one limits and mitigates the effect of others, all belong to the sovereign economy of God with regard to our species, the true philosophy of our history. Chapter 4. Governments are established regulations among men, chiefly founded on hereditary tradition. The natural state of man is society. For in this he is born and brought up, to this he is led by the awakening propensities of his youth, and the most pleasing appellations of father, son, brother, sister, lover, friend, are ties of the law of nature that exist in every primitive society of men. On these, too, the first governments have been founded, family regulations without which the species could not subsist, laws that nature gave and sufficiently limited. We will call this the first step of natural government. It will ever remain the highest, and the last. Here nature terminated her foundations of society and left it to the reason or necessities of men to erect higher structures upon them. In all those regions where particular tribes and races have less need of each other's assistance, they concern themselves less about each other, and in consequence have never thought of forming one large political association. Such are the coasts inhabited by fishermen, the pastures of the shepherd, the forests of the hunter. In these, where paternal and domestic government ceases, the further connection between men is founded chiefly on compact, or on some office conferred. A nation of hunters, for instance, proceed to the chase. If they want a leader, it is a leader of the hunt, and for this purpose they elect the most skillful, whom they obey from their own free choice and for the common end they have in view. All animals that live in herds have such a leader, in journeyings, defenses, attacks, and all common occupations in general of a number such a king of the game is necessary. Such an establishment we will call the second step of natural government. It is to be found among all people that care for nothing but the supply of their wants, and live, as we term it, in the state of nature. Even the elected judge of a nation belongs to this step of government, for the wisest and best is chosen to this post as to an office, and with the execution of his office his sovereignty terminates. But how different is it with the third step, hereditary government? In this where do the laws of nature cease? Or where do they begin? That the most wise and just of their fellows should be chosen by disputants as a judge was in the natural course of things, and when he had so approved himself, he might remain so as long as he lived. But when the old man dies, why is his son to be judge? His being begotten by a just and wise father is no reason, for neither wisdom nor justice is hereditary. Still less, from the nature of the case, is the nation bound to acknowledge him as such because his father was once chosen judge for personal reasons, since the son is not the father. And if it should think fit to establish it as a law for all its generations yet unborn to acknowledge him as judge, and enter into a compact in the name of the reason of them all to the end of time that every future descendant of the stem should be born the judge, leader, and shepherd of the nation, in other words, the most valiant, just, and wise of the whole people, by every one of whom he should be so acknowledged to be on the score of his birth. It would be difficult to reconcile a hereditary compact of this kind, I will not say with justice, but with reason. Nature distributes not her noblest gifts to particular families, and the right of blood, according to which one unborn shall have a claim to rule over others yet unborn, in right of his birth, at whatever future period they may happen to come into the world, is to me one of the most obscure phrases in human language. There must have been other grounds that introduced hereditary governments among men, and with respect to these grounds history is by no means silent. What has given Germany, what has given polished Europe its governments? War. Hordes of barbarians overran this quarter of the globe, their leaders and nobles divided the land and the inhabitants among them. Hence sprung principalities and fiefs, hence the villanage of the subjugated people, the conquerors were in possession, and all the alterations that have taken place in this possession in the course of time have been determined by revolutions, by war, by mutual agreement between the powerful, and in every case therefore by the law of the stronger. History proceeds in this royal way, and historical facts cannot be disputed. What brought the world under the sway of Rome? What made Greece and the East bow to the scepter of Alexander? What has founded all the monarchies that have existed since the time of Sesostris and the fabulous Semiramis, and again overturned them? War. Forcible conquest, therefore, has assumed the place of right, and has afterwards become law by course of years, or as our politicians phrase it, by a tacit compact, but the tacit compact in this case is nothing more than that the stronger takes what he will, and the weaker gives what he cannot preserve, or endures what he cannot avoid. Thus the right of hereditary government depends, like almost every other hereditary possession, on a chain of traditions the first link of which was forged by force or accident, and which has been drawn out occasionally it is true by wisdom and goodness, but for the most part either by fortune or force. Heirs and defendants received what their progenitor took, and that to him who has much more is ever given that he might have abundance, requires no further illustration, as it is the natural consequence of the above-mentioned first possession of lands and men. Let it not be supposed that this is true of monarchies alone, as monsters of conquest, and that the primitive kingdoms may have had a different origin, for in what other way could they possibly have originated? As long as a father ruled over his family he was a father and permitted his sons likewise to become fathers, over whom he sought no other sway than that of advice. As long as several families chose themselves from their own free deliberation judges or leaders for a particular purpose, they who bore the office were only servants of the common will, the appointed presidents of the society. The names of sovereign, monarch, absolute, arbitrary, hereditary despot, were unknown to a people so constituted. But if the nation slumbered and left their father, leader, and judge, to act for them, if, lastly, in drowsy gratitude they put into his hand, whether on account of his merit, power, wealth, or any other cause, a hereditary scepter that he might conduct them and their children as a shepherd conducts a flock of sheep, what relation can we perceive between the two parties but that of feebleness on the one side, and might on the other, that is, in fact, the right of the stronger? When Nimrod first killed beasts and afterwards subjugated men, in both instances he was a hunter. The leader of a colony or horde, whom men followed like animals, soon availed himself of the right of men over animals in his behavior towards them. Thus it was with those by whom nations were civilized. While they were employed in civilizing them they were the fathers, the instructors, of the people, the maintainers of the laws for the general good. As soon as they became absolute or indeed hereditary rulers they were the strong commanding the weak. A fox often stepped into the place of the lion, and then the fox was the stronger, for strength consists not in force of arms alone, address, cunning, and artful deceit, are commonly still more effectual. In short, the great difference between men in the gifts of body, of mind, or of fortune, has established despotism and servitude on the earth, varying in form according to the country, the age, or the way of life of the people, and in many places one kind has only given way to another. Warlike mountaineers, for example, have overrun the peaceful plains. Climate, necessity, want, had rendered them strong and courageous. Accordingly they spread themselves over the earth as its lords until they were subdued by luxury in milder climates and then fell under the yoke of others. Thus has our old earth been a prey to violence, and its history forms a melancholy picture of man-hunting and conquests. Almost every little variation of a boundary, every new epoch, is delineated in the book of time with the blood of human victims and the tears of the oppressed. The most celebrated names are those of murderers of mankind, crowned or crown-seeking executioners, and what is still more to be lamented, the worthiest men have often been compelled by necessity to appear on the dark scaffold, where the chains of their brethren were forged. Whence comes it that the histories of kingdoms display so few rational purposes? Because the greatest and most of their events originated not from any rational views, for the passions, not humanity, have overpowered the earth and urged its people like wild beasts against each other. Had it pleased Providence to permit us to be governed by superior beings, how different would the history of man have appeared? But instead of this they have been for the most part heroes. That is to say, ambitious men, possessed of power, or artful and enterprising, who have spun the thread of events under the guidance of passion, and woven it as it pleased fate. If nothing else in the history of the world indicated the inferiority of the human species, the history of governments would demonstrate it, according to which the greater part of our earth merits not such a name but that of Mars or child-devouring Saturn. Now shall we complain of Providence for creating the different regions of our earth so dissimilar, and dividing her gifts so unequally among mankind? Such a complaint would be idle and unjust, for it would be at variance with the obvious end of our species. If the earth were designed to be inhabited, mountains must necessarily form a part of it, and their ridges must produce hardy mountaineers. If these poured down and subdued the voluptuous inhabitants of the plains, the voluptuous inhabitants of the plains for the most part deserved this subjugation, for why did they suffer themselves to be subdued? Why slumbered they on the lap of nature in childish luxury and folly? It may be admitted as a principle in history that no people are oppressed but such as submit to oppression, and consequently deserve to be slaves. The coward only is born a slave, the simple alone is destined by nature to serve the wise, thus each is in his place and would be unhappy were he forced to command. Besides, the inequality of men is not so great by nature as it is rendered by education, as the qualities of the very same people under different forms of government show. The noblest nation soon loses its dignity under the yoke of despotism, the very marrow is crushed in its bones, and as its finest and most exquisite talents are abused to the purposes of falsehood and deceit, of crawling servility and dissolute voluptuousness, can we wonder that it ultimately habituates itself to the yoke, kisses its chains, and decorates them with flowers? Lamentable as this fate of mankind is both in history and in common life, since scarcely a nation has ever risen afresh out of the abyss of habitual slavery without the miracle of a complete regeneration, this wretchedness is evidently not the work of nature but of man. Nature extended the bonds of society only to families, beyond that she left mankind at liberty to knit them and to frame their most delicate work of art, bodies politic, as they thought proper. If they framed them wisely, happiness was their reward; if they chose, or endured, tyranny and bad forms of government, they had to bear the burden. Their good parent could do no more than instruct them by reason, by the tradition of history, or lastly by their own proper feeling of pain and misery. Thus the internal degeneration of mankind alone made way for the vices and depravities of governments, for, even under the most oppressive despotism, has not the slave always shared with his lord in plunder, and is not the despot always the greatest slave? But our unwearying, beneficent mother abandons not her children in the deepest degeneracy, contriving at least to diminish the bitterness of oppression by forgetfulness and habit. As long as nations retain their vigilance and activity, or where nature feeds them with the hard bread of industry, no effeminate sultans exist. A rude land, a hardy way of life, are the guardians of their freedom. On the other hand, where nations sleep on her softer bosom and suffer the net to be drawn over them, their consoling parent at least aids the oppressed with her milder gifts, for despotism always presupposes a kind of feebleness, and consequently more conveniences, arising either from the gifts of nature or from those of art. In most countries under despotic government nature feeds and clothes man almost without any labor so that he accommodates himself to the passing storm, and after it is over inhales the cool air, thoughtlessly and ignobly indeed, but not without enjoyment. The lot of men and their destination to earthly happiness are in general connected neither with servitude nor dominion. The poor may be happy, the slave may be free in his chains, the despot and his instruments are for the most part, and frequently throughout their whole race, the most miserable and unworthy of slaves. As all the points on which I have thus far touched must receive their proper illustration from history, their display cannot be separated from the thread of it. For the present let me be permitted a few general hints. One already but bad fundamental principle of the philosophy of history would be, man is an animal that needs a master, and must derive the happiness of his destination from this master, or from a connection with him. The proportion ought to be reversed, the man who needs a master is a mere animal, as soon as he becomes a man, a master is no longer necessary to him. Nature has pointed out no master to the human species, brutal vices and passions render one necessary. The wife requires a husband, the husband a wife, the untutored child has need of instructing parents, the sick of a physician, the disputer of a judge, the herd of a leader. These are natural relations, existing in the notions of the things themselves. The idea of his wanting a despot in the form of a man like himself is not natural to the mind of man. We must first suppose him weak to need a protector, incapable of managing his own concerns to require a guardian, wild that someone may be necessary to tame him, detestable to demand a minister of vengeance. Thus all human governments arose from necessity, and exist only in consequence of its continuance. As he is a bad father who educates his child in such a manner that he may continue all his lifetime in a state of incapacity, and never cease to want a tutor, as he is a bad physician who cherishes a disease that the poor patient may not be able to dispense with his attendance until death, apply the same reasoning to the teachers of the human species, to the others of countries and their pupils. Either these must be altogether incapable of improvement or, during the thousands of years that men have been governed, what they can become and to what purposes they have been trained by their teachers must be perceptible. The purposes will clearly be seen in the course of this work.